A marriage contract brought me to the doorstep of a fiancée I had never met, only to be publicly humiliated by her, mocked for having seen little of the big city, despised for being poor and uncouth. He even directly took out money and told me to get lost. But when her family's elderly patriarch was critically ill and everyone was at their wits' end, I coldly laughed and made them all kneel down. My name is Yi Xian, a young man who recently returned from training in the mountains. My master, Shin Shuzi, kicked me down the mountain, saying I had a marriage commitment to fulfill below. At the foot of the mountain, I was surrounded by 18 widows, while Shin Shuzi watched gleefully from afar. Turns out, to get down the mountain, I'd slipped him a drug in his wine. This caused him to become excessively vigorous, leading village women to mistake him for a sugarcane thief, earning him the infamous title Public Enemy of Widows. To break free, Shin Shuzi agreed to let me descend the mountain and even tossed me half a seashell as a token, claiming I was already engaged. I arrived in Jiangcheng City, at the entrance of the Lin family's estate, and met my fiancée, Lin Beibei. She had an elegant figure, exquisite features, and was even more beautiful than the stars on magazine covers. I thought this marriage was a guaranteed win, but she declared it invalid and wanted to break it off. A flicker of disappointment crossed my mind as I prepared to leave. Yet she stopped me again. It turned out Shin Shuzi had once healed old Master Lin's chronic illness but left a contingency, saying that when the toxins flared up, I would be the one to cleanse them. Lin Beibei wanted me to cure her grandfather and then use money as compensation to settle the marriage agreement. I understand Shin Shuzi's good intentions. He had anticipated Lin Beibei's intention to break off the engagement and thus kept this move as a backup. But the master said that I would receive a tremendous opportunity after being married to her for 2 years, so I declined her proposal. Could you at least act like a disciple of the saints? Don't tell me you've developed lustful thoughts just because I'm pretty, Lin Beibei sternly rebuked. I quickly explained, that's not what I meant. My master said marrying you carries great opportunities and benefits. I was just purely curious. Lin Beibei flew into a rage and threw a check at me. The marriage is off, and I don't want to hear another word about it. If you can't accept that, then take the money and leave. Just as we were at a standoff, a sudden cry of distress came from inside the villa. Lin Beibei's heart clenched with alarm, and she hurried into the villa. I followed close behind. An elderly man lay weakly on the living room sofa. It was old Master Lin. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit shook his head and sighed. The toxins in old Master Lin's body have already penetrated his internal organs. His condition is beyond cure. Not even the mightiest immortal could save him now. Lin Beibei, her eyes reddened, turned to look at me and said, as long as you can cure Grandpa, I promise you anything. At this moment, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit snorted coldly, with my years of medical practice, if I say it can't be cured, then it truly can't. Poof. The old man really knows how to put on airs, I sneered, striding towards the sofa only to be stopped by Lin Mingqiao, the second son of the Lin family. What do you think you're doing, you country bumpkin? Don't think just because your master is Shin Shuzi that you can act recklessly here, Lin Mingqiao sneered. With your sorry state, I doubt you've inherited even a tenth of your master's skills. A gaudily dressed woman, Lin Mingqiao's wife, sneered, Shang Suzi is nothing but a fraud, and his disciple is no better. Honestly, we should kick him out right now to stop him from swindling people here, Lin Mingqiao's wife chimed in, not even giving me a chance to act. Lin Mingqiao even called in 7 or 8 bodyguards, ready to throw me out. Lin Beibei stood in front of me, pleading with them to let me try. But Lin Chongping and his wife were afraid of offending Dr. Li Ru, so they pulled her away. Deal with him, Lin Mingqiao commanded, and the bodyguards eagerly closed in on me. I curled my lips. Is this how the Lin family treats their guests? If that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. As soon as the words left my mouth, I swiftly struck, and within moments, all the bodyguards were on the ground, completely incapacitated. I turned to Dr. Li Ru and said expressionlessly, old man, you seem quite confident in your medical skills. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You old man will lose. It seems you won't admit defeat until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll humor you, Dr. Li Ru sneered as he accepted the challenge. I took out dozens of silver needles and inserted them into various acupoints on Lin Ruhai. My acupuncture technique was flawless, leaving even Dr. Li Ru unable to find any flaws. After more than 10 minutes, I withdrew the silver needles, but Lin Ruhai's complexion turned even more bluish-purple, and his body began to twitch slightly. You country bumpkin, what kind of quack medicine is this? Lin Mingqiao shouted angrily. Don't you have a brain? I curled my lips. Thanks to this guy's efforts, all the toxins in old Master Lin's body have been forced into his heart. Toxins attacking the heart will only hasten old Master Lin's death. His so-called treatment directly sent him to his grave, Dr. Li Ru scoffed with a sneer. Seeing this, I revealed a mocking smile at the corner of my mouth, placed my right hand on Lin Ruhai's chest, and exerted force. With a dull thud, Elder Lin suddenly sat up, spitting out a mouthful of black blood as the bluish-purple hue on his face began to fade. Everyone was stunned as old Master Lin actually woke up. Shut up, all of you, Lin Ruhai waved his hand. Everyone, wait in the courtyard. Only Beibei and this young friend will stay. Li Rui tried to slip away, but I yanked him back. Old man, trying to sneak off, huh? We still have a bet to settle. I grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Wishful thinking. I am a titan in the medical field of Jiangcheng, and you, a country bumpkin, dare to ask me to kneel? You're not even worthy. Li Rui began shouting excitedly, but before he could finish, I slapped him to the ground, sending his 2 front teeth flying. Boy, this is the Lin family's territory, and we won't tolerate such insolence. Release old Li at once. Lin Mingqiao intervened to rescue Li Rui. I sneered, you'd better shut up, or if you piss me off, I'll beat you up along with them. Lin Mingqiao could only helplessly shut his mouth. I squatted in front of Li Rui. Old man, are you going to honor the bet yourself, or shall I help you? Chapter 4, Stunned. Brother Reihai, I came out on call for you if not for merit, then at least for the trouble. You can't just stand by and do nothing, can you? Dr. Li shot Lin Ruihai a pleading look. Brother Li, you must honor your wager. Lin Ruihai replied coolly. Dr. Li's face instantly darkened. Old man. We've known each other for years. This is the first time I've ever asked you for help, yet you refuse to give me face and instead speak for some country bumpkin. We'll see about this. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Li slowly knelt down and banged his head hard on the ground 3 times. That's more like it. Now you can get lost. Yi Xian flashed a mocking smile. Suppressing his rage, Dr. Li Ru hurriedly left the Lin residence. As the gate slammed shut, Lin Changping's eyes twinkled mischievously. Father, your recovery owes everything to Yi Xian. A life-saving favor deserves a wellspring of gratitude. We have a shop on South Street, why not give it to Yi Xian as repayment? As for the betrothal? That was just a joke back then. Let's call it off. Lin Ruihai remained non-committal, instead turning to Lin Beibei. Beibei, what do you think? Without hesitation, Lin Beibei replied, Grandpa, I'm definitely against it. Ha! Lin Ruihai smiled. It's perfectly natural for you to resist this marriage after meeting Yi Xian for the first time. Grandfather understands. Just as everyone, including Yi Xian, expected old Master Yi to annul the engagement, he shifted his tone. However, I believe Yi Xian is a suitable match. Even if you refuse, I intend to marry you to him. This turn was so abrupt that everyone was momentarily caught off guard. Old man, you're one of us. Yi Xian nearly lunged forward impulsively to slap Lin Ruihai on the shoulder. Grandpa, you love me the most, right? How could you bear to see me marry someone I don't love? Lin Beibei wrapped her arm around Lin Ruihai's and pouted. This tactic had never failed her before, but today, it proved ineffective for the first time. Beibei, love can be cultivated. Your grandmother and I started that way. Lin Ruihai shook his head firmly. I'll grant you anything else, but marriage is non-negotiable. If you want Grandpa to live a few more years, you'll marry Yi Xian without question. Why wait for an auspicious day when today is already a good one? Why not consummate the marriage now? Then Grandpa can hold his great-grandchild sooner. Old man, you. The happiness came too suddenly. Yi Xian nearly bit his tongue. Lin Beibei was naturally dead set against it, but Lin Ruihai didn't give her a chance to speak. With the nanny's support, he headed straight upstairs. Big brother, congratulations. Finding such a fine husband, even I'm envious. Lin Mingqiao wore a look of schadenfreude. Li Yan added her own sarcastic remark, yeah, our family could never hope for such luck. We can only look on with envy. The couple chimed in unison, their joy impossible to contain. Though Lin Ruihai hadn't formally stepped down yet, Lin Beibei now handled most company affairs, while brothers Lin Changping and Lin Mingqiao were increasingly sidelined. Lin Mingqiao naturally refused to accept this. By aligning himself with Li Rui, he hoped to leverage the latter's connections and resources to one day reclaim control of the company. His greatest fear had always been having Lin Beibei's powerful husband as a formidable ally. After all, Lin Beibei had numerous suitors, including many young talents from prestigious families. And now, Lin Ruihai had gone and found her a country bumpkin as a husband. It was like a divine assist. Lin Changping and his wife were well aware of this. Their expressions darkened considerably, leaving them too disheartened to even respond to their younger brother's family's mockery. Country bumpkin, oh wait, now we should call him Mr. Yi. Tell us, where did you crawl out from? What do you do for a living? Can you even afford to eat? Li Yan sneered, don't blame your auntie for not warning you. Our Beibei's bed isn't so easy to climb into. You'd better have at least one of the 3, a donkey, a monkey, or a sloth. Li Yan's words grew increasingly vile. Lin Beibei's pretty face flushed crimson with rage. Had she not been mindful of Lin Ruihai's recent recovery, she would have clashed with Li Yan in an instant. Yi Xian arched an eyebrow, a faint smirk curling his lips. Compared to old Master Lin's discerning eye, I'm more impressed by Lin Mingqiao's appetite. A high-tech warrior like you and he still finds you palatable. You little bastard. Li Yan pointed at Yi Xian and began cursing furiously. Her response was met with Yi Xian's merciless slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed as Li Yan saw stars, her body swaying uncontrollably. I rarely hit women, but you're an exception of venomous. Yi Xian said expressionlessly, I don't want this to happen again. If it does, it won't be as simple as a single slap. You. Lin Mingqiao was about to defend his wife, but when he met Yi Xian's icy gaze, he instinctively flinched and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Who knew what this country bumpkin might do? Lin Beibei was stunned by Yi Xian's decisive action, yet an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. She'd long harbored resentment toward her uncle's family. At that moment, Yi Xian took hold of Lin Beibei's delicate, boneless hand. This is my first time here. Take me out to explore. With that, they stepped out of the villa under the hateful stares of Lin Mingqiao and his wife. The moment they stepped outside the gate, Lin Beibei abruptly shook off Yi Xian's large hand and said coldly, Yi Xian, don't think grandfather's coercion will make me marry you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better go ask grandfather to call off the engagement yourself. That's out of the question. Yi Xian shook his head. My master said marrying you would bring immense fortune and benefits. If I voluntarily break off the engagement and he finds out, he'll break my legs. Bull. Opportunity is a lie, it's lust, that's the real reason. Lin Beibei raged inwardly, yet her expression was more sincere than ever. Actually, Grandpa was right, you'd make a good husband, and feelings can be cultivated. But I'm different from other girls. I could never like you, not in this lifetime. Oh? Why? Yi Xian froze. Because I like women. What? Yi Xian snapped his head up, scrutinizing Lin Beibei anew. Are you sure you like women? You're not lying to me? Yi Xian felt a sharp pang of disappointment. To have such a beautiful fiancée, only to discover she was into women, it made him want to cry. His medical skills were exceptional, but sexual orientation was beyond the realm of medicine. Watching Yi Xian look as miserable as if he'd eaten something disgusting, Lin Beibei couldn't help but feel incredibly pleased. She'd barely scratched the surface, and already this guy was completely thrown off balance. Chapter 5, Xiaoqiao. How could I possibly blab about something like this? Here. Lin Beibei opened her phone and casually pulled up a few photos from her gallery. The subjects were two young, beautiful women, one of whom was Lin Beibei. They were engaged in all sorts of intimate actions, kissing passionately or embracing each other, the scenes utterly scorching. Most people would probably get a nosebleed seeing these, but Yi Xian wasn't in that kind of mood. What the hell? He'd actually lost to a woman. Yi Xian's face turned green. Actually, you don't have to be so rigid about gender. You could consider being a man, Yi Xian advised. If that's how you see it, I think you should try changing yourself. Lin Beibei smiled faintly. Among the men I know, there are both muscle-bound types and sweet, puppy-like guys. If you're interested, I can introduce you to someone guaranteed satisfaction. The very thought of that scene sent a shiver down Yi Xian's spine, covering him in goosebumps. I'll walk alone. Yi Xian forced a faint smile and hurried away as if escaping. Watching his receding figure, Lin Beibei could no longer hold back her amusement, giggling softly. Jiangcheng, Nanshan, Mountain Villa. Dr. Li Ru stood by the bed performing acupuncture. Lying on the bed was a man in his 50s, his face drained of color, lips deathly pale, a look of agony etched on his features as his body trembled uncontrollably. This man was Qiao Dingtian, the current head of the Qiao family and president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. The Qiao family ranked among Jiangcheng's wealthiest, with business interests spanning real estate, manufacturing, finance, and more. Their influence was truly far-reaching. Compared to the Qiao family, the Lin family paled in comparison. Not long ago, just as Dr. Li Ru had returned to his clinic, he was summoned by the Qiao family to treat Qiao Dingtian. Half an hour passed, yet Qiao Dingtian's condition not only failed to improve but showed signs of worsening. A cool, soft voice spoke up. Dr. Li, my father's safety is tied to the fate of the Qiao family. If you can cure him, you will henceforth be a guest of honor in the Qiao household. Should anything happen to him, I cannot guarantee the Qiao family won't act irrationally. This woman was exceptionally alluring, her snow-white skin as smooth and delicate as milk. Her office attire perfectly accentuated her curves. Her flawless face carried an innate allure, evoking the unavoidable thought, a fox spirit. She was Qiao Dingtian's only daughter, Xiaoqiao. Li Rui's expression shifted slightly. Though he'd practiced medicine for years, accumulating connections and resources, they paled in comparison to the colossal power of the Qiao family. Miss Xiaoqiao, I'm truly powerless to help. Powerless? A cold glint flashed in Xiaoqiao's beautiful eyes as she said in a chilling tone, Master Li, you're renowned as the divine physician of Jiangcheng. I'm certain you must have a solution. A hint of impatience colored her voice, revealing the turmoil within her heart. Old man. A sudden flash of insight struck Dr. Li Ru, and a mischievous smile spread across his lips. Miss Qiao, I have a solution. What solution? Speak it, whatever it requires, the Qiao family will spare no effort. I require nothing. Only one person will suffice. Li Rui's smile broadened. If this person agrees to intervene, your father will certainly be safe and sound. Who is this person? Could they possibly surpass old Dr. Li's medical skill? Xiaoqiao clearly wasn't easily fooled, a look of suspicion crossing her face. It's embarrassing to admit, but I recently lost to him. Li Rui feigned shame, his words dripping with insinuation. Though his origins are unknown, he possesses extraordinary talent. His medical skill far surpasses mine. If he would only intervene, your father could be saved. But his character is questionable. I fear he might harbor ill intent and stand idly by. Li Rui sneered inwardly. Country bumpkin, you claim such medical prowess? Let's see how you perform your miracle cure this time. Xiao Dingtian's condition was far more perilous than Lin Rohai's. While Lin Rohai merely had toxins infiltrating his vital organs, Xiao Dingtian was on the brink of death. To put it plainly, Xiao Dingtian had 1 foot already over the threshold of death. Based on his medical knowledge, no one in this world could possibly cure him. When the time came, the Qiao family's wrath would shift onto that country bumpkin. He would thus evade their retaliation while simultaneously exacting his own revenge, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With this thought, Dr. Li Rui launched into another extravagant praise of Yi Xian's medical skills, hailing him as the reincarnation of Bian Ke and the living embodiment of Huatua. Where is that man now? Xiaoqiao made her decision swiftly. He's in the North Bay Villa district. I'll take Miss Qiao there. Dr. Li Rui volunteered to lead the way. Yi Xian wandered aimlessly, his face heavy with disappointment. Ugly or old, he could tolerate that. After all, it's all the same with the lights off. But she's a lesbian? That's just add up. The old man was as unreliable as ever. I knew someone like him wouldn't arrange a proper match for me. Now it's clear what a mess. Yi Xian let out a long, anguished sigh, her eyes turned skyward. Before coming, she'd considered every possible scenario and prepared multiple contingency plans. But no matter how hard he'd imagined it, he never could have guessed that Lin Beibei actually liked women. Just as he was drowning in despair, 2 black sedans suddenly pulled up in front of him. Yi Xian snapped out of his thoughts and was about to step aside when the cars came to a stop, one after the other not far from him. The front car's door opened, revealing a familiar figure. It was this kid. Li Rui waved his arms excitedly, his expression radiating pure exhilaration. Ha! What's this old geezer up to? Can't take a loss, so he calls for backup? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no reaction. The next moment, 4 burly men dressed as bodyguards stepped out of the car and surrounded Yi Xian. Oh ho, brought in reinforcements? Old man, you've got some nerve. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as his gaze locked onto Li Rui. Hearing himself called old geezer again, Li Rui's blood boiled. He roared, "Kid, I don't have time for your nonsense. The head of the Qiao family is critically ill. If you know what's good for you, come with me. You'll be rewarded handsomely. And if I refuse?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "I'd been waiting for you to say that." Li Rui's face twisted into a vicious grin. "Then we'll have to settle this by force." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several bodyguards lunged at Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian planted his feet firmly and met their charge head-on. Thud! In no time at all, the bodyguards were sent flying through the air in graceful arcs, crashing to the ground with agonized groans. Chapter 6, Trouble for the Young Master. This country bumpkin really is an idiot. Li Rui sneered inwardly. He knew Yi Xian was skilled in combat. Before coming, he deliberately hadn't informed Xiaoqiao, precisely to provoke conflict between Yi Xian and the Qiao family, thereby deepening the rift between them. Then, if Yi Xian failed to cure Qiao Dingtian, given Xiaoqiao's unpredictable temper, the accumulation of old grudges and new grievances would inevitably draw Yi Xian into the Qiao family's frenzied retaliation. You've got some nerve. Do you even know what the Qiao family means in Jiangcheng? Dr. Li Rui, fearing the conflict wasn't deep enough, continued to pour fuel on the fire. I don't know what the Qiao family means, but I know exactly what it means to cross me. Don't joke with me, the title of White Cloud Village's Little Demon King wasn't earned for nothing. Watching Yi Xian approach with measured steps, Dr. Li Rui grew uneasy. He tried to signal for help from the black sedan at the rear, but it was already too late. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Dr. Li Rui was sent flying, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away. His face was a gruesome sight, half utterly mangled as if crushed by a train, teeth gone without a trace, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Old fool, did you really think I was easy to push around? If I didn't teach you a lesson, you'd think I was some kind of saint. Yi Xian's right foot pressed down on Li Rui's face. Just then, the rear car door opened. Yi Xian instinctively glanced over, his eyes instantly lighting up. First came a pair of long legs encased in black stockings, followed by a slender, perfect waist. Finally, as the woman stepped out and bent over, a patch of fair skin was revealed like lychee flesh, pale yet rosy, trembling slightly. Damn it! Yi Xian swallowed hard. Holy moly, this was hitting his weak spot. With such breathtaking curves and skin, it was hard to imagine how radiant her face must be. With that thought, Yi Xian looked toward the woman's face. At that moment, Xiaoqiao also looked over. Their eyes met. In that instant, Yi Xian's breath caught in his throat. A single thought dominated his mind: how could this woman be so utterly captivating? The woman before him rivaled Lin Beibei in beauty, yet her devilishly alluring figure and innate, bone-deep charm were something Lin Beibei could never match. If one had to compare, Lin Beibei was like a water lily, pure and elegant, while Xiaoqiao was a fiery red rose, radiating charm and dazzling brilliance. Do you like it? Catching Yi Xian's unblinking stare, Xiaoqiao fluttered her eyelashes playfully. Beautiful. What part do you want to see? My face or? Xiaoqiao's lips curved into a smile as she made a move that sent Yi Xian's heart racing. Her body suddenly leaned forward, as if bowing, revealing a captivating sight before his eyes. But that wasn't all. A spring-like glow danced in Xiaoqiao's eyes as she gently bit her red lips with her jade-like teeth, utterly soul-stealing. Damn, she's playing hard. Who could withstand this? As a novice, Yi Xian had never faced such a trial before. Instantly, he felt overwhelmed. Ahem. Yi Xian cleared his throat a few times, trying to mask the awkwardness before him. But Xiaoqiao wasn't about to let it go. She leaned in closer, her voice soft and sweet as she asked, "Have you had enough? If you're not satisfied." Her voice was enchanting and seductive, making Yi Xian feel as if his bones had turned to jelly. A tingling sensation spread through his entire body. "You little vixen! Enough, enough!" Yi Xian nodded repeatedly, as if terrified Xiaoqiao might repeat herself. Ha! Xiaoqiao chuckled for a moment before extending her jade-like hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoqiao, the only daughter of Xiao Dingtian, the current head of the Qiao family." Yi Xian. You don't hit a smiling face. Yi Xian grasped Xiaoqiao's delicate hand. The sensation, as if it had no bones, made him reluctant to let go. But just as he prepared to withdraw, Xiaoqiao leaned in, wrapping her arm around his. Her breath was sweet as orchids as she murmured, "Young master, I hear your medical skills are extraordinary. Please, help me. If need be, I'll offer myself in return. Let go first." Yi Xian managed to wriggle free from Xiaoqiao's arms, though his heart still stubbornly pounded like a drum. The old man was right about beautiful women being tigers. It's absolutely true. Just now, my soul nearly got stolen by that enchantress. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian spoke, "Helping you isn't impossible, but I must make it clear beforehand my medical skills can cure illnesses and save lives, yet they cannot defy the heavens. If your father's life force is truly exhausted, even I am powerless. I understand that perfectly well, young Master Yi. Just do your best. Whatever the outcome, the Qiao family will be eternally grateful." Xiaoqiao's expression turned serious. Soon, the two got into the car. Dr. Li and several bodyguards scrambled to their feet and climbed into the lead vehicle. The two black sedans sped toward the Qiao residence. At the Qiao residence, in the bedroom, Xiao Dingtian's condition worsened. His breathing was barely perceptible. Yi Xian observed him briefly, his brow furrowing slightly. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. Seeing this, Xiaoqiao's heart sank. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Young Master Yi, is there still hope for my father?" Li Rui, the physician standing nearby, saw Yi Xian's expression and felt elated inside. He knew he'd guessed right, this country bumpkin was utterly helpless. He thought this to himself, but aloud he said, "Miss Qiao, rest assured. With Master Yi's skill, this is nothing but child's play. Shut your mouth." Yi Xian snapped coldly. "You." Dr. Li Rui was furious enough to burst a blood vessel, but considering the situation, he forced himself to hold back. "Young man, don't get cocky. If you fail to cure Qiao Dingtian, I swear I won't let you off easy. Young Master Yi, focus on the treatment. The Qiao family will not shortchange you. You shall be handsomely rewarded." Xiaoqiao pledged. "Miss Qiao, rest assured. Though your father's condition is more complicated than I anticipated, it remains within my capabilities. 1 minute is all I require," Yi Xian stated calmly. Xiaoqiao's face lit up with relief. She nodded repeatedly. "Then we'll be in your capable hands, young Master Yi." Watching Yi Xian leisurely retrieve his silver needles, Li Rui sneered coldly. "Go ahead and put on a show, kid. Xiao Dingtian's life force is nearly extinguished. I'll see how you manage to cure him." Yet the next moment, upon witnessing Yi Xian's movements, Li Rui's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "The 12 needles of the mystic gate. Old man, you do have some knowledge." Yi Xian shot Li Rui a glance before calmly proceeding with the acupuncture. First needle, Divine Court. Second needle, Xuanji. Third needle, Qihai. Soon, all 12 needles were in place, each inserted into one of Qiao Dingtian's 12 major acupoints. Chapter 7, Soft-Hearted. As the 12 needles entered his body, Xiao Dingtian's once fading vitality surged back to life. His breathing gradually steadied, and a faint flush returned to his pallid complexion. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Dingtian awoke. The room fell into an eerie silence so profound that the slightest sound, like a needle dropping, would echo clearly. The Qiao family members stared in stunned silence. Li Rui's gaze was vacant, his face etched with utter disbelief. As for Yi Xian, his expression remained calm. Father had actually woken up. Xiaoqiao exhaled a long breath, looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Damn it! The 12 needles of the mystic gate had been lost for ages. How could this country bumpkin possibly master them? Li Rui stared intently at Yi Xian, his expression darkening to an unprecedented degree. The so-called 12 needles of the mystic gate was an ancient acupuncture technique passed down from antiquity. It was said to possess profoundly mystical effects, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bone. Unfortunately, it required the use of true qi to be effective. However, the methods for cultivating true qi had long since been lost, rendering the technique ineffective and gradually fading into the mists of history. Dad! Seeing Dingtian attempt to sit up, Xiaoqiao hurried forward and helped him rise. Master Li, thank you for saving his life. Dingtian's gaze fell upon Li Rui. Ahem. Dr. Li's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Head of the Qiao family, someone else saved you. It had nothing to do with this old man. Oh. Dingtian glanced at Xiaoqiao with a questioning look. Just as Xiaoqiao was about to speak, Yi Xian interjected, Master Qiao's current affliction likely stems from an injury sustained many years ago. In your youth, you were likely struck by a powerful qi force. Though you received timely and effective treatment, it merely suppressed that force rather than eliminating it entirely. Over the years, far from weakening, this qi force grew increasingly violent. Seizing the moment when the head of the Qiao family was weakened, it ran rampant within his body. Young man, you're truly remarkable. Dingtian was deeply shaken. Yi Xian had described his condition with pinpoint accuracy. The renowned physician who suppressed the qi back then had warned him, this force would inevitably cause trouble in the future. If he wished to avoid dying young, he must eliminate it as soon as possible. Over the years, he had sought out renowned physicians across the land, yet none could offer a solution for the energy within him. To spare his family worry, he had never confided in anyone about this matter. Now, that qi force has been completely purged. With some herbal therapy and recuperation, you'll be as good as new. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqiao. Do you have paper and pen? Xiaoqiao nodded and quickly had someone fetch paper and ink. Yi Xian wrote out the prescription, handed it to Xiaoqiao, and gave her some important instructions. Thank you, young friend, for saving me. I am profoundly grateful. Just as Dingtian was about to express his gratitude, Yi Xian cut him off. Enough with the pleasantries. I have a score to settle. To have the gratitude of the esteemed head of the Qiao family dismissed so casually across the entire Jiang city, Yi Xian was likely the only one bold enough to act this way. Yi Xian, however, showed no such restraint. His gaze fixed on Li Rui, a cold sneer curling his lips. Old man, you had plenty of others to pick a fight with. Why did you have to mess with me? You must be a cow that gave birth to a bull calf. How vulgar. You're nothing but a country bumpkin. I won't stoop to your level. Li Rui snorted coldly, though a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Turning to Xiaoqiao, he said, Miss Qiao, since the head of the Qiao family has regained consciousness, there's no need for me to remain here. Under these circumstances, I request you send someone to escort me away. With the Qiao family's bodyguards escorting him, he didn't believe this country bumpkin would dare do anything to him. Yet Miss Qiao's next words shattered Li Rui's pleasant delusion. Dr. Li, please do not be hasty. Some matters are best clarified. Xiaoqiao flicked her hair aside, revealing a smile laden with hidden meaning. What needs to be made clear? A sense of foreboding washed over Dr. Li. You should know exactly what I mean. Xiaoqiao's eyes turned cold, a murderous aura emanating from her. What I hate most in life is being used as a pawn. You've been pushing so hard for Yi Xian. Is it to leverage the Qiao family's influence to avenge yourself? Dr. Li, do you think yourself clever enough to manipulate my Qiao family at your whim? The air suddenly thickened. Xiaoqiao radiated a frigid aura, like an ice queen, starkly contrasting her earlier allure. Miss Qiao, you've misunderstood. Xiaoqiao gave Li Rui no chance to defend himself. With a snap of her fingers, several bodyguards entered and forcibly escorted Li Rui out. Miss Qiao, head of the Qiao family. You can't treat me like this. Li Rui's voice faded into the distance. Soon after, piercing screams echoed from outside. Dingtian remained silent throughout, leaving all decisions to Xiaoqiao. This alone revealed the extent of his indulgence toward his only daughter. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoqiao's formidable assets and muttered under his breath. Xiaoqiao, noticing this, straightened her back. Sis may be well endowed, but she's not brainless. Though her voice was low, everyone present heard it clearly. Dingtian's face darkened. His daughter, though chaste and still a virgin, had a tendency to speak and act with reckless abandon, which was a constant headache for him. Shaking his head, he turned to Yi Xian. Young Yi, thanks to you today, I've been given a second chance at life. Great favors need no thanks. Should you ever need anything from the Qiao family, just ask. It was nothing. It's getting late. I'll take my leave. Yi Xian waved dismissively and headed straight for the exit. Dingtian shot a glance at Xiaoqiao, who understood immediately and gave chase. As they crossed the courtyard, Li Rui's pitiful cries for mercy echoed from a corner. Stop. Please, stop hitting me. Li Rui looked utterly pitiful, his face swollen like a pig's head. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Not a single inch of his body remained unscathed. Have you softened your heart? Just say the word, and I'll order them to stop. Seeing Yi Xian glance sideways, Xiaoqiao spoke up. Soft-hearted? What a joke. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly. That much I understand. Looks like we're cut from the same cloth. If you really did soften your heart, I'd actually look down on you. Xiaoqiao gave a faint smile, surprisingly refraining from any teasing remarks. Does it matter to me whether you look down on me or not? Yi Xian curled his lips. Little brother, you're being a bit too much. Big sister might get angry. Xiaoqiao's fingers traced across Yi Xian's chest, her lips curving into a seductive smile. Who'd have thought? These pecs feel pretty damn good. Chapter 8, Trust You Like Hell. By the time Yi Xian returned to the Lin residence, evening had fallen. As he stepped out of the car, Xiaoqiao playfully shoved a bank card loaded with 5 million yuan into his hands. Unable to refuse, Yi Xian had no choice but to accept it. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Beibei came forward to greet him warmly. Yi Xian, it's so late. You must be hungry. Dinner's ready and waiting for you. Lin Ruhai, seated on the sofa, chuckled at the scene. These two are warming up to each other rather quickly, aren't they? Now, you two should finally be able to relax, right? Lin Ruhai shot a glance at Lin Chongping and his wife. As for Lin Mingqiao and his wife, they had moved out years ago and no longer resided in the old family home. Lin Chongping and his wife looked utterly bewildered. Lin Beibei's complete about-face was like a drift maneuver. It nearly wrenched their old backs out of place. Lin Beibei heard Grandpa Lin's words too. She pouted her pink lips, feeling triumphant inside. Emotional connection? Not happening. Grandpa, you probably don't know that this guy is about to break off the engagement with you. When that happens, you won't be able to blame me, right? Soon, the family gathered around the dining table. Seeing Yi Xian still hadn't spoken, Lin Beibei felt a bit bewildered. This wasn't right. After learning she was, shouldn't he be the one to call off the engagement? Could it be he just didn't know how to bring it up? Lin Beibei silently nodded to herself, deciding to give Yi Xian a little encouragement. Yi Xian, don't be so stiff. Think of this place as your own home. My grandfather is your grandfather. Say whatever you want. Her tone grew noticeably heavier on that last sentence. She trusted Yi Xian would understand the implication. Really? Yi Xian blinked. Of course. Lin Beibei flashed a rare smile, offering him an encouraging look. Then I can relax. Yi Xian exhaled in relief. I was worried you'd resent me for freeloading here and considered leaving. Looks like I was being overly suspicious. I'll stay here properly and treat this place like my own home. Lin Beibei's smile froze on her face. Like hell you will. Did I say that? Lin Ruhai chuckled. Beibei, while you and Xiaoqiao were out walking, your parents and I had a good talk. They both urged me to call off this marriage. I've given it serious thought. Times have changed since our generation. Arranged marriages dictated by parents and matchmakers are no longer the norm. Forcing you to marry a stranger really isn't appropriate, even if the young man is quite suitable. I'd even resolved that if you insisted on opposing it, I'd swallow my pride and back out myself. Turns out I was overthinking it. You and Xiaoqiao have such a strong bond. This is fate working for the two of you. Ha! What? Lin Beibei nearly bit her tongue off. So this was like shooting yourself in the foot? Grandpa, it's not what you think. If you agree to call off this marriage, I'd be more than happy to. Lin Beibei exclaimed excitedly. You little minx, trying to fool Grandpa? Did you think I didn't see how warm you were toward Xiaoqiao just now? Lin Ruhai laughed heartily. Grandpa understands. Girls are shy, after all. You were so resistant to this marriage before. Now asking you to admit your change of heart is indeed a bit embarrassing. Grandpa gets it. Grandpa, you don't understand. Lin Beibei felt like crying. How did things turn out like this? This was nothing like the script she'd imagined. It's all that bastard's fault. Lin Beibei shot Yi Xian a fierce glare. To Lin Ruhai, however, this exchange looked like flirtatious banter. Smiling, he remarked, since you two hit it off so well, you shouldn't be together without a proper name. Find time tomorrow to get your marriage certificate. Also, since young Yi is new to Jiangcheng and lacks work experience, it's not ideal for him to be idle. Why not arrange for him to join our family company? Find him a less demanding position. That way, you two will have more chances to get to know each other. Lin Beibei couldn't sit still any longer. She grabbed Yi Xian's arm and dragged him toward her room without a word, leaving the three at the table exchanging bewildered glances. That girl really is something, Lin Ruhai chuckled. She wants Grandpa to hold great-grandchildren, but she doesn't have to be in such a hurry, does she? Lin Beibei had already reached her bedroom door when she heard this remark. She stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. Be careful. Yi Xian stepped forward to support her. Let go. Lin Beibei flung Yi Xian's hand away, yanked him straight into the room, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Stay away from me. I'll admit you're not bad looking, but mentally you're a man. Playing both sides doesn't fly with me. If you try anything, I won't hold back. Yi Xian took a step back, creating distance between himself and Lin Beibei. Only then did he feel a semblance of safety. Lin Beibei nearly choked on her breath. Playing both sides my ass. Recalling the dinner table incident, her anger flared. Answer me this: if you see me as a man, why didn't you call off the engagement back then? Didn't I tell you? My master specifically instructed that I could only gain the opportunity after being with you. But who knew you were? Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yi Xian grimaced. So what do you suggest we do now? Are we seriously going to get married? Marriage is absolutely out of the question. I'd rather die than marry you. Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. Lesbians are no different from men. Making him marry another man? Might as well kill him outright. These words struck Lin Beibei like a blow to the gut. That line should be hers, shouldn't it? She was, after all, a beauty chosen from 10,000. If she were to marry this bastard, it would be his ancestors' graves smoking green smoke. Yet he actually had a look of disgust on his face? I don't know what to do now. Best to wait until the right moment comes, then I'll leave. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Like hell I'd believe you. Lin Beibei muttered to herself. By the time this jerk's chance comes, he'll probably be old enough to run errands. She'd seen through him. This jerk was unreliable. She'd have to figure things out on her own. With that thought, Lin Beibei held up 3 fingers. I have 3 demands. If you agree, we'll stay like this for now. If not, we part ways. Fine, speak. Yi Xian nodded. First, except for sleeping, you are not allowed to enter this room, nor touch anything inside it. Second, outside this room, our relationship must remain confidential. You cannot tell anyone. Third, we will not interfere in each other's lives, including personal matters and relationships. Lin Beibei stated her demands. No problem. Yi Xian agreed immediately. Had it not been for his master's request, he wouldn't have stayed. Everything else was of no consequence to him. Chapter 9, Insidious. And so, Yi Xian and Lin Beibei began their cohabitation. Of course, sharing a bed was out of the question. Yi Xian was assigned to sleep on the floor. The next morning, Lin Beibei opened her bleary eyes. Her delicate features bore the marks of exhaustion, faint dark circles circling her almond-shaped eyes. She hadn't rested well all night. The thought of that despicable man sleeping on the floor nearby made her feel uneasy all over. She tossed and turned for hours, finally slipping into her pajamas and managing to fall asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. But now, the clanging sounds from outside jolted her awake. What was going on? A hint of irritation and confusion flashed across Lin Beibei's pretty face. Due to Lin Rohai's health regimen, the Lin family's breakfast was always simple, just bread and milk. Yet now, the clanging of a cleaver against a cutting board echoed from the kitchen, leaving her puzzled. Could it be the house was haunted? Lin Beibei immediately got out of bed and went outside, where she found Yi Xian busy in the kitchen. Anger surged within her, and a wicked thought took hold. Not only had she been kept awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, but now he was waking her up before 7? This jerk, did he want her to die? Yi Xian, what the hell do you think you're doing clanging around this early in the morning? Hearing the angry shout from behind him, Yi Xian turned around. Just as he was about to speak, he froze. The sight of Lin Beibei before him was simply too alluring. The silk satin nightgown clung perfectly to her captivating figure, accentuating her curves to perfection. Her swan-like graceful neck, slender waist, and straight, long legs were strikingly visible even beneath the nightgown. Most crucially, the neckline of Lin Beibei's nightgown was rather low, allowing Yi Xian to see clearly from his angle. Absolutely mesmerizing. Goodness, she was truly well endowed. While perhaps slightly less extreme than Xiaoqiao's extraordinary figure, she was still a knockout. Yi Xian swallowed hard. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Lin Beibei's morning grogginess eased slightly, and a hint of guilt stirred in her heart. He was just making breakfast. Was she being too harsh? But that pang of guilt didn't last long. What the hell are you staring at? Soon, Lin Beibei noticed something was off. Following Yi Xian's gaze, she spotted the stunning view before her and instantly flew into a rage. You bastard, I'll kill you. This was the first time anyone had ever ogled her like this. Her girlish shame and anger made her want to take him down with her. Lin Beibei lunged forward, claws out, but Yi Xian's single sentence instantly cooled her fury. I'd advise you to change your clothes first. Even though you're a lesbian, dressed like this, I can't control myself either as a normal man. His casual remark made Lin Beibei's expression shift slightly. Forgetting her fury, she hurried back to her room. This woman is surprisingly easy to fool. Yi Xian chuckled and returned to cooking, though a persistent memory lingered in his mind. Half an hour later, Lin Beibei emerged fully dressed, storming out angrily to find Yi Xian seated at the dining table eating. The meal was simple, just a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, but its rich aroma filled the air. Lin Beibei, who had been about to explode with rage, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Want some? There's more in the pot. Yi Xian glanced up at Lin Beibei and asked. No. Lin Beibei answered decisively. However, the moment the words left her mouth, her stomach growled loudly. The sound echoed distinctly in the quiet room, causing her face to flush bright red. She could only pretend nothing had happened. All right. Yi Xian poured all the noodles from the pot into a bowl and began eating heartily, completely oblivious to his surroundings. His indifference nearly made Lin Beibei grind her teeth in frustration. What kind of invitation is this from a jerk? Even though she'd refused him, shouldn't he have stopped inviting her? That's how you show sincerity, right? Fiery anger blazed in Lin Beibei's beautiful eyes as she glared at Yi Xian, mere inches away. She wanted to flip the table over. Bastard, just you wait. I've already made arrangements. Once we get to the company, someone will deal with you. Phew, I'm stuffed. Yi Xian downed the last of his soup, washed his bowl and chopsticks, then said, Grandpa and the others went for a walk. They said we should go to work without waiting for them to return. Us? Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. What else? I'm new here and don't have a car, so of course you'll give me a ride. Yi Xian said matter-of-factly. You're dreaming. Lin Beibei scoffed coldly, then walked straight out of the villa, started her car, and drove toward the company. Want a ride? In your dreams. This woman is way too stingy. Yi Xian shook his head in exasperation and left the villa. By the time Yi Xian arrived at the Lin Group building, it was already 8:30. A middle-aged man in a suit approached him from a distance. Mr. Yi Xian, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wu Yingtao, head of logistics. I'll be guiding you through your onboarding process. Thank you for your help. Yi Xian nodded. Guided by Wu Yingtao, Yi Xian arrived at an office door bearing a sign that read Logistics Department. Wu Yingtao made no move to enter. He simply gave Yi Xian a few brief instructions before briskly walking away, as if he couldn't wait to leave the place. Opening the office door, a pungent, overpowering smell of smoke hit him, strong enough to knock someone out. The room was a complete mess, with drinks, beer, and various snacks piled high on the desk. 2 pairs of twos, bet you can't beat that, huh? June, you didn't see that coming, did you? I've got the 2 aces tucked away, just waiting for you. Ha! You bastard, you're so damn sneaky. 3 men and 1 woman were huddled around the table playing landlords, their foreheads plastered with long strips of paper. This made Yi Xian feel like he'd wandered onto the wrong set. Anyone unaware might think he'd stumbled into a KTV lounge. A guy with flowing long hair, looking like an artsy hipster, glanced back. Who are you? Don't you know to knock before entering? I'm the new guy, Yi Xian. Director Wu said to find Director Li Jun for my onboarding. So you're Yi Xian. Director Wu already mentioned you. The artsy guy flashed a meaningful smile, peeled off the paper strip from his forehead, and stood up. The others exchanged glances, then tore off their own notes and stood up. Director Li, what exactly will I be responsible for? Yi Xian asked. You're in charge of taking beatings. Li Jun flashed a menacing glint in his eyes, then waved his hand. Get moving. Chapter 10, You're smart. As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, the woman slammed the door shut with lightning speed. The other 2 moved a table to wedge it firmly against the door. After securing the door, they calmly retrieved several steel rods from the corner and surrounded Yi Xian in the center. This is interesting. Yi Xian's lips curved slightly. Kid, looks like you've got some training under your belt. So tell me, what's harder, your fists or the steel rod in my hand? Li Jun tapped the rod with his palm, his tone brimming with arrogance. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. I think your skull might be harder. Oh ho, pretty cocky. This young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of defiance. Li Jun sneered coldly, take him down. With that, Li Jun and several others swung their steel pipes, charging toward Yi Xian. Bang! Inside the General Affairs office, a series of thuds echoed as the walls trembled intermittently. Soon, the commotion ceased, replaced by heart-wrenching howls echoing through the room. Who brought the ancient call? Who left a 1,000-year-old yearning? Staff from surrounding offices peered out, glancing toward the General Affairs office. Ah, looks like another unlucky soul got assigned to General Affairs. Judging by the commotion, this new kid seems pretty cocky, daring to take on those rich kids. So what if he's cocky? He's already pulled out Qinghai Tibet Plateau. He's probably getting his ass kicked pretty badly. Poor guy. Inside the General Affairs office, 3 men and 1 woman crouched in the corner, hands clutched over their heads. Li Jun was wailing at the top of his lungs, his expression more agonized than tears could ever convey. The other 3 wore fawning smiles plastered across their faces, looking as obsequious as could be. It wasn't that they lacked backbone, it was that the guy before them was simply too formidable. 4 against 1, and they hadn't even managed to touch the hem of his clothes. It was utterly humiliating. Stop. That's not singing, it's torture. Yi Xian cut off Li Jun's wailing and demanded, spill it. Who put you up to this? Nobody sent us. Li Jun shook his head repeatedly. So you're saying this was a deliberate provocation? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, leaning forward slightly. Feeling the chill in those words, Li Jun shivered. He shook his head hastily. No. How could I dare deliberately cause trouble for the boss? That'd be like a mouse licking a cat's ass suicide. So you're neither here nor there? Are you just toying with me? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Li Jun's face twisted into a wretched expression. Under Yi Xian's piercing gaze, he finally blurted out, "Sister Beibei ordered us to do it." Just as I thought. Yi Xian wasn't the least bit surprised by this answer. To force him into breaking off the engagement, Lin Beibei kept pulling off some shady moves. But to think these punks alone could make me back down? That's underestimating me a bit too much, don't you think? Bro, they say no fight, no friendship. From now on, we're all in with you. Li Jun said with a forced smile. That's right. From now on, you're our big brother. The others chimed in unison. Don't give me that nonsense. Yi Xian remained unmoved. He looked at Li Jun and said, "Judging by your demeanor, you lot aren't ordinary employees, are you? You've got an eye for talent, boss." Li Jun fawned unreservedly. "My grandfather is Li Jian, one of our company's founding members. That chubby guy is Sun Ming, the muscle-bound one is Wang Shan, and the tattooed girl is Jiang Xian. Their grandfathers all built the Lin group from scratch alongside the old man. Oof. These four have some serious pedigree." Yi Xian frowned. No wonder the General Affairs Department was such a mess no one dared to intervene. Turns out these four are the princelings of the Lin group. If he beat these guys up, they wouldn't let it slide. When the dust settled, Old Man Lin would be in a tough spot. Old Master Lin had been kind to him, and he didn't want to cause trouble for him. With that thought, Yi Xian spoke up. "I beat you up today, and I bet you're not happy about it. This mess is probably going to end up at Old Man Lin's doorstep, putting him in a tough spot." As he spoke, Yi Xian shot a glance at Li Jun, who quickly assured him, "Big brother, rest easy. Not a word about today's incident will leave this room." "That's right. We'll pretend today never happened." The others nodded in agreement. "It doesn't matter if you do. I've never been one to hold a grudge. If someone makes me unhappy, I'll make sure they're unhappy too." Yi Xian picked up the steel pipe from the ground and twisted it with both hands until it was twisted into a pretzel shape. Holy! Li Jun was stunned. The others were all wide-eyed. "Bro Shen, you're way too intense," Li Jun chuckled awkwardly. "Cut the crap. Call Lin Beibei right now. You need to give her some kind of response about what she asked you to do." Yi Xian said indifferently. "But what should I say?" Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Li Jun quickly nodded. "Brother Xian, I understand." With that, Li Jun dialed Lin Beibei's number. "Xiao Jun, how's the job going? That guy's pretty tough. You weren't careless, were you?" "Sis Beibei, it's all taken care of." Li Jun glanced at Yi Xian. Seeing no response, he boldly added, "Even the most skilled fighter fears a kitchen knife, right? We gave that guy a good beating. Right now, I've got him crouched in the corner facing the wall, reflecting on his mistakes." "Nice work." Lin Beibei beamed with delight, feeling utterly vindicated. "Country bumpkin. Think you could cross this lady? Now you know who's boss." But then a thought crossed her mind, and she asked anxiously, "Did you guys go easy on him? If the injuries are too obvious, we'll be in trouble." "Sis Beibei, trust me on this. As long as he doesn't take his clothes off, no one will notice a thing." "Alright, I'll treat you guys to a meal sometime." After hanging up, Li Jun cautiously suggested, "Brother Yang, do you think this approach will work?" "Smart move." Rather than letting Lin Beibei find others to deal with him, Yi Xian thought it better to let the other side mistakenly believe that these princeling types from the General Affairs Office could handle him. Judging by their demeanor, recruiting them as underlings shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, Yi Xian pulled out a small bottle of tiger balm and tossed it to Li Jun. "This medicine treats bruises and injuries. Rub it on your wounds, and they'll heal quickly." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the men applied the liquid from the bottle to their injuries. The bruises visibly faded at a rapid pace. They were all stunned. "This medicine is seriously awesome, right?" Their gaze toward Yi Xian now held a different meaning. Chapter 11, Flying Amongst the Flowers. After some casual conversation, Yi Xian gained a comprehensive understanding of the Lin group. Lin Rohai started from scratch with a small general store, worked tirelessly for years, and eventually became a wealthy tycoon. Today, the Lin group spanned department store operations, real estate, and more, standing as a leader in its industry. Yi Xian also formed initial impressions of the four men. Li Jun, a pseudo-artsy youth who loved drinking and fighting, was the leader of the group. Wang Shan, hot-tempered and passionate about combat sports. Sun Ming, a hardcore gamer who loves all kinds of video games. Jiang Xian was a naive young delinquent. Though somewhat spoiled, none of them were inherently bad. "Bro Shen, you were seriously badass back there. I want to learn from you any chance?" Wang Shan muttered as he mopped the floor, passing by Yi Xian. The others gathered around too, each holding cleaning tools like towels and brushes. "What do you want to learn?" Yi Xian asked casually without looking up. "I want to learn the art of masculine might." Wang Shan's eyes lit up, his expression brimming with excitement. "With your skinny frame that'd collapse in a breeze, you want to be mighty? I think you should focus on fixing your kidneys first." Yi Xian sneered. "Ha, big mountain, brother Xian just speaks his mind. Don't take it personally." Li Jun and the chubby kid pretended to console him, but their faces betrayed schadenfreude. Yi Xian shot them a withering glance. You two have the nerve to laugh? You're no better than him. Li Jun and little Fatty's laughter abruptly stopped, their faces flushing with embarrassment. 9 out of 10 men are weak. You three are just normal, no need to overthink it. You can't hit them with a stick without offering a sweet date afterward, Yi Xian consoled the three. What about you, brother Xian? Wang Shan blurted out instinctively. The other three perked up their ears, eager for gossip. This young master is naturally the exception. Yi Xian declared with a smug arch of his eyebrow. Brother Xian, you saw right through our situations. Your medical skills must be incredible. You absolutely have to help us get back in the game. Li Jun squeezed Yi Xian's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears as if he'd found his tribe. The other two shared equally fervent gazes. A man can't be useless. No problem. Yi Xian agreed immediately. To him, this was but a minor task. The three nearly leaped with excitement, while Jiang Xin nearby requested Yi Xian to take her pulse. The General Affairs office was unusually lively. Just then, the office door swung open. A wave of perfume wafted in, and Lin Beibei's figure came into view. The noise abruptly ceased. Immediately after, Li Jun began his performance, waving a towel in his hand. Yi Xian, did I tell you to sit down? Grab that towel and get back to cleaning. If I find a single speck of dust, you're done for. Didn't you hear what Brother Jun said? You still want to taste the power of my iron fist? Don't waste your breath arguing with him, just beat him up. Don't hit him in the face, it'll give him a mark. The other three also delivered Oscar-worthy performances. Things sure are lively around here. Someone walking by might think it's New Year's. Lin Beibei casually glanced around. Seeing the spotless cleanliness a stark contrast to usual, a smug smile touched her lips. No need to guess, this must all be thanks to that country bumpkin, right? Now he should finally understand what it means to face the harsh realities of society. Sis Beibei, we're just guiding Yi Xian through his work. The first lesson in our General Affairs department is learning how to clean like this, Li Jun said with a straight face. Lin Beibei nodded, her gaze settling on Yi Xian. Seeing his hands stuffed full of cleaning tools, she nearly burst out laughing. What annoyed her, however, was Yi Xian's expression, far too calm, as if he relished this treatment. Is this guy really this easygoing? Lin Beibei's eyes darted around a few times before she waved her hand at the others. You guys go ahead and get back to work. Yi Xian and I need to talk privately. Li Jun sensed the hint and led the others out, closing the office door behind them. Yi Xian, Lin Beibei feigned concern, these guys aren't pushovers. Tell me honestly, did they hit you? Not really. Yi Xian shook his head, his expression calm. To Lin Beibei, it seemed Yi Xian was too scared to speak the truth. She sighed dramatically, I know you're not being honest, but there's nothing I can do. These guys have powerful connections. I'm powerless against them. According to the staff, they're exceptionally brutal. Once they set their sights on someone, they won't rest until they've crippled them. Before you, the General Affairs Department sent over 5 or 6 new hires. 3 of them ended up in orthopedics, and 2 in the psychiatric ward. I don't want you to follow in their footsteps. The best course is to leave Jiangcheng immediately right now. Lin Beibei stared into Yi Xian's eyes, her gaze brimming with anticipation. They say virtue wins people over. I think I can win them over. Yi Xian grinned. Won't be fooled by your nonsense. Do you think you're some 240V mini son? Reform them? Lin Beibei mentally rolled her eyes countless times. She'd laid all this groundwork, only to find Yi Xian completely impervious. You don't need to rush into a decision. You have the whole afternoon to think it over. We'll find a place to talk tonight. The thought of spending the evening alone with him made Lin Beibei want Yi Xian gone immediately. She resolved to have another heart-to-heart with him after work, urging him to vanish from the Lin household as soon as possible. Are you inviting me to dinner? Yi Xian flashed a dazzling smile. Food, all you ever think about. Are you some kind of starving ghost reincarnated? Lin Beibei mentally rolled her eyes, but her face remained sincere. Exactly. After all, our families have a history. You're new to Jiangcheng, so I should at least extend some hospitality. All right. Yi Xian readily agreed. But I prefer places with a nice dining atmosphere. I passed by a restaurant on my way to work that looked pretty good. All right, you pick the place. Lin Beibei nodded and walked out in her high heels. 5, 6. I'm a little bee, flying among the flowers. You lost, drink up. At an open-air barbecue stall, Lin Beibei surveyed the crowd of shirtless men drinking and reveling, her expression souring. Are you sure this is what you meant by a place with a good dining atmosphere? Lin Beibei hoped Yi Xian would say no. But unfortunately, Yi Xian nodded excitedly. Yeah, not bad for a place I found, right? Yi Xian casually plopped down at a nearby spot. In a godforsaken place like Baiyun Village, there's no way there'd be a barbecue stall. This was his first time trying skewered meat, so he was understandably a bit excited. I really fell for your nonsense. Watching Yi Xian look around, Lin Beibei felt like flinging her high heels at his face. Chapter 12, No way I'm passing this up. Owner, 50 skewers, 10 large kidneys, 5 chicken legs, a plate of sliced cucumber, and a case of beer. Yi Xian ordered with surprising familiarity, while Lin Beibei's face turned green beside him. Even a cow couldn't finish that much. Yet she had vastly underestimated Yi Xian's appetite. The moment the skewers arrived, Yi Xian didn't stop eating. The speed at which he devoured them was jaw-dropping. How embarrassing. Lin Beibei covered her face. How could she have ever befriended this guy? He's like a starving ghost reincarnated. Why aren't you eating? Seeing Lin Beibei show no intention of touching her food, Yi Xian mumbled indistinctly. Lin Beibei remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Xian with a peculiar look. To say this man had no designs on her seemed implausible. He was stubbornly refusing to leave the Lin household. But to say he had ulterior motives? That didn't quite fit either. Bringing her here was one thing, but eating with such a lack of decorum, it was nothing like the men who pursued her, always putting on a show of perfect manners in her presence. For a moment, Lin Beibei found herself unable to figure Yi Xian out. A summer breeze blew in. Though it was evening, the weather remained stiflingly hot. Thirsty, Lin Beibei poured herself a glass of ice-cold beer. With each glass of beer she drank, her delicate, pretty face flushed rosy, radiating a subtle charm. At that moment, Lin Beibei resembled a perfectly ripe peach, radiating an irresistible allure from head to toe. This drew the stares of diners nearby, their eyes fixed on her as if they could devour her whole. What a stunner! Already, several men, emboldened by alcohol, were itching to approach and strike up a conversation. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from nearby. Over 20 well-built men in black suits surrounded the barbecue stall. Each bore a menacing expression, clearly no pushovers. This sudden turn of events instantly silenced the once bustling barbecue stall, panic flickering across the diners' faces. Everyone except this table, get the hell out of here. The men in suits parted to form a path, allowing a middle-aged man in his 40s with a buzz cut to walk forward slowly. Pointing at the table where Lin Beibei sat, he spoke with a vicious glint in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the diners quickly got up and left. Even the owner hid himself away. In the vast barbecue stall, only Lin Beibei and Yi Xian's table remained. This is interesting. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile curling his lips. Lin Beibei, however, frowned. Mr. Wu, what's the meaning of all this commotion? Lin Beibei asked coldly. Miss Lin, please don't be upset. I mean, no offense. I was just having dinner nearby when my staff mentioned you were in the area, so I came over to say hello. The buzzcut man chuckled and sat down beside Lin Beibei. He glanced at Yi Xian beside her, his brow furrowing slightly. Immediately, 2 men in suits approached, making a move to escort Yi Xian out. He's my friend, Mr. Wu. Don't be so rude. Lin Beibei's expression darkened. Wu Tian Lin, the buzzcut man, waved his hand, halting his men's actions. He drawled, friend? As far as I know, you don't have any friends like this, do you? Lin Beibei's expression changed abruptly as she realized something. You've been spying on me? The buzz-cut man smiled indifferently. Miss Lin, no need to get worked up. It's not surveillance, just a special kind of concern. After all, in Jiangcheng's real estate industry, the only group that could barely qualify as my rival is your Lin group. But this situation won't last long. I believe the Lin group will soon become yesterday's news. What do you mean by that? Lin Beibei's delicate hand tightened as she demanded. Seeing her reaction, Wu Tian Lin wore a smug grin. The Qiao family's commercial complex project, barring any surprises, is already in the bag for Tianli Group. Mr. Wu, have you been drinking? Lin Beibei snorted coldly. The Qiao family's project requires an open tender. No one can claim absolute certainty. Who gave you such confidence? Miss Lin, have you just started doing business? Wu Tian Lin shook his head, his face twisted in derision. Don't you find it suspicious that the Qiao family's project hasn't been tendered yet? I've pulled strings at every level. It's taken no small effort. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. But from what I understand, Lin Group seems to have painted itself into a corner. For this project, you've not only drained all your funds but also raised billions in financing. I hear you signed extremely harsh terms for it. Such a desperate gamble. Lin Ruhai certainly has guts. But alas, fortune favors the bold. You're destined to lose the Qiao family project. When that happens, you'll have to cede control of the group's shares and relinquish your dominance. Poor Lin Ruhai, after a lifetime of hard work, his life's work will ultimately benefit someone else. Lin Beibei's face instantly turned ashen. Her hands clenched tightly, her mind in turmoil. If they truly failed to secure the Qiao family project, it would spell utter ruin for the Lin family. Grandfather's heart condition is already fragile. He might not survive the shock. At that moment, Wu Tian Lin spoke again. Miss Lin, I have a clear path forward. Would you be willing to hear it? What is it? Speak. If you agree to be my woman, I'll settle things with those who forced the harsh contract on the Lin Group and help you secure your shares. Wu Tianlin's burning gaze roamed shamelessly over Lin Beibei's captivating figure. Who in Jiangcheng didn't know that Wu Tianlin was a depraved lecher? A beauty like Lin Beibei was precisely the kind of woman he wouldn't let slip through his fingers. The thought of crushing his rivals while dominating their granddaughter filled him with a wicked, dark thrill that made him feel lightheaded. This bastard, acting like I don't even exist. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Though Lin Beibei was a lesbian, she was still his nominal fiancée. To openly poach his fiancée right before his eyes? Uncle might tolerate it, but auntie certainly wouldn't. Just as Yi Xian opened his mouth, Lin Beibei roared angrily, Wu Tian Lin, give up that delusion. Even if the Lin family were reduced to living on the streets, I would never stoop to be with trash like you. Wu Tian Lin's smile vanished, his expression darkening. In all of Jiangcheng, no one has ever dared call me trash. You, Lin Beibei, are the first. Tianli Group's rise to power wasn't just due to Wu Tian Lin's smooth talk, it was fueled by his ruthless tactics and the army of enforcers he commanded. Over the years, as his power grew, he even brought the largest gang, the Little Knife Society, under his control. You're nothing but a filthy, yet you dare act all high and mighty in front of me? Just you wait and see how I'll deal with you today. Chapter 13, No Welcome for Stinking Men. Under normal circumstances, Wu Tian Lin would have had reservations, but now he was drunk and in a state of heightened excitement. Coupled with the fact that Lin Beibei, under the influence of alcohol, was simply too tempting, he couldn't help but want to pin her down right then and there. Even if the King of Heaven himself came down today, he couldn't save you. Wu Tian Lin flashed a lecherous grin as his large hand reached out to grab Lin Beibei. Lin Beibei's face drained of color. Wu Tian Lin wasn't just lecherous, he had deeply twisted tastes. Countless women in Jiangcheng had fallen victim to his depravity. If she ended up in his clutches, her life would be ruined forever. Lin Beibei frantically pulled out her phone, ready to call for help. But Wu Tian Lin snatched it from her hand and flung it to the ground. I told you, no one can save you today. You'd better just accept your fate. Becoming my woman, Wu Tian Lin's woman, is actually your good fortune. Ha! Wu Tian Lin burst into a maniacal laugh as he slowly advanced toward Lin Beibei. Just then, a lazy voice cut through the air. Hey, old dog Wu, I'm not dead yet. You want to bully Lin Beibei? Did you even ask me first? Hearing this discordant voice, Wu Tian Lin halted, his gaze locking onto Yi Xian. Rage twisted into a sneer. Kid, talking back to me like that? That takes some guts. If I don't let you stretch your limbs, I'd feel like I'm shortchanging you. With that, Wu Tian Lin waved his hand. Two men in black grinned menacingly as they advanced toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this isn't your business. Get out of here. Lin Beibei shouted at him. She had witnessed Yi Xian's martial arts skills, but that meant little. After all, most of Yi Mingchao's bodyguards were all barely stronger than ordinary people. In her view, any ordinary person armed with weapons could handle Yi Xian. That was precisely why she had orchestrated Li Jun and the others to gang up on Yi Xian. But Wu Tianlin's men were no ordinary lot. Each was battle-hardened, some even carrying blood on their hands. Men's businesswomen should mind their own and stay out of it. Yi Xian's ungrateful retort nearly made Lin Beibei faint from anger. Are you an idiot? Lin Beibei's words cut off abruptly. Before her eyes, Yi Xian grabbed 2 beer bottles in each hand and hurled them at the 2 men in black. The speed was so blindingly fast, no one could react in time. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as both men were struck in the head. Their bodies swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground. The scene fell instantly silent. So he's a martial artist. Wu Tianlin took a few steps back, snarling, all of you, attack. Beat him to death. Over 20 black-clad men charged at Yi Xian like tigers descending a mountain. Perfect timing. Yi Xian swung a wooden stool and met them head-on. Thud. A dull thud echoed alongside agonized screams as all 20 men were sent flying. Trails of blood spattered through the air in a terrifying display before they crashed heavily to the ground. They rolled back and forth, their mouths twisted in agonized screams, utterly incapacitated. Wu Tianlin and Lin Beibei were both stunned, frozen in place. Wu Tianlin quickly snapped back to his senses. The alcohol instantly evaporated from his system, cold sweat pouring down his back. This young man's skills are truly formidable. I am deeply impressed. Wu Tianlin, after all, was a local tyrant. He quickly regained his composure. I am Wu Tianlin. The Small Knife Society, the largest gang in Jiangcheng, is under my control. Without exaggeration, the underworld of Jiangcheng trembles at my slightest thought. I'm a man who values talent. If you're willing to join me, I guarantee you wealth and glory. Women and money? They'll be yours for the taking. The art of controlling people boils down to a mix of kindness and authority, and Wu Tianlin was a master at it. Lin Beibei instantly grew tense. Compared to Wu Tianlin, the Lin family's influence was still somewhat weaker. She feared that Yi Xian, newly arrived in the city, might succumb to temptation. As it turned out, she still didn't know Yi Xian well enough. He sneered, "You call this testing an officer? You've seriously underestimated me. And you call yourself the underground king? You're so weak you can barely walk straight. As a fellow man, I'm embarrassed for you. You're asking for it." Exposed at his most vulnerable point, Wu Tian Lin instantly lost his mind. Eyes bloodshot, he lunged at Yi Xian. Smack! Yi Xian casually swung his hand, sending Wu Tian Lin flying backward. This slap teaches you a lesson. Some things should be said, others shouldn't. Yi Xian said expressionlessly, dare to do this again, and I'll finish you off in one go, turn you into a eunuch. Wu Tian Lin scrambled to his feet, fixing Yi Xian with a venomous glare. Yi Xian, huh? Fine. With that, he turned and left. His henchmen scrambled to their feet and followed suit. At the barbecue stall, only Yi Xian and Lin Beibei remained. Phew! Lin Beibei exhaled deeply, her face filled with gratitude. Thanks to you just now. I never imagined your skills were so formidable. Suddenly remembering something, she changed the subject and blurted out, wait, if Wu Tianlin's men weren't your match, how could Li Jun and the others possibly beat you? Ahem. Yi Xian cleared his throat twice, feigning regret. I was careless back then. Those guys didn't play fair, they ambushed this old comrade of mine. Unable to think of a proper excuse, he decided to just brush it off. Veteran comrade, my ass. Lin Beibei felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Even a fool could see that Li Jun and the others had already betrayed them. By the time she went to the administration office, Yi Xian probably already knew the whole story. Watching her feigned concern, that bastard must be laughing his ass off by now. Worst of all, she knew Yi Xian's explanation was a lie, yet she couldn't call him out on it. This infuriated Lin Beibei to no end. All you do is pick fights all day. I bet you guys at the General Affairs office are just bored. Starting tomorrow, you're taking over cleaning duties for the entire building. If I find a single spot left untouched, your paychecks are docked. With that, Lin Beibei stormed off toward the Ferrari parked by the roadside. Poor Li Jun and the others, they had no idea they'd just been caught in a wave of collateral damage. As for Yi Xian, who'd absorbed most of the blow, he merely shrugged indifferently and gave chase. Reaching the car, Lin Beibei's fury hadn't subsided. She glared at Yi Xian as he caught up and coldly declared, my car doesn't welcome stinky men. This woman was clearly furious from embarrassment. Choosing not to call her out, Yi Xian shrugged. You're driving under the influence right now. If you're eager to have tea at the police station, I don't mind walking back myself. You've been drinking too. Lin Beibei started to speak, then remembered. The beast in front of her had been too busy eating to take a single sip of beer. Are you threatening me? Not exactly a threat, just stating the facts. In her standoff with Yi Xian, Lin Beibei had been defeated and reluctantly handed over the car keys. The vehicle started up and headed toward the Lin residence. Chapter 14, Thanks, Big Brother. Bang! At the headquarters of the Small Knife Society, Wu Tian Lin swung his golf clubs wildly, reducing the office to utter chaos. Behind him stood 9 men, the Knife Society's leader Nan Lang and his 8 trusted lieutenants, known as the 8 Golden Warriors. Each of them stood frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a word. After venting for several minutes, Wu Tian Lin finally stopped. Pointing at the men before him, he roared in fury, I've been raising a bunch of useless trash. Over 20 elite members of the Small Knife Society, and you can't even beat some nobody. You let someone ride on my neck and all over me, what good are you all? Nan Lang's face flushed alternately crimson and pale with shame. Brother, it's all my incompetence that brought shame upon you. Rest assured, this isn't over. I've already dispatched men to intercept Lin Beibei and that ye brat. I'll bring them back for you to deal with. Hearing this, Wu Tianlin's rage finally began to subside. His face darkened as he said, nearly capturing those 2 won't ease the hatred in my heart. After midnight, each of you will lead a team to demolish every construction site belonging to the Lin family. I'll make sure that old dog Lin Rohai knows the price he'll pay for that slap. Isn't that going too far? Nan Lang frowned slightly. The Lin group wasn't a pushover. Causing such a commotion would surely provoke retaliation. Over the top, my ass. Wu Tianlin sneered coldly, had Xiao Dingtian not been unwell recently, the Qiao family would have signed with us already. As far as I know, Xiao Dingtian recovered yesterday and plans to throw a grand banquet tomorrow to celebrate. After the banquet concludes, I'll go sign the contract with him. By then, the Lin family will be like a phoenix stripped of its feathers, not even worth a chicken. I see. Nan Lang nodded and said, Brother, at this critical juncture, you must present a substantial gift at Xiao Dingtian's celebratory banquet. I'll have someone prepare it immediately. No need. Wu Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Those invited to this banquet either have deep ties to the Qiao family or are top-tier power brokers. With our status, we'd be completely out of place. Xiao Dingtian wouldn't have sent us an invitation anyway. Those bastards look down on us now, Nan Lang spat with hatred. But mark my words, someday we'll be ting on their heads. His tone shifted abruptly as a lecherous grin spread across his face. Xiao Dingti's daughter, Xiaoqiao, is a real stunner. That face could steal your soul. If you ever get the chance to take her down, big bro, at least let us brothers feast our eyes. Ha! Wu Tianlin burst into raucous laughter. That Xiaoqiao? I've been lusting after her for ages. Rest assured, sooner or later, I'll make her mine. When that day comes, I'll let you guys have a taste too. Thanks, big brother. The men all wore wicked grins. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was speeding down the road in his Ferrari. Lin Beibei sat in the passenger seat. Given Lin Beibei's usual car riding habits, she would normally sit in the back if a man was driving. Yet today, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself sitting in the passenger seat. The entire journey passed in silence. Lin Beibei occasionally stole glances at Yi Xian. Looking at his sharply defined profile, she muttered to herself in disdain. This country bumpkin isn't half bad looking, but the way he talks and acts is truly infuriating. Ever since meeting him, she couldn't figure out why she found herself getting angry more and more often. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Beibei suddenly saw 6 unlicensed vans burst out from the intersection ahead, surrounding the Ferrari. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes. Caught off guard, Lin Beibei slammed into the windshield. Her voice cracked with panic, her pretty face turning deathly pale. Yi Xian immediately reached out with his left hand to steady her body. Unfortunately, his hand landed in a place it shouldn't have. Damn, she really is well endowed. Lin Beibei sensed something was off too. She instinctively looked down, and her mind exploded with a buzzing sensation. Had she been ambushed? You bastard, I'll kill you. Her pretty face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she raised her hand to slap him. Yi Xian reacted with lightning speed, grabbing her wrist and snapping irritably, "That's going too far. If not for me just now, you'd have smashed your head into that glass. You don't actually think your skull's harder than glass, do you? Let me tell you, disfigurement would be the least of your problems. You could end up brain damaged." Lin Beibei was rendered speechless. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and snapped, "You're the brain-dead one. Your whole family is brain-dead. And what the hell was your hand doing?" "This." Yi Xian looked utterly embarrassed. He glanced outside the car and changed the subject. "Now's not the time to argue about this. Looks like we're in trouble." Over 30 burly men emerged from 6 vans, their heads shrouded in black stockings, each wielding a meter-long machete, radiating menacing intent. "These guys are probably after me. Stay hidden in the car. I'll negotiate with them. If it comes down to it, I'll go with them." A resolute glint flashed in Lin Beibei's eyes. No matter how skilled one is in martial arts, a kitchen knife can still be deadly. With so many knife-wielding men, the slightest misstep could cost Yi Xian his life. She refused to drag him into danger because of her. As for hiding in the car to call the police or seek help, Lin Beibei didn't believe they'd give her that chance. "Are you crazy? Just stay put in the car." Yi Xian yanked Lin Beibei back inside before flinging open the door and stepping out. Watching that solitary figure vanish into the night, an indescribable emotion began to ferment within Lin Beibei. However, this feeling didn't last long. Yi Xian's next words nearly made her spit blood. "Oh ho, you guys are quite talented. Wearing your underwear on the outside makes you Superman, but what are you lot with black stockings over your heads? Salted egg Superman? How did she end up with such a negotiation genius? When it comes to throwing money around, he insists on provoking others. It's practically suicide. Kid, you're asking for it. Get him." The leader, a black-stockinged man with a blue dragon tattooed on his arm, roared. The moment the words left his mouth, the black-stockinged men swung their machetes, slashing at Yi Xian from all angles. Watching this unfold, Yi Xian calmly stretched his limbs. Then, like a ghostly apparition, he darted through the crowd. Thud! A chorus of agonized screams erupted as over 30 men rolled around on the ground, their cries of pain echoing through the air. The tattooed man was completely stunned. Cold sweat poured down his back, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 15, You're teaching me how to do things. Lin Beibei was equally stunned. What the hell did this guy eat growing up? Taking on unarmed bodyguards was one thing, but this many knife-wielding thugs couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes? He was practically a walking weapon. Bro, I couldn't even get a full sentence out. What the hell? Yi Xian's flying kick slammed into the tattooed guy's chest. A piercing scream erupted as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. His entire body looked like it had been run over by a train, his mouth emitting agonized moans. At that moment, Lin Beibei stepped out of the car and looked at Yi Xian. "Don't let them escape. Ask if Wu Tian Lin sent them." Though it was almost certain these black-clad thugs were Wu Tian Lin's doing, it was better to confirm. Yi Xian shot Lin Beibei a glance. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" The retort left Lin Beibei speechless. "Then I'll ask them myself." Stepping toward the tattooed man, her face turned icy. "Spill it. Did Wu Tian Lin send you?" Though the tattooed man was no longer a threat, his mouth remained stubborn. "Want to know who's behind this? Easy. Spend the night with me, and I'll tell you." Lin Beibei's face flushed crimson with fury. She had no experience dealing with scum like this. "Ha! You! Either kill us or let us go. Otherwise, you'll regret this." The tattooed man saw his chance to escape and issued a threat. "Oh ho, you're pretty cocky. Think a little taste of your own medicine will turn you into a master dyer?" Yi Xian, standing nearby, was thoroughly annoyed. He grabbed the tattooed man by the collar and hoisted him into the air. "Put me down." The tattooed man panicked. He'd experienced firsthand how ruthless this kid could be, and the memory still sent shivers down his spine. "Getting down? Fine, I'll grant your wish." Yi Xian flashed a brilliant smile, grabbing the tattooed man's right hand and whipping it down toward the ground. Clang! After several consecutive blows, the tattooed man felt as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. The excruciating pain made him wish he could pass out. Lin Beibei couldn't help but swallow hard, stunned by Yi Xian's brutally efficient methods. "Still talking back, huh? Looks like you're planning to spend the rest of your life bedridden." Yi Xian didn't waste words, preparing to strike again. This nearly scared the tattooed man into wetting himself, and he quickly confessed. "Big brother, I'll talk. It was Wu Tian Lin who sent us. We're all members of the Small Knife Society." "Where is Wu Tian Lin now? Where is he?" Yi Xian pressed. The tattooed man hesitated. "Not telling me, huh?" Yi Xian's eyes narrowed menacingly. The tattooed man had no choice but to comply immediately. "He's at the Small Knife Society headquarters, the Fortune Club at 328 Jade Road." Yi Xian finally let it go, tossing the tattooed man to the ground. "What are you standing around for? Let's go," Yi Xian said, climbing into the car. "Who knew you were so capable?" Lin Beibei shot Yi Xian a glance. This guy's medical skills were impressive, and his fighting prowess was astonishing. She couldn't help but wonder what his master had taught him. Of course. Yi Xian beamed with pride as he started the car. This guy isn't the least bit humble. Lin Beibei mentally rolled her eyes, pulling 2 red certificates from her bag and handing one to Yi Xian. "Marriage certificates?" Yi Xian glanced down and froze. If he remembered correctly, he hadn't registered yet. Where did this marriage certificate come from? Seeing Yi Xian's puzzled expression, Lin Beibei said casually, "It's fake. Just to fool Grandpa. You weren't seriously planning to register with me, were you? So they were fake after all." Yi Xian exhaled in relief, visibly relieved. Lin Beibei instantly flared up. What's with that look of relief on his face? Could it be he actually dislikes me? The fleeting sense of goodwill that had arisen from his rescue vanished without a trace. Soon, the Ferrari came to a stop in front of the Lin family villa. Lin Beibei got out immediately, but seeing Yi Xian hadn't moved, she snapped impatiently, "What are you dawdling for? You go back first. I need to handle something." "I'll take the car," Yi Xian replied. "Ha?" Lin Beibei froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Her expression turned wary as she asked, "You're not planning to take my car to pick up other girls, are you?" Though unlikely, when it came to Yi Xian, Lin Beibei believed anything was possible. After all, this guy was just too infuriating. "Smart. You guessed right." Yi Xian snapped his fingers. "Xiaoqiao invited me to dinner. I'm in a hurry." He'd only been in Jiangcheng for a few days and already knew about Xiaoqiao? Lin Beibei curled her lip in scorn. If Xiaoqiao were inviting you to dinner, pigs would fly. Who in Jiangcheng didn't know Xiaoqiao had sky-high standards? Ordinary men simply didn't meet her criteria. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single all these years. "How about we make a bet?" Yi Xian smiled faintly. "What's the wager?" "Of course, it's whether Xiaoqiao will treat me to dinner." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "You dare? Why wouldn't I?" Lin Beibei's words were on the tip of her tongue, but she forced them back down. Yi Xian's confidence was too overwhelming. Her gut told her something was off. "Ha!" Watching Lin Beibei back down, Yi Xian burst into laughter and strode away. This guy, he couldn't possibly know Xiaoqiao, could he? Watching the Ferrari's receding silhouette, Lin Beibei muttered to herself. "No way." Lin Beibei quickly dismissed the thought. That guy couldn't keep his mouth shut, how could she take his words seriously? With that thought, Lin Beibei entered the villa. At 328 Emerald Road, in the private room on the top floor of the Wealth Club, Nan Lang sat on the sofa flanked by the 8 golden guards of the knife gang. It had been nearly an hour. Why hadn't One Eye returned yet? Had something gone wrong? Nan Lang frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. "Brother, you're worrying too much. We sent our toughest fighters this time. Taking down a greenhorn should be a piece of cake. How could anything go wrong?" Wu Gang, the leader of the 8 golden guards, spoke up. "Honestly, I bet that guy got lustful thoughts. Let's be real, that woman Lin Beibei is no less stunning than Xiaoqiao. If it were me, I'd probably lose my head over her too," the second in command of the 8 golden warriors said with a lecherous grin. "He dares." A cold glint flashed in Nan Lang's eyes. "Lin Beibei is the woman our boss wants. Maybe after he's had his fill, we brothers might get a taste of the leftovers. But before that, anyone who touches her is asking for death. Call One Eye and find out what's going on." Chapter 16, Courting Death. Wu Gang pulled out his phone, about to dial the number. A thunderous boom echoed as the door shattered, revealing Yi Xian's figure. "Why is it you?" Nan Lang's pupils contracted. Wu Tian Lin had given him Yi Xian's photo, so he recognized him. But how had he ended up here? Didn't all of you die? How did this kid just barge right in? Wu Gang bellowed downstairs. Enough, stop yelling. I've already dealt with those useless fools. Including the ones you sent to kidnap me. Yi Xian said coldly. Whoa! Several sharp intakes of breath echoed as Nan Lang and the others exchanged horrified glances. The one-eyed had brought the toughest fighters in the gang, and they'd all fallen to this kid? Old 8, go test this kid's limits. Nan Lang, who had weathered countless storms, quickly regained his composure. A burly man, towering at nearly 2 meters, planted his feet and launched forward like an arrow released from its string. Yi Xian merely executed a casual roundhouse kick. The burly man slammed heavily into the wall and crashed to the ground. The others' expressions changed drastically. They could no longer sit still, leaping to their feet. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Nan Lang chuckled, his face brimming with admiration. Young man, your skills are truly impressive. But you look unfamiliar. You're not from Jiangcheng, are you? The Lin family's sinking ship won't last much longer. Why not join me, young man? We'll drink the finest liquor, chase the hottest girls, and rule Jiangcheng together. Wouldn't that be glorious? Wu Tian Lin already said that. As for my choice, I think you should know it well enough. Yi Xian said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Nan Lang sneered savagely. In that case, I'll just have to send you on your way. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 6 golden warriors, led by Wu Gang, drew their weapons. Like ghostly apparitions, they lunged toward Yi Xian. The burly man who had been knocked to the ground scrambled back up. Wielding his massive fist, he swung it viciously toward Yi Xian's back. The room wasn't large. With 7 men attacking in unison, even a skilled fighter would struggle to withstand it. This was the confidence behind Nan Lang's actions. Yet, it turned out he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian delivered a devastating elbow strike from behind, smashing it into the burly man's face. The blow instantly shattered his skull, and his limp body collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Without pause, Yi Xian closed the distance, stepping before Wu Gang. Before the latter could react, the soft sword in his hand was already in Yi Xian's grasp. Whoosh! In Yi Xian's grasp, the soft sword became a silver serpent flickering its tongue. 6 jets of blood spurted forth as 6 more corpses littered the ground. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When Yi Xian stopped, he found a jet-black barrel pointed directly at him. You're ruthless, resorting to guns. But dare you pull the trigger? Yi Xian observed the gaunt man nearby and walked toward him slowly. Old 7, shoot now. Nan Lang barked at the gun's owner. Cold sweat poured from Old 7 Qin Feng's forehead, his hand gripping the rifle but trembling uncontrollably. The man before him seemed like a demon. With those ghostly movements, Qin Feng had no confidence he could even hit him. As Yi Xian drew nearer, Qin Feng lost all control. He flung the pistol aside, collapsed to his knees, and began pleading for mercy. Put! What a useless piece of trash! Yi Xian shook his head, his gaze shifting to Nan Lang. Nan Lang's heart tightened. He forced a smile. Young man, I think we can sit down and talk properly. You have earned that right. Unfortunately, you don't. Yi Xian lunged forward in a single stride, landing before Nan Lang. A swift hand blade strike sliced across the man's throat. With a sharp crack, Nan Lang's body slowly collapsed to the ground. The legendary figure of Jiangcheng's underworld met his untimely end. The room fell silent, thick with the stench of blood. Qin Feng, the sole survivor, was terrified, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. I could spare your life, Yi Xian declared, towering over Qin Feng, but I need a reason, don't I? My mind raced. Qin Feng quickly came up with a plan. Everything that happened today was my doing alone. It has nothing to do with you, big brother. You're teachable. Yi Xian gave him an approving look and said with satisfaction, and the reason for the attack? Surely you didn't just lose your mind and kill all these people? I wanted to replace Nan Lang as gang leader. The others refused to accept it, so I killed them all. Qin Feng's words grew increasingly sharp. Seems you're quite perceptive. Yi Xian patted Qin Feng's shoulder. All thanks to your excellent teaching, big brother. Qin Feng beamed with a broad smile. Brother, all the misunderstandings we've faced today are because of that old dog Wu Tian Lin. He's holed up in his southern villa right now. Want me to take some men? Qin Feng made a throat-slitting gesture. No need. Yi Xian shook his head. The people in Nanlang are different from Wu Tian Lin. They're like rats in the sewers, they can't stand the light. If they die, they die. As long as no one investigates, it won't make much of a splash. But Wu Tian Lin was different. As the CEO of Tianli Group, he'd spent years cleaning up his image. If he suddenly died, it would inevitably cause major trouble. Taking out Nan Lang and his crew would be like cutting off one of Wu Tianlin's arms, a warning shot to deter him from resorting to illegal tactics again. Now that you've taken the gang leader position, you won't end up like Nan Lang becoming Wu Tianlin's lackey to take revenge on me, will you? Yi Xian's lips curved into a playful smile. Absolutely not. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Qin Feng replied with a wry smile. Had I not witnessed Big Brother's methods firsthand, I might have entertained such thoughts. But I saw exactly what happened to Nan Lang and his men. Better to live a miserable life than die honorably. I'd never oppose the boss, that'd be suicide. You're smart. Yi Xian nodded and left the club. Lin family residence. Everyone sat solemnly on the sofas. They had already learned of Lin Beibei's perilous ordeal, and every face wore an expression of profound dismay. That scoundrel Wu Tian Lin is utterly shameless, daring to set his sights on Beibei. Thank goodness for young Yi this time. If not for him, Beibei would have been in grave danger. I haven't misjudged this young man after all. Lin Ruhai's face was flushed with anger. Dad, that country bumpkin is just a martial arts enthusiast. What good is that? My real worry is that Wu Tian Lin won't give up just because he failed this time. Yi Chongping's face was clouded with worry. Worrying won't help. We'll just have to face whatever comes our way. Lin Ruhai shook his head. Chapter 17, A Debt of Blood. Turning to Lin Beibei, he said, Beibei, it's all because Grandpa is useless. If it were anyone else, Grandpa would have found a way to avenge you. But Wu Tian Lin is different. He controls the small knife society. We're barely keeping our guard up. Retaliation is nearly impossible. For now, our only option is to find a way to secure the complex project. Grandpa, you're being too hard on yourself. Seeing Lin Ruhai's low spirits, Lin Beibei was about to offer comfort when suddenly, the landline phone beside them rang. Lin Chongping answered, secretarily, what is it? Moments later, Lin Chongping leapt to his feet in excitement. What did you say? Repeat that. After a long, stunned silence, Lin Chongping finally hung up and sat back down. Seeing the inquiring looks from his family, he smiled and said, I have some good news to share. There's been an internal power struggle within the small knife gang. Xin Feng killed Nan Lang and has taken his place. What? Lin Ruhai and Lin Beibei both felt a jolt in their hearts. How could Xin Feng have such audacity? Doesn't he fear Wu Tian Lin coming after him? Lin Chongping frowned. And as far as I know, Xin Feng isn't particularly prominent among the 8 Golden Warriors. Does he really have the capability for this? This whole affair reeked of something fishy. Lin Beibei suddenly had an idea. Could this possibly be the work of that guy Yi Xian? The thought barely formed before Lin Beibei dismissed it. Breaking into bandit territory alone and single-handedly taking out their commander? That's the stuff of legends. How could it possibly happen in real life? That guy? He's definitely out chasing girls. Dad, Xin Feng's fate doesn't matter. What's crucial is that the small knife society might be slipping out of Wu Tianlin's control. Our chance is finally here. Yi Chongping exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. Lin Ruhai nodded. Without the small knife society, Tianli group would be no different from the Lin group. Both would start on equal footing. Tomorrow, Xiao Dingtian is hosting a celebratory banquet. We must find a way to get an invitation. That will give us a chance to speak with Xiao Dingtian face to face. Who knows? We might just win him over and secure the complex project. Lin Ruhai said solemnly. That's a good plan. But how exactly do we get our hands on that invitation? Lin Chongping frowned. I'll have to swallow my pride and ask Xiaoshan for help. Lin Ruhai sighed. Xiaoshan, a distant branch of the Qiao family, had earned Xiao Dingtian's deep trust through his exceptional abilities. Though now retired at an advanced age, he still wielded considerable influence. In their younger days, Xiaoshan and Lin Ruhai had been close friends until they both fell for the same woman. In the end, Lin Ruhai won the beauty's heart, and the brothers naturally became bitter enemies. Though their relationship had thawed slightly in recent years, they still had little contact. If Xiaoshan were willing to help, the invitations wouldn't be a problem. In fact, if he could put in a good word for us, it might even sway Xiao Dingti's decision. But I fear he might refuse to help because of what happened back then. Yi Chongping voiced his concern. A few invitations shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ruhai waved his hand dismissively. I know Xiaoshan well. Though we fell out years ago, time has healed that rift. He's only seeking my acknowledgement of fault. Getting him to speak well of us might be tricky, but securing a few invitations? That shouldn't be a problem. With that, he dialed the number. Brother Xiaoshan, it's Ruihai here. Oh, Ruihai, why did you decide to reach out? Looking back on what happened all those years ago, I'm ashamed to admit it was all my own hot-headedness, wanting to prove myself superior to you. I hope you can forgive me, old friend. Ha, Ruihai, I'd have forgotten all about it if you hadn't brought it up. Let bygones be bygones. Xiaoshan laughed heartily. You never come empty-handed. What favor do you need from me? Lin Ruhai smiled. You know me well, brother. For tomorrow's celebration banquet, I need you to get me a few invitations. This is for the integrated development project, isn't it? Brother, your insight is as sharp as ever. Exactly, I'm determined to secure this project, and I'll need your support. No problem. I'll be there tomorrow too. When the time comes, I'll be sure to put in a good word for you with Dingtian. Thanks a ton, bro. Lin Ruhai hung up the phone and turned to Lin Chongping and Lin Beibei. Xiaoshan has agreed to help. Barring any surprises, the invitations should arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lin Chongping and his daughter beamed with joy. Inside a villa, Xiaoshan sneered repeatedly, Lin Rohai, Lin Rohai. Who would have thought that after 40 years, you'd still be begging me for favors? Beside him, a middle-aged man spoke up, Dad, back then, Lin Rohai disregarded our brotherly bond and treated you that way. Are you really willing to let bygones be bygones and help him out? What a joke! When have I ever been that magnanimous? A flash of hatred flickered in Xiaoshan's eyes. All these years, I'd been waiting for an opportunity to exact my revenge. It's just that the right moment hasn't presented itself. Had I delayed my retirement by a few more years, I could have even influenced the ownership of the complex project and crushed his ambitions. For now, I can only throw a few wrenches in his works. First, I'll agree to help and keep him occupied. That way, he won't seek others out. By tomorrow morning, the banquet guest list will be finalized. Even if he tries to find help elsewhere, he won't get an invitation. Without meeting Xiao Dingtian, he won't secure the complex project. This way, I'll finally avenge that old debt. Dad, that's a brilliant move. When the time comes, just brush him off with any excuse. He'll still owe you a favor. The middle-aged man couldn't help but praise. Stop flattering me and learn something, Xiaoshan said gravely. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man nodded. Meanwhile, Yi Xian arrived across from the wealthy district, his Ferrari parked by the roadside. Just as he was about to get in, the car behind him suddenly flashed its headlights. A stunning figure stepped out. Hey, handsome, wanna hang out? Xiaoqiao bit her luscious lower lip, utterly captivating. Yi Xian's face darkened. Why did this lady always make such a flamboyant entrance? If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Xian had finally figured it out, you couldn't be polite with Xiaoqiao. Otherwise, this lady would give you a headache. Yet he still underestimated Xiaoqiao. She immediately struck a pouting pose, you heartless bastard. I showed you everything, and now you're just taking advantage of me like this? What the hell do you mean took full advantage? Yi Xian was itching to punch this whiny little monster. Seeing Yi Xian's boiling rage, Xiaoqiao knew when to back off. She giggled, just passing by, spotted this red Ferrari. Thought maybe Lin Beibei couldn't stand the loneliness and came to the club for fun. Figured I'd catch some drama, but never expected to run into you instead. Chapter 18, The One Who Saved Your Life. You and Lin Beibei are close? Yi Xian's expression turned curious. Gossip knows no gender, and Yi Xian was no exception. My sister knows a lot of people, but that definitely doesn't include underdeveloped kids like Lin Beibei. Xiaoqiao puffed out her chest proudly. Was this the contempt of a high-tier king? Yi Xian clicked his tongue, detecting thick hostility in her tone. Come to think of it, it made sense. As two top-tier beauties, they were bound to compete. It would be strange if they got along well. I'm genuinely curious, how did you and Lin Beibei become so close? She doesn't usually lend her car out, does she? Especially not to men. Xiaoqiao flicked her hair, her eyes sparkling. Well now. Yi Xian's eyes darted around twice before he came up with the perfect excuse, I'm sort of the family doctor for old Master Lin. When I'm not busy, I work at the Lin Group. Is all that true? I can't help but feel there's something fishy about it. Xiaoqiao slowly drew closer, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Xian. Their eyes locked. The autumn waters within her gaze seemed to hold a spellbinding magic, drawing him in irresistibly. Yi Xian felt his heart stir. This woman, she's a real vixen. He nearly lost control himself. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, Yi Xian shook his head. What else could it be? Am I supposed to be Lin Beibei's fiancée? There was no need to deceive Xiaoqiao about this, but he had promised Lin Beibei not to reveal their true relationship. Pfft, as if everyone has as good taste as my sister. Xiaoqiao basked in a moment of self-satisfaction before glancing at the exclusive club. Though I never imagined you'd come to a place like this. Don't tell me you're here to have tea with Nan Lang? Not exactly tea, Yi Xian replied smoothly. Just had a friendly chat with Nan Lang. Guess you could call it a pleasant gathering. If Nan Lang were alive today, he'd probably be so furious he'd spit blood. God damn it, the guests had a blast. Little brother, you're being a bit dishonest. Xiaoqiao leaned in, her eyes narrowing seductively. Tell me honestly, are the girls inside prettier than me? Do they have slimmer waists and longer legs? Are they bigger than me? As she spoke, Xiaoqiao's jade-like hand gently traced Yi Xian's cheek, sending a jolt through him like an electric shock, leaving his entire body weak and limp. This woman was truly deadly. Yi Xian quickly pushed Xiaoqiao away, taking a deep breath. If you're all set, I'd better be on my way. Ha! Watching Yi Xian's reaction, Xiaoqiao giggled coquettishly, her body trembling like a flower branch. She then said, tomorrow is the banquet celebrating my father's recovery. As the greatest contributor, you must attend. Here is the invitation. Taking the invitation, Yi Xian frowned. I don't think that's necessary. I'm not really fond of such occasions. There's always a first time for everything. If not for anything else, do it for me, your sister. You have to come. Xiaoqiao murmured into Yi Xian's ear, her breath warm and sweet. Tomorrow, I'll wear my most beautiful gown just so you can feast your eyes. Yi Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting another burst of coquettish laughter from Xiaoqiao. She turned and climbed into the carriage, driving away without a backward glance. The beauty was gone, yet the faint trace of her perfume lingered in the air. That silver bell laughter echoed in Yi Xian's ears long after she'd vanished. Jiangcheng, Nanshan, the mountaintop villa. Xiaoqiao had barely stepped inside when she spotted Dingtian seated on the sofa. Why are you back so late? Dingtian glanced at his watch and frowned. The hour hand pointed to 11. Though the Qiao residence had no curfew, over the years Xiaoqiao had always returned home before 10 at the latest. Today was the only exception. Waiting for a fool, she'd come back a bit late. A sweet smile touched Xiaoqiao's lips as if she'd just remembered something. Dingtian was a bit puzzled, but he knew his daughter often spoke nonsense. He didn't press the matter and instead said, Xiaoqiao, tomorrow and beyond, dress a little more conservatively. Otherwise, people will only notice your beauty and figure, treating you like a vase. I'm no ornament. Xiaoqiao wrinkled her delicate nose and stood up straight, declaring, at most, I'm a baby bottle. Put. Dingtian sprayed water from his mouth. Though Xiaoqiao often surprised him with her remarks, this time he couldn't hold back. Xiaoqiao. Dingtian's face darkened with exasperation. He was about to lecture his daughter, but seeing her innocent expression, the words died on his lips. Oh well. She was his spoiled daughter, and he'd just have to accept it. It was just a pity for her future husband he was bound to suffer some offense. Dad, is the guest list finalized for tomorrow's celebration banquet? Xiaoqiao sat down. Never mind that for now. I just received word the knife gang is in turmoil. Nan Lang has been replaced by Qin Fong. Dingtian said gravely. What? Xiaoqiao gasped. You also sense something's amiss? Dingtian spoke slowly. Despite her usually unreliable demeanor, Xiaoqiao offered sound advice on crucial matters. Thus, whenever major decisions arose, Dingtian always consulted his daughter. I know Qin Fong well enough. He's timid and lacking in ability. His standing within the small knife society isn't particularly high. It's only through his masterful gun skills that he managed to climb into the ranks of the 8 Golden Warriors. Xiaoqiao was unusually serious. What makes him think he can replace Nan Lang? Indeed, upon hearing this news, I've been troubled by it, sensing something amiss. Dingtian frowned. But if it wasn't Qin Fong, then who else could it be? Yi Xian. Xiaoqiao suddenly spoke up. Yi Xian? Dingtian froze for a moment. That's right, the very same Yi Xian who saved your life. Xiaoqiao explained, I happened to see him leaving the Wealth Club tonight. I was puzzled at the time, why would he go to a place like that? But now I realize he must have gone to take out Nan Lang. Could it just be a coincidence? Dingtian shook his head. The wealthy club is guarded by hundreds of gang members, all desperate men. Add to that the 7 Golden Warriors, each possessing extraordinary skills. There's no way Yi Xian could have done this alone. True, it sounds improbable, Dingtian conceded. But my gut tells me this man is responsible for Nan Lang's death. Xiaoqiao declared with conviction. Dingtian paused, then suddenly asked, Xiaoqiao, you seem to have high hopes for this Yi Xian? Xiaoqiao's eyes brightened, radiating conviction. I have a gut feeling this man will become the rising star of Jiangcheng, even the entire Chu province. Xiaoqiao, that joke isn't funny. Dingtian chuckled. I know you have a soft spot for him, but you shouldn't exaggerate to such an extent. Chapter 19, Daughters Grow Up and Leave Home. From the penthouse suite of the Hantai Hotel, a woman's piercing screams echoed through the hallway, clear for all to hear. Inside, Wu Tian Lin wielded a leather belt, lashing it viciously against a pair of disheveled twin women in a fit of rage. You bastard! I've raised you all these years, and now you think you're too big for your britches to defy my orders. Wu Tian Lin's face contorted, his eyes blazing with fury. Moments earlier, he'd received word of an internal conflict within the knife gang. Wu Tian Lin couldn't spare a moment for the twins. He immediately called Qin Fong, ordering him to come explain the situation. But he never imagined that Qin Fong, usually as docile as a lamb, would refuse his request. Worse still, Qin Fong had hung up on him. Wu Tian Lin was furious. Qin Fong was his lapdog, and now this dog was biting the hand that fed him. The thought made him want to kill. His rage cooled slightly as he saw the twins covered in blood. He bellowed outside, someone come here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a middle-aged man dressed in black entered the room. Master Wu, what are your orders? You have 3 days. Find out exactly what's going on with the small knife society. A cold gleam flashed in Wu Tianlin's eyes. Knowing Qin Fong as he did, the man would never dare to use up power unless someone else had intervened. I'll be damned if I don't find out who's got the guts to back Qin Fong. Wu Tianlin planted his foot squarely on one of the women's faces, his voice dripping with cold laughter. As for Yi Xian, Dingtian's only impression was that he was a skilled physician and a decent enough fellow, nothing more. For such a man to aspire to become the so-called rising star was utterly laughable.
Dad, I'm not joking with you.
Xiaoqiao shook her head earnestly. I know my own appeal. I've tried to seduce him multiple times, but he remains unmoved. Also, after he cured your illness last time, I slipped him a bank card with 5 million yuan when I saw him off, but he flatly refused it. He knows our family's standing in Jiangcheng, yet he has no desire to climb the social ladder.
He's content to be a lowly clerk at Lin Group.
A man untouched by the allure of women, money, or fame is rarer than a giant panda in today's world.
Xiaoqiao, what you say is true, but it only proves his indifference to fame and fortune. It doesn't speak to his capabilities.
Dingtian pointed out the crux of the matter.
You asked me to finish.
Xiaoqiao smiled faintly before continuing. His exact capabilities, I admit, I don't fully grasp. But the way he handled Nan Lang's death so cleanly and decisively, shifting the blame elsewhere, that alone speaks volumes about his competence. He may have nothing now, but what he lacks is merely a platform. I believe he will carve out his place in Jiangcheng's future.
Dingtian remained silent. He knew his daughter's judgment far surpassed his own. Yet regarding Yi Xian's matter, he still felt Xiaoqiao's assessment was overly exaggerated. Whether Nan Lang's death was connected to him remained unclear.
Since you insist so strongly, bringing Qin Feng in for verification will settle the matter.
With that, Dingtian dialed Qin Feng's number.
Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the Qiao residence. Seeing the father and daughter, he felt uneasy and restless. At any other time, he wouldn't have feared Dingtian so much. But now that he'd already broken ties with Wu Tian Lin, Qin Feng dared not offend Dingtian. Otherwise, there would be no place for him in Jiangcheng. Mr. Qiao, you requested my presence.
What might you require?
Qin Feng inquired cautiously.
A small matter. Dingtian produced a photograph and slid it toward Qin Feng. Do you recognize this person? Qin Feng's pupils contracted as he scrutinized the face in the photograph. It was indeed Yi Xian's photo.
Qin Feng couldn't fathom whether Dingtian had discovered something. His mind raced, and just as he was about to speak, Dingtian waved his hand.
You can go now. Ha! Qin Feng looked utterly bewildered. After confirming he hadn't misheard, he fled the Qiao residence as if granted a reprieve. Dad, now you can be certain I was right. Nan Lang's death was definitely Yi Xian's doing.
Xiaoqiao smiled faintly.
Seems I really am getting old. My judgment of people can't hold a candle to my daughter's.
Dingtian sighed with emotion. He saw fear and horror in Qin Feng's eyes. For someone to be so terrified, Qin Feng must have witnessed the entire process of Yi Xian's actions. With the truth confirmed, Dingtian could piece together the details with near certainty. Qin Feng was merely a scapegoat. Still, I refuse to believe this Yi Xian is as formidable as you claim.
Dingtian paused briefly before continuing. Inform him to attend tomorrow's banquet. After all, he saved my life.
Both in terms of gratitude and propriety, this benefactor should be present. Father and daughter are truly connected, Xiaoqiao chuckled.
I've already notified him.
What the hell kind of father-daughter bond is that? Dingtian glanced at Xiaoqiao and sighed inwardly.
Daughters grow up and leave home.
Unaware of her father's thoughts, Xiaoqiao asked in a sweet voice, Dad, I need 3 more invitations.
Ha!
Dingtian paused, curious.
What do you need so many invitations for?
As far as he knew, his daughter had always been aloof and distant, with few friends to speak of.
For the Lin family.
Xiaoqiao replied.
Oh? What kind of love potion has the Lin family slipped my daughter to make you speak for them?
Dingtian smiled faintly. You don't understand. Yi Xian only attacked Nan Lang because Wu Tian Lin bullied Lin Beibei. I want to see what this woman has that's so special. She's got no curves, no figure, yet she's worth Yi Xian going to such lengths for. Xiaoqiao pouted, her red lips curled in displeasure.
Ha, I smell a hint of jealousy here.
Dingtian teased.
Dad.
Xiaoqiao hooked her arm through Dingtian's and began to act coy. The next morning, Lin Beibei drove Yi Xian to work. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she saw Yi Xian resting his eyes in the back seat, which annoyed Lin Beibei.
So, I'm this guy's chauffeur now? Hey, I asked you what were you doing last night?
Lin Beibei stared intently at the rearview mirror, as if trying to read something from Yi Xian's face. Yi Xian opened his eyes, looking utterly innocent.
Nothing much.
Just drove around to walk off a big meal.
Like I'd believe that.
Lin Beibei muttered to herself.
Believe you ate too much?
Last night this guy ate like a starving ghost reincarnated, more than a cow could handle.
But driving to walk it off? What kind of nonsense is that? Does he think she's the village idiot? Chapter 20, Useless. Nan Lang is dead. You know that, right?
Lin Beibei cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush.
Nan Lang? What the hell is that?
The leader of the Small Knife Society.
Oh. Yi Xian nodded, slapping his thigh.
Just goes to show that evil deeds catch up with you.
Looks like the guy had plenty of enemies. Living this long was a miracle. Wait, why do I get the feeling you think this has something to do with me? Exactly. Did you do it or not? Lin Beibei admitted readily. You figured it out after all. Yi Xian feigned a sigh. Lin Beibei's grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily as she thought to herself, could it really be this guy? Just as she pondered this, Yi Xian's next words nearly made her vomit last night's dinner. Last night, I went solo into the knife gang's lair and took down Nan Lang and his entire crew. I left without a trace, hiding my deeds and fame. And all of this was done for you. I flew into a rage for the sake of a beauty. Tell me, are you moved? Yi Xian put on a deeply affectionate expression. It's a shame you're not a stand-up comedian. Lin Beibei curled her lip and looked away. To silently eliminate Nan Lang and escape unscathed, leaving not a trace behind, such a person is clearly no ordinary fish in a pond. Compared to that person, the one before her now was like rubble next to a pearl. She must have been completely out of her mind to suspect this guy. Though he couldn't see Lin Beibei's expression, Yi Xian could guess at her reaction. He couldn't care less about it. He felt somewhat indebted to the Lin family for how long he'd been freeloading off them. Eliminating Nan Lang was his way of repaying them. Whether the Lin family knew or not didn't matter. All he cared about was having a clear conscience. Silence settled over the car. A kilometer away from the Lin Tower, Yi Xian asked Lin Beibei to stop. Under her puzzled gaze, he opened the door and stepped out. I'll get out here. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. Hearing this, Lin Beibei shot Yi Xian an appreciative look. It was rare for this guy to be so considerate. However, Yi Xian's next words sent a wave of irritation through her. What if some beauty from the company spots me? If word gets out, it'll totally mess up my chances with the ladies. This jerk. I knew he was acting unusually self-aware today. Turns out I overestimated him. Listen to me carefully, the Lin group isn't your personal harem. Fuming, Lin Beibei floored the gas pedal. Behind her, Yi Xian's frantic voice echoed, don't pick me up tonight, I have plans. Pick you up? Dream on. Lin Beibei gritted her teeth. Ha! As if hearing her gritted teeth, Yi Xian burst into laughter and hurried toward the General Affairs office. At noon, Lin Beibei received a call from Lin Changping and returned to the villa. The moment she entered, she sensed something unusual. Lin Changping was beaming with joy, and even the usually stern old Master Lin had an unmistakable hint of happiness in the corners of his eyes. A sudden thought struck Lin Beibei. Grandpa, Dad, could it be? Indeed, the invitations for the celebratory banquet had already arrived. Lin Changping nodded and gestured toward the coffee table, where 3 red invitations lay displayed. Dad, it seems Uncle Qiao has finally let go of past grievances. I was worried he might brush us off and refuse to help. I had similar concerns earlier, but now it seems we've judged a gentleman's heart by our own petty standards. Lin Rohai sighed. Grandpa, Uncle Qiao has gone to such great lengths for us. You should call him now to express your gratitude. Lin Beibei walked over and sat down on the sofa. While you're at it, could you also ask him to put in a good word for us with Xiao Dingtian? All right. Lin Rohai nodded and dialed the number. Bro, I got the invitation. Honestly, I don't know what to say. No need for thanks for such a huge favor. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. On the other end, Xiaoshan paused upon hearing this. But he quickly regained his composure. You're too polite, little brother. Between us brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. Regarding the complex project, I'll need you to put in some extra effort. Put in a good word for me with the head of the Qiao family. Rest assured, I've got this covered. Xiaoshan hung up the phone, his expression darkening instantly. The middle-aged man beside him, Xiao Hai, tried to console him. Dad, don't get so worked up. At the very least, we've scored a free favor. Shut your mouth. Xiaoshan roared furiously. Is that what I want? I want that old dog Lin Rohai to lose everything, to be reduced to a homeless vagrant. Only then will my hatred be satisfied. Xiao Hai shrank his neck and cautiously suggested, the Lin family schemed to get into the celebration banquet for the integrated development project. Otherwise, you could go see Xiao Dingtian and make sure they don't get the project. You're full of rotten ideas. Xiaoshan glared at Xiao Hai, frustrated beyond words. Use your brain. Xiao Dingtian personally sent an invitation to the Lin family. That complex project will likely land in their lap. I've been retired for years, why would Xiao Dingtian give me that kind of favor? Does that mean we're completely stuck? Xiao Hai spread his hands helplessly. How could I have given birth to such a useless son? Xiaoshan cursed under his breath. While I can't ruin old dog Lin's plans, I can still make him bleed a little. Watch closely tonight, father will show you what it means to get something for nothing. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence. Amidst the excitement, a new problem emerged. There were only 3 invitations, meaning only 3 people were eligible to attend the banquet that night. Dad, should Beibei and I come pick you up tonight? Lin Changping asked. I shan't be attending. Lin Rohai waved his hand and said solemnly, you take Beibei and Xiaoyi with you. It's a good chance for Xiaoyi to see the world. After all, he is Beibei's husband and will eventually help her shoulder some of the company's responsibilities. Dad, what does he know? Sending him along will only bring shame to the Lin family. Lin Changping harbored significant reservations about Yi Xian. But he hadn't anticipated that Lin Ruhai would fly into a genuine rage. I will only tolerate you saying that once. If it happens again, you'll face the family discipline. Lin Changping awkwardly shut his mouth. Lin Beibei quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Grandpa, please don't be angry. It's not that Dad looks down on Yi Xian. It's just that this banquet is far too important for our Lin family. Chapter 21, Please behave. Though you've largely stepped back from company affairs these years, you remain the backbone of the Lin family. Only you possess the stature to meet with Xiao Dingtian face to face, Lin Beibei reasoned. Hearing this, Lin Ruhai reluctantly nodded inside. We can only ask Young Yi to endure this inconvenience. Beibei, you must explain everything clearly to Young Yi. Make absolutely sure he doesn't harbor any resentment or mistakenly believe our Lin family has treated him poorly. Understood, grandfather. Lin Beibei agreed readily, but inwardly dismissed the matter. She clearly remembered Yi Xian's words from that morning. That guy treated the Lin group like his own harem. Unaware of the turmoil within the Lin family, Yi Xian and the quartet were heading out with brooms to clean. Lin Beibei had issued an order. From now on, the building's cleaning duties would be handled by the 5 of them. Xian and I will handle the 10th floor. You guys take the other levels. Li Jun grabbed Yi Xian without a word and sprinted toward the 10th floor, as if afraid someone would it from him. Wang Shan and Sun Ming shot them looks of envy, jealousy, resentment, and pity. As for the little delinquent Jiangcheng, her eyes held nothing but contempt. This puzzled Yi Xian. Envy and resentment he could understand, but why was sympathy mixed in? Those two emotions didn't seem to go together. Li Jun soon cleared up his confusion. Bro Xian, you don't know the PR department is on the 10th floor. The women there are all gorgeous and dressed provocatively. But you see, just feasting your eyes on that in this sweltering heat? It's bound to make you overheat. Then why drag me along? Yi Xian grew even more perplexed. Better to die under the peony than live without passion. Li Jun let out a low moan and charged toward the 10th floor. PR department, here I come. The 10th floor was almost entirely women, so the sudden appearance of 2 young men immediately caught everyone's attention. Hey, isn't that 3-second guy Li Jun cleaning our floor now? The guy with him, though, looks pretty sharp, got real manly charm. That guy? He seems to be newly assigned to the General Affairs department. Really? General Affairs is full of rich kids. So this guy must be one too. Before long, one by one, the stylishly dressed women began craning their necks to get a better look at Li Jun and Yi Xian. Soon, their gazes locked onto Yi Xian, their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Yi Xian's physique was perfectly proportioned, nothing like the exaggerated muscle-bound types at the gym. Everything about him was just right. No exaggeration, he completely outshone those male models. Wow! In an instant, the stunning urban women from the PR department all had stars in their eyes. Young, handsome, and from a good family, he was practically the male lead straight out of a soap opera. Absolutely cannot let him slip away. The 10th floor erupted in a frenzy, the air thick with tension. Some of the bolder female executives had already made their way over to Yi Xian, batting their eyelashes at him incessantly. Hey, handsome, my dress feels a bit tight, it's squeezing me uncomfortably. A well-endowed beauty kept squeezing closer to Yi Xian, her curves practically stinging his eyes. Another woman refused to be outdone, her face radiating allure as she asked, handsome, do you think these stockings fit me well? She wore a miniskirt, revealing a pair of straight, slender legs, smooth and supple. Even more daring was a woman in a crop top, her waist as slender as an A4 sheet of paper. She pointed to her flat, smooth stomach. Handsome, my belt accidentally came loose. Could you help me fasten it? The moment she spoke, the other women's expressions shifted slightly. This is unfair competition. They scrambled to flaunt their most striking features, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. Surrounded by these beauties, Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss. As for Li Jun, he was pushed to the edge of the crowd, standing alone and isolated, feeling completely out of place amidst the surrounding noise and excitement. Damn it, they're all men, how could the difference be so huge? Li Jun resented not being Yi Xian, unable to deeply savor the bliss of being surrounded by such beauties. Yet amidst his bitter resentment, he found himself utterly in awe of Yi Xian. Truly, brother Xian. If only he could learn a trick or two, the scene that would unfold was beyond imagination. In the CEO's office, Lin Beibei's delicate hand hovered over the desk phone. She picked it up, set it down, picked it up again, repeating this several times, revealing her inner hesitation. She was debating whether to explain the invitation matter to Yi Xian. Given how despicable he was, she really didn't want to. But remembering how he had shielded her last night, her heart softened. That guy. I wonder if he actually cleaned up properly. If he behaves himself tomorrow, I'll let him off the punishment. With this thought, Lin Beibei walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where she could see the entire company spread out below.
Soon, her gaze was drawn to the commotion on the 10th floor. Spotting Yixian surrounded by a bevy of women, her pretty face froze in a frosty expression as she gritted her teeth. That bastard, he really thinks this place is his harem. Lin Beibei felt utterly disgusted. She immediately dialed Li Jun's number. Tell Yixian to get his ass up here. Got it, boss. After hanging up, Lin Beibei sank into a chair, radiating an intense aura of hostility. Meanwhile, Li Jun glanced at the president's office, whistled in astonishment, then waved from a distance toward Yixian. Bro Shen, come over here. It wasn't that Li Jun didn't want to get closer, he simply couldn't squeeze through. These women's fighting prowess was truly fierce. They were downright terrifying. Using Li Jun as an excuse, Yixian finally broke free from the women's encirclement. He patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jun, standing nearby, shot back with a sour tone, Bro Xian, you're really taking advantage of the situation here. Cut the crap. What is it? Yixian demanded. The boss wants you to come up. Li Jun finally remembered the main reason. Oh. Yixian nodded in surprise. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Taking the elevator, Yixian arrived at the president's office and pushed the door open without hesitation. He walked over without hesitation, sat down across from Lin Beibei, and asked, What do you need? You wanted to see me? Seeing Yixian's innocent expression, Lin Beibei grew even more furious. She gritted her teeth and snapped, Yixian, I'm warning you, you'd better behave yourself during work hours. What do you mean? Am I not behaving myself? Yixian frowned. Surrounded by women like this is your idea of self-restraint? Lin Beibei stood up and slammed her hand on the table. This morning you said you were flirting with girls at the office. I thought you were joking, but I never imagined you'd actually be this kind of person. Recalling the earlier scene, Lin Beibei felt her blood boil, overcome by an overwhelming urge to explode. Chapter 22, The Qiao family's eldest miss. So that's what it was. Yixian snapped his fingers in realization, spreading his hands. You saw it yourself, that was just a conversation between colleagues. You call that a conversation between colleagues? What colleague talks like that? Lin Beibei grew angrier with every word. Those women were practically glued to you. Looks like you were enjoying it, huh? As they spoke, a mingled scent of perfumes wafted from Yixian's body, causing Lin Beibei's brows to furrow. No need to guess, this must be from those PR department employees. Suppressing the rising anger in her chest, she walked to the window, opened it, and breathed in the fresh air, her expression finally easing slightly. Just then, she suddenly felt a burning, direct gaze on her back, fixed on her firm, rounded hips. This made Lin Beibei extremely uncomfortable, and she quickly turned around. What are you looking at? Lin Beibei's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. The moment their eyes met, she sensed the aggression in his gaze, making her heart race. This guy, he wouldn't actually do something reckless, would he? Ahem. I was just looking around. Caught red-handed, Yixian looked utterly embarrassed. He wasn't the lecherous type, it was simply that Lin Beibei's figure was too well endowed. That narrow-hemmed skirt perfectly traced the curves of her lower body, accentuating her slender waist and accentuating her voluptuous figure. Not only that, but her long legs were nothing short of divine. Smooth as jade, perfectly proportioned, not an ounce to gain or lose, they were straight and slender. Catching Yixian's frequent, heated glances, Lin Beibei flushed with panic and quickly sat down. With the desk blocking his view, her heart finally calmed slightly. If you have any intentions toward a lesbian, you're a beast. Lin Beibei exclaimed, slapping the desk. If I had to choose between being a beast or worse than a beast, I suppose being a beast might not be so bad. Yixian's reply sounded sincere. You. In her verbal sparring with Yixian, Lin Beibei had once again been bested. She sighed wearily, I don't have time for this. I'm warning you, if you ever dare to act like that again, you'll be scrubbing my toilet. I protest. Yixian's face was flushed with indignation. He didn't care about many things, but scrubbing toilets was absolutely not one of them. This was nothing short of an insult. Protest denied. Keep talking back, and you can grab a brush and head to the bathroom right now unless you want to get fired. Lin Beibei sneered coldly. Just as Yixian was about to argue his case, something suddenly occurred to him. He gave a faint smile. You're not jealous, are you? No need to deny it. Back in Baiyun village, plenty of girls were smitten with me. Many of them acted just like you. Yixian's smug expression, as if he knew her innermost thoughts, was downright infuriating. Lin Beibei wanted to rip off her high heels and smack him upside the head. Me, jealous? What a joke. Even if every man on earth were wiped out, I wouldn't be jealous of you. Lin Beibei declared passionately. Pfft, excuses are just cover-ups. You know that. Yixian didn't give Lin Beibei a chance to respond before bolting out the door. Ah! An angry roar echoed from the CEO's office, reverberating down the hallway. This incident later became a major talking point within the Lin group. As the workday ended, Yixian received a call from Xiaoqiao. Handsome, did you miss me today? Xiaoqiao's voice, soft and sweet enough to melt anyone, filled the air.
Yi Xian couldn't possibly respond to that. Pretending not to hear, he simply said, I remember about the celebration banquet. I'll be right over. You heartless jerk. I've been waiting for you downstairs forever. If you don't come down soon, I'll turn into a stone statue waiting for my husband. Xiaoqiao complained. Yi Xian's face darkened. What kind of wolfish words were these? I'm coming down now. After hanging up, Yi Xian descended the stairs. From afar, he spotted a fiery red BMW parked by the roadside. The door opened, and a slender, delicate foot stepped out. Set against the black stiletto heels, it glowed with a luminous whiteness that made one gasp involuntarily. Her shoulders were partially exposed, and the elegantly curved strapless top accentuated her slender waist, which seemed delicate enough to break with a single squeeze. Her high, neatly tied black bun complemented her snow-white gown perfectly, outlining her flawless curves. Fine pleats at the hem of her gown fluttered gently in the breeze. Bathed in sunlight, Xiaoqiao in that moment resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. This was the first time Yi Xian had ever seen Xiaoqiao in a gown noble and elegant, yet with a hint of allure that could drive any man mad. Silly, do I look pretty? Xiaoqiao flicked her hair and smiled radiantly, like 100 flowers blooming. You look gorgeous. Yi Xian mechanically nodded. Today's Xiaoqiao was truly breathtaking. He couldn't find words to describe her. Satisfied with his answer, Xiaoqiao giggled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons that begged for a kiss. Smart move. Get in the car. The two walked toward the car. In the president's office, Lin Beibei was also about to clock out. As she closed the window, she instinctively glanced downstairs and caught sight of Xiaoqiao and Yi Xian getting into the car. Xiaoqiao? Even from the side, Lin Beibei recognized the woman in the evening gown as Xiaoqiao. Could it be her boyfriend works at Lin Group? Curiosity piqued, Lin Beibei quickly glanced toward the other side of the car and nearly popped her eyes out of her head. Yi Xian? Lin Beibei's brain instantly froze. By the time she snapped back to confirm, the BMW had already started its engine and sped off into the distance. She must have seen wrong. One was the famously scandalous heiress of the Qiao family, the other a country bumpkin fresh off the bus. They weren't even on the same wavelength, there was no way their paths could cross. Besides, with Xiaoqiao's standards, she'd never set her sights on a guy like Yi Xian. Only someone like her would have to hold her nose and tolerate him. About half an hour later, the red BMW pulled into the Qiao family estate. Numerous guests had already arrived. When they saw Xiaoqiao step out of the car, their eyes lit up, and they made to greet her warmly. However, when they saw Yi Xian emerge from the passenger seat, their hearts skipped a beat, and they froze in place. Who exactly was this young man that Xiaoqiao had personally come to pick up? Speculation swirled among them, their minds racing with conjecture about Yi Xian's identity. After parking the car, Xiaoqiao led Yi Xian to the side hall. Only Dingtian was present inside. Seeing Yi Xian enter, Dingtian showed no intention of rising. He merely stared intently, scrutinizing him with a solemn expression that commanded respect without anger. Chapter 23, An Ill Omen. What's with this old man? Being stared at like this by a man made Yi Xian feel uneasy, though he didn't show it on his face. He simply held Dingtian's gaze. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Xiaoqiao, standing nearby, frowned and called out, Dad. Only then did Dingtian's gaze soften. He rose to his feet and extended his right hand warmly. Young Yi, it's been a long time. Yi Xian gave a slight nod, his expression calm. Good day, Mr. Qiao. Young friend, please sit. Dingtian gestured for Yi Xian to sit down, smiling as he said, Young friend, your presence today truly graces our humble abode. Mr. Qiao, you flatter me. It is my honor to have received your invitation. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. This earned him a slight nod of approval from Dingtian. Though he couldn't yet discern any extraordinary qualities in Yi Xian, this unassuming yet dignified demeanor was indeed rare. Having occupied positions of power for many years, he had cultivated an aura of command that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Most people would have been thrown off balance by his earlier gaze. Yet Yi Xian remained perfectly composed, which earned Dingtian's quiet admiration. Those destined for greatness must remain unflappable even when a mountain collapses before them. This young man showed promise. Young Yi, Dingtian probed, I understand from my daughter that you serve as Brother Rohai's personal physician. Given your skill, you've deigned to assist him personally. Your relationship must be quite special, wouldn't you say? Yi Xian didn't hide anything, answering directly, my master and old Master Lin were old friends. He owed him a favor, and as his disciple, it's only natural for me to repay that debt. No wonder. Dingtian nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Thanks to you, young friend, I got my life back. My daughter mentioned you didn't even accept payment that weighs heavily on my conscience. Since you share such close ties with the Lin family, perhaps we should entrust the Qiao Group's project to them. It would serve as a way to repay your kindness. What do you think? Yi Xian hesitated briefly before nodding. Thank you, Mr. Qiao. You're too polite, young friend. It was nothing more than a small favor. Dingtian waved his hand dismissively. A mere complex project? How could it possibly compare to the debt of saving my life? I have an idea. Once the banquet begins, I'll have my daughter express my gratitude publicly before everyone. That way, the prominent figures of Jiangcheng can get to know you. Should you ever need anything from them in the future, just mention my name. Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up. This was precisely the platform Yi Xian needed. With her father's endorsement, navigating Jiangcheng would become far smoother. Yi Xian, what are you waiting for? This is a golden opportunity.
Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Xiaoqiao grew impatient and urged him.
In truth, Yi Xian wasn't particularly keen on Dingtian's proposal.
He had descended the mountain solely to repay a debt and seek his destiny.
Once his business here was concluded, he intended to return. Dingtian's endorsement meant absolutely nothing to him.
But with both father and daughter having spoken so plainly, refusing would be a slap in the face.
Fine.
Yi Xian reluctantly agreed. In the banquet hall, all the guests had arrived and were gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. The Lin family, however, had no such leisure. The prolonged absence of the Qiao family father and daughter left them growing increasingly anxious. Just then, Xiaoshan approached, holding a wineglass, followed by his son, Xiaohai. Lin Ruhai spotted them and led the Lin family forward to greet them.
Brother, I owe you big time this time.
Without you, I wouldn't even have gotten through the Qin family's front gate. Lin Ruhai grasped Xiaoshan's right hand, his face brimming with gratitude.
Ruhai, you're still so polite. A few invitations? That's nothing. Xiaoshan waved it off.
Seems the outsiders were right. The Qiao family head holds you in exceptionally high regard, brother. Even though you've stepped back, your influence remains as strong as ever.
Lin Ruhai's flattery carried a hint of probing. Xiaoshan laughed heartily.
Outside talk always has a touch of exaggeration. But as for me, the Qiao family head does tend to listen to my opinions. I know you've long sought to secure that integrated development project, Rueihai.
I'll do everything in my power to help you land it.
I can't guarantee 100% success, but I'm confident we have at least a 90% chance.
I'm truly at a loss for words.
Lin Ruhai was overcome with excitement. Lin Changping and Lin Beibei, father and daughter, both wore expressions of astonished delight. No need for such emotion, brothers.
Xiaoshan waved his hand dismissively.
Brother, this makes me feel guilty. Whatever you need from the Lin family, just ask.
If it's within my power, I won't hesitate for a second. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Xiaoshan's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained composed.
Truthfully, there is indeed a matter weighing on my mind that I wish to discuss with you. If you could agree to it, I could die with peace in my heart.
Oh? What is it, brother? Speak freely.
Lin Ruhai nodded firmly.
My good-for-nothing son still hasn't found a wife. It's driving me crazy.
I've pushed him to go on blind dates, but he's already set his heart on someone.
He won't marry anyone else. This has me in a real bind. Xiaoshan sighed. Beside him, Xiaohai looked utterly bewildered.
A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Ruhai.
He asked, which family's daughter is this? If it's inconvenient for you, brother, I can act as matchmaker. Who else could it be?
Your very own Beibei, of course, Xiaoshan replied. At those words, Xiaohai's face instantly flushed crimson. He eyed Lin Beibei with a lecherous gaze, drool nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth.
The Lin family's expressions turned grim. Xiaohai's reputation in Jiangcheng was notoriously bad.
He was a notorious playboy who indulged in every vice imaginable: drinking, gambling, women, and drugs. Because of this, he had already been divorced 3 times in just over a decade. Setting aside his vices, the Lin family simply couldn't accept the age gap. Though Xiaoshan had become a father late in life, the gap between Xiaohai and Lin Beibei wasn't just generational, there was also a difference of over a decade in their ages. Lin Changping might be a bit snobbish, but his affection for his daughter was genuine. He immediately frowned and said, Uncle Qiao, I don't think this is quite appropriate. Why don't I look for a suitable match for my younger brother Xiaohai? Before he could finish, Xiaoshan cut him off. Changping, this is between me and your father.
Is it your place to interrupt?
Whether it's appropriate or not isn't for you to decide.
With that, Xiaoshan turned his gaze to Lin Ruhai.
Lin Ruhai shook his head slightly.
Brother, what era are we in now?
Arranged marriages by parents and matchmakers are outdated.
Let the children handle their own affairs. Xiaoshan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 24, A Storm Breaks.
It was common knowledge that barring any unforeseen circumstances, upon Lin Ruhai's passing, all shares of the Lin group would pass to Lin Beibei. By marrying Lin Beibei, Xiaohai would become her husband and thereby gain ownership of half the Lin group shares. This was his scheme to get something for nothing. How could he possibly allow Lin Ruhai to refuse?
Ruhai, I treated you with sincerity, securing you an invitation, and this is how you repay me?
Xiaoshan's expression turned cold. If you choose to be unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous.
Wu Tian Lin has been vying for that integrated development project. All it takes is a few kind words from me to Qiao Dingtian, and that project will have nothing to do with your Lin family. As the words fell, the expressions of the Lin family members shifted. Just as Lin Rohai pondered how to explain, a cold yet melodious voice echoed from afar, "What audacity! Since when did you become the decision maker for the Qiao family?" Xiao Shan's face darkened. He roared at the figure behind him, "I'm a senior member of the Qiao family. Who do you think you are?" But upon recognizing the figure approaching, Xiao Shan's expression shifted dramatically. The words on his lips vanished. "Little Qiao, so it was you. I should have recognized you earlier." A forced smile twisted across Xiao Shan's face, but it looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression. The Lin family members all turned to look. Uncle Qiao, Lin Xiaoqiao approached, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. "Does my father know about the matters you've been handling on his behalf outside?" Xiaoqiao approached, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of her mouth. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Xiao Shan's forehead. He knew Qiao Dingtian's temper all too well. If the old man discovered he'd been using his authority as a shield, he wouldn't let it slide. "Xiaoqiao, I was momentarily foolish. Please don't tell your father about this trivial matter. He's just recovering and mustn't get upset," Xiao Shan said with a forced smile. "A moment of foolishness? You look perfectly clear-headed to me." Xiaoqiao raised an eyebrow. "If you're taking credit for something as minor as an invitation, how much more is my father unaware of?" That remark cut deep. Xiao Shan paled with fright and hastily explained, "Xiaoqiao, truly, it's not my fault. It was Lin Rohai, that old fool who mistakenly thought the invitation was my doing. He specifically called to thank me, and I couldn't very well argue, so I just went along with it." Lin Rohai nearly choked on his own blood. "Xiao Shan, you shameless." Xiaoqiao sneered coldly, "Back then, you exploited my father's trust to line your own pockets. He spared your face by letting you retire early. Yet not only did you show no remorse, you grew even more brazen, exploiting my father's name to commit outrageous acts. Under these circumstances, you have no right to remain here any longer." With a light clap of her jade-like hand, four black-clad men approached. Two on each side seized Xiao Shan and his son, dragging them out. The Lin family finally exhaled in relief. "Miss Qiao, I am Lin Rohai. Thank you for intervening in the earlier incident." Lin Rohai expressed his gratitude. "You're too kind, sir. I was merely clearing out the rot within the Qiao family." Xiaoqiao shifted her tone and continued, "The primary reason for inviting the Lin family today concerns the Integrated Development Project. After discussing it with my father, we've decided to entrust this project to your Lin family. What are your thoughts?" The Xiaoqiao before them now seemed like a different person from the one who had stood before Yi Xian. She was decisive and efficient, radiating the aura of a confident, capable woman. The Lin family members were stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, doubting their own ears. "Miss Qiao, are you serious?" Lin Rohai's voice trembled slightly. "Of course." Xiaoqiao smiled calmly. "If the old master has any reservations, please speak freely." "No concerns at all." Lin Rohai shook his head repeatedly. This unexpected windfall was almost too good to be true. It nearly knocked him off his feet. "Miss Qiao, rest assured we'll give this project our full commitment. I have full confidence in the capabilities of the Lin Group. After the banquet concludes, someone will be assigned to coordinate this matter with you." After speaking, Xiaoqiao's gaze fell upon Lin Beibei as she extended her right hand. "Xiaoqiao. Lin Beibei." As their hands clasped and their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly through the air. Xiaoqiao spoke with a meaningful tone, "I've set my sights on a treasure, but I'm afraid others might try to snatch it away. What do you suggest I do?" Lin Beibei froze, about to respond, when she sensed an implication in the words, "Miss Qiao, when you say others, are you referring to me?" "That's correct." Xiaoqiao nodded. This left Lin Beibei utterly baffled. With time running short, she didn't have a moment to ponder it. She offered a faint smile. "A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. Though I am a woman, I possess that awareness." Xiaoqiao smiled with satisfaction. "Good. I'll remember that. I hope one day you'll recall these very words." With that, Xiaoqiao swept away in a trail of perfume, leaving the Lin family utterly bewildered. Soon after, the banquet hall dimmed, and spotlights flashed across the main stage. Xiaoqiao glided gracefully onto the stage. Bathed in the spotlight, she radiated charm, capturing every gaze in the room. It must be said, when she put her mind to it, Xiaoqiao was truly remarkable. Her witty remarks flowed effortlessly, blending humor with grace, skillfully setting the mood. This revealed a different side of her to Yi Xian. "Dear family and friends, my father has something to share with you all." As the words fell, Xiao Dingtian stepped forward and surveyed the crowd. "You may not know this, but a few days ago, I nearly met my end. Fortunately, I'm a lucky man. A benefactor came to my aid, and I managed to scrape by. Though great kindness needs no thanks, I still wish to take this occasion to publicly express my gratitude." A spotlight descended, illuminating the spot where Yi Xian stood. Instinctively, all eyes followed. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and stepped onto the main stage. "This. Among the crowd, the Lin family members all wore expressions of utter shock. Is this Yi Xian?
A storm of disbelief raged within their hearts.
Xiao Dingtian was a top tycoon with connections reaching every corner of Jiangcheng.
The Lin family was utterly insignificant in his presence. And now, this man was actually about to publicly express gratitude to Yi Xian. Feeling all eyes on him, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. Attending the banquet was already against his wishes, and becoming the center of attention was something he deeply disliked. But since Xiao Dingtian had awarded the complex project to the Lin family, Yi Xian felt he couldn't refuse both in terms of courtesy and reason. This is young friend Yi Xian, Xiao Dingtian introduced him, turning to Yi Xian. Xiao Dingtian introduced him, then turned to Yi Xian. Everyone here today is a close friend or relative of the Qiao family.
Young Yi, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yi Xian merely shook his head, saying nothing.
Xiao Dingtian naturally sensed Yi Xian's reluctance. He didn't press the matter.
After exchanging polite pleasantries with the crowd, he and Yi Xian stepped down from the stage.
Chapter 25, The Boss. This introduction felt rather abrupt and awkward, prompting murmurs of disappointment from the audience below.
They had heard that when Xiao Dingtian was gravely ill, he had sought treatment from Dr. Li Ru. This young man named Yi Xian had nothing to do with it.
Xiao Dingtian's actions were likely due to Li Rui's entrustment. He simply couldn't refuse the favor.
The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became that their guess was correct. The Lin family, aware of Yi Xian's medical skills, naturally didn't share this view. They never imagined Yi Xian and Xiao Dingtian shared such a connection. Judging by Xiao Dingtian's demeanor, he didn't seem to hold Yi Xian in particularly high regard. Such a perfunctory expression of gratitude felt more like a mere formality to repay a debt of gratitude.
Xiao Dingtian was being outrageous.
He had Yi Xian come up on stage only to give him a few perfunctory words.
How could he do that? Lin Beibei felt indignant on Yi Xian's behalf. For some reason, Xiao Dingtian's actions deeply annoyed her.
Lin Chongping quickly scolded, "Beibei, mind your manners. If people overhear this, it could jeopardize our cooperation with the Qiao family." "Grandpa, look at my dad," Lin Beibei pouted, her face full of displeasure.
"Chongping, I think Beibei has a point.
Young Yi saved his life, yet Xiao Dingtian treats him like this.
It's truly inappropriate."
Lin Ruhai's tone was more diplomatic, but his heart bristled with resentment. He just didn't know how much Xiao Yi had contributed to the Lin family securing the integrated development project. "Dad, you know the saying, mercy has no place in managing finances, and righteousness has no place in commanding troops." Lin Chongping shook his head. So what if he saved his life? If Xiao Dingtian had repaid him with Qiao family business, he wouldn't have reached this position today. Therefore, this has absolutely nothing to do with Yi Xian.
Exactly.
Personal favors are one thing, business is another. I believe Xiao Dingtian can distinguish between the two, Lin Beibei chimed in. Lin Ruhai, however, frowned deeply. "I can't shake the feeling something's fishy here. All intelligence indicates the Qiao family has always favored Tianli Group. Without any outside interference, why would he suddenly change his mind? It's simple, it's because of Nan Lang's death." Lin Chongping rubbed his chin as he spoke. Back when the Knife Society was backing him, Wu Tian Lin wouldn't have let anyone secure the complex project without a fight. He'd have secretly sabotaged it, stirring up trouble through his people. Rather than cleaning up after his contractor, it was far more straightforward to hand the project directly to Wu Tian Lin. But now, everything has changed. Without the small Knife Society, Tianli Group is no match for our Lin family. At the very least, our financial resources are far more substantial. If I were Xiao Dingtian, I'd choose our Lin family at this moment too. Dad was right, that's exactly how it is. Lin Beibei agreed. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Xiao Dingtian looked at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly. "Young Yi, I intended to pave the way for you, but now I've likely botched it." On stage, time was too tight for him to think things through. Now he realized his abrupt change of tone might have caused misunderstandings. Worst of all, there was no chance to fix it now. Yi Xian smiled faintly, about to speak, when the side hall doors swung open. Xiaoqiao swept in on a wave of perfume, plopping down beside him. "Dad, you know you messed up too? I feel like I can only atone by pledging myself to you." Xiaoqiao pouted, her face full of displeasure. "You silly child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Dingtian scolded her before adding, "You two continue talking. I'll go attend to the guests outside." With that, Xiao Dingtian exited the room. The side hall was now left with only Xiaoqiao and Yi Xian. This was the first time they'd been alone together in such an enclosed space, making Yi Xian feel somewhat uneasy. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Yi Xian had barely lifted his buttocks when Xiaoqiao pressed him back down. "Why the rush? Afraid I'll eat you?" Xiaoqiao flashed a seductive smile. Paired with her flawless, charming face, it was enough to make one's blood boil. "I didn't mean it that way." Yi Xian, fearing Xiaoqiao might pull some mischief, quickly shifted his hips backward, creating distance between them. His action drew a soft, playful giggle from Xiaoqiao. "What about my earlier suggestion? Won't you consider it?"
Xiaoqiao's beautiful eyes glistened with desire, radiating an irresistible charm. What proposal?
Yi Xian froze for a moment.
To pledge myself to you.
Xiaoqiao leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, would you like me to be your wife?
That way, I could show myself to you every single day.
Yi Xian nearly spit out his tea.
Sis, that joke's a bit too much, don't you think? I really have to go now.
Yi Xian bolted for the door, leaving Xiaoqiao no chance to stop him. Behind him, a silver bell laughter echoed.
In an abandoned factory building, Wu Tian Lin sat in a chair.
Beside him stood a man with a shaved head and a scar across his face.
Scarface, you called me here, have you already sorted things out? Wu Tian Lin looked pale and exhausted, clearly still reeling from the blow of the Little Knife Society incident.
It was no exaggeration to say he had lost his right-hand man.
Master Wu, we've uncovered some leads.
Knowing your urgency, I'm reporting to you now, the man with the shaved head said respectfully.
Scar was one of Wu Tianlin's hidden cards.
As a crime lord, he trusted no one. Years ago, to guard against Nan Lang's potential betrayal, he had secretly recruited a band of desperate men. Though few in number, each was exceptionally skilled in combat. Scar was their leader.
Spill it. What exactly happened? Wu Tianlin demanded in a deep voice.
Without knowing who was backing Qin Feng, he was hesitant to act against this traitor, afraid of hitting the wrong target. Mr. Wu, I had our men review the surveillance footage around the Wealth Club. We saw Yi Xian enter the club, and he came out about 10 minutes later. I suspect this man is directly linked to Nan Lang's death. Scar said in a low voice.
Yi Xian? Wu Tianlin narrowed his eyes. Does he have the capability to take out Nan Lang and the 7 Golden Warriors?
Hard to say. I'd planned to bring him in these past few days, but considering his skills, I didn't dare make a rash move.
Scar replied. So what if he's formidable?
We can target those close to him.
Wu Tianlin raised an eyebrow. That's exactly what I had in mind.
After some investigation, I discovered his closest associates were his colleagues. So I had them captured.
Scar boasted, seeking credit. I intended to extract useful information from them, but their lips are sealed. It seems our only option now is to use them to lure Yi Xian out. Chapter 26, Fatal Wound. Wu Tianlin gave his instructions and left immediately.
Scar clapped his hands, and several subordinates brought Li Jun and the other 3 men in.
All 4 bore injuries of varying severity, with Li Jun suffering the worst.
Being the most reckless and with a sharp, vicious tongue, he naturally took the most and hardest beatings.
You'll get information about Brother Xian out of us? Not a chance. My grandfather is a founding member of the Lin Group. I'm warning you, you'd better release us immediately. Otherwise.
Even now, Li Jun remained defiant, his mouth spewing threats non-stop.
Shut him up. Scarface ordered coldly.
A towering, muscular man stepped before Li Jun and delivered several hard slaps, nearly knocking him unconscious. Sun Ming and the others turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling at the sight.
Snap a photo of them and send it to that Yi kid. Scar ordered.
At the Qiao residence, Yi Xian had just stepped out of the side hall when his phone buzzed with a text message. He pulled it out to find a photo showing the 4 thugs beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen and bruised. His face turned pale, and he quickly dialed the number back. Who the hell are you, and how did you get photos of Li Jun and the others?
Yi, cut the crap. You have half an hour to get to the factory in the eastern suburbs. If you don't show up, I can't guarantee I won't do something irrational.
Ha! Then the call abruptly ended.
Yi Xian's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
At that moment, Xiaoqiao, who had been in the side room, noticed Yi Xian's unusual state and stepped out.
Seeing Yi Xian's grim expression, Xiaoqiao asked with concern, what happened? Is there anything I can do to help?
Yi Xian didn't hide anything from Xiaoqiao. Some friends of mine have been kidnapped.
They want me to come over. With that, Yi Xian turned to leave.
Xiaoqiao's heart raced, and she blocked his path.
You can't go. Why? Yi Xian frowned.
If I don't go, they'll be in danger. Those guys are clearly desperate criminals.
Are you crazy? They're forcing you to go, they've laid a trap waiting for you.
Your line of work is fraught with danger. I can't stand by and watch you risk your life.
Xiaoqiao explained. Move aside. I don't have time for this.
Yi Xian's tone grew sharp.
I won't let you.
Xiaoqiao shook her head, biting her pearl-white teeth lightly.
The lives of others don't concern me. I don't care what happens to them. But if something happens to you, I'll be devastated.
Yi Xian froze. He hadn't expected to hold such weight in Xiaoqiao's heart. As for the source of that weight, he couldn't fathom it.
I don't want to fight you. Move aside.
Yi Xian's voice grew urgent.
Time was running out, only half an hour remained.
Every minute that passed meant another minute of danger for the 4 of them. Seeing Yi Xian poised to knock her unconscious, Xiaoqiao had a sudden thought, you can go, but you must call Qin Feng and have him bring reinforcements.
Ha!
Yi Xian froze, fixing Xiaoqiao with a piercing stare.
You figured it out? If I hadn't, that would be the problem, wouldn't it? Xiaoqiao gave a faint smile. That's true. Yi Xian nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. Even though I spared Qin Feng's life back then, he might not be willing to be controlled by me. He will. Xiaoqiao flicked her hair confidently. That night shattered his courage. To him, you're no different from the Grim Reaper. With that, she dialed Qin Feng's number and handed the phone to Yi Xian. Who the hell is so blind as to interrupt my workout? Qin Feng gasped heavily over the phone, his breath mingled with what sounded like a woman's voice. Yi Xian. Off. I don't know any Yi. Oh, you're Mr. Yi. Qin Feng's tone abruptly turned deferential. Cut the crap. Get yourself and your people to the factory in the eastern suburbs within half an hour. After a half-second silence, Qin Feng's voice came back, yes. After hanging up, at Xiaoqiao's insistence, the two drove together toward the factory in the eastern suburbs. Along the way, Yi Xian drove the BMW with such speed it felt like flying not just lightning fast, but practically skimming the ground. In less than 20 minutes, they reached the eastern suburbs, where the abandoned factory building mentioned on the phone was visible from afar. Yi Xian pulled over and said, "Wait for me here." Xiaoqiao wanted to follow, but seeing Yi Xian's unwavering expression, she nodded in agreement. Anyone familiar with Xiaoqiao witnessing this scene would likely have dropped their jaw in astonishment. The eldest Miss Qiao was known for her pride. Who had ever heard her obey anyone's orders? And so, Yi Xian entered the factory building alone. The factory was enormous, spanning over 1,000 square meters. 60 or 70 burly men stood around the perimeter, each slung with a machete over a meter long and holding a crossbow. A dozen or so had bulging pouches at their waists. Their equipment was clearly top-notch. In the very center of the factory, Scarface sat with his legs crossed, lounging in a chair. To his right sat the four thugs, their limbs bound and restrained. Spotting Yi Xian enter, Li Jun and the others froze momentarily before erupting with excitement. Brother Xian, run. Don't worry about us, they won't dare do anything to us. Did I give you permission to speak? Shut up. The towering brute delivered 4 consecutive slaps to their right cheeks, sending stars dancing before their eyes and blood trickling from their lips. Stop it. Yi Xian roared in fury, his gaze fixed on Scarface. Let them go. I'll stay. Heh, quite the sense of honor. Scar let out a cold chuckle and clapped his hands. Release them. His target was solely Yi Xian, the others were irrelevant. Soon, the ropes binding Li Jun and the others were cut. They limped over to Yi Xian's side. After a quick check, Yi Xian saw none had life-threatening injuries and finally relaxed. Kid, you've got some guts, charging in alone like this. Think you're Guan Yu reincarnated? Scarred sneered. In his limited knowledge, Guan Yu was the only legendary warrior he knew. So what if you can fight? Can you outmatch these crossbows? At close range, crossbow bolts pack more lethal punch than any firearm. Who said I came alone? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Ha, trying to trick me? I've got plenty of spies outside. Any news would have reached me already. Scarface declared with confidence. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled faintly. You can try contacting those hidden sentries and see if they respond. Chapter 27, Familiar Faces. Seeing Yi Xian's unwavering certainty, Scar felt a tightening in his chest and immediately ordered someone to make the calls. The result was exactly as Yi Xian had predicted. None of the hidden sentries could be reached. Kid, you're behind this? Scar's face turned pale. His years of experience told him something had changed outside. Seize that kid. As the order fell, burly men raised crossbows to their chests, fingers on triggers, while a dozen others wielding machetes lunged toward Yi Xian. I'll see who dares to move. A booming voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Hundreds of burly men wielding long swords surged into the room. At the head of them all stood none other than Qin Feng. So it was you, brother Qin Feng. Scarface exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. We're both in the same line of work. No need to pull this on me, right? Do me a favor and pull your men back. I'll host a banquet to thank you another day. As for this kid, leave him to me. Consider it a favor from your big brother. Scarface had once been a major figure in Jiangcheng's underworld. Since secretly aligning with Wu Tian Lin, he'd kept a low profile. In his mind, he held far more weight with Qin Feng than Yi Xian ever could. Yet, the slap in the face came faster than he'd imagined. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who do you think you are, calling me brother? You. Scar was about to explode with rage when he froze. He watched as Qin Feng jogged over to Yi Xian, bowing and scraping. Mr. Yi, there was some traffic on the way, so I'm a bit late. Yi Xian merely waved his hand dismissively. No problem. This scene left everyone speechless. The four thugs' eyes lit up, their gazes toward Yi Xian brimming with admiration. Scarface's face, however, was etched with utter disbelief. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. What kind of joke is this? The current leader of the esteemed Small Knife Society was actually groveling before a nobody? Qin Feng, however, saw nothing unusual. If Yi Xian could eliminate Nan Lang, he certainly possessed the capability to eliminate him. Facing someone who held his life in their hands, no amount of humility was excessive. Mr. Yi, how shall we deal with these men? Xin Feng asked, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Execute only the ringleader. Release the rest. Yi Xian paused, then pointed at the towering brute. That one struck my friend. Find out if others were involved. Break one of their arms. Yes. Xin Feng nodded firmly. Watching the two men decide his fate in mere words, Scar's face darkened. Xin Feng, you think I'm a pushover? Try laying a finger on me. My brother's crossbows don't discriminate. Scarface, the longer you've been in this game, the dumber you've gotten. Xin Feng sneered, his face dripping with contempt. Just these crappy crossbows? Who do you think you're trying to scare? I've got plenty of brothers outside. We could stack them up and crush you flat. This was his first job for Yi Xian, and he'd mobilized every last member of the small knife society. There were easily over 1,000 men outside. Scar glanced outside and saw a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes. So what if they outnumber us? We'll fight to the death. I'll drag you down with me even if I perish. Scar growled. His men were battle-hardened veterans. In one-on-one combat, the small knife society's members weren't even worthy of lacing their boots. But even the bravest warriors couldn't withstand sheer numbers. Wu Tian Lin had positioned them for special operations like a dagger, silently plunging into the enemy's heart. But in this situation, their greatest strength was completely nullified. Ha! You really are naive. Xin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Go ahead and try. See which of your brothers will still listen to you? Scarface roared behind him, open fire. Kill Xin Feng and that kid surnamed Ji. The command fell on deaf ears. The surrounding area remained dead silent, not a sound. Scarface froze, then roared like a madman, are you all ing deaf? I told you to move. His men exchanged glances, still showing no intention of moving. What a joke. These men were hot-blooded and aggressive, but they weren't fools. Yi had explicitly stated they'd only target the ringleader. Since they could walk away alive, why risk a mutually assured destruction? You. Scar trembled with rage, unable to form a coherent sentence. Yi Xian shook his head, gave the four thugs a meaningful glance, and started walking toward the exit. Scarred man, seeing this, panicked and shouted after his retreating figure, Mr. Yi, if you spare my life, I'll reveal the mastermind behind this. Yi Xian didn't even turn back, his voice cold as ice, no need. Besides Wu Tian Lin, there's no one else involved. With that, Yi Xian and the four thugs walked out. Scar was overcome with terror, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Brother Xin Feng, I beg you, please spare me. If you let me live, I'll speak well of you to Mr. Wu. He absolutely won't hold it against you for killing Nan Lang. Xin Feng sneered coldly, who told you I killed Nan Lang? Then who else could it be? Scar's heart jolted. His eyes instinctively darted toward the factory entrance as his voice trembled. Could it be him? Exactly. Mr. Ye's methods are beyond your imagination. Xin Feng's voice was deep and solemn. If he were to act, all of you wouldn't even be worth his attention. Seems I'm not dying unjustly after all, Scar said bitterly. Get to it. Xin Feng waved his hand, and his men pounced on Scarred Heart. Outside the factory, thousands of men in black stood in formation, parting to form a path through which Yi Xian walked with his four henchmen. Good day, Mr. Yi. The burly men in black shouted in unison. Their voices boomed like thunder, reverberating through the sky. The four thugs had never witnessed such a spectacle. They instinctively shrank back, their gazes fixed on Yi Xian with a mix of admiration and awe. Though they couldn't fathom why the knife gang showed Yi Xian such deference, his ability to command this respect proved he was truly their boss. Several minutes later, the group approached the BMW. When the four thugs saw Xiaoqiao standing beside the car door, they were stunned. The knife gang was one thing, but Xiaoqiao? She was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, the most dazzling star in Jiangcheng's business world. Could it be that she and Yi Xian were also well acquainted? Yet the words that followed shattered their assumptions once more. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? If not, Xiaoqiao's face was filled with genuine concern and worry, leaving the four thugs utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the cold, aloof Xiaoqiao they'd heard about? There's something going on between them. Chapter 28, Utterly Baffled. After Yi Xian's treatment, the four thugs' injuries were nearly healed, though some marks remained on their faces. Let's go. I'll take you back, Yi Xian offered. No need. We'll just take a taxi back ourselves, Li Jun waved him off with a smile. Out here in the middle of nowhere, late at night? Who knows how he'd even hail a cab? Exactly, Brother Xian, Sister Xiaoqiao, you two go ahead. Wang Shan shot Yi Xian a knowing look, practically spelling out a night of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold across his face. Damn it, these guys have totally misunderstood. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He couldn't be bothered to explain anything, so he just got into the car with Xiaoqiao. Under the cloak of night, the car sped along. Pleasant music filled the cabin, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. Gazing at Yi Xian's sharply defined profile, Xiaoqiao's eyes flickered as she asked, "What do you think of Lin Beibei?" Her gaze locked onto his eyes, as if trying to read something within them. "Nothing special. Just the Lin family's spoiled princess." Yi Xian replied casually. "Is she prettier than me?" Xiaoqiao straightened her tall frame, as if trying to gain an advantage. "Both are quite beautiful." Yi Xian answered sincerely. The two women possessed vastly different styles, yet each held unique charm. To truly rank them against each other? That was no easy task. "Nonsense. You're not allowed to speak against your conscience." Xiaoqiao stared straight at Yi Xian. "You get one more chance to answer." "You can do that?" Yi Xian nearly choked on his own blood. "You're beautiful." Under Xiaoqiao's pitiful gaze, Yi Xian conceded defeat and sighed helplessly. "That's more like it." Xiaoqiao chuckled triumphantly, as if she'd won some grand victory. "Since you agree I'm prettier than Lin Beibei, why stay at the Lin residence? You might as well move out. We have several vacant properties, you can choose one to live in. That way, we can spend more time together." She emphasized the last four words with a suggestive inflection. "I'll pass. I'm used to living at the Lin residence and have no plans to move out for now." Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. Unless he'd lost his mind, he wouldn't agree to Xiaoqiao's suggestion. Unless he wanted someone sneaking in while he slept one night. Such things might be understandable with other girls, but Xiaoqiao? Who knows what bizarre things she might do. "Don't you want to see me every day?" Xiaoqiao pouted, her face full of hurt. "I don't want to see you every day." Yi Xian muttered to himself. "My cooking is actually pretty good. If you move out, I can make you delicious meals every day, guaranteed no repeats." Yi Xian was deeply skeptical of this claim. If someone told him a sow could climb a tree, he might just about believe it. But if they said the Qiao family's eldest daughter could cook? Not in a million years. Just imagining the charred, unrecognizable remains of ingredients made him shudder. Thankfully, he arrived home just in time, sparing him from dwelling on the matter. "I'm home. Bye." Yi Xian hopped out of the car swiftly, not giving Xiaoqiao a chance to speak. Heartless. How could he have so little faith in her? Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Xiaoqiao pouted her vivid red lips and sniffed indignantly. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family estate, the banquet had just concluded when a sharply dressed man ushered them into the reception hall. "Mr. Lin, my apologies for not being there to greet you earlier." "My deepest apologies." A middle-aged man had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting the Lin family approaching, he greeted them warmly. This man was the project director of the Qiao group, wielding considerable influence. Many company presidents sought to establish connections with him in hopes of securing projects from the Qiao family. The Lin family exchanged puzzled glances. What was going on? Song Fei was notoriously arrogant. No one had ever heard of him being warm toward any group executive. Suppressing their confusion, Lin Ruhai hurried forward and said, "Director Song, you're too kind. Had we known you were here, we would have come earlier?" "Not at all. This was meant solely for old Master Lin. How could I possibly invite you to come earlier?" Song Fei gestured for everyone to take a seat. During the subsequent negotiations, Song Fei didn't make things difficult for the Lin family. On the contrary, he offered all sorts of unimaginable concessions. This left the Lin family members wondering if there was some trick involved. Of course, these were merely fleeting thoughts. The Qiao family's reputation remained trustworthy. "Mr. Lin, the contract terms are essentially as outlined. You may take time to discuss them internally. If everything is acceptable, we can schedule a signing to finalize the agreement for mutual peace of mind," Song Fei said with a smile. "Agreed." Lin Ruhai nodded excitedly. In all his years in business, this was the first time a client had offered such generous terms. He had no objections whatsoever. If not for fear of Song Fei's ridicule, he would have insisted on signing on the spot. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruhai asked, "Director Song, do you know why the Qiao family head suddenly chose our Lin group? What exactly prompted this change?" Given Lin Ruihai's usual composure, he wouldn't normally ask such a question. The abrupt shift was simply too much for him to resist. Lin Chongping and Lin Beibei both perked up their ears, afraid to miss any details. "Mr. Lin, you're overthinking it. There's no change at all." Song Fei laughed heartily. "Lin Group is the leader in Jiangcheng's real estate industry. If we didn't choose you to build the complex, that would be the real problem." This response left not only Lin Ruhai but even Lin Chongping unconvinced. If the complex project went to Lin Group, it could be attributed to their strength. But the Qiao family wasn't in the business of charity. Not only did they not fleece the Lin family, they offered such generous terms. It was simply beyond comprehension. Someone must have intervened. As for who this hidden benefactor might be, the Lin family was utterly baffled. With their minds full of questions, the Lin family headed home. Lin Beibei was in high spirits, humming a tune as she made her way to her room. The moment she turned on the light, she spotted a figure lying in the corner. It nearly scared the life out of her. "Who are you doing here?"
Startled, Lin Beibei stammered incoherently. Yi Xian, who had been sleeping fully clothed, sat up upon hearing her voice. Isn't that obvious? This is already our third day living together. Yi Xian thought for a moment, realizing he hadn't miscalculated the days. Lin Beibei suddenly remembered this was indeed the third night she'd shared a room with this guy. In her earlier excitement, she'd completely forgotten about it. Speak properly. Is this really us living together? Lin Beibei gritted her teeth in anger. Chapter 29, Making a Show. If that's not cohabitation, what else could it be? We're just sharing a room. Isn't that the same thing? Yi Xian retorted. Lin Beibei was speechless. This guy's point kinda makes sense. Anyway, watch your mouth from now on. Lin Beibei shot Yi Xian a glare. She never seemed to win in their verbal sparring. Every time she thought about it, she felt like she could strangle him. How could a grown man be so skilled at banter? The next morning, Lin Beibei drove Yi Xian to the company. It wasn't that she was happy to be the driver, but since Lin Rohai had seen them both off, she could only watch helplessly as Yi Xian got into her car. The entire ride passed in silence. Perhaps unable to bear the awkwardness, Lin Beibei finally spoke up. Why did Xiaoqiao suddenly invite you to the banquet? I never heard you mention this before. I cured Dingtian's illness. Her inviting me to the banquet is perfectly normal, isn't it? As for not mentioning it, this sort of thing doesn't exactly need to be flaunted, does it? Yi Xian stared at Lin Beibei as if she were an idiot, which instantly infuriated her. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you think Xiaoqiao is some kind of pushover? She's been involved in managing the Qiao group since she was a teenager. Her tactics and scheming are beyond your wildest imagination. You don't seriously think she'd treat you any differently, do you? If you're smart, you'd keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lin Beibei's voice trembled with emotion. Yi Xian looked utterly innocent. But we barely know each other, right? It's just a dinner party. You're overreacting. You know exactly how much you've been involved. Lin Beibei snorted coldly. She still remembered what Xiaoqiao had asked her last night. Though the questions had seemed random, she couldn't shake the feeling they were somehow connected to this guy standing before her. The thought alone made her inexplicably irritable. Is it because I'm too close to Xiaoqiao that it's causing you trouble? Yi Xian stared at Lin Beibei, sizing her up. Causing me trouble? You've got to be kidding me. Seeing Yi Xian's serious expression, Lin Beibei sneered coldly. If you ever elope with Xiaoqiao, I'll set off firecrackers at the door to celebrate. If you put it that way, I might actually consider it. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Xiaoqiao said yesterday that her family has plenty of empty houses and invited me to move in. Now that I think about it, it might not be such a bad idea. At this, Lin Beibei instantly flared up. Have you lost your mind? Can you really trust that woman's words? She's just toying with you. If you actually go, you'll become a laughingstock for sure. But didn't you just say we should elope together? Yi Xian retorted, sounding a bit aggrieved. Me? Lin Beibei was instantly speechless. She realized she had indeed said something like that earlier. I only said that because you saved Grandpa. I don't want to see you walk into a fire pit. After much deliberation, Lin Beibei finally managed to come up with a flimsy excuse. Whether it was convincing or not, only heaven knew. All she wanted now was to get to the company quickly and escape this awkward situation. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with her today. Why was she so emotionally charged? This guy, he couldn't possibly think she cared about him, could he? The thought made Lin Beibei's pretty face flush crimson instantly. Driven by a mix of embarrassment and irritation, she slammed her foot on the gas pedal. The Ferrari shot forward like a rocket, startling her half to death. Maybe I should just get out and walk a bit. Breakfast was a bit too filling. Yi Xian felt a bit flustered. Even flying a plane doesn't feel this rough. If I keep sitting here, tomorrow's feast can start right at the village entrance. Get out of the car? Sit down properly. Lin Beibei looked expressionless, but her inner monologue was running wild. Ah! That jerk got to see me make a fool of myself again. How utterly humiliating. Why did I even bother talking to him in the first place? No, it's all this jerk's fault for not knowing a good thing when he sees it. The 20-minute drive felt like an eternity to Lin Beibei. After dropping Yi Xian off near the company, she exhaled in relief and floored the gas pedal, speeding away. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the General Affairs office. The 4 troublemakers had arrived early. Spotting Yi Xian, they all stood up, lined up in a row, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Brother Xian." Ha! Yi Xian's face darkened. Anyone unaware might mistake this for a gang headquarters. Maybe you guys should get a brain scan. Yi Xian suggested diplomatically. The 4 acted as if they hadn't heard a word. Li Jun stood tall and boomed, "Brother Xian, from now on you're our boss. Wherever you point, we'll fight. If anyone bothers you again, we won't let them off easy." Exactly. We brothers stand together through thick and thin. If someone upsets you, we'll make sure they regret it. The other 3 echoed his words in unison. Yi Xian nearly spit out his tea.
That someone must be referring to Lin Beibei, right? The former big sister had now become someone. If she knew about this, who knows what she'd think. We'll just act more normal from now on. Yi Xian realized that tact wouldn't work with these people, they simply lacked any sense of self-awareness. Just then, the office door burst open, and a strong scent of perfume hit them. Immediately after, a woman dressed provocatively walked in. The General Affairs Department sure is lively, isn't it? The woman swept her gaze around the room, letting out a cold, sarcastic laugh. Don't just take the money and do nothing. There's a meeting coming up, send someone over. Li Jun's expression turned icy as he retorted, Director Hu, serving tea and fetching water during meetings isn't exactly our responsibility, is it? Turn right when you exit and go upstairs, the Secretariat's office is up there. Her eyes widened in indignation. The Secretariat is understaffed. They're asking our logistics department to lend personnel. As the head of this department, am I not even in charge of you? It's the Deputy Director. Sun Ning's voice was soft, yet every word echoed clearly throughout the office. You lot. Minister Hu trembled with rage, you just wait. I'm going straight to President Mingqiao to have him deal with all of you. I'm the Vice President. Sun Ning's voice rang out again. Director Hu was furious, nearly losing her mind. She made a move to storm out. Watching this unfold, Yi Xian frowned. He didn't want to escalate the situation. Minister Hu, please calm down. I'll go over there right now. That's more like it. Minister Hu snorted smugly and stomped away in her high heels. Brother Xian, why are you even bothering with that woman? She's just flaunting her relationship with Lin Mingqiao and bossing everyone around at the company. Brother Xian, let me handle this job. Making you serve tea and water is just slapping us in the face. The group chattered away, each chiming in. Chapter 30, Years of Collaboration. Yi Xian arrived at the top-floor conference room. Today's attendees were all company executives. The moment he entered, Yi Xian spotted a familiar face, Lin Mingqiao. Though serving as vice president of Lin Group, Lin Mingqiao had a rather low profile, constantly overshadowed by Lin Beibei. This was precisely why he had been scheming relentlessly to seize power. Lin Mingqiao spotted Yi Xian at that moment. His expression instantly darkened. He snorted coldly, this is a high-level company meeting. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk in here. You have no sense of decorum. Before he could finish, a shifty-eyed man barked, didn't you hear what Mingqiao said? Get out now. Another middle-aged man chimed in, are you stupid? If you don't want to pack your bags and get out, then get out now. Interesting. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He recognized both men. The shifty-eyed one was Wang Li, director of planning, while the other was Yao Tian, deputy director of finance. Clearly, these two were Yi Mingqiao's right-hand men. People always talk about cutting a sorry figure together, but I never really understood what that meant until today. With that, Yi Xian sat down in a corner. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Nearly everyone stared at Yi Xian with disbelief. Who exactly was this young man, daring to publicly humiliate Lin Mingqiao like this? Who the hell are you calling a pair of crooks? Kid, what's your name? Which department are you from? I'm calling HR right now to get you fired. Wang Li and Yao Tian leapt to their feet, their expressions threatening to erupt into violence at any moment. As for Lin Mingqiao, he sat in his seat with a dark, sullen expression. After all, he was the group's vice president. Such confrontations were naturally handled by his subordinates, no need to lose his composure in public. Director Wang, Director Yao, please calm down. Yi Xian is part of our logistics department. Seeing the situation escalate, Logistics Director Wu Yingtao could no longer remain silent. Logistics Department? Old Wu, no offense, but what kind of people are you hiring over there? Why keep someone like this around? Get rid of him immediately. Observing Wang Li and Yao Tian's arrogant demeanor, Wu Yingtao merely smiled faintly, he's from the General Affairs Office. Hearing this, Wang Li and Yao Tian instantly fell silent. Both hesitated several times, their faces flushing crimson. The others all looked as if they just had an epiphany. No wonder, so he's the General Affairs Office's golden boy. So what if he's from General Affairs? Lin Mingqiao sneered repeatedly, does that make them superior? Does it give them the right to just barge into the conference room and attend a high-level company meeting? Wu Yingtao didn't argue, merely offering a faint smile. Mr. Mingqiao, you may not be aware that Yi Xian was specifically assigned by Director Hu Li from the General Affairs Department to handle the logistical arrangements for this meeting. The words Lin Mingqiao had been about to hurl back into his throat, leaving him with a bitter taste. Wu Yingtao, if something like this happens again, you'd better explain it clearly early on to avoid misunderstandings. Lin Mingqiao shot Wu Yingtao a fierce glare. You bastard, Wu Yingtao. Trying to make me look bad on purpose, huh? Just you wait. The crowd nearby cheered with delight, thrilled to witness such drama during a meeting. Just then, the conference room door swung open. A faint fragrance wafted in as Lin Beibei stepped inside, her high heels clicking on the floor. A casual glance caught Yi Xian in the corner, and Lin Beibei immediately frowned. What the hell was he doing here? With so many people present, Lin Beibei could only pretend not to notice and took her seat. I've gathered everyone today to review the company's recent situation. Each department, please proceed with your reports. Lin Beibei's expression turned stern, radiating an air of command that was a stark contrast to her usual aloofness. Director Li, you'll go first. A middle-aged man began his presentation. After about an hour, all departments had finished their reports. Yi Xian nearly dozed off listening to them. Everyone has worked hard lately. The company's operations remain stable overall. Lin Beibei nodded with satisfaction, her tone solemn. All departments must tighten their operations immediately. All new project approvals are suspended. Transfer all cash flow into the financial accounts. Beibei, why the sudden urgency to consolidate funds? Is there news about the complex project? Lin Mingqiao asked casually. Not yet. Lin Beibei shook her head. Song Fei had specifically instructed that news of the Lin family securing the complex project must not be disclosed until the contract was signed. If Wu Tian Lin found out, it would cause major complications. Lin Beibei had little trust in this uncle of hers and naturally wouldn't share the truth. However, we'll give our all to the complex project. Currently, there's still a funding gap of several billion. Director Xia, how's the loan application progressing? Lin Beibei turned to Xiaoqiao, the finance director. President, you previously assigned Director Yao Tian to oversee this matter. I haven't been involved in the specifics, Xiaoqiao replied. Lin Beibei paused, shaking her head. I've been so swamped lately I completely forgot about that. She then turned her gaze to Yao Tian. Yao Tian straightened his posture, his expression troubled. President, the progress hasn't been very smooth. Lin Beibei's heart tightened. She pressed, what's the problem? President Li stated that our substantial cash reserves eliminate any need for loans. His bank's limited credit lines must be allocated to enterprises requiring financing. Lin Beibei's face paled. Lin Group had maintained a long-standing partnership with the Jiangcheng branch of Chu Province Bank, and she was quite familiar with President Li. He had been so agreeable before, why the sudden change of heart? What about other banks? Have you contacted them? We've contacted them all, but... Yao Tian sighed, no other bank can offer such a high credit line. Currently, only Chu Province Bank can meet our group's needs. Hearing this, the expressions of the others all changed. Over 30 billion yuan, that's no small sum. If this loan falls through, the entire complex project could be in jeopardy. Lin Beibei understood this all too well. Her pretty face darkened with deep gloom. It's been nearly a month since we applied for this loan, hasn't it? Why haven't you reported back? If I hadn't asked today, would you still be keeping it from me? Yao Tian, I demand to know what exactly are your intentions? The tension in the office thickened instantly. Just then, Lin Mingqiao spoke up. Beibei, no offense meant, but when problems arise, you can't always expect your subordinates to take the fall for you, can you? You know how crucial this loan is to our group. Not asking about it for nearly a month is hardly appropriate, is it? If we truly can't secure this loan, the complex project is doomed. How will you explain that to your grandfather? Chapter 31, Convinced and Conquered. Lin Beibei's gaze turned icy. The Lin family had been in turmoil lately. First, old Master Lin's toxins flared up, then Yi Xian arrived in Jiangcheng. This series of events had consumed so much of her energy that she hadn't inquired about the loan situation in time. Lin Mingqiao knew this well, yet he kept using it as leverage. Her second uncle certainly had his own agenda. Most crucially, she remembered Yao Tian's work had always been flawless. This time, however, such a major oversight had occurred. It seemed her second uncle had already co-opted him. And judging by Wang Li's eagerness to back him up, he'd likely been bought off too. With this thought, Lin Beibei shot Yao Tian a piercing look. His eyes darted nervously. President, I reported this matter several days ago. I had an urgent matter at the time, so I handed the documents to this young man named Yi Xian, asking him to deliver them to you. Since you hadn't mentioned it these past days, I assumed you'd already discussed it privately with President Li. Sitting in the corner, trouble falls from the sky. Sitting in the corner, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes slightly. Director Yao, do you keep a dog at home? No, Yao Tianxia replied instinctively. Then how could your conscience be so dog-eaten? Yi Xian sneered coldly, I've only been with the company for 3 days. Would you really entrust such crucial documents to a newcomer like me? You're treating everyone here like fools. Watch your tone. I told you I had an urgent matter at the time. I happened to run into you in the hallway and thought you looked honest and trustworthy, so I gave you the documents. How could I have known you'd be so unreliable? Yao Tian pointed at Yi Xian, his voice filled with fury. Do you have any idea how crucial this loan is to the company? If something really happened, you'd be the company's scapegoat. Yi Xian chuckled. Where's the evidence? If there's nothing but your word, I'd be as good as guilty even if I jumped into the Yellow River to wash myself clean. Evidence? Yao Tian's mind raced. At that moment, Lin Mingqiao interjected from the side, how ridiculous. When Director Yao assigns you a task, does he expect you to keep evidence every single time? Given how careless your General Affairs Department is, who knows where you've tossed that document? It wouldn't be surprising if you used it as toilet paper. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. They say people judge others by themselves. Looks like Ming Qiao has a habit of using company documents as toilet paper? That's quite a unique preference you have. The remark drew an involuntary chuckle from someone nearby, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Lin Mingqiao flared up in anger. You. Watching the two escalate their argument, Lin Beibei frowned deeply. Calm down, both of you. At this point, assigning blame won't help. The urgent priority is to secure the loan by any means necessary. I'll personally handle negotiations with President Li. Meeting adjourned. Just as Lin Beibei rose to leave, Lin Mingqiao called out, "Wait. Beibei, we can let the document incident slide, but this kid's contempt for senior management and disrespect for his elders, we need to address that, don't we?" Lin Mingqiao's face darkened with anger. It's not just him. The entire General Affairs Department is a bunch of rotten apples. They earn salaries several times higher than others, yet they don't do any work. Worse, they constantly cause trouble. In my opinion, they have no place in this company. Lin Beibei's eyes narrowed slightly. Director Mingqiao, the General Affairs Department was established at grandfather's request. Are you suggesting we oppose his wishes? Times have changed. Lin Mingqiao snorted coldly. The company is constantly evolving. In my view, now is precisely the time to abolish the General Affairs Department. Redirecting those excess salaries toward employee benefits would be far better than wasting them on these useless individuals. Of course, if you, Beibei, believe these deadweights deserve it more than other employees, consider it never said. Lin Beibei's expression darkened. Her second uncle was truly sparing no effort to undermine her authority. He knew full well that dismissing Li Jun and the others was utterly impossible. Doing so would inevitably provoke a backlash from the old guard. He was merely using this incident to undermine her authority among the company's employees. If she answered him properly, she'd actually give him the satisfaction he craved. Just as Lin Beibei was pondering her response, Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Mingqiao, you keep calling people useless. I'm curious, what exactly do you consider not useless?" Hearing this, Lin Beibei felt a surge of anger. This guy was usually just annoying, but now he was being downright stupid. Couldn't he see that Lin Mingqiao was just using this as an excuse? Why was he butting in? Yi Xian, do you think you have any right to butt in when Mingqiao and I are talking? Get out now. Lin Beibei snapped. Lin Mingqiao didn't give Yi Xian a chance to leave. He smiled faintly and said, "Beibei, that's a bit harsh. Everyone in the Lin group is equal. Everyone has the right to speak. Besides, he's a member of the General Affairs Department. It's perfectly reasonable for him to speak on its behalf." Turning to Yi Xian, he added, "Little Yi, it's not that I'm picking on your General Affairs Department. It's just that you guys aren't contributing anything to the company. What's the point of keeping you around? You agree, right?" Ming Qiao had a point. Yi Xian's words nearly made Lin Beibei faint with rage. If he kept talking, the General Affairs Department might be disbanded on the spot. But Yi Xian didn't give her a chance to speak. Even a washed-up fish dreams of turning things around. "Mr. Ming Qiao, you have to give us a chance to prove ourselves. Otherwise, we'll never be satisfied." Yi Xian wore a look of pure frustration, as if he genuinely wanted to prove himself. This idiot, what a god-tier teammate. Lin Mingqiao's heart blossomed with delight as he stifled a chuckle. Wanting to prove yourself is commendable. As a company executive, I certainly won't stand in your way. But you know, the standards can't be too low. Otherwise, it won't convince everyone. Here's the deal, I'll grant you special permission to apply for a new project. If you can pass the planning department's review, I'll acknowledge the General Affairs Department's continued necessity. Otherwise, you'll resign immediately. No problem. Yi Xian nodded. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Securing a project was easy. With the connections of the General Affairs Department's privileged sons, landing a project worth $1 million or $2 was as simple as drinking soup. A single phone call could handle it. But passing the planning department's review? That was another story entirely. Over the years, Lin Group had pursued excellence relentlessly. Lin Beibei had drawn a red line. Projects under 50 million yuan were simply not pursued, to avoid spreading their resources too thin. Even with the resources of those young masters, such a project wouldn't be easy to pull off. Chapter 32, Suspicious. Back at the General Affairs office, after briefly recounting the incident, the room fell deathly silent. "Xian, you're joking, right?" Li Jun managed a dry laugh. "Does it look like I'm joking?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The words sent a wave of horror rippling through the office. The four troublemakers stared blankly, their faces drained of color, as if witnessing the apocalypse. "Is this really necessary? You're a bunch of spoiled brats. Don't your families have any connections?" Yi Xian sneered with contempt. "Bro Xian, you don't know the whole story. Ever since the boss lady took charge, she drew a red line. Any project under 50 million won't even get reviewed by the planning department. Getting stuck in a place like general affairs, do you really think our families would look favorably upon us? We could beg for a few $1 million projects, but for 50 million? The family won't even acknowledge us. The four slackers let out a collective wail. The general affairs department job, high pay, light workload, close to home, perfectly matched their expectations. Asking them to grind like corporate drones with 996 or even 007 schedules? Might as well just kill them. No wonder. Yi Xian suddenly understood. He'd noticed the odd looks people gave him after agreeing to Lin Ningqiao's request. Especially Lin Beibei, her gaze was practically devouring him, and she hadn't given him a single friendly look after the meeting ended. Of course, Lin Beibei never gave him a friendly look anyway. Since he'd caused this mess, Yi Xian couldn't just stand by. You guys relax, I've got this covered. If it comes down to it, I'll go see old man Lin. If he speaks up, Lin Ningqiao won't dare say another word. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. Bro Xian, we don't know your relationship with old Master Lin, but he hasn't been involved in company affairs for ages. A mere general affairs department isn't enough to warrant his personal intervention. Exactly. Especially since this involves the feud between Lin Ningqiao and the big sister. Old Master Lin wouldn't dare take sides. If you ask me, we should pull off something big. Grab a sack and beat the crap out of Lin Ningqiao. See if he dares bring up dissolving the general affairs department again. The conversation spiraled further off track until, by the end, even taking nude photos of Lin Ningqiao was on the table. Stop it. All of you, stop it. Yi Xian couldn't bear to listen any longer. Shaking his head, he said, rest assured, the general affairs office will absolutely not be disbanded. That's my promise. Bro Xian, it's not that we don't trust you. Li Jun gave a wry smile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. Bro Xian, we just need to get Sister Xiaoqiao involved. For her, handling a project like this is a piece of cake. Right. We have Sister Xiaoqiao. The other three immediately brightened up. Sis Xiaoqiao? Yi Xian paused, raising an eyebrow. Are you guys close with Xiaoqiao? The moment the words left his mouth, the smiles froze on all four faces. The other three turned their gaze toward Li Jun. Li Jun felt flustered and gave a nervous chuckle. Well, we all met last time, so naturally we can't just call each other by name anymore. Yi Xian shook his head. You're lying. His tone was light, yet utterly certain. Meeting those piercing eyes, Li Jun conceded defeat and confessed the truth. After returning from the abandoned factory, Xiaoqiao privately added them all on WeChat. With Xiaoqiao's skills, she quickly became close with the group. Bro Xian, I swear we never betrayed you. Sister Xiaoqiao only asked about your daily routine. Li Jun's face was filled with sincerity. That's right. If it involves your personal privacy or anything like that, we wouldn't say a word. The other three echoed the assurances. Yi Xian believed them on this point. He pressed his forehead and sighed inwardly. This sister was far wilder than he'd imagined. She'd quietly bought off this entire group. Had he not been vigilant, he might never have noticed. She must have paid a hefty price to win you over, right? Yi Xian was genuinely curious what tactics had Xiaoqiao used to make these people so obedient. Nothing much, really, Li Jun chuckled. Sis Xiaoqiao said she'd hook me up with some female white-collar workers from Qiao Group, all 8 or 9 out of 10 in looks and figure. Sis Xiaoqiao mentioned she has connections at overseas game companies and will hook me up with some beta test accounts later. Mine might be the priciest item here. Sis Qiao gifted me a limited edition bag, and I felt downright embarrassed. This left Yi Xian utterly amazed. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, was it really necessary for Xiaoqiao to go to such lengths? With the crisis resolved, the General Affairs Office returned to its cheerful atmosphere. During their chat, several people asked about the meeting. After all, it was a high-level meeting. Not everyone had the privilege to attend, and they were all curious. Yi Xian gave a brief summary. When they heard that Li Tsuani aka President Li had suspended Lin Group's loan and that Lin Beibei intended to meet with him personally, their expressions darkened considerably. That bastard Li Tsuani, what the hell does he think he's doing? Does he have his sights set on the boss? Li Jun cursed. Yi Xian looked puzzled. Why do you say that? Li Jun explained, Brother Xian, you don't know Li Tsuani's lecherous reputation is known to everyone in Jiangcheng. Don't be fooled by his short tenure as bank president. Countless female executives have fallen victim to his advances. Some were half reluctant, others were taken by his sleazy tactics. Logically speaking, he shouldn't dare to make a move on someone from a company as big as the Lin Group. There must be something fishy going on here. Yi Xian frowned. If that's the case, Lin Beibei meeting with Li Tsuani could spell trouble. Lin Rohai had treated him well. He couldn't stand by and watch Lin Beibei walk into a trap. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. He stepped out of the office and answered the call. Is little brother Yi Xian there? Guess who this is? The sweet, melodious voice instantly melted away the last traces of Yi Xian's displeasure. He shook his head. Let me tell you, he said. You went to such lengths to bribe those four. What's the point? To keep me under constant surveillance? You figured it out so fast? Xiaoqiao showed no shame at her scheme being exposed. Instead, she pouted, Xian, don't be mad at me, okay? If you insist, I can show you those kinds of photos, okay? Her voice was so soft and sweet it sent shivers down his spine. Yi Xian asked warily, what kind of photos? Nude sleeping photos, of course. Xiaoqiao's voice dripped with allure, not just anyone gets that privilege, you know. Chapter 33, A Ruthless Individual. Yi Xian's face darkened, and he quickly changed the subject. What exactly do you want from me? Xiaoqiao showed no intention of letting him off the hook. Are you sure you don't want to see? This is my first time I'm taking them for a man to see. Though separated by the phone screen, Yi Xian could almost see Xiaoqiao's pouting red lips and eyes glistening with desire. He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of willpower. No, I will watch. If you're done, I'm hanging up. Don't. I'm here to discuss a major business deal. What kind of big deal? Yi Xian perked up. He was carrying a 50 million yuan project on his shoulders. This sister was so in tune with him she actually wanted to discuss a big deal? Of course it's a deal worth hundreds of millions. Xiaoqiao's voice was seductive, dripping with innuendo. Ha! Yi Xian quickly grasped the meaning. His waist nearly snapped from the sudden jolt. This lady's striding was way too aggressive. No time to even get out of the car. Ha! Xiaoqiao giggled sweetly on the other end. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I really need to talk to you about something. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Xian's face darkened. Talking to this woman was truly nerve-wracking. Here's the thing. My father has a friend named Luan Zhang. His daughter was in a car accident recently, sustaining brain nerve damage that left her paralyzed from the waist down. This uncle has only one daughter, whom he adores beyond measure. He took her to major hospitals for treatment, but the results were poor. He heard about what happened to my father a few days ago and came to Jiangcheng hoping you could take a look at his daughter. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bother you so easily. But this little girl is truly pitiful, not much older than a child, yet condemned to a lifetime in a wheelchair because of a car accident. Without hesitation, Yi Xian agreed, no problem. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. While his expertise extended beyond mere medical skill, that compassion remained within him. This was precisely why he had declined the Qiao family's 5 million yuan reward back then. Yi Xian's prompt agreement completely caught Xiaoqiao off guard. A radiant smile spread across her beautiful face as she spoke in an unusually tender tone. Thank you, Yi Xian. Whether Yi Xian agreed purely to save a life or because of her, it was cause for genuine joy. This feels a bit unfamiliar, Yi Xian remarked, scratching his nose. Is that so? Then let's get back to discussing our billion-dollar deal. Xiaoqiao's voice grew alluring once more. I really am a cheapskate, Yi Xian sighed to himself. Yi Xian sighed inwardly before hanging up. As he was about to leave work, Yi Xian made a detour to the president's office. Because of the morning meeting, Lin Beibei naturally gave Yi Xian a cold shoulder. Especially when she heard his request to accompany her to the meeting, she sneered. You've already ruined the General Affairs Department. Now you're planning to wreck the entire Lin Group? I suggest you take your troubles elsewhere. After being shooed out of the office by Lin Beibei, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Women really are troublesome. Thank goodness this was just a sham marriage. If he'd actually married such a shrew, who could put up with her? Complaints aside, the matter still needed attention. Yi Xian sighed and returned to the General Affairs office. Li Jun and the others were just about to clock out when Yi Xian spoke up. I've got a task for you. Find out where and when Lin Beibei and Li Tsuani are meeting. Can you handle it? This. Li Jun looked troubled. This little thing is difficult? Yi Xian frowned. It's not that. Li Jun stammered, but Wang Shan couldn't help but interject. Bro Xian, you don't know the whole story. The boss lady's got her eye on Jun and keeps asking him out to dinner. Thing is, Jun's not too keen on it. Hearing this, Yi Xian patted Li Jun on the shoulder. Just make a small sacrifice for the greater good. I've seen Lin Beibei's secret technique, it's actually pretty decent. Bro Xian, you call that pretty good? Li Jun whined, his face twisted in mock despair. The others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Beibei, the secret technique in charge of scheduling, had the looks and figure of a female version of Ruhua. But it was her exceptional work skills that had pushed aside all competitors and landed her a spot in the president's office. The thought of going on a date with such an extraordinary woman made Li Jun want to die. Superficial? No way. Inner beauty is true beauty. Yi Xian blurted out with deadpan seriousness. Well, I'd rather be shallow then. Li Jun picked up the phone with resignation, forcing a smile. Lily? I just wanted to treat you to dinner and ask about something. Soon, Li Jun hung up the phone and turned to Yi Xian, 6:30, Jingda Tea House, room 301. Yi Xian glanced at the wall clock, which read 5:30. You'll finish work at 6. Here's your task, stall Lin Beibei for half an hour so she can't make it on time. This. The four exchanged glances. The entire corporation knew how crucial the upcoming meeting was for the company. Forget half an hour if they waste even a single minute of Lin Beibei's time, she'll skin them alive. Brother Xian, you'd better find someone else for this job. You know how the boss lady is hanging us out to dry would be the least of our worries. Yeah, stirring up trouble now would be nothing short of suicide. The group shook their heads in unison. Why did you have to confront her head-on? Couldn't you have used some other means? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Just slash her tires. Without wheels, let's see how she gets to the meeting. During rush hour, she won't even get a cab. The four men's eyes lit up, but Li Jun quickly shook his head. The company has official vehicles. They'll just send one. Then let's take the tires off the company car too. Yi Xian waved his hand decisively. The four sucked in sharp breaths, their gazes toward Yi Xian shifting. He's ruthless. The president's vehicle and company cars had a dedicated parking lot. Rarely used, it posed little risk of discovery. After weighing their options, the four agreed. The five split into two groups. Yi Xian headed to Jing the tea house, while the other four, armed with tools, went straight to the parking lot. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Lin Beibei glanced at her watch, gathered her documents, and stood up. She was always punctual about leaving work, almost without exception. But today, she needed to leave a little early. For tonight's event, she had contacted a security company run by a friend. She was heading over now to select several bodyguards to handle security for the evening. As for Li Tsuani's character, did he really think I was naive enough to believe he'd come all this way just to accompany me to the meeting? Lin Beibei pursed her lips and headed toward the parking lot. Chapter 34. As Lin Beibei approached her Ferrari, she froze in shock. 3 men and 1 woman were gathered around her car. Li Jun was huffing and puffing as he operated the jack. Sun Ming and Wang Shan didn't wait for the vehicle to be fully raised, they deftly grabbed tools and began removing the tires. Before Lin Beibei could stop them, the 2 rear tires of her Ferrari were already in Sun Ming and Wang Shan's arms. All done, let's roll. Li Jun waved his hand, ready to leave, when suddenly, they felt a bone-chilling coldness behind them. Instinctively turning their heads, they all froze in shock. Big sister. The 4 men felt their tongues twist, their speech slurring. You 4. Who's going to explain this to me? Lin Beibei's face was as cold as ice, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The group couldn't help but shiver. You and I. Wang Shan and the others were momentarily blank, instinctively turning to Li Jun. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms and forced a smile. Big sis, your tire's flat. We took it off and brought it to the repair shop for you. That's right, the tire's flat. We just happened to see it. The 3 nodded mechanically. There's a repair shop right next to the company. We'll be back in a bit. Li Jun shot the trio a look, making a move to slip away. But Lin Beibei blocked his path. You think I'd believe that? The chill emanating from Lin Beibei grew more intense. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ticked down, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Finally, Li Jun confessed with a grimace, Big sis, we'll spill everything. With no other choice, Li Jun spilled the entire story. This Yi Xian, he's good for nothing but causing trouble. Lin Beibei's face flushed crimson with anger. What a despicable trick, dismantling the tires. How could that bastard even think of something so vile? Big sis, please don't be angry. Brother Xian was just worried about your safety. Before Li Jun could finish, Lin Beibei snapped, shut up. At a time like this, you're still defending that idiot? Who's driving? Get me to Jingda Tea House now. After all this delay, it was nearly 6 o'clock. She was terrified Yi Xian might do something reckless. If that happened, the Lin group would be in real trouble. Big sis, I'll drive you. Li Jun had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. The car started moving. Under Lin Beibei's murderous glare, Li Jun sped toward Jingda Tea House at top speed. Inside Jingda Tea House, a short, stocky middle-aged man was scanning the room. This man was none other than Li Tsuani. In his hand was a pinhole camera. After a moment's inspection, Li Tsuani placed the camera inside a flower pot opposite the sofa. This was the optimal filming position, everything on the sofa would be captured clearly. After completing the setup, Li Tsuani rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. He had defiled at least 800 women, if not 1,000, but compared to Lin Beibei, they were nothing but common, vulgar women. This famed beauty CEO of Jiangcheng had long been the object of his lust, but he'd never dared to act on it, intimidated by the Lin group's formidable reputation. But now the situation was different. With Wu Tian Lin backing him, why would he fear a mere Lin group? Tonight, he would pluck this golden flower of Jiangcheng. The thought sent a rush of blood surging through Li Tsuani's veins. He paced back and forth, wishing time would speed up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Li Tsuani's eyes lit up. He practically ran to the door and flung it open. Ms. Lin? Li Tsuani's words trailed off abruptly. The visitor wasn't Lin Beibei, but an unfamiliar young man. This put him in a foul mood. What the hell are you knocking for? Can't you see? This is room 301. Li Tsuani snapped angrily, about to shut the door. I'm here for room 301. The visitor was none other than Yi Xian. He smiled faintly and sidled into the room. Ha! Li Tsuani froze, his expression darkening instantly. Kid, I don't care who you are, you'd better get out of here right now. Yi Xian seemed oblivious, sitting down directly and speaking leisurely, directorly, it's still early. Our president will be a bit late. Let's have a chat first. Saying this, Yi Xian picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup. Seeing this, Li Tsuani grew frantic. The cup Yi Xian had taken was the one he'd prepared for Lin Beibei. It had already been laced with potent drugs he'd acquired at great expense. Once mixed into the tea and consumed, it would cause mental confusion and trigger intense sexual desire. He'd used this stuff countless times to take advantage of attractive female bosses, and those women had no choice but to swallow their anger and endure it. Damn it, put that down. Fearing his scheme would be exposed, Li Tsuani launched a flying kick at Yi Xian. Without even looking, Yi Xian grabbed Li Tsuani's ankle and flung him backward. Thud! Li Tsuani slammed hard into the wall, stars dancing before his eyes. Taking a small sip of tea from his cup, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with cold fury. Mr. Li, that additive in your tea is quite potent, isn't it? You bastard, you're asking for it. Struggling to his feet, Li Tsuani fumbled for his phone and dialed his secretary. Xiaoqiao, you and Xiao Wu get up here immediately. Hanging up, he pointed at Yi Xian, his face contorted with rage. Kid, let me tell you, you're finished. Once I'm done with you, I'll skin you alive. It was almost 6:30. He had to get this kid out before Lin Beibei arrived. Thankfully, he'd been foresight enough to bring his driver and secretary along, just in case. Who knows where you got the nerve? Yi Xian shook his head, crossing his legs as he sat down in the chair. Li Tsuani stood by the doorway, his face twisted with rage. Soon, two young men entered the room. Get this bastard out of here. Lock him in the car until I'm done with my business. Li Tsuani gritted his teeth. Brother Wang, you don't need to worry about this. I can handle him alone. Driver Xiao Wu, a former Special Forces soldier with an exceptionally burly build, strode confidently toward Yi Xian and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Who the hell do you think you are, causing trouble here? Before he could finish, Yi Xian countered with a backhand slap. His strike landed first, sending the driver flying backward. Watching this, Li Tsuani and Brother Wang turned ashen. What are you standing around for? Get him. Li Tsuani kicked Xiao Wan's backside. The latter steeled himself, swung a nearby chair, and hurled it viciously at Yi Xian. Idiot. With a casual kick, Yi Xian sent Xiao Wan crashing to the ground. Chapter 35, Fools. Li Tsuani sucked in a sharp breath and made a move to flee. However, the moment his hand touched the doorknob, Yi Xian grabbed him by the collar and yanked him back. Let go of me. Do you know who's behind me? I'll scare the hell out of you if I tell you. Li Tsuani threatened. Oh? Who? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was precisely the crux of his mission. Wu Tian Lin, the CEO of Tianli Group. Li Tsuani snorted coldly, regaining his composure. Scared now? Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. I might consider letting you live. You're a ing genius. Yi Xian remarked with admiration. What kind of god-tier teammates does Wu Tian Lin have? Well, this saves me the trouble of interrogating him. As he spoke, he dragged Li Tsuani toward the wall. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of Wu Tian Lin? He's the kingpin of Jiangcheng's underworld. Li Tsuani was bewildered. Shouldn't this young man be trembling in fear, begging for forgiveness? How could the script be so off the mark? A mere Wu Tian Lin? He's not even worth it. Yi Xian's right hand struck out, sending Li Tsuani's head crashing into the wall. Ah! As the wall shook, a piercing scream echoed, blood gushing from Li Tsuani's head. Under normal circumstances, such a commotion would have drawn the teahouse staff immediately. But Li Tsuani had specifically instructed them, no matter what noise was made, they were not to enter. Poor Li Tsuani, he was utterly helpless, with no one to turn to. Big brother, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Li Tsuani crumbled, pleading desperately. Don't be afraid. That was just to make you see the situation clearly. I won't do anything to you. Yi Xian released Li Tsuani, who let out a long sigh of relief. But soon, his heart began to race again. Following Li Tsuani's gaze, one would see Yi Xian picking up the tampered cup of tea. Big brother, what are you doing? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Tsuani. Don't be afraid. I'm just offering you two brothers a cup of tea. Yi Xian forced the tea from the cup into the stomachs of Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang. Both men scrambled to their feet, their skin flushed crimson. Strange, animalistic growls erupted from their throats, like beasts in heat. Soon, Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang's gaze locked onto Li Tsuani. Their eyes lit up, filled with a lust so intense it seemed capable of burning the heavens and earth. Flower girl. Their speech was slurred, their consciousness clouded, yet their movements were unnaturally swift. Like cheetahs, they lunged toward Li Tsuani. Big brother, please help me stop them, I beg you. Li Tsuani scrambled to escape, but the cramped room quickly trapped him. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang seized him, frantically tearing at his clothes.
Director Li, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold.
I shan't disturb you.
Yi Xian stepped out and closed the door.
Get off me, you two. I'm Li Tsuweni. Do you want to die? No, don't touch there. Ah!
Piercing screams echoed relentlessly, sounding like a pig being slaughtered. Despite the room's decent soundproofing, the outside world could hear every agonized cry with crystal clarity. Evidently, the scene inside was incredibly intense. Recalling the driver Xiao was burly build, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel anxious for Li Tsuweni. Such a burly young man who knew if Li Tsuweni could handle him? Just then, the phone rang. Yi Xian walked to the stairwell and answered it directly. Mr. Luan, I've been informed about your daughter's situation. Where would you like to meet? Alright, then. 7:30 at the Sea Emperor Hotel. The caller was Luan Zhang. Since her disfigurement in the accident, his daughter had refused to see outsiders, so the meeting could only be arranged at the hotel and only the three of them. It was only just past 6:30. An hour would be more than enough for the three inside to settle the matter. After hanging up, Yi Xian heard hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. The rapid pace betrayed the visitor's anxious state. He instinctively glanced over and recognized the figure as Lin Beibei, who was carrying a pair of high heels. She hadn't even waited for the elevator, clearly impatient. Behind her was Li Jun, who winked and gave Yi Xian a knowing look. Damn it, looks like they caught him red-handed. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Lin Beibei blurted out first, "Where's Li Tsuweni? Where is he? Did you hit him?" Her words came rapid fire, like a string of firecrackers, her gaze practically devouring Yi Xian. "He's inside. I barely laid a finger on him." Yi Xian shrugged. He'd only given the old man a couple of swats, saying he hadn't really laid a hand on him wasn't exactly untrue. Lin Beibei couldn't discern the nuance in his words. Without pausing to think, she dashed toward room 301 at top speed. Just as Lin Beibei was about to open the door, Yi Xian stopped her. "I advise you not to open it. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Yi Xian flashed a meaningful smile. Hearing the blood-curdling screams echoing from inside, Lin Beibei's brows furrowed. "Let go." Shaking Yi Xian's hand off, Lin Beibei opened the door and witnessed a scene she would never forget. The sight of sweat and passion colliding, souls and bodies intertwining in ecstasy, instantly overwhelmed her mind. Lin Beibei let out a shriek and covered her eyes. Painful to the eyes. Even Li Jun, a grown man, couldn't handle it and nearly threw up. Yi Xian closed the door, shaking his head. "You wouldn't listen. Now you know, huh?" Lin Beibei had no energy to deal with this jerk. Pale-faced, she patted her chest until the urge to vomit subsided. Who were those two men? Who else? Li Tsuweni's driver and secretary. What did you do to them? Do you realize this is a crime? Once Li Tsuweni wakes up and reports it, even the Lin family won't be able to protect you. Lin Beibei wanted to punch this idiot right in the face. Not only did he screw up the Lin group's loan, but he also ruined his own future. Don't exaggerate. I just made Li Tsuweni's secretary and driver drink the tea he'd prepared in advance. Yi Xian gave Lin Beibei a piercing look. She froze, a chill instantly running down her spine. It was obvious the tea was meant for her. The upcoming meeting would undoubtedly be just her and Li Tsuweni alone. Even with bodyguards on standby, she'd likely be caught in the crossfire. That bastard. I never imagined he'd be this bold. Lin Beibei clenched her fists tightly. Chapter 36, Not for Money. Even if that Li guy is despicable, you can't do this. Lin Beibei massaged her temples. In the business world, one has little control over their own fate. No matter how despicable Li Tsuweni was, as long as he hadn't caused any real harm, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and accept it. Yet Yi Xian's actions had left no room for reconciliation. Don't worry too much, Yi Xian reassured her. There's always a way out. The loan situation will turn around eventually. Once we get our hands on that video footage, we won't have to worry about Li Tsuweni pulling any more tricks. Easy for you to say. If it were that simple, would I have gone out of my way to meet with that bastard Li Tsuweni? Lin Beibei suddenly remembered something and said sternly, I'm warning you, don't you dare ask Xiaoqiao for help. I never even considered it. Yi Xian shrugged, a playful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. From what I can tell, you seem to harbor quite a bit of hostility toward Xiaoqiao, don't you? You're overthinking it. Xiaoqiao is our client. If we bother her with such trivial matters again, it would only make Lin Group look incompetent. Lin Beibei snorted coldly. As for whether she meant it or not, only heaven knew. Take me back. Lin Beibei instructed Li Jun. With things having come to this, staying any longer served no purpose. She turned and walked away. Xian, let's go. Li Jun shot Yi Xian a glance and hurried after her. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze. Hearing the room fall silent, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The fight was over. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang lay sprawled on the sofa, their consciousness still hazy. Li Tsuweni lay sprawled on the ground, his face twisted with humiliation, two long trails of tears streaking down his cheeks.
He wasn't weak enough to cry, it was simply unbearable pain.
The sight of Yi Xian instantly filled Li Tsuani's vacant eyes with blazing fury, as if he wanted to devour Yi Xian. Yet his bones felt like they were about to fall apart from the beating, leaving him utterly too weak to speak. Don't get so worked up, Mr. Li. Opposite-sex relationships are just for procreation. Same-sex love is the real deal. I'm just helping you see the truth. Yi Xian flashed a bright smile, walked to the flower pot, and retrieved the pinhole camera. I'll keep this for you, Director Li. If you ever want to relive the experience, I can make you a copy, no problem at all. With that, Yi Xian exited the room. After a long while, Li Qunyi's hoarse voice erupted in a furious roar. Lin Group. I'm not done with you yet. The rage-filled voice startled both Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang awake on the sofa. Seeing this, Li Tsuani's face instantly drained of color. He grabbed the clothes on the floor and held them protectively in front of him. Stay away from me. His face twisted with terror as he stumbled backward, one hand clutching his rear. He looked like a lamb encountering a hungry wolf. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang gradually came to their senses. Staring at the completely naked Li Tsuani, they were utterly dumbfounded. But as their memories returned, a flood of images surfaced, turning both their faces pale. They were on the verge of vomiting up last night's dinner. The 6 pairs of eyes locked in an awkward, sickening stare. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang opened their mouths, utterly at a loss for words. Were they supposed to say, Mr. President, we accidentally stabbed you in the ass? Li Tsuani opened his mouth too, ready to explode, but managed to hold back. What the hell reason did he have to get angry? Was he supposed to say, I treated you like my underlings, and you actually slept with me? The 3 fell silent, each silently picking up their clothes and dressing. You two get the hell out of here. The psychological trauma was too immense to bear looking at them. Li Tsuani shooed them both out. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Mad dog, send me some tough enforcers. I need to take someone out. The murderous intent in his voice was palpable even through the phone. My dear Director Li, what's gotten into you? Why so angry? Mad Dog asked curiously. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it made Li Tsuani's face turn green. Being slept with by 2 grown men? That was an utter disgrace. Cut the crap. Wu Tian Lin explicitly ordered you to cooperate fully with me, don't you understand? Li Tsuani snapped. Mad Dog was the leader of the Qinglin gang and Wu Tianlin's newest recruit. Having lost the small knife society and figures like Scarface, Wu Tianlin had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Don't worry, Director Li. I've got plenty of tough guys. I'll send 20 brothers right now for your command. Is that acceptable? Fine. I want to see them within 10 minutes. Li Tsuani hung up the phone, his face twisted with unrelenting venom. Kid, you think you can blackmail me with that tape? You're delusional. Once I get that tape back, I'll have 20 burly men give you a proper welcome. As for the Lin family, don't even think about getting a single penny from me. Not only that, I'll collude with other banks to force you into early loan repayment. Then I'll make Lin Beibei beg on her knees at my bedside. At the thought of that scene, Li Tsuani let out a savage grin. Meanwhile, Yi Xian arrived at the Sea Emperor Hotel, just a 10-minute walk from the Jingda tea house. Luan Zhang had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Spotting Yi Xian, he approached warmly, his tone respectful. Is this divine physician Yi? I am Luan Zhang. Mr. Luan, you flatter me. I dare not claim the title of divine physician. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. You're too modest. Brother Dingtian told me it was your miraculous skill that brought him back from the brink. Luan Zhang paused, his face brimming with anticipation. I'm still relying on your help regarding my daughter's situation. Rest assured, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Whatever you require, just name it. Having uttered these words, Luan Zhang braced himself for a hefty demand. Yet to his surprise, Yi Xian merely replied with an indifferent expression. When it comes to healing and saving lives, I act on my mood. When I'm in a good mood, I won't charge a penny. When I'm in a bad mood, no amount of money will persuade me to treat anyone. If you believe I'm here solely for payment, Mr. Luan, perhaps you should seek another practitioner. Seeing Yi Xian about to leave, Luan Zhang panicked. He hastily apologized. Divine Physician Yi, I acted on my own initiative. Please don't take offense. Before coming, Xiaoqiao specifically told me you're not like ordinary divine physicians, you don't seek wealth or fame. I felt guilty and wanted to compensate you. Oh? What else did she say? Yi Xian's expression turned curious. He was quite curious to hear how Xiaoqiao described him. Luan Zhang's expression turned troubled. What? Can't you say? It's not that I can't say it. But fearing he might anger Yi Xian, Luan Zhang steeled himself and said, Xiaoqiao said that aside from not being a block of wood, you resemble one in every other way. Chapter 37, Don't even think about running. That doesn't sound like a compliment to me. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, detecting a thick layer of resentment in the words. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. Xiaoqiao meant to praise your remarkable composure, unmoved by external circumstances, untroubled by personal setbacks. Luan Zhang attempted to smooth things over.
This remark drew Yi Xian's sideways glance. From the look of it, Mr. Luan doesn't seem to be a merchant, does he? Dr. Yi, you have keen insight. Luan Zhang offered a small compliment. I serve at the provincial headquarters of Chu Province Bank. Should any of Mr. Ye's relatives or friends require financial assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall do my utmost to help. Chu Province Bank? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Do you know Li Zuani? Of course. Luan Zhang's heart leapt with delight as he replied, back when I was at the Jiangcheng branch, he was my deputy bank manager. Later, I transferred to the provincial headquarters, but we've stayed in touch privately. Yi Xian's expression instantly turned cold. A friend of Li Zuani's hardly a trustworthy sort. The fact that he didn't storm out already showed considerable deference to Xiaoqiao. Noticing Yi Xian's uneasy expression, Luan Zhang's heart tightened. Even a fool could see there was deep animosity between Yi Xian and Li Zuani. He'd hoped to use this to bridge the gap between them, but now he'd shot himself in the foot. That bastard Li Zuani, he's really screwed me over. Luan Zhang mentally cursed Li Zuani's entire lineage 18 times over before cautiously saying, Mr. Yi, actually. Mr. Luan, I'm in a hurry. Would you mind showing me the way? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with Luan Zhang's nonsense. This only soured Luan Zhang's mood further. He resolved that after seeing Yi Xian off, he would thoroughly investigate how Li Zuani had managed to offend Yi Xian. Soon, the two arrived at a room. Dim spotlights cast a faint glow over the space. A young woman wearing a mask sat blankly on the sofa. Seeing Luan Zhang and Yi Xian enter, the young woman merely lifted her eyelids, her expression unchanged. Xiaoran, this is Master Yi, the renowned physician. His medical skills are truly unparalleled in this world. It was he who cured your Uncle Qiao's illness. Luan Zhang gave his daughter a meaningful glance, but she merely nodded slightly. Years of treatment had long since left her disillusioned. She didn't believe Yi Xian could cure her. Luan Zhang sighed inwardly, casting an apologetic glance at Yi Xian. It's fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and said in a solemn tone, Miss Luan, please remove your mask. I need to examine the extent of your burns. His medical skills were exceptional, but they weren't omnipotent. If the burns were too severe, it would inevitably affect the treatment outcome. Luan Ran paused for a moment before finally removing her mask. Beneath a pair of beautiful eyes lay a hideously disfigured face, delivering a powerful visual shock. If seen at night, one might mistake it for a ghostly apparition. Dr. Yi, is there any hope for my daughter? Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Luan Zhang asked anxiously. It's manageable. Just a few herbs are needed. There's an apothecary nearby, go procure them. Yi Xian had Luan Zhang fetch paper and ink, wrote down the names of the herbs, and handed them to him. As the door closed with a soft click, only Yi Xian and Luan Ran remained inside. The two sat in silence for about 5 or 6 minutes. Suddenly, a frantic pounding on the door echoed through the room. Yi, open the door this instant. You're not getting away today. Li Zuani's voice rang out. This guy sure got here fast. Yi Xian let out a playful smile. He glanced at Luan Ran, about to instruct him to put his mask back on, when Li Zuani's voice rang out again, playing hide and seek. Huh? Break it down. As soon as he finished speaking, the door began to bang loudly. Within seconds, the door was forced open. 20 burly men wielding clubs stormed in, surrounding Yi Xian and Luan Ran on the sofa. Li Zuani brought up the rear. Fixing Yi Xian on the sofa with a vicious grin, he sneered, Kid, you think not opening the door means this is over? You've crossed me, and you still have the nerve to come here on a date with your lover? Damn it! His peripheral vision caught Luan Ran beside the sofa, and he gasped in shock. The others sucked in cold breaths too. You got such a twisted taste? This S in such a state, and you still can't keep your mouth shut? Li Zuani whistled in astonishment. Before Yi Xian could respond, Luan Ran stood up angrily beside him. Uncle Li, how could you speak like that? You little actually know me? Don't go saying I slept with you. Li Zuani was startled. I'm Luan Zhang's daughter, Luan Ran. Luan Ran's chest heaved with rage. You're Luan Ran? Li Zuani froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. You little, this kid taught you to talk like that, didn't he? If you're Luan Zhang's daughter, then I'm his father. Before he could finish, a chilling voice cut in. My father died 10 years ago. Are you sure you want to be my father? Oh ho, who's this asshole now? Li Zuani cursed under his breath, instinctively turning around. His expression froze instantly. Director Luan. Li Zuani nearly jumped out of his skin, his speech slurring in shock. Don't call me director. You're about to be my father, how should I address you? Luan Zhang's face darkened like storm clouds. Cold sweat poured from Li Zuani's forehead. Luan Zhang was the deputy president of the Central Bank of Chu Province, a strong contender for the next president, with deep-rooted connections. Getting rid of him would be easier than easy. President, this is all a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea this would be your daughter. Li Zuani hastily apologized, then turned his gaze to Yi Xian. If we're talking about the real culprit, it's this guy. He knew Xiao Ran's identity but deliberately kept it hidden. His intentions are utterly despicable. President, we can't let someone like this off the hook. Hand him over to me, I'll beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him.
Though he didn't know why Yi Xian knew Luan Zhang, the man's presence here was undoubtedly tied to the Lin Group's loan.
He wouldn't give him any leeway. Smack!
Yi Xian clapped his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Well now, what a masterful twisting of the truth and slander.
Mr. Luan, your subordinates are truly a talented bunch.
Luan Zhang's face strained as Yi Xian's gaze fell upon him.
Without a second thought, he lashed out with a backhand.
Smack!
Li Tsuani's cheek swelled red.
He was stunned. Director Luan, why would you hit me?
I'm not just going to hit you, I'll beat you so badly even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Luan Zhang landed several more slaps, cursing furiously. You trash, how dare you slander someone like Mr. Yi?
Bringing all these people here, what do you think you're doing?
The thought of Li Tsuani nearly ruining his daughter's future life ignited Luan Zhang's fury. His blows were swift and brutal, beating Li Tsuani into a pig's head.
Chapter 38, Not Likely. Mr. Yi?
Li Tsuani was stunned, detecting an unusual level of deference in the words.
Bank manager, don't let this punk fool you. He's nothing but a lowlife.
Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Tsuani shouted. You're the scoundrel.
Luan Zhang delivered a kick that landed squarely between his legs.
A piercing scream erupted from Li Tsuani as he collapsed to the ground. To an uninformed ear, it sounded like a pig being slaughtered. The burly men standing nearby were all stunned into silence.
Exchanging glances, they slipped away silently.
No way someone who could terrify Li Tsuani like that wasn't someone they could afford to mess with.
Staying any longer would just invite a beating.
Luan Zhang turned to Yi Xian, his face filled with regret.
Mr. Yi, as deputy bank president, I cannot escape responsibility for such a disgraceful employee at our Chu province bank.
Rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly and to your complete satisfaction. Yi Xian shook his head slightly.
Don't rush to make promises, President Luan.
This man's crimes are far more heinous than you imagine. First, he deliberately obstructed the Lin Group by withholding loans. Then, during the meeting with our president, he laced the tea with drugs, harboring sinister intentions.
Fortunately, I uncovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing this, Luan Zhang's face turned green.
He had long heard from Xiao Dingtian that Yi Xian and the Lin Rohai family were on exceptionally good terms.
Li Tsuani's actions were utterly unforgivable. Li Tsuani, you're fired. Get out now.
At those words, Li Tsuani collapsed to the floor, his face deathly pale.
It's over. Everything is ruined. Without his position as bank president, he was worth less than Wu Tian Lin's lapdog.
What's more, over the years, he had offended countless people. Without the protection of his position, he was bound to meet a miserable end on the streets. With a heart full of despair, Li Tsuani left the room. Yi Xian was reasonably satisfied with this outcome. He ground the medicine Luan Zhang had purchased and applied it to Luan Ran's face.
Soon, Luan Ran's face began to react. It itched unbearably, making her want to scratch it fiercely. This process lasted 10 minutes.
After washing off the herbs, Luan Ran stared at her reflection and let out a joyful shriek. The scars on her face had vanished. Her skin was now as fair and smooth as jade, hard to believe that just minutes ago, it had been twisted like countless writhing earthworms. Mr. Yi was truly a modern-day Hua Tua.
Luan Zhang was utterly astonished.
He had initially approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, never expecting such remarkable results. This only deepened his reverence. Such astonishing medical skill, he must cultivate this relationship. Who knows? It might just save his life someday. Amidst the grateful words of Luan Zhang and his daughter, Yi Xian departed the hotel.
The next morning, Lin Corporation Tower, CEO's office.
Lin Beibei's eyes were ringed with dark circles, her brow furrowed, her entire being radiating exhaustion. The loan issue had kept her awake all night. She'd considered every possible solution, yet no breakthrough had emerged. Heaven never abandons those in need. How easy it was for that person to say. How could they possibly understand the difficulties involved? Lin Beibei sighed and rubbed her temples. She couldn't decide whether she should thank Yi Xian or give him a thorough scolding. Just as she was lost in her worries, her phone rang. Shaking her head, she answered it.
What? They're coming over? Are you sure?
After hanging up, Lin Beibei's petite frame swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing to the floor. That bastard Li Tsuani, he's finally started his revenge. Lin Beibei slammed her fist hard on the table, her pretty face frozen in icy fury. Earlier that very morning, the Jiangcheng branch of Chu Province Bank had issued an announcement stating that Lin Group was experiencing cash flow problems and must repay its previous loans early. The news spread like wildfire. Major suppliers rushed over early, demanding settlement of outstanding debts or else halting supplies. Subcontractors at all levels also demanded payment of wages, threatening to halt construction otherwise. For Lin Group, this was nothing short of a catastrophic blow. What could be done now? Lin Beibei hesitated, wondering whether to inform Lin Rohai. Just then, her phone rang again. The caller ID displayed Lin Mingqiao. Reluctantly, Lin Beibei answered the call.
Beibei, you've heard the news, right? The Lin Group is in a state of emergency. I've already notified the senior management to convene a meeting to discuss solutions. Oh, and you handle informing that Yi guy. He's partly to blame for this mess. Lin Mingqiao hung up without giving Lin Beibei a chance to speak. To anyone unaware, it would seem as though Lin Mingqiao himself were the president of Lin Group. Damn it! Veins bulged on Lin Beibei's forehead. Lin Mingqiao's meeting wasn't about solving problems, it was a blatant power grab. Yet the other party's demands were reasonable and justified, she had no grounds to refuse. With no other choice, she dialed the secretary's office. Notify Yi Xian to attend the meeting. In the conference room, all the senior executives of Lin Group were present. Yi Xian, as before, took his seat in the corner. He was baffled by the summons to this meeting. Hadn't the matter already been resolved? Why drag him into it now? Everyone. Lin Beibei massaged her temples, about to speak, when Lin Mingqiao cut in. Let me handle this. According to intel from my banking contacts, our president Beibei met with Li Tsuani yesterday. Not only did she fail to resolve the matter, she botched it completely. It was this kid. Lin Mingqiao suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and sneered coldly. He completely offended Li Tsuani. While the exact details are unclear, that very night Li Tsuani made it known he intends to destroy our Lin Group. That's how this morning's scene came about. The moment those words left his mouth, all eyes in the room turned to Yi Xian. Many found it hard to believe. Yi Xian frowned. Luan Zhang had given his word yesterday. Could this guy have played him? After a moment's thought, Yi Xian dismissed the possibility as unlikely. Pulling his thoughts back, Yi Xian spoke slowly. That's right. Li Tsuani is someone I've offended. The confirmed answer sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lin Mingqiao, however, felt a surge of satisfaction. He sneered coldly. So you're honest after all. But do you realize that you and Lin Beibei have pushed the Lin Group to the brink of ruin? Each person must take responsibility for their own actions. This has nothing to do with the president. I'll handle it. Yi Xian said casually. He trusted that Luan Zhang wouldn't deny him this favor. Solve it? You? Lin Mingqiao snorted derisively, his face twisted with contempt. The others shook their heads in disbelief, and even Lin Beibei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This matter, we'll just have to swallow the bitter pill. The only chance now was to reconcile with Li Tsuani and get the Jiangcheng branch to retract the announcement. As for the price to pay, that depended entirely on how much Li Tsuani demanded. Chapter 39, General Manager Lin. After making up her mind, Lin Beibei spoke slowly. Since this mess started because of me, I'll be the one to fix it. I'll give the company a satisfactory explanation. Accountability? What do you plan to offer? Lin Mingqiao snorted coldly. You've already made such a mess of things. How can anyone trust you now? Today's meeting serves two purposes, to inform everyone of the situation and, more importantly, to elect a new president. The words had barely left his mouth when the entire conference room erupted. Lin Beibei's face darkened like storm clouds. Lin Mingqiao's attack came as no surprise, yet it still stung. President Mingqiao, we don't exactly have the authority to do that, do we? That's correct. The president is appointed and removed by the board of directors. It's not our place to elect one. The department heads exchanged glances. Procedure is one thing, but with the company in this state, wouldn't you agree it's best not to involve the chairman? Lin Mingqiao shot Lin Beibei a glance, a smug smile playing on his lips. Therefore, we've privately decided on the CEO appointment. As long as Beibei and I have no objections, this matter is settled. After we weather this crisis, I'll report it to the chairman. I believe he'll heed the collective voice. It must be said that Lin Mingqiao had Lin Beibei completely under his thumb. Not alerting Lin Ruhai was Lin Beibei's absolute bottom line. That was precisely why Lin Mingqiao had the confidence to propose re-electing the president. Lin Beibei remained silent, her delicate hands clenched so tightly that the veins stood out. Though she had some supporters among these department heads, the impact of this incident was too severe. It dealt a fatal blow to her authority. If a new election were held, her chances of passing were slim. Finally, Uncle Air got his way. The others exchanged glances. Though none spoke, their thoughts ran deep. Lin Mingqiao had anticipated this. He exchanged a knowing glance with his confidants, Wang Li and Yao Tian. They understood immediately and rose to their feet. We nominate. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the conference room door burst open. A panicked employee exclaimed, President! It's an emergency. President Li Tsuanyu has arrived, accompanied by Deputy Governor Luan Zhang of the provincial bank. Tension instantly filled the conference room. Everyone's faces turned grim. My dear niece, this is all thanks to you. As far as I know, Luan Zhang is about to be appointed as the provincial bank president, and Li Tsuani is clearly his confidant. He's here to back him up. After causing such a huge mess, you are no longer fit to sit in the president's seat. Lin Mingqiao wore an expression of deep regret, but inside, he was overjoyed. Many department heads shook their heads silently. Lin Beibei truly bore undeniable responsibility for how this situation had unfolded. Though they kept their thoughts to themselves, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts. Lin Beibei's face turned ashen. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. With Luan Zheng's involvement, the situation had become considerably more complicated. Watching everyone's reactions, Lin Mingqiao couldn't have been happier. After this incident, his niece's standing had plummeted to rock bottom. As long as he secured the support of the majority of the directors, even Lin Ruhai, as chairman, would find it difficult to force Lin Beibei to remain in this position. The immediate priority now was to entertain Luan Zhang well and establish his own authority. With the balance shifting in his favor, he was confident no one would still support Lin Beibei. With this thought, Lin Mingqiao stood up. Although things have been botched, there may still be a chance to salvage the situation. Since President Luan has come in person, we must find a way to appease him. All department heads, please accompany me to meet President Luan. With that, Lin Mingqiao stepped out of the office. Wang Li and Yao Tian followed closely behind. The ministers exchanged glances, and the vast majority chose to follow. Only a handful remained by Lin Beibei's side. The two sides formed a stark contrast. This filled Lin Mingqiao with immense satisfaction. For so long, he had been thoroughly overshadowed by his niece. Now, at last, he could hold his head high. His excitement quickened his pace, and he soon reached the first floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he spotted Li Tsuani and Luan Zheng standing nearby. Lin Mingqiao led the group in a brisk jog toward them. President Luan, President Li, I am Lin Mingqiao, Vice President of Lin Group. It is truly an honor for our company to have you both here. As he spoke, he caught sight of Li Tsuani's face, swollen like a pig's head. Lin Mingqiao inwardly gasped in astonishment, his heart swelling with wild delight. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly the handiwork of that youngster, Yi Xian. This blow wasn't just to Li Tsuani's face, it struck at the very reputation of Chu Province Bank. Luan Zhang wouldn't let this slide. My dear niece, you're finished. As Lin Mingqiao extended his right hand, Luan Zhang grasped it with both of his face plastered with a smile. President Mingqiao, you're too kind. I've long heard of your reputation. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your name, a man of remarkable presence. Fully aware of Yi Xian's close ties to the Lin Group, he dared not show the slightest disrespect to any of its employees. Unaware of the underlying tension, Lin Mingqiao interpreted Luan Zhang's warmth as genuine favor, his spirits soaring. President Luan, you flatter me. I truly don't deserve such praise. After a few pleasantries, Luan Zhang got straight to the point. Where is your CEO, Mr. Lin? And Yi Xian? Are they in the office? Just as he suspected. Hearing Luan Zhang name the two men right off the bat, Lin Mingqiao became even more certain that Luan Zhang had come to confront him. And this, he realized, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must seize it. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Lin Mingqiao expressed regret with a pained expression. President Luan, I feel deeply remorseful about this incident. Rest assured, we will handle Lin Beibei and Yi Xian with the utmost severity and provide you and President Li with a satisfactory resolution. Ha! Luan Zheng paused, instinctively studying Lin Mingqiao with a meaningful gaze. Though he didn't grasp the full meaning behind Lin Mingqiao's words, he sensed this man likely harbored animosity toward Yi Xian. Given that, there was no need for pleasantries. Instantly, Luan Zheng's expression turned cold and stern as he spoke down his nose. Cut the nonsense. Take me to see your CEO Lin immediately. Seems he's quite displeased with his grandniece and intends to handle this personally. Mr. Luan, please follow me. Lin Mingqiao excitedly ushered Luan Zhang and Li Tsuani into the elevator. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Lin Beibei and the remaining department heads were discussing countermeasures. However, none of them could come up with a viable solution. This made the atmosphere in the conference room grow tense. Yi Xian approached from the corner, his expression calm. Mr. Lin, in my opinion, you should meet with President Luan first. The situation may differ from what you expect. Chapter 40, Respect. Lin Beibei frowned, about to retort, when Wu Yingtao spoke up first. Yi Xian, could you please stop stirring things up here? Luan Zhendu himself came here, what else could it be but to confront us? Don't tell me he's here to apologize. Yi Xian shrugged. That's anyone's guess. At this remark, several ministers burst into angry laughter. The personnel minister couldn't help but retort, you certainly have the nerve to say that. Too bad you're not Luan Zhang. If you were, we wouldn't be stuck here fretting over this. Seeing the tension escalate, Lin Beibei slammed her hand on the table. Enough. Stop arguing. Her gaze fixed on Yi Xian as she snapped, Yi Xian, if you don't understand, keep your mouth shut. You have no idea what kind of standing Luan Zhang holds. Even if the sun rose in the west, he wouldn't apologize to our Lin group. Before she could finish, the conference room door burst open as a group entered. Leading the group was none other than Luan Zhang. Trailing a step behind, Lin Mingqiao bellowed, Lin Beibei. Yi Xian. Look at the mess you've made. Apologize to President Luan and President Li this instant. Before he could finish, Luan Zhang cut him off coldly, showing no mercy. Is this any of your business? That icy demeanor sent a chill through Lin Beibei and the others. Needless to say, this fury was directed at them. Lin Mingqiao was merely caught in the crossfire. The others in the conference room all shared this thought. Turning back, Luan Zhang swept his gaze around the room, quickly locking onto Yi Xian. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, his expression turned exceedingly respectful. Just as he was about to greet Yi Xian, he saw Yi Xian shake his head slightly. Luan Zhang, ever the shrewd operator, instantly grasped the meaning. He promptly inquired, "May I ask which of you is President Lin Beibei?" Lin Beibei across the table offered a wry smile and steeled herself to step forward. "President Luan, that would be me." As she pondered how to defuse the situation, she hadn't anticipated Luan Zhang extending both hands in a gesture of greeting. "Ha!" Everyone froze in surprise. Wasn't that gesture a bit too humble? What followed left them stunned once more. After clasping 3 large hands, Luan Zhang spoke respectfully, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luan Zhang. Should I have fallen short in any way, I humbly ask for your understanding, Mr. Lin." Watching this unfold, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this guy really here to start trouble? Lin Mingqiao was bewildered. He desperately wanted to remind Luan Zhang that he must have picked up the wrong script. To anyone unaware, you'd think this guy was here to apologize. Lin Beibei also felt at a loss. She instinctively blurted out, "President Luan, you're too kind. Your presence here is a tremendous honor for our Lin group. To be honest, we were just wondering how we should apologize to you." "No." Luan Zhang cut her off, his face etched with remorse. "I'm the one who should be apologizing, Mr. Lin. I've learned the full story. That bastard Li Tsuani is nothing but scum. Dealing with him is a certainty. But causing such trouble for Lin Group and you, Ms. Lin, is entirely my failure. I humbly ask for your magnanimity." He shot a cold glance at Li Tsuani standing behind him and snapped, "What are you standing there for? Come apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. If you don't earn his forgiveness, just wait and see what I'll do to you." Li Tsuani scrambled over. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he dropped to his knees with a thud, sobbing bitterly. "Mr. Lin, I was blinded by my own stupidity and acted recklessly, causing you such immense harm. I beg you, Mr. Lin, to give me a chance to redeem myself." As he spoke, Li Tsuani began slapping himself hard across the face. The sharp smacks echoed repeatedly, the ferocity of his blows making everyone wince in sympathy. Of course, what shocked them even more than this was Li Tsuani's attitude. The Li Tsuani they knew was supremely arrogant. Yet here he was, kneeling and tearfully begging for forgiveness. Even Lin Beibei felt a sense of unreality, wondering if this scene before her eyes was some kind of illusion. Seeing Lin Beibei's silence, Luan Zhang feared her anger hadn't subsided. His heart tightened, and he hastily apologized, "Ms. Lin, it's entirely my fault for failing to manage him properly, allowing things to escalate to this point. Rest assured, as compensation, we will provide a long-term low-interest loan of 100 billion yuan. Should further needs arise in the future, we can arrange additional funding. Furthermore, our Chu Province Bank hopes to establish a strategic partnership with Lin Group. If you're open to it, we're ready to discuss this matter at any time." The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in a roar of astonishment. Incredulity was written across every face, though their thoughts varied greatly. Wu Yingtao and his allies were naturally overjoyed, while Lin Mingqiao and his supporters felt as though they'd lost their parents. How could this be? Lin Mingqiao raged inwardly. The deputy governor of the provincial bank personally coming to apologize? It was utterly preposterous. After a momentary daze, Lin Beibei flashed a faint smile. "President Luan, this isn't the place for a conversation. Why don't we go to my office?" Lin Beibei exhaled a long breath of relief. Her emotions felt like a roller coaster ride plunging from heaven to hell, then soaring back up to heaven. Yet amidst her relief, doubt dominated her thoughts. Why was Luan Zhang being so deferential and offering such generous compensation terms? It defied all logic. "I imagine you have many matters to attend to, Ms. Lin. I won't disturb you further. Regarding the cooperation, please have your secretary contact me at your convenience. I'm available anytime." Luan Zhang led Li Tsuani away. Seeing this, Lin Mingqiao immediately followed, his face plastered with flattery. "President Luan, allow me to escort you." He was certain that somewhere along the line, something had gone wrong, giving Luan Zhang incorrect intelligence. He intended to recount the entire sequence of events, exposing the misdeeds of Lin Beibei and Yi Xian. He refused to believe Luan Zhang would remain so courteous. Yet, to his surprise, Luan Zhang merely gave him a cold, dismissive glance. "Lin Mingqiao, huh? One should be decent in life. Don't just think about stabbing people in the back and pulling their legs out from under them. Even if you can't be in the same boat, don't kick someone when they're down." These words cut deep, especially coming from Luan Zhang's mouth. They instantly shattered Lin Mingqiao's ambitions for the CEO position. His face flushed alternately crimson and pale. As Luan Zhang left, an awkward silence settled over the conference room. "Lin Beibei, you're lucky." Lin Mingqiao stormed out of the conference room in a rage. Wang Li and Xiaoqiao slunk away as well. Chapter 41, Showdown.
President, you're truly formidable. You handled Luan Zhang behind the scenes.
I knew it. With your skills, there's no way things would have escalated this far. Lin Mingchao's petty tricks were utterly insignificant in the president's eyes. Everyone expressed their admiration.
Some might have exaggerated, but most were genuinely heartfelt.
Lin Beibei cleared her throat awkwardly, shaking her head. You've got the wrong idea. I didn't handle Luan Zhang. Honestly, I'm completely baffled right now.
The group exchanged bewildered glances.
If it wasn't Lin Beibei's doing, then, did Luan Zhang come willingly? What a joke!
Suddenly, Wu Yingtao's gaze fixed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you were so certain Luan Zhang wasn't here to cause trouble.
Did you hear some news? Or, could Luan Zhang's arrival have something to do with you? Everyone, including Lin Beibei, fixed their eyes on Yi Xian.
They suddenly recalled Yi Xian's earlier words. Yi Xian shrugged and replied, I was planning to surprise you all.
Since I've been found out, I might as well come clean.
Hearing this, Lin Beibei's delicate hand clenched unconsciously.
Could it really be this guy?
The thought barely formed before Yi Xian's next words dispelled it.
That's right.
Luan Zhang came to apologize because of me. The reason is simple, I did him a favor, and this is his way of repaying me.
The injuries on Li Zuani's face?
They had nothing to do with me.
Luan Zhang personally inflicted them. I was right there when it happened. Hey, wait. I'm telling the truth.
Look, this is the message Luan Zhang just sent me, asking if I'm satisfied with how he was dealt with. Everyone dismissed Yi Xian as bragging and shook their heads as they left the conference room. Lin Beibei also stood up, her expression filled with disappointment. Yi Xian, I don't expect you to be the most diligent worker, but could you please stop this habit of exaggerating?
This isn't the first time you've done this.
When Nan Lang was killed, you claimed it was your doing too.
But what really happened?
Lin Beibei shook her head, growing increasingly puzzled inside.
First, the complex project fell into the Lin family's lap like manna from heaven.
Then, Luan Zhang showed up unannounced to apologize.
She couldn't shake the feeling that some hidden force was orchestrating these events. Who was this puppet master? And why were they going out of their way to help the Lin family?
These questions swirled in Lin Beibei's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed.
Meanwhile, in the vice president's office, Lin Mingchao let out a hysterical roar, so loud it echoed clearly down the hallway.
Xiaoqiao and Wang Li stood nearby, both shrinking back and daring not to utter a word.
Just then, the office door swung open.
Lin Mingchao snapped his head around, bellowing, "Get the hell out of here."
The newcomer was none other than Li Yan.
She smiled and exchanged greetings with Wang Li and Xiaoqiao before stepping up to Lin Mingchao and whispering a few words in his ear.
What? Are you sure? The anger faded from Lin Mingchao's face, replaced by boundless elation. Would I lie to you? I went to great lengths to make this happen. Li Yan stood there, clearly seeking praise and reward. Ha, you truly are my wise and capable partner. Lin Mingchao pulled Li Yan into a fierce kiss.
Seeing the puzzled expressions on Wang Li and Xiaoqiao's faces, Lin Mingchao spoke calmly, "You've been with me for several years now, proving your loyalty.
I won't keep this from you two any longer. The amusement park project in the suburbs of Jiangcheng is already ours. Congratulations, President Mingchao. This project will bring our Lin Group over 100 million yuan in profits. With this achievement, the presidency is undoubtedly yours, President Mingchao."
At these words, Wang Li and Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up and flattery poured out like water. The Jiangcheng Suburban Amusement Park project spans hundreds of acres and ranks among the city's top 10 key projects. Backed by the provincial-level Yuan Group, it boasts investments exceeding 10 billion yuan, rivaling even the Qiao family's mixed-use development.
Ha! Exactly. With this amusement park project, I'll see what that little Lin Beibei has to compete with me.
Lin Mingchao burst into maniacal laughter. That afternoon, Lin Beibei convened another meeting. This time, all middle-level and above executives were required to attend.
It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Lin Beibei was using the Li Zuani incident to undermine Lin Mingchao's authority.
Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Lin Mingchao had been stirring trouble, attempting to seize power. How could Lin Beibei tolerate such behavior? As head of general affairs, Li Jun was also entitled to attend, but he had little interest in such matters and asked Yi Xian to cover for him. Yi Xian didn't mind, so he arrived at the conference room early. Soon, all the cadres were present. Lin Beibei surveyed the room and stated calmly, "I assume everyone has heard about this morning's incident." The matter was resolved perfectly.
Not only did Chu Province Bank reissue the announcement, but they also committed to granting us a 10 billion yuan loan facility. This is the result of everyone's collective effort, and I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you.
Lin Beibei stood and bowed slightly to the group.
President, you're too kind. We didn't do anything special. This is all thanks to you.
If you hadn't turned the tide, our Lin Group would have been in grave danger. The executives chimed in one after another. Watching this scene, Lin Mingchao remained expressionless, yet inside he was laughing coldly. These fickle opportunists, soon they'll learn who truly deserves to sit in that chair.
Lin Beibei waved her hand, cutting off the others. With a cold snort, she declared, "Today's minor incident has left me deeply dissatisfied." Certain individuals, driven by personal gain, disregarded the group's interests utterly selfish. As her words fell, every pair of eyes in the room turned to Lin Mingqiao. This was a blatant slap in the face. Yet Lin Mingqiao wore an expression of utter indifference. He raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Niece, why don't you just go ahead and report your second uncle's ID number?" "That's right. This morning, due to the matter involving Li Tsuni, I did intend to remove you from your position. But that was for the good of the group. It wasn't, as you claimed, putting personal interests above the company's." Lin Beibei sneered repeatedly, "President Mingqiao, this is the company. Please address me by my official title. Besides, at this point, you're still being so stubborn. Do you really think it makes any difference? All these years, what contributions have you made to the group? Don't you know yourself? Besides dragging us down, you're utterly useless." These words stabbed straight into Lin Mingqiao's heart, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The assembled executives watched, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 42, A Chance to Prove Himself. Surprisingly, Lin Mingqiao showed no sign of anger. Instead, he stood up and bowed, saying, "These past years, I admit I have little to show for myself. I failed to fulfill my duties as vice president. I apologize here." "Ha?" Lin Beibei froze. It felt like punching a pillow. How could her second uncle suddenly change his ways and become so easy to talk to? But soon enough, she understood the reason behind it. "To make up for my mistakes over the years, I've been planning something big all this time. It's only today that everything has finally fallen into place. Here, I announce to everyone, I have secured the suburban amusement park project." The room erupted in astonishment. Every real estate company in Jiangcheng had been eyeing the amusement park project like hungry tigers, each trying their own unique approach, yet none had succeeded, including Lin Group and Tianli Group. Yet now, Lin Mingqiao claims he's secured the project? It's simply unbelievable. "President Mingqiao, this isn't child's play. Are you certain this is true?" Lin Beibei looked utterly skeptical. She wasn't alone. Everyone present shared her skepticism. Lin Mingqiao smiled faintly, "I have enough sense to know better. You don't think I'd lie about something like this, do you? Once we finalize our internal discussions, we can approach Yuan Group to negotiate specific cooperation details before signing the contract. Then you'll see for yourself whether it's true or not." Seeing Lin Mingqiao's unwavering certainty, a storm of emotions surged within the group. Their gazes toward him now held complex undertones. Shock, admiration, and more swirled within them. His authority skyrocketed, nearly rivaling Lin Beibei's. Lin Beibei's expression darkened. Her victory over Lin Mingqiao for the CEO position had hinged on securing a major project. Now, Lin Mingqiao was following her playbook, aiming to unseat her from the top spot. Suppressing Lin Mingqiao would be simple enough. All she needed to do was make the Qiao family complex project public. However, the project hadn't been signed yet and still required confidentiality. It could be said that Lin Mingqiao's move had struck her right where it hurt. If she didn't handle this well, the CEO position truly risked changing hands. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Lin Beibei offered a faint smile. "President Mingqiao has truly rendered outstanding service to our Lin Group this time. Once the project is officially signed and implemented, I will personally host a celebration in his honor." Lin Mingqiao waved his hand dismissively, his expression haughty. "It's far too early to discuss such things before the project is officially signed. I suggest entrusting the next steps to Wang Li. After all, as the planning department director, he was the most suitable person to handle this matter. You little, do I need you to celebrate my success? When this project lands, that will be the day I ascend to the CEO's throne." Lin Mingqiao sneered coldly inside. Lin Beibei hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "All right, we'll proceed as President Mingqiao suggests. If there are no further questions, the meeting is adjourned." The meeting hadn't yielded the results she'd hoped for, leaving Lin Beibei somewhat disappointed. Seeing no point in continuing, she moved to adjourn. However, Lin Mingqiao let out a cold smile. "President Lin, don't rush to adjourn just yet. I still have something to say." Lin Beibei's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Still, she nodded and replied, "Go ahead, President Mingqiao." Lin Mingqiao cut straight to the point. "If I recall correctly, after the completion of the North Suburb Agriculture and Livestock Farm project, the final payment to us has never been settled, has it?" "My dear President Lin, that's a full 20 million yuan. Has our Lin Group grown so large and powerful that we can afford to overlook such a sum? Or could it be that you and Mr. Liu from the farm have some undisclosed deal going on?" The accusation cut deep. Lin Beibei's face turned pale. "President Mingqiao, don't make such baseless accusations. You know the situation at Nonglin Farm better than anyone. I did send people to collect the payment, but the result was..." Before she could finish, Lin Mingqiao cut her off. "The result is that the payment still hasn't been received. This project was signed against all advice at your insistence, yet it's ended up in this state. As president, you've committed serious dereliction of duty. If I were you, I'd proactively take responsibility before the board instead of making excuses like this. Lin Mingchao's words came in rapid succession, delivering blow after blow to Lin Beibei. She wanted to counter, but found herself utterly speechless. Lin Mingchao chuckled smugly. He glanced at Yi Xian in the corner and continued, Mr. Lin, to clear your name, we still need to pursue this debt. I think the General Affairs Department would be the perfect choice. After all, they're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. At these words, everyone's expression changed noticeably. Lin Beibei's brows furrowed. Lin Mingchao was playing a clever game. If Li Jun and the others encountered trouble while collecting the debt, the old guard backing them would inevitably hold a grudge against him. Then, they wouldn't hesitate to speak ill of him to Lin Rohai. And that was precisely what Lin Mingchao wanted. Seeing Lin Beibei's dilemma, Yi Xian rose from the corner. Mr. Lin, it's just debt collection, right? Our General Affairs Department can handle it. Shut your mouth. Lin Beibei was so flustered she nearly lost her composure. This guy knew nothing yet dared to make promises recklessly. Lin Mingchao, however, grinned and said, Mr. Lin, that's where you're wrong. It's good for young people to be ambitious. How can you take away his chance to prove himself? Or perhaps you never intended to collect this debt in the first place? With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Beibei could no longer object and reluctantly agreed. After the meeting, everyone looked at Yi Xian with pity. Once everyone had left, Lin Beibei fumed, do you realize what a huge mess you've created? The issues at the Nonglin farm are far more serious than you could ever imagine. We've sent multiple teams to collect debts. Female employees might get away with being harassed and sent back, but male employees face real trouble. Several ended up hospitalized. One employee trained in martial arts injured several of them, only to be rammed by a bulldozer and sent flying. These people's stubbornness and brutality far exceed your understanding. Yi Xian looked curious. If the farm is this outrageous, why didn't you report them? Sue them to get the money back. Lin Beibei stared at Yi Xian as if he were an idiot. Are you new to the real world? If legal means could solve this, would I be this stressed? You know nothing yet you dare make such promises? You really have nerves of steel. Lin Beibei pressed her hand to her forehead. She couldn't fathom what karma had brought her such a useless teammate. Fine, don't worry about this anymore. I'll contact Lu Arrow and see if we can get the money back. At this point, complaining was useless. She couldn't just stand by and watch the General Affairs Office get beaten up. Chapter 43, Not Worth the Trouble. Hold on, let me try. Maybe I can get the money back. Yi Xian's expression radiated confidence. Lin Beibei shook her head. Those who went to collect the debt earlier were just as confident, but the outcome? Do as you please. Yi Xian was determined to bang his head against a brick wall. Lin Beibei couldn't be bothered to care and walked straight out of the conference room. Back at the General Affairs Office, Li Jun and others gathered around, offering Yi Xian tea and water. Stop fussing around. I have a question for you. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and asked, do you know about the Nonglin farm? The four froze for a moment. Li Jun casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Brother Xian, if it were any other place, it wouldn't matter. But this Nonglin farm is notorious within our Lin group. They owe us 20 million in outstanding payments and haven't paid a dime in over a year. For any other company, we'd have taken legal action long ago. But this place has connections in both legitimate and shady circles. They're pretty powerful. Even our boss tried every trick in the book and still couldn't get the money back. Seeing Yi Xian nod slightly, Li Jun suddenly realized something. Brother Xian, you're not being sent to collect the debt, are you? That's correct. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, but it's not just me, it's us. During the meeting, Lin Mingchao seized the opportunity to challenge us, demanding that our General Affairs Department collect the overdue payment. At the time, I wasn't fully informed about the situation and agreed to handle it. The moment those words left his mouth, a chorus of curses erupted. The four of them cursed Lin Mingchao 100 times over. Then, Li Jun turned to Yi Xian with a long face. Bro Xian, I've got an 80-year-old mother to care for and kids crying for food. Can I get out of this? The other three remained silent, but their visibly reluctant expressions spoke volumes. 80 my ass. Yi Xian smacked Li Jun hard on the head and snapped, you four stay behind. I'll go alone. Reason trumps all. Killing demands retribution, debts must be repaid. It's only natural. He refused to believe in such superstition. Li Jun and the others exchanged glances. Then, gritting their teeth, they declared, 2 horizontal, 1 vertical will do it. 2 dots, 1 force will handle it. Done. In the president's office, Lin Beibei sighed and picked up the phone on her desk. Though furious at Yi Xian's recklessness, she couldn't stand by and watch them get beaten up. This is all for Li Jun and the others, not for that good-for-nothing Yi Xian. Muttering this silently to herself, Lin Beibei dialed Lu Era's number. Mr. Lu? This is Lin Beibei from Lin Group. Hello, Ms. Lin. What wind blew you here? You're such a busy person, and you actually remembered to call me? Lu Era's coarse voice came through the phone. This guy was still playing dumb.
Though annoyed by Lu Erro's deliberate feigning of ignorance, Lin Beibei patiently continued, Mr. Lu, the breeding farm project was completed nearly a year ago.
Surely it's time for you to settle the final payment? How about this? I'll send someone to your company to coordinate with your finance department. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Erro shot back, Ms. Lin, I'm truly sorry. You know how tough business is. Our farm just took a multi-million loss and we're strapped for cash. But rest assured, I'm not the kind of deadbeat who avoids paying debts. As soon as my finances improve, I'll transfer the final payment immediately.
Lin Beibei had heard this line at least 5 or 6 times already. Suppressing her rising anger, she said, Mr. Lu, you said the same thing over half a year ago.
Nearly 6 months have passed. You can't keep dragging this out indefinitely, can you?
If you keep this up, we'll have no choice but to see you in court.
Lu Erro remained unfazed by the threat, sneering coldly, Is that a threat, Ms. Lin?
Believe me, with just one word from me, not a single ton of sand from your Lin group will ever enter our doors.
Lin Beibei's face darkened.
With over 100 slaughterhouse workers under his command acting as enforcers, the entire northern suburbs fell under Lu Erro's sphere of influence.
And since Jiangcheng sand and gravel supplies entered the city via the north suburb highway exit, if Lu Erro refused permission, those trucks simply couldn't pass through smoothly. Thus, Lu Erro wielded immense influence over Jiangcheng's sand and gravel suppliers.
If he issued a directive, Lin Group truly would be unable to source any materials. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Group had never pursued legal action to recover the outstanding debt.
Seeing Lin Beibei's silence, Lu Erro smirked triumphantly. Mr. Lin, we'll keep running into each other. Don't push things too far. As for the money, I'll pay you back when I have it. With that, Lu Erro hung up the phone. That little, thinking she can take me on? She's way too green.
In his office, Lu Erro crossed his legs and muttered to himself before dialing a number.
Ming Qiao, brother? It's Lu Erro here. Mr. Lu, I was just about to call you myself. Didn't expect you to beat me to it. Ha! We're on the same wavelength.
You wouldn't believe it that little Lin Beibei just called demanding payment, and I shut her down cold. I was calling to warn you about this. The group just had a meeting where they brought up that debt.
Barring any surprises, Lin Beibei's debt collectors are already on their way. Oh? What's your plan, Ming Qiao? Lu Erro asked. Simple. Just like last time, give them a good beating. Best case? Send them to the hospital for a year or 2. Lin Ming Qiao sneered. No problem, Ming Qiao. I'm looking forward to seeing you become president soon. Lu Erro agreed with a laugh. Ha, I'll take your word for it. When that day comes, you won't miss out on your share. After hanging up, Lu Erro summoned one of his men and gave him instructions. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and his group arrived at the No Lin farm.
The gate was unguarded, and they entered the compound effortlessly. Passing the slaughterhouse, the thick stench of blood hit them, making Li Jun and the others feel quite uncomfortable.
They instinctively wrinkled their noses. Just as they were about to hurry away, Yi Xian's phone rang.
The caller ID showed Lin Beibei. The moment he answered, Lin Beibei's anxious voice came through.
Where are you and Li Jun right now?
We're already at the Non-Lin farm, Yi Xian replied.
Lin Beibei's heart sank. Her tone grew urgent. Get out of there immediately. I just spoke with Lu Erro. He remains completely unyielding.
If you stay there, you'll likely end up like the others we sent earlier knocked into the hospital. Yi Xian merely smiled faintly and flatly refused. You all treat this Lu Erro like a tiger, but I'm determined to meet him face to face today. Let's see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. You. Lin Beibei was furious and tried to persuade him further, but Yi Xian hung up the phone without another word.
That bastard. He really doesn't know what's good for him.
Lin Beibei gritted her teeth in fury. She was tempted to abandon Yi Xian to his fate, leaving him to fend for himself. But moments later, she picked up her phone and dialed the North Suburb police station.
Chapter 44, Showing Off.
Yi Xian slipped the phone back into his pocket. Just as the 4 thugs closed in to question him about the call, a young man suddenly emerged from the office building across the street. Holding a megaphone, he bellowed, the debt collectors are here.
Everyone come out.
As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed through the air. Over 40 burly men burst out, each wearing aprons stained with blood, their menacing aura palpable. Knives gleamed in their hands. Combined with their menacing expressions and the bloodstains on their aprons, the air thickened with oppressive tension.
But that wasn't all.
A deafening roar echoed from the distance, the ground shaking violently as 6 excavators sped toward them at breakneck speed. The 4 thugs had never seen anything like this. Terrified, their faces drained of color, they nearly collapsed to the ground.
Brother Xian, we should get out of here.
Even if you're a tough fighter, you can only handle flesh and blood.
If those iron beasts come crashing down, we'll be smashed to pulp. The 4 trembled uncontrollably, their lips quivering. We came here, so there's no way we're leaving.
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Amidst the stunned gazes of the 4, he charged into the crowd like a bolt of lightning.
You're asking for it.
The butchers were enraged.
They swung their blades, hacking at Yi Xian's body. Their intent was clear, to cleave him in two. Yet Yi Xian's figure moved like a ghostly apparition, each blade grazing only the hem of his robe. Thud! Screams erupted. Within mere seconds, over 40 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated. The men on the excavators paled. One roared, "Charge together! Crush that brat!" The next moment, a deafening roar filled the air as 6 excavators charged toward Yi Xian at full speed, kicking up clouds of dust. "Brother Xian, watch out!" The 4 thugs' hearts leapt into their throats. Yi Xian remained calm. His right foot kicked out repeatedly, sending 6 knives flying from the ground. With lightning speed, they slammed into the heads of the 6 operators. To avoid trouble, Yi Xian aimed the handles downward, so the 6 men merely passed out. "Bro Xian, you're awesome." The 4 thugs looked at him with pure admiration. The entire fight lasted less than a minute. These guys were taken down cleanly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Enough chatter. Let's find Lu Eru. Yi Xian extracted the information from one of the burly men. Lu Eru was on the top floor of the office building across the street. The 5 of them quickened their pace toward the office building. Inside his office, Lu Eru was deep in a heated conversation with a girl on his phone. The conversation was explicit and violent. As for what was happening outside, he couldn't care less. This wasn't the first time the Lin group had come to collect debts. As for the outcome? Without exception, they'd all ended up in the hospital. This time, however, Lin Mingqiao had specifically instructed them to be extra brutal. So he dispatched 6 excavators, confident they'd give the visitors some special attention. Lily, tiger brother. Lu Eru flashed a lecherous grin, about to get cozy with the girl. At that moment, the office door was kicked open. Lu Eru flew into a rage. He whipped his head around and bellowed, "Who the hell wants to die?" Seeing who had arrived, Lu Eru froze, his expression stiffening. "What the hell are you doing here?" Instinctively, he grabbed his phone to call for backup. Yi Xian spoke calmly, "Mr. Lu, you might as well save your effort. The men you sent to entertain us have all been taken down. But rest assured, our Lin group can easily cover the medical bills, we'll just add it to the outstanding debt." Lu Eru sucked in a sharp breath, but quickly regained his composure. His face darkened as he said, "Kid, you're something else. Over the past 6 months, Lin group has sent several waves of people. You're the first one who's made it to my office on your own 2 feet. But with your meager skills, you're not qualified to act so cocky in front of me. You have 10 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll make sure your Lin group goes down." Judging by Mr. Lu's attitude, he clearly has no intention of repaying the debt. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Repaying it? I earned this debt with my own skills, why should I pay it back?" Lu Eru's attitude was utterly arrogant. "Humph." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yi Xian's lips. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Eru by the hair, and slammed him hard against the wall. Thud! The wall shook violently. A piercing scream erupted as blood instantly gushed from Lu Eru's head. "I'm giving you one more chance. Still not paying back the money?" Yi Xian said expressionlessly. "You!" Lu Eru roared in fury. "Fine, then I'll beat you until you submit." Without another word, Yi Xian grabbed Lu Eru's head and slammed it violently against the wall. The sight made the 4 thugs watching nearby wince in pain for him. Lu Eru's vision blurred with stars, his head pounding like a drum. He began to wonder if he was about to die. "Pay me back. I'll pay you back." Lu Eru snarled through gritted teeth. A wise man avoids immediate losses. He could pay the money back, but he'd remember this debt. If he didn't destroy the Lin group, Lu Eru would be a worthless piece of trash. The second drawer on the right side of the desk has checks. "Get them out. I'll sign them, and you can cash them anytime." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Eru pointed to the nearby drawer. Li Jun stepped forward and retrieved the check. Lu Eru swiftly signed his name on it. If only he'd known then what he knew now. Yi Xian tucked the check away and gave Lu Eru a pat on the cheek. "My name is Yi Xian. If you want revenge, come after me. But you'll bear the consequences yourself." With that, Yi Xian turned and walked away. The 4 thugs followed him, their faces frozen in disbelief. The debt just like that? Ah! Behind them, furious shouts and the sound of things being smashed echoed, but Yi Xian and his companions paid no heed as they descended the stairs. The car ride back was filled with cheerful chatter, a stark contrast to the gloomy silence of their journey there. In less than half an hour, they were back at the company. "Hand this check over to finance." Yi Xian placed the check in front of Li Jun. "Bro Xian, we worked our asses off to get this. We should at least show it off to the boss lady. I say you take it straight to her office." Li Jun shook his head. "Exactly, you should go personally. That way, the boss might change her opinion of you." The others chimed in with their own persuasion. Yi Xian and Lin Beibei were the 2 people they respected most. If this matter could lead to their reconciliation, it would be ideal. Chapter 45, Naive. Nonglin Farm. Inside the office, Lu Eru's eyes burned with venom. Yi Xian, huh? I'll make you pay for your arrogance. If I don't bring down the Lin group, I'll write my surname backwards. The searing pain in his head sent sharp jolts through Lu Era's nerves. Without even wiping the blood from his face, he grabbed his phone and dialed frantically. Mr. Wang? This is Lu Eru. Your company would be wise to sever all business ties with the Lin group. Mr. Sun, I urge you to sever all ties with the Lin group. Mr. Hu, I don't want a single grain of sand from Lin group coming through your channels. In no time, Lu Eru had dialed every sand and gravel supplier in Jiangcheng. But he wasn't done. He dialed Qin Feng's number next. Kid, you think you're tough? I'll have the knife gang take care of you. Brother Qin, do me a favor and take care of someone for me. Consider it a debt I owe you. And rest assured, I won't let my brothers work for nothing. The price is negotiable. To ensure Yi Xian's demise, Lu Eru was willing to pay any price. Xin Feng paused on the other end of the line, curiously asking, Brother Hu, you've got over 100 men under you. Why bother me for something like this? Lu Eru poured out his troubles. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to admit it. This time I hit a brick wall. That kid took down my entire crew single-handedly, even humiliated me personally. You tell me, how could I possibly swallow my pride? As long as that brat lives another day, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. A fighter like that is a rare find. Xin Feng sighed with emotion before immediately agreeing. Since you've asked, brother, I'll do you this favor. Leave it to me. Fastest today, slowest in 2 or 3 days. I'll make sure that brat meets his end. Lu Eru's face lit up with joy. Thanks a million, little brother. Once this is done, I'll treat you to a proper feast. He trusted the Knife Society to handle things. These men were experts in killing far beyond what his own men could ever hope to match. Ah, it's just a small matter. Xin Feng paused before asking, what's the man's name? Which company does he work for? Where does he live? Please share this information with me, brother, so I can send someone to keep an eye on him. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Era's eyes. His name is Yi Xian. He works for. Before he could finish, Xin Feng cut him off. You mean Yi Xian, the one working at Lin Group? Lu Eru froze. How do you know that, brother Qin? Do you know this guy? Silence hung on the line for a moment before Qin Feng's bitter chuckle echoed through the phone. More than just know him, I know him intimately. Brother, for the sake of our friendship, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of revenge unless you've grown tired of living. Lu Eru's temper flared instantly. His face darkened as he growled, easy for you to say. I've been in this game for 40 years, and this is the first time I've been humiliated like this. If I don't take him down, what's left of my reputation? So tell me, are you gonna help me out or not? Help your sister. If you wanna die, that's your problem, don't drag me down with you. Xin Feng cursed inwardly on the other end of the line. Bro, it's not that I won't help you, it's just that I can't. Tell me, with your current abilities, how do you compare to the old knife gang? Lu Era hesitated before answering, naturally, I'm no match. Back in the day, he was a crime lord on par with Wu Tian Lin. The two were locked in constant conflict, neither able to gain the upper hand. But everything changed after Wu Tian Lin absorbed the Little Knife Society. Nan Lang, leading the 8 Golden Warriors, routed his men so thoroughly it left a deep psychological scar. From that day on, Lu Era retreated to the northern suburbs, never daring to set foot in the city center again. Even without Nan Lang and the 7 Golden Warriors, he still felt the Small Knife Society was beyond his reach. Now I'm telling you that Nan Lang and the 7 Golden Warriors both died by Yi Xian's hand. What do you make of that? Xin Feng said slowly. The words hung in the air as Lu Era froze. The cigarette in his mouth fell onto his leg, burning a hole through the skin, yet he felt nothing. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, his face drained of color. Xin Feng, that joke isn't funny. A joke? Do you really think I'd joke about something like this? Xin Feng shook his head, his tone sincere. If it were merely about fighting prowess, that would be one thing. But the crucial point is that Mr. Yi has extremely close ties to the Qiao family. He was the one who cured Xiao Dingtian's illness. In Jiangcheng, the Qiao family may not rule with an iron fist, but crushing you would be child's play. If he gives the order, do you really think you could withstand their relentless retaliation? So listen to me, even if they knock your teeth out, swallow the blood and keep quiet. Don't provoke him, and don't even think about retaliating against the Lin group. Cold sweat poured down Lu Era's back as fear filled his eyes. Brother, you're too late. Lu Era's face was a mask of despair, as if the sky had fallen. I just spread the word to halt all sand and gravel supplies to Lin group from Jiangcheng. This is sheer suicide. Xin Feng couldn't help but admire Lu Era's audacity. He sighed and said, brother, all I can say is do whatever it takes to fix this. No matter the cost. That's all I can say. I hope you're still alive and kicking by this time tomorrow. With that, he hung up. Staring at the phone, Lu Eru felt like crying. He wanted to slap himself hard. Fix it? Right, there was still a chance to fix it. Xin Feng's final words struck him like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. He frantically dialed the supplier's numbers. Damn it! Why is the signal so bad? I can't even get through. Lu Era dialed the numbers over and over, feeling like he was going mad. Lin Group Headquarters, President's Office. As Yi Xian walked through the door, Lin Beibei's expression instantly turned cold. You don't need to thank me. I called the police solely for Li Jun and the others. It has nothing to do with you. Recalling this fool's stubborn pride, she wanted nothing more than to smash him against the wall. The police? Yi Xian froze, his voice tinged with confusion. When did you call the police? And why should I thank you? Ha! Lin Beibei froze. Things seemed to be unfolding differently than she had imagined. Didn't you escape the Nonglin farm unscathed because the police arrived just in time? Of course not. Those useless cops couldn't possibly hurt me. Yi Xian instantly grasped the truth. He shook his head. You're so naive. You don't seriously think those cops could handle Lu Eru, do you? By the time they show up, they'll probably just be there to collect our bodies. From now on, you'd better stop acting on your own initiative in matters like this. Chapter 46, Position in Jeopardy. Naive? Acting on your own? Lin Beibei was furious. If she'd known this would happen, she never would have worried about that bastard. Suppressing the urge to lash out, Lin Beibei sneered coldly, looks like you're tougher than I thought. With your skills, getting that debt back shouldn't be too hard, right? Don't tell me you came back empty-handed. You figured it out. Yi Xian smiled faintly, took out the check, and placed it before Lin Beibei. Ha! Lin Beibei froze for a moment before quickly snatching the check and scrutinizing it closely. Finally, she confirmed it was genuine. How did you manage this? Lin Beibei snapped her head up to stare at Yi Xian, her face brimming with disbelief. It's simple, beat him until he admits defeat. Yi Xian shrugged. Lin Beibei's face paled, her voice urgent. You beat up Lu Eru? Of course. Yi Xian nodded, looking perfectly reasonable. That old bastard didn't even think about paying back the money. If I didn't beat him up, who else would I beat? Lin Beibei's expression instantly turned grim. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Need me to call 911 for you? Noticing her unusual state, Yi Xian asked. But what met his question was Lin Beibei's fury. Shut your mouth. Do you have any idea what you've done? Lu Eru wields immense influence over the sand and gravel suppliers in Jiangcheng. You beat him up, this will cause major trouble for the group. If things go south, all our construction sites might have to shut down. Lin Beibei sat down, pressing her hand to her forehead, looking utterly exasperated. Yi Xian rubbed his nose and tried to reassure her, it probably isn't as bad as you're making it out to be. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the landline by Lin Beibei's side rang. After answering, her expression darkened further. What's wrong? A sense of foreboding washed over Yi Xian. Lin Beibei glanced at Yi Xian and said weakly, Lu Eru's retaliation has already begun. The procurement department just called all the sand and gravel suppliers in Jiangcheng have halted deliveries to our group. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. But I fear someone with ulterior motives will exploit this situation, sensationalize it, and then our entire supply chain could be in trouble. Lin Beibei massaged her temples and stood up. My uncle has already been informed. He's convened an emergency executive meeting. That Lin Mingqiao. Yi Xian thought for a moment before speaking, I'll go with you. After all, this whole mess started because of me. Lin Beibei flatly refused. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble already? She'd never let this guy attend another meeting again. Who knew what kind of trouble he'd stir up next? With that, Lin Beibei headed for the exit. Just as Yi Xian was about to follow, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Qin Feng. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Xian answered the call. What is it? He actually asked you for help? Alright, I got it. Hanging up, Yi Xian caught up and looked at Lin Beibei. Things might not be as bad as you think. There could be a turning point. Before he could finish, Lin Beibei cut him off. Instead of trying to comfort me, why don't you just cause less trouble in the future? Think before you act. Without waiting for Yi Xian's response, Lin Beibei entered the elevator. Outside the Lin Group tower, a black Mercedes-Benz shot through like a bullet, smashing through the barrier and racing straight into the underground parking garage. A swarm of security guards immediately gave chase. Yet upon reaching the parking lot, they found only the Mercedes with its doors open. The driver had vanished without a trace. The man was none other than Lu Eru. He sprinted toward the elevator at a pace that would have made him a sprinter. His bulky frame made the sprint quite a challenge. Having caused such a huge mess, Lu Eru was restless. He finally decided to apologize in person and beg Yi Xian for forgiveness. Frantically pressing the elevator buttons, Lu Eru watched the numbers tick up slowly, sweat beading on his forehead. He feared that any delay would unleash an even greater catastrophe. Inside the conference room, the group's top executives were all present. Lin Mingqiao leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the doorway, a cold smile playing on his lips. The moment Lin Beibei appeared, he launched into his attack. Ms. Lin, what's going on here? I've heard that several people from the General Affairs Department have offended Lu Eru. Now he's made it clear that no sand and gravel suppliers are allowed to deliver to us.
The Nonlin farming and breeding project was your initiative, and those general affairs staff are your people.
How will you explain this mess to the company and the board?
The room fell completely silent.
Many people shook their heads in disbelief.
This situation was indeed handled poorly.
At the very least, we shouldn't have antagonized Lu Eru. Facing Lin Mingchao's accusation, Lin Beibei's face darkened. President Mingchao, now is not the time for internal strife, is it? The most important thing right now is figuring out how to get through this crisis.
Every day we delay resolving this issue means significant losses for our group. Lin Mingchao leaned back in his chair and smiled faintly.
Very well. Then I'd like to know how President Lin intends to handle Lu Eru.
Lin Beibei paused briefly before replying. I will personally lead several staff members from the General Affairs Department to pay a visit and apologize. This was the best solution she could think of at the moment. As for the debt, she would repay it though the money would come from her own pocket. She was already calculating where she could scrape together 20 million. Lin Mingchao felt a surge of elation, though his expression remained unchanged.
Very well. I'll anticipate your triumphant return, Ms. Lin. He had already colluded with Lu Eru. Lin Beibei's mission was destined to return empty-handed. Then he would seize the opportunity to strike back at her. Once the amusement park project was signed, the CEO position would be his for the taking.
The thought sent Lin Mingchao into a frenzy, his blood boiling with excitement. The others shook their heads in disbelief. They had all witnessed Lu Eru's stubbornness firsthand. To win his forgiveness would require a hefty price. If the price proved too steep, Lin Beibei's position as president might be in jeopardy. Yet, failing to resolve the Lu Eru issue would plunge the group into crisis, forcing Lin Beibei to step down regardless. It was a no-win situation. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Just then, the door burst open as a middle-aged man stormed in. He looked utterly disheveled, his head wrapped in white cloth, bloodstains still fresh on his face. All eyes turned to him, each face turning pale. But Lin Mingchao was overjoyed. Lu Eru had come looking for trouble? This guy was pretty sharp. The bigger the commotion, the better it was for him. Chapter 47, The Bane of the Family. Seeing Lu Eru suddenly appear, Lin Beibei's heart skipped a beat. No need to guess he was here to demand an explanation. This situation wasn't going to blow over easily. Mr. Lu. Lin Beibei stood up with a hint of apology. Just as she was about to apologize, Lu Eru cut her off. He strode forward, bowing and scraping. Ms. Lin, I'm truly sorry. My subordinate drank too much and did something foolish. I've already fired him. Moreover, I've personally notified all major sand and gravel suppliers in Jiangcheng to mitigate the impact. This will absolutely not affect the construction schedules of any Lin Group projects. As he spoke, Lu Eru produced a check and placed it before Lin Beibei. Ms. Lin, we've been overdue on the final payment to Lin Group for nearly half a year now. Even just sitting in the bank, that 20 million could have earned substantial interest. So after careful consideration, I've decided to pay an additional 2 million as compensation. Here's the check, please take it. The statement sent shockwaves through the room. They stared at Lu Eru in utter bewilderment. Had this guy lost his mind? When did he become so particular? Lin Mingchao was also bewildered, but more than that, he was furious. What the hell was Lu Eru thinking? Coming to her senses, Lin Beibei spoke up. Mr. Lu, as long as the final payment is settled, that's all that matters. I absolutely cannot accept this 2 million. Lu Eru shook his head firmly. Mr. Lin, you absolutely must accept this money. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. As he spoke, his gaze darted around the room, but he didn't spot Yi Xian anywhere. Mr. Lin, what about those young men who came to my company this morning? Why haven't I seen them? Lu Eru had intended to ask directly about Yi Xian, but after a moment's thought, he included Li Jun and the others in his question. Possessing the terrifying skills to kill Nan Lang and the 7 golden warriors, yet choosing to become a lowly employee at Lin Group. He must either be out of his mind or have ulterior motives. Come to think of it, it made perfect sense. Lin Beibei was renowned as one of Jiangcheng's most beautiful women. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Getting close to her to win her heart wasn't unreasonable at all. Realizing this, Lu Eru dared not interfere with Yi Xian's plans. That was precisely why he treated Lin Beibei with such deference. To curry favor with Lin Beibei was tantamount to currying favor with Yi Xian. Hearing Lu Eru's question, Lin Beibei's heart skipped a beat. Was this a polite approach before getting down to business? Mr. Lu, this is an executive meeting. Those staff members from the General Affairs Department are not authorized to attend. Lin Beibei paused before asking, did they offend you in some way? If they did anything inappropriate, I can have them come apologize to you. Seeing Lu Eru's pitiful state, Lin Beibei could tell with her bare feet that this was most likely Yi Xian's doing. That guy really knows how to strike hard. It was satisfying, but how could she give Lu Eru a satisfactory explanation? Just as Lin Beibei was strategizing her way out of this predicament, Lu Eru's words nearly made her jaw drop. Ms. Lin, what are you saying? I get along perfectly fine with those young men from the General Affairs Department.
Lu Aro tried to make his expression look sincere.
But his bloodied head made the words ring hollow. Such outstanding young people are rare these days. I only regret meeting them too late. Otherwise, no matter the cost, I'd recruit them to the agricultural and forestry farm. The group exchanged puzzled glances.
Did Lu Aro have some misunderstanding about what constituted excellence? Had he been beaten into stupidity, or did he have some peculiar fetish enjoying the pain so much that he couldn't stop thinking about it?
Lin Beibei was also dumbfounded. She even suspected Lu Aro had made a mistake.
Of course, right or wrong didn't matter now.
Lin Beibei offered a faint smile. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. When the opportunity arises, I'll definitely send several staff members from the General Affairs Department to your company for more learning and exchange.
All right. Lu Aro nodded cautiously and asked, Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, may I take my leave?
His attitude was humble to the extreme, a far cry from his usual arrogance and tyranny, which Lin Beibei found quite refreshing. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and replied with a smile, I'll see you out.
Lu Aro waved his hands repeatedly. Ms. Lin, you're too kind. There's no need.
With that, he jogged out of the conference room, leaving Lin Beibei no chance to respond. A deathly silence hung in the conference room so thick you could hear a pin drop. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief, wondering if the entire scene had been a hallucination.
That Lu Aro must have been toying with us on purpose. With his temper and character, there's no way he'd ever come to apologize voluntarily. Lin Mingchao's furious voice shattered the silence. He pulled out his phone and began frantically dialing the gravel suppliers. The outcome, however, left him bitterly disappointed. The moment these bosses heard Lin Group, they immediately apologized, and some even offered even lower prices. Lin Beibei watched silently. When Lin Mingchao finally slammed his phone onto the table, she offered a faint smile. President Mingchao, you just criticized this matter as being handled improperly. Now, are you satisfied with this outcome?
Lin Mingchao's face darkened instantly, his gaze sharp enough to cut through stone.
It's acceptable.
Gritting out the words, Lin Mingchao couldn't bear to stay any longer and stormed out of the conference room. Back in his office, before he could sit down, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Lu Aro.
Lin Mingchao's anger flared instantly. He roared into the phone, Lu Aro. What the hell is this? What do you think you're doing?
Lu Aro's reply was cold and detached. I'm in your company's underground parking garage.
Come down here.
Staring at the disconnected call, Lin Mingchao froze for a moment before storming toward the parking garage. Soon, Lin Mingchao arrived at Lu Aro's car.
Facing Lu Aro's impassive expression, rage surged within him, fueling his resolve. Lu Aro, I've given you plenty of favors, and now you're undermining me. If you don't give me an explanation today, this isn't over.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Aro raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap.
Smack! A handprint bloomed on Lin Mingchao's cheek.
His ears rang, and his mind went blank.
Who the hell do you think you are, putting on airs in front of me? You think I called you down here to explain myself? I called you down to beat the crap out of you. Damn it! If it weren't for you, would I be taking a beating for nothing and acting like a fool? Jinx. The more he ranted, the angrier Lu Aro became, unleashing a furious barrage of punches on Lin Mingchao, each landing with brutal force. After venting for several minutes, Lu Aro finally calmed down a bit. He spat right in Lin Mingchao's face. Don't ever let me see you again. Every time I spot you, I'll beat you twice. With that threat, Lu Aro drove off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Chapter 48, Lording It Over Others. By the roadside, inside a black sedan. Lin Mingchao was covered in dust, muttering curses under his breath. His body and face were covered in large bruises and wounds. That bastard Lu Aro, I'll never let him live. Lin Mingchao's eyes blazed with fury. It's not worth getting worked up over trash like him. Li Yan carefully wiped his wounds while trying to reason with him. A guy like him will turn on you at the drop of a hat. He's completely unreliable. You really shouldn't confront him head-on. Anyway, we've got the amusement park project in hand. Even if Lin Beibei comes back demanding repayment, what can she do? She's still at our mercy. She only became president by landing a major project. Now we're outperforming her. I refuse to believe the old man would be so biased as to keep her in that position. If that really happens, I'll storm the old mansion and make a scene. Li Yan's face was fiery. I know all this, of course. But it just gnaws at me. A flash of hatred flickered in Lin Mingchao's eyes. First Li Tsuani, then Lu Aro. I played both those cards perfectly, yet they both went to hell. I suspect that damn kid Yi Xian is up to his old tricks again. Li Yan curled her lip in disdain. A country bumpkin like him? He doesn't have that kind of power. I think you're overthinking it. Lin Mingchao shook his head. Think about it. Both Li Tsuani and Lu Aro's situations reeked of something fishy. There's no way it happened without outside interference. And both times, that kid Yi Xian was involved. I refuse to believe he's not connected to this. Li Yan fell silent for a moment before nodding. You do have a point. If it's as you suspect, that kid can't be kept around. We can't risk him ruining the amusement park's projects. Lin Mingqiao frowned. That kid's trained in martial arts. Ordinary burly men aren't his match. Eliminating him quietly won't be easy. That's simple. Li Yan's eyes darted around twice before she flashed a cold smile. We can ask Wu Tian Lin for help. Though the Small Knife Society is no longer under his control, I've heard he's already co-opted the second largest local gang. Taking out that kid Yi Xian would be a piece of cake. No way. Lin Mingqiao shook his head. Our Lin group and the Tianlong group have never gotten along. Why would Wu Tian Lin help me? Not necessarily. Li Yan smiled faintly. Everyone knows the Lin group now belongs to Lin Beibei. Even though you're the second master of the Lin family, you've been marginalized and pushed aside. Even if Wu Tian Lin harbors resentment toward the Lin group, it's directed at Lin Beibei. What does it have to do with you? Moreover, not only would he avoid causing you trouble, he'd actively court your support. After all, he understands the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Li Yan's secure position as the second young mistress of the Lin family relied not only on her high-tech face but also on her cunning mind. She may be incapable of achieving anything worthwhile, but she excels at sabotaging others. She and Lin Mingqiao are a perfect match. Lin Mingqiao paused, then dialed Wu Tianlin's number. Oh, Mingqiao, my old buddy, what brings you to call me? Wu Tianlin's voice came through the line. Brother Tianlin, I have a favor to ask. You're joking, right? You're the second in command at Lin Group. Why would you need to ask me for anything? No offense, but you know our family situation. The old man favors his granddaughter, and as his son, I'm practically being pushed out of the group. Lin Mingqiao's lament seemed to work, as Wu Tianlin's tone softened considerably. Brother Mingqiao, destiny is in your own hands. If you give me the nod, I can lend you a helping hand. I guarantee you'll get your wish and ascend to the CEO position. Wu Tianlin's voice was laced with temptation. You old fox, I'd have to be crazy to trust you. Lin Mingqiao cursed silently under his breath. Wu Tianlin was a man who devoured his victims whole, leaving nothing behind. His credibility was zero. Partnering with him would be like bargaining with a tiger for its skin. That was precisely why, despite his relentless scheming for the CEO position, he had never considered partnering with him. Brother Tianlin, we'll discuss the partnership another day. First, help me eliminate someone. Lin Mingqiao changed the subject. Oh? Tell me more. Wu Tianlin asked curiously. An employee in the General Affairs Department of Lin Group. His name is Yi Xian. Lin Mingqiao replied. Yi Xian? Wu Tianlin's eyes flashed with two piercing beams, sending a chill down one's spine. Brother Tianlin, do you know this man? Lin Mingqiao sensed Wu Tianlin's unusual reaction. I've heard a little about him. Wu Tianlin's response was vague, yet his eyes betrayed a terrifying expression. First the Small Knife Society, then Scarface, his right-hand man, had fallen mysteriously, and Yi Xian's shadow loomed large in both incidents. This made him yearn to eliminate him at any cost. However, conventional methods were no longer effective. He had secretly contacted some formidable martial artists. When they arrived in Jiangcheng, that would be the man's day of reckoning. Of course, Wu Tianlin wouldn't share this with Lin Mingqiao. After all, it was his shame. Brother Mingqiao, eliminating this man wouldn't take much effort, but these are extraordinary times. It's unwise to act rashly. Extraordinary times? Exactly. Through my connections, I've invited Huang Bingyi, the current head of the Huang family from the provincial capital, to Jiangcheng. With him here, the amusement park project Yuan Group is investing in Jiangcheng is practically in the bag for our Tianli Group. Wu Tianlin smiled faintly, his words dripping with smug satisfaction. With this project bolstering our position, the Qiao family's mixed-use development will inevitably fall into the hands of our Tianli Group. By then, the Lin Group won't even get a taste of the soup, let alone a bite of the meat. Brother Mingqiao, the wise recognize the times. If you're willing to partner with me, we should join forces. I guarantee we'll push Lin Beibei out. Once it's done, I'll take just 10% of the shares, the rest is all yours. What do you say? If this proposal had come from someone else, Lin Mingqiao might have agreed. But when it came from Wu Tianlin, he simply couldn't trust him. Who knows how many pitfalls lay in wait for him? After a few perfunctory responses, Lin Mingqiao hung up the phone, his expression darkening considerably. What was the Huang family playing at? He had already agreed to us. How could he accept Wu Tianlin's invitation and come to Jiangcheng? This didn't make sense. Li Yan panicked. If the amusement park project fell through, their chances of taking over would vanish. I'll call Huang Yao, Huang Bingyi's granddaughter. The Huang family always keeps their word. I refuse to believe they'd go back on their promise. Li Yan swiftly pulled out her phone and dialed the number. Chapter 49, Solo Meat Feast. On the expressway connecting Lincheng, the provincial capital of Chu Province, to Jiangcheng, a black Maybach blared its horn as it sped along at a staggering 200 miles per hour. Inside, a middle-aged man in a suit drove with intense focus. In the backseat sat a beautiful young woman and an elderly man. The old man appeared unwell, his face drained of color and his breathing growing faint. "Uncle Hong, drive faster," the woman urged anxiously. "Got it." Uncle Hong nodded, flooring the accelerator. The speedometer needle shot up to 300 miles per hour. The black Maybach darted through traffic like a rabbit among turtles, weaving and overtaking on the highway. Several times it nearly caused accidents, drawing angry shouts from surrounding drivers. The woman paid no heed, her mind consumed by constant prayer. Xiaoqiao, don't worry. I can still hold on." The old man seemed to sense the car's unusual condition and said weakly. "Grandpa, just rest for a moment. Don't worry about anything else." Huang Yao said softly. Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Lin Mingqiao. Huang Yao frowned. She had no time for calls right now and hung up immediately. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Mingqiao held the disconnected phone and glanced at Li Yan. What was going on? Lin Mingqiao felt a bit nervous. Maybe she's busy right now. Try calling again later, Li Yan suggested. A few minutes later, Lin Mingqiao tried again, only to have the call dropped once more. Still not giving up, Lin Mingqiao tried to dial again, only to discover his number had been blocked. The couple's expressions instantly turned grim. The Huang family, they wouldn't be backing out, would they? Fury boiling over, Lin Mingqiao snapped. They accepted my mother and child jade pendant worth millions. They can't just back out like this, can they? Mingqiao, don't get so worked up. Li Yan tried to calm him down. Since the head of the Huang family is in Jiangcheng, we should find an opportunity to meet with him. Then things will become clear. Lin Mingqiao calmed his anger and nodded reluctantly. 6 o'clock, Lin Group. At quitting time, Yi Xian arrived at a corner near the company, waiting for Lin Beibei. Just then, a red BMW X7 pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Xiaoqiao's charming and alluring face. "Hey, handsome, fancy a quickie in the car?" Xiaoqiao rested her chin on her hand, her expression playful. Yi Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After just a few days apart, this lady's driving skills were still as wild as ever. She could drive like this without batting an eye in such a situation. Yi Xian dared not respond. He shook his head. "Cut it out. What do you need? I missed you." Xiaoqiao blinked her eyes and flashed a sweet smile. Yi Xian froze, staring into those innocent, beautiful eyes. He couldn't tell how much of it was genuine and how much was a joke. For the first time in his life, someone had confessed their feelings to him face to face. A strange sensation rippled through his heart. Just then, Xiaoqiao giggled sweetly. "Ha! You really are adorable. If I'm not mistaken, you just blushed, didn't you?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it, the city really is full of tricks. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm hungry. You're buying me dinner." Xiaoqiao looked utterly unapologetic. Yi Xian, however, wasn't so sure. "Why should I treat?" Xiaoqiao raised an eyebrow. "Do I look pretty?" The answer to that question was obvious. Yi Xian simply nodded. "Is being with me a truly delightful experience?" Yi Xian hesitated slightly before nodding again. "Well, that settles it." Xiaoqiao clapped her hands. "I made you happy, you treat me to a meal, we're even. No one loses out, no one gets tricked. You agree, right?" That seemed to make a certain kind of sense. But something still felt off. "Fine, I'll treat you." Though he felt tricked into it, Yi Xian agreed. "Wait here for me." Yi Xian stepped away and dialed Lin Beibei's number. Meanwhile, Lin Beibei was driving her Ferrari out of the Lin Corporation building. When Yi Xian called and mentioned he was dining with friends, she hung up without a second thought. Not coming back for dinner was just as well, it would spare them both the awkwardness. With the car stereo cranked up, Lin Beibei was cruising along leisurely when a red BMW X7 approached from the opposite lane. Catching a glimpse of the man in the passenger seat out of the corner of her eye, Lin Beibei's pupils contracted. She whipped her head around, but the BMW had already sped away. Yi Xian? Even though it was just a quick glance, she recognized his profile. It was definitely Yi Xian. Could the woman driving really be Xiaoqiao? Lin Beibei's expression darkened. She pulled over, pulled out her phone, and was about to dial a number. But halfway through dialing, her fingers froze. Given her status, she felt she had no right to interfere in such matters. Inside the BMW, Yi Xian remained unaware that he'd been spotted. He gazed at Xiaoqiao's exquisite profile and said, "I only have a few dozen yuan on me. If you're going to a fancy restaurant, I can't afford to treat you." Xiaoqiao giggled, "A few dozen is plenty. I'm easy to please. I've made up my mind, let's grab street food later. I've been dying to try those snacks, but no one ever took me." Her jubilant expression made her seem like a bird newly released from its cage. Yi Xian paused, curiosity sparking his question, "Don't you have any friends?" Xiaoqiao shook her head, her expression turning serious. "Only sheep live in flocks, that's how they survive. Tigers walk alone." What on earth was she talking about? Yi Xian was speechless. What kind of messed up education did Xiaoqiao receive to accept this? What about me? Yi Xian asked curiously.
Xiaoqiao gazed ahead, her eyes sparkling. You are the one.
The exception.
Her voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable meaning that made the atmosphere inside the car feel strangely ambiguous. The BMW was crossing an intersection when suddenly, a black Maybach shot out from an angle, completely ignoring the red light. It accelerated rapidly toward the front of the BMW, attempting to overtake it. The scene unfolded too abruptly. In her panic, Xiaoqiao mistakenly hit the accelerator instead of the brake, sending the BMW surging forward. Crash! The two vehicles collided with a solid thud. Xiaoqiao, not wearing her seatbelt, was thrown forward toward the windshield, her head poised to strike it with brutal force. Fortunately, Yi Xian acted swiftly, pulling her into his arms just in time to avert the tragedy. With her soft, fragrant body pressed against him, Yi Xian was now the object of envy and jealousy for countless men in Jiangcheng. If they could, they would gladly trade 10 years of their lives for this very moment. Chapter 50, Heavenly Eye Divine Power. Xiaoqiao snapped out of her fright, feeling the warmth radiating from her hips. Her face flushed crimson, as if it could drip blood.
Why your hands? Take them off me.
Despite her usual sharp-tongued demeanor, she never even held a man's hand in real life.
Suddenly assaulted in such a sensitive spot, she was utterly dumbfounded.
Oh, sorry about that. His mouth apologized, but Yi Xian's hand wasn't so obedient. The soft yet incredibly elastic sensation made his hand instinctively squeeze before reluctantly releasing.
Rogue! Scoundrel! Xiaoqiao blared at Yi Xian.
Yet her expression resembled more of a lover's playful pout than any threatening gesture.
Ahem! Yi Xian's face flushed crimson, and he quickly changed the subject. Shouldn't we get out and handle the accident first?
Hearing this, Xiaoqiao finally remembered the accident and stormed out of the car, her temper flaring.
Anyone would be furious after being hit like that. Yet, to her utter astonishment, the owner of the black Maybach showed no intention of getting out. Instead, they began reversing, preparing to drive away. Stop right there! Xiaoqiao's eyebrows shot up in fury. How dare they hit someone and try to flee? That was outrageous.
Just as she moved to block the path, Yi Xian beat her to it, stepping in front of the Maybach. He unleashed a punch, slamming it hard against the hood. With a thunderous crash, the already dented front end snapped clean off under the force of the blow. The Maybach was forced to a halt.
Kid, you're asking for it?
The driver's door swung open, and Uncle Hong stepped out. A fierce aura radiated from him, causing the air to suddenly grow taut.
An internal energy martial artist? Interesting. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. What a show of bravado. Xiaoqiao's expression turned cold. Hit and run, attempted assault. What do you think this place is? Jiangcheng isn't where you can run wild. Have your master come out.
As she finished speaking, the rear door of the Maybach opened, and Huang Yao stepped out. She hurried to the other side, helped Huang Bingyi out, then looked up at Xiaoqiao. The accident was entirely our fault. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you a single cent.
Huang Yao scanned the area but didn't spot the taxi. She frowned.
Take us to the hospital, and I'll pay double compensation.
Xiaoqiao laughed bitterly in anger.
In all her years, this was the first time someone had tried to use her as a weapon against her.
Yao, speak politely.
This was our fault to begin with, Huang Bingyi said, coughing. His condition was deteriorating rapidly, his breathing growing increasingly labored.
If he stopped breathing in the next second, it wouldn't have been surprising. Grandpa, I'll handle this. Don't worry. We'll be at the hospital soon.
Huang Yao grew frantic, biting her pearl-white teeth as she turned to Xiaoqiao.
You look like you come from a distinguished family.
You must have heard of the Huang family in the provincial capital.
If you can get my grandfather to the hospital, the Huang family will owe you a favor. Please.
With that, she bowed deeply.
The Huang family from the provincial capital? Xiaoqiao raised an eyebrow.
She understood exactly what those 4 words meant.
But she wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in distress.
She wouldn't accept this favor.
Forget the favor. Just fix my car when you get back.
Just as she reached for the door handle, Yi Xian stopped her. Shaking his head, he said, Young lady, if you want your grandfather to live, you'd be wise not to go to the hospital.
Huang Yao's expression instantly turned icy. Not go to the hospital? Then wait to die here? This was utterly nonsensical.
Yi Xian shook his head.
Old Master Huang isn't sick. What good would going to the hospital do? Looks like you're the one who's seriously ill.
Huang Yao fought back her anger. This was the first time she'd ever encountered someone so utterly ridiculous.
Grandfather is in such a state, and this guy actually says he's fine? That's ridiculous. Miss Huang, please don't get angry. I advise you to listen to Yi Xian. Otherwise, you'll regret it.
Xiaoqiao spoke softly.
You two are utterly unreasonable.
Huang Yao could no longer contain her fury. She had no time to waste arguing with these two.
Uncle Hong, grab the car. The words barely left his mouth when Uncle Hong surged forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Yi Xian and Xiaoqiao. At the last moment, he launched a flying kick, aiming straight for Yi Xian's chest. Brave move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His right hand moved faster than his opponent's reaction, seizing Uncle Hong's ankle. With a powerful flick, Uncle Hong was flung dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This. Huang Yao was stunned. When did internal energy practitioners become so easily defeated? Just then, a weak voice sounded beside her ear. Yao Yao, apologize to this young friend immediately. Huang Bingyi's expression darkened as he scolded. Grandpa, these two have been causing trouble all along. Why should I apologize to them? Huang Yao looked utterly unconvinced. Could it be, my words hold no weight anymore? Stomping her foot, Huang Yao reluctantly turned to Yi Xian. I'm sorry. Her voice was barely audible. Had Yi Xian not possessed exceptional hearing, he might not have caught it at all. Louder! Huang Bingyi demanded impatiently. I'm sorry. Huang Yao looked utterly aggrieved. This was the first time grandfather had ever spoken to her like this. Huang Bingyi finally relented, turning to Yi Xian and saying, Young friend, I truly apologize. It's all due to my failure to discipline her properly. I hope you'll forgive us. As he spoke, Huang Bingyi coughed incessantly, his condition growing increasingly dire. You're too kind, old Master Huang. Yi Xian said, opening the car door to get in. But at the last moment, he turned back to Huang Bingyi and said, You and Miss Huang should remove the jade pendants you're wearing. Huang Bingyi froze, then hurriedly asked, Young friend, could you clarify? You just said I wasn't ill, yet now you tell me to remove the pendants? Are you implying that the mother and child jade pendants are the root cause of my current state? Precisely. Yi Xian nodded. If I'm not mistaken, old Master Huang's condition only began to deteriorate 2 days ago. It steadily worsened until he reached this state. Hearing this, Huang Bingyi's heart jolted. This kid was simply uncanny. Yi Xian was absolutely right. And 2 days ago was precisely when he started wearing the jade pendant. Grandfather, don't listen to his nonsense. If the jade pendant were truly the cause, why didn't yesterday's medical examination reveal any issues? Huang Yao sneered coldly. Yi Xian shook his head. The mother and child jade pendant is a magical artifact. While not exceptionally sophisticated, the damage it inflicts cannot be detected by ordinary magical tools. Unless, of course, one possesses the heavenly divine power. Chapter 51, Miraculous Healing. Huang Yao remained unconvinced by Yi Xian's explanation. She curled her lip. I think you're just spouting nonsense. The benefits of this mother and child jade pendant are beyond your imagination. I ask you why, after wearing it, not only did I experience no issues, but my mental state became exceptionally vibrant? That's precisely the problem. Yi Xian spoke slowly. This mother and child jade pendant consists of a mother and child pendant. The child pendant absorbs energy transmitted by the mother pendant, nourishing the wearer of the child pendant. The mother pendant itself doesn't generate energy, it naturally absorbs energy from the wearer of the mother pendant. In other words, every benefit you gain comes at the cost of your grandfather sacrificing his own well-being. The more benefits you gain, the worse your grandfather's condition becomes. That's because your grandfather maintained himself well. For an ordinary elderly person, 2 days would be more than enough to drain all the life energy from their body. How could that be? Huang Yao's face paled. Yi Xian's words were too bizarre, completely beyond her comprehension. Even Huang Bingyi was half convinced, half skeptical. Nothing is impossible. Verifying the truth is simple, just remove the pendant from your grandfather's waist. Yi Xian stated. Huang Yao immediately unfastened the pendant from Huang Bingyi's waist. The next moment, she felt her energy drain away, as if a heavy stone had been placed on her back. In contrast, Huang Bingyi's aura visibly intensified at a rapid pace. The grandfather and granddaughter of the Huang family exchanged stunned glances, their faces betraying unmistakable shock. They never imagined Yi Xian's words could actually be true. Beside them, Xiaoqiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. The look she cast at Yi Xian held a hint of pride, as if sharing in his glory. This thing nearly cost me my dearest kin, it must not remain. Huang Yao tore the pendant from her neck, poised to toss it aside. Miss Huang, please wait. Yi Xian stopped Huang Yao, meeting her puzzled gaze as he explained, this mother and child jade pendant is indeed extremely dangerous, but its material is passable. If we can absorb all the malevolent energy within and make a few modifications, it could become a rather valuable treasure. Huang Yao didn't quite grasp Yi Xian's meaning. But that didn't matter. Very well, I shall give this mother and child jade pendant to you, master. Only, my grandfather's illness still requires your continued care. After witnessing Yi Xian's astonishing techniques, Huang Yao became exceptionally respectful. I told you, your grandfather isn't ill. Besides, he's already fine now. Yi Xian took the mother and child jade pendant and spoke. Already fine? Huang Yao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Your grandfather ended up like this because the mother pendant was constantly draining the life energy from his body. Now that you've removed it, he's naturally fine. However, his body remains weakened. I'll prescribe some medicine for you. With consistent use, he should recover. Taking the paper and brush Huang Yao handed him, Yi Xian wrote out the prescription and returned it. Thank you, young friend, for saving his life. Huang Bingyi bowed deeply to Yi Xian, then gave Huang Yao a knowing glance. She understood immediately, pulling a check from her bag and handing it to Yi Xian. Having been in business for many years, I've managed to accumulate a bit of filthy lucre. Take this check, young friend. As for the amount, simply fill in whatever figure you deem appropriate. Xiaoqiao clicked her tongue in surprise. Yi Xian might not know the Huang family's power, but she certainly did. As one of the most influential families in the provincial capital, the Huangs possessed far more than mere a few stinking coins. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. I was merely doing my duty. Mr. Huang, there's no need for this. Yi Xian shook his head in refusal. Seeing her resolute expression, Huang Bingyi relented. I was being rash. Still, this favor must be repaid. This matter leaves the Huang family indebted to you, young friend. Should you ever face hardship in the future, come to me without hesitation. I will spare no effort. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Bingyi invited Yi Xian to dinner. Seeing there was no way to refuse, Yi Xian could only accept. Huang Yao made a phone call, and soon a luxury sedan arrived to transport them to the Sky Hotel. This was Jiangcheng's most luxurious hotel, frequented exclusively by the wealthy and influential. Rumor had it the owner had deep connections, wielding considerable influence in both legitimate and underworld circles. As soon as they stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man hurried over to greet them. This was Wang Yuan, the owner of the Sky Hotel. Behind him followed a group of senior executives. At the hotel entrance, a brand new red carpet was laid out, stretching all the way to where they had exited the vehicle. This clearly demonstrated the immense importance Wang Yuan placed on Huang Bingyi. More accurately, it showed his profound respect for the power and influence of the Huang family. Honorable head of the Huang family, your presence truly graces our humble establishment. Wang Yuan's face was plastered with an ingratiating smile. Mr. Wang, you're too kind. Huang Bingyi nodded impassively, then switched to a warm smile as he addressed Yi Xian, young friend, please. The contrast between his earlier demeanor and this moment was stark. Yi Xian nodded and strode toward the inn's entrance. Huang Bingyi and the others followed behind. Watching this scene, Wang Yuan almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Who on earth could command such deference from Huang Bingyi? He instinctively glanced over, a memory surfacing in his mind. Wasn't this young man the one who had expressed gratitude at Dingtian's celebratory banquet? Wang Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of Xiaoqiao, and he sucked in a sharp breath. To have such close ties with both the Qiao and Huang families, this young man before him was truly no ordinary figure. In that instant, Wang Yuan mentally marked Yi Xian as someone he absolutely must not cross. Upon entering the private room, the meal was already prepared. The group ate and chatted. Xiaoqiao remained remarkably composed, speaking little as she sat quietly beside Yi Xian. Young friend, your skills truly leave this old man in awe. I wonder only where you hold your position. Huang Bingyi began to entertain thoughts of recruiting him. I work at Lin Group. You may not have heard of it, Mr. Huang, Yi Xian replied. Huang Bingyi pondered for a moment before saying, I do recall the Lin Group. If I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the leading real estate developers in Jiangcheng. At that moment, Huang Yao, who had remained silent, spoke up, Grandfather, that mother and child jade pendant was a gift from Lin Mingqiao, the vice president of Lin Group. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A cold glint flashed in Huang Bingyi's eyes. We have no dealings whatsoever with the Lin Group. Why would he suddenly present you with that mother and child jade pendant? In an instant, Huang Bingyi grew suspicious of Lin Mingqiao. Chapter 52, The Young Friend's Words. Huang Yao glanced at Yi Xian, her expression troubled. Grandfather, the situation is rather complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Though serving as chairman of Yuan Group, Huang Bingyi had largely stepped back from day-to-day operations over the years, leaving the specifics to Huang Yao and her daughter. Given the sensitive nature of company secrets, Huang Yao naturally couldn't elaborate in front of Yi Xian. Huang Bingyi's expression darkened. Explain now. Seeing Huang Yao still hesitating, Huang Bingyi said sternly, Young Yi saved my life. He's no outsider. There's no need to keep company matters from him. With no other choice, Huang Yao explained, a few days ago, Lin Mingqiao's wife came to the provincial capital to discuss our group's amusement park project in Jiangcheng with me. After some discussion, we verbally agreed to her proposal. As a token of gratitude, she presented me with this mother and child jade pendant, claiming it would bring tremendous benefits to its wearer. Huang Bingyi narrowed his eyes. Why wasn't such a major matter reported to me until now? Sensing the anger beneath his grandfather's calm exterior, Huang Yao hurriedly explained, Grandfather, I didn't have time earlier. Then, you weren't feeling well, and since the matter wasn't fully settled, I didn't mention it. Huang Bingyi nodded, his expression turning slightly cold. This Lin Mingqiao certainly has some nerve, daring to send such an evil object. What exactly is he scheming?
Yi Xian, who had remained silent, shook his head. Mr. Huang, while Lin Mingqiao isn't exactly upright, he isn't particularly bold either. I don't believe he would dare harbor ill intentions toward the Huang family. Though he and Lin Mingqiao were at odds, Yi Xian wouldn't frame him over something like this. Only then did Huang Bingyi release his suspicion toward Lin Mingqiao. However, he detected another meaning in Yi Xian's words.
Young friend, you and Lin Mingqiao, you're not exactly on good terms?
There was no need to hide such matters.
Yi Xian nodded. The Lin group is divided into two factions, one led by President Lin Beibei and the other by Lin Mingqiao.
Though they share blood ties, Lin Mingqiao has long sought to replace Lin Beibei. In his eyes, I've been counted among the president's faction.
I see. Huang Bingyi nodded.
He'd seen plenty of such power struggles within wealthy families, nothing surprising here.
Xiaoqiao, a project as massive as the amusement park can't be approved based solely on a few words from Lin Mingqiao's wife, right? Tell me, what conditions did he offer? Huang Yao's heart skipped a beat.
Everyone knew Yi Xian and Lin Mingqiao were at odds, yet grandfather was asking such detailed questions. The ownership of this amusement park project was bound to become problematic.
How could this young man command such importance in grandfather's eyes?
Suppressing the doubts weighing on her mind, Huang Yao spoke up. Lin Mingqiao's wife said that if we promise to award the amusement park project to Lin Mingqiao, he can secure the CEO position. Once he takes the helm, he'll find an opportunity to sever the Lin Group's capital chain, triggering a corporate crisis. Then, our Yuan Group can inject capital into the Lin Group, acquiring a large stake at a bargain price.
His wife also promised that if Lin Mingqiao fails to secure the presidency, she will pay Yuan Group 100 million yuan as compensation.
He would first transfer this money to our company's account. Once the funds were received, we would sign the contract with him. This Lin Mingqiao really stops at nothing.
Yi Xian raised an eyebrow.
This deal was a surefire win for the Huang family, a massive profit, no question.
But for Lin Group? It's a bloody loss.
Grandfather, since we've already agreed to Lin Mingqiao, it would be unwise to break our word. After all, reputation is paramount in business. Huang Yao feared Huang Bingyi might call off the deal because of Yi Xian, so she urged him.
You're right. Reputation is paramount in business.
It's what has kept our Huang family standing strong all these years. Huang Bingyi's words brought a flicker of hope to Huang Yao's heart. Yet the next words left her stunned. The project can go to the Lin Group without any strings attached.
But as for the liaison person,
I suggest we change it to young Master Yi.
Huang Bingyi said, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian. What do you think, young friend?
Yi Xian considered for a moment before replying. It's possible, but I'd prefer Lin Beibei to handle the liaison duties. Although he and Lin Mingqiao had a wager to secure a project worth over 50 million, Lin Mingqiao had already liaised with the Huang family. If Yi Xian used this project to fulfill his bet, Lin Mingqiao would naturally refuse to concede.
Very well, we'll follow your suggestion. When the time comes, I'll personally commend you before Lin Beibei. Huang Bingyi sealed the deal immediately. Huang Yao was utterly reluctant, yet dared not utter a single word of refusal. Mr. Huang, I appreciate your kindness.
Yi Xian shook his head slightly. No need for that.
I don't want Lin Beibei to know I'm involved.
Huang Bingyi seemed somewhat surprised, but he nodded in agreement. The meal proceeded with laughter and conversation, leaving all guests thoroughly satisfied.
Inside the Western-style restaurant, Lin Beibei and her best friend Ouyang Weiwei sat facing each other.
Had Yi Xian been present, he would have been utterly stunned.
Because Ouyang Weiwei was the other female lead in those steamy photos of Lin Beibei. Hey, Beibei, Ouyang Weiwei teased, ever since we got here, you've been completely distracted. What's going on? Could it be, you've set your sights on one of the guys here? A playful smile flashed across Ouyang Weiwei's delicate features. You're the one with spring fever. Lin Beibei snapped back to reality, shot Ouyang Weiwei a disapproving look, and launched into a tirade. That guy's only been in Jiangcheng for a few days, yet he hasn't picked up any good habits, just mastered all this messy nonsense without any teaching. Just the other day, I saw a guy who looked exactly like him get into some woman's car. I thought I was seeing things, but now I'm sure it was him. And today? He's already moved on to a woman in a BMW. The speed at which he switches women is practically as fast as he changes his clothes. I just can't wrap my head around it. Those women look well off, they could have any handsome guy they want. Why on earth would they go for this guy? Are they all blind? Lin Beibei grew more and more agitated as she spoke, gesturing wildly with her hands. This drew a meaningful smile from Ouyang Weiwei. Beibei, you look just like those jealous women. Lin Beibei froze, panic flashing in her beautiful eyes. Don't say that. How could I possibly be jealous of that guy? Are you kidding me? Her reaction was unusually intense, and Ouyang Weiwei's lips curved slightly. Look at yourself right now. You're acting like you're guilty as charged. Lin Beibei's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm not guilty. Why would I be? That guy and my future husband are worlds apart. If you keep joking about this, I'll get angry. Chapter 53, A Piece of Cake. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Oh, Yang Weiwei's expression turns serious, but to be honest, I don't think Yi Xian is as bad as you imagine. On the contrary, he's actually quite outstanding. Outstanding? Weiwei, I think you might have a misunderstanding about what outstanding means. That's an extreme view. With his medical skills, gaining fame and fortune would be a piece of cake. Oh, Yang Weiwei paused before continuing. But he's content to stay hidden within the Lin group, working as a lowly clerk. Such indifference to fame and fortune is rare in today's society. Not only that, but he also possesses a certain sense of responsibility and courage. When Wu Tian Lin tried to harm you, he didn't run away. Instead, he rescued you. That alone is something many men couldn't manage. I don't know him well, yet I can list so many virtues. I suspect he possesses qualities beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Beibei shot Oh Yang Weiwei a strange look. Weiwei, it seems like you're the one who's fallen for that country bumpkin. Why don't you just marry him? Oh Yang Weiwei nodded vigorously. This made Lin Beibei's heart skip a beat, but the words that followed brought her relief. Beibei, you and I, should we share the same husband? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Oh Yang Weiwei feigned a bashful expression. You little minx, Oh Yang Weiwei. When did you become so lecherous? I'll show you sharing one husband. Lin Beibei sat down beside her, tickling her relentlessly. Both women were stunningly beautiful, and their playful scuffle created a series of breathtaking scenes that drew the attention of every man present. If not for their own self-consciousness, someone would have approached them long ago. After a while of playfulness, Oh Yang Weiwei's expression turned serious. I've heard the news. Wu Tian Lin announced that Tianlong Group has secured the amusement park project. This isn't good news for Lin Group. Lin Beibei frowned upon hearing this. I heard that news too. You might not know this, but not long ago, at a high-level meeting, my second uncle also claimed he secured the amusement park project. With all this truth and falsehood flying around, I'm completely confused. Oh Yang Weiwei's voice grew solemn. Regardless of who's telling the truth, this isn't good news for you. Lin Beibei sighed. I understand that, of course. I hear Huang Bingyi has arrived in Jiangcheng. I've been worrying about how to arrange a meeting with him. Oh Yang Weiwei leaned forward. That's precisely why I sought you out today to discuss this matter. I heard Xiaoqiao once bragged to someone that he has connections to the Huang family, though whether that's true or not, I don't know. Xiaoqiao? Lin Beibei gave a bitter smile. He's lucky he hasn't retaliated against the Lin group. Why would he help us? Mentioning these troublesome matters, Lin Beibei wore a deeply troubled expression. Tianyu Hotel. Yi Xian and Xiaoqiao rose to take their leave. Before leaving, Yi Xian purged the malevolent energy from the mother and child jade pendant, modified it, and returned it to Huang Bingyi. Mr. Huang, this mother and child jade pendant is a decent base for a magical artifact. After modification, it can serve as a self-defense tool. As for its effectiveness, within 10 meters, it can withstand 3 pistol shots. Not only that, but it can also shield you from certain malevolent energies, preventing incidents like the previous one from recurring. Thank you, young friend. Huang Bingyi's eyes lit up, his heart filled with both astonishment and delight. If Yi Xian's words held true, the modified mother and child jade pendant would be a rare treasure indeed. For a moment, the look in Huang Bingyi's eyes toward Yi Xian held an added measure of respect. After seeing Yi Xian off, Huang Bingyi and his companions settled into the Sky Hotel. The moment they entered the room, Huang Yao frowned and said, "Grandfather, how could you so readily promise the amusement park project to Yi Xian? I know he saved your life, but business is business, and friendship is friendship. You must realize this means our Yuan group stands to lose at least 100 million yuan." Huang Bingyi didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Uncle Hong beside him. "Ah Hong, what do you think of this young Yi Xian?" Uncle Hong's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "He's far superior to me." He considered himself a martial arts master, having faced few rivals since turning 40. Yet before this youth, he hadn't even lasted a single exchange, a complete loss of face. Huang Bingyi chuckled and waved his hand. "There's always someone better out there. That's only natural. Just give me your objective assessment of this boy." Uncle Hong fell silent for a moment before speaking. His innate talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. Whether in martial arts or esoteric arts, he possesses achievements beyond the reach of ordinary men. But what's most remarkable is that despite his youth, he carries himself with neither arrogance nor timidity. He's steady and measured, decisive in action, never dragging his feet, truly the bearing of a great general. Huang Bingyi nodded slightly. "You've been with me for years. You've developed some discernment in judging people." This piqued Huang Yao's curiosity. "Grandfather, then what are your thoughts on Yi Xian?" Huang Bingyi arched his eyebrows slightly before speaking slowly. "The bright moon dominates the sky, dimming the stars." Huang Yao's heart skipped a beat at these words. To her, Uncle Hong's praise had already been quite exaggerated, yet she never imagined grandfather's assessment would elevate it so dramatically. "Grandfather, you're exaggerating. In the provincial capital, even the imperial capital, you've seen at least 800, if not 1,000, young talents. Every one of them surpasses Yi Xian. Yet I've never heard you speak of them with such high regard. Why has your attitude shifted so drastically when it comes to Yi Xian? Huang Yao was utterly perplexed. Huang Bingyi shook his head slightly. Yao, your perspective is still too narrow. Do you believe that only those who wield immense power in the business world or dominate the political arena are truly extraordinary? Huang Yao nodded vigorously. What else could it be? As a man, one must build a great enterprise to rise above the ordinary. Huang Bingyi sighed upon hearing this. All I can say is, your understanding still needs broadening. Mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, divination, these 5 arts are interconnected. Master one, and you master all 5. Based solely on the medical skill Yi Xian just demonstrated, I can confidently assert that he has mastered all 5 disciplines to an unparalleled degree. A prodigy of his caliber would be courted by countless powerful figures. If he truly craved fame and fortune, wealth and glory would be within his grasp. With slightly greater ambition, stirring up storms and commanding the winds and rains would hardly be difficult. Throughout history, such examples are too numerous to count. The so-called young talents you speak of? They wouldn't even be worthy of tying his shoelaces. Chapter 54, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. Huang Yao found no rebuttal, yet she still harbored some resentment. Grandfather, what you say is indeed true. We certainly shouldn't offend such a person lightly, but is it really necessary to be so friendly with him? Our Huang family has no use for him. No need? Huang Bingyi raised an eyebrow. The Huang family is indeed vast and powerful, with deep-rooted foundations. Yet people inevitably face birth, aging, sickness, and death. In critical moments, a medical genius like Yi Xian is like a god to us. Our very survival rests on his whim. Cultivating his friendship, that is something no amount of money can buy when the moment of truth arrives. Huang Yao's heart jolted, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Grandfather, it was my lack of insight that nearly ruined everything. From now on, I will do everything in my power to cultivate a relationship with Yi Xian. Try not to be too deliberate about it. Be like a gentle spring breeze, subtle, unassuming, yet deeply comforting. Huang Bingyi advised. I understand. Huang Yao nodded firmly. Just then, a pleasant ringtone sounded. Huang Bingyi answered immediately. Mr. Qiao, I've already checked into the Tianyu Hotel. Is there something you need at this hour? Huang Bingyi spoke slowly. On the other end, Xiao Shan's obsequious voice came through. Old man, you've arrived in Jiangcheng without telling me? As your host, I should at least have welcomed you properly. Huang Bingyi replied calmly, Mr. Qiao, there's no need for such formalities. I'm feeling slightly unwell, so a welcome dinner isn't necessary. Huang paused before continuing, you had old who plead with me to come to Jiangcheng, yet you refuse to explain why. I'm quite curious, what exactly do you need from me? Xiao Shan plastered on a smile. Old man, it's really nothing major. Wu Tian Lin, the chairman of Tianlong Group in Jiangcheng, would like to meet with you. Would that be convenient? Tianlong Group? Huang Bingyi raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, this company and the Lin Group are the 2 giants of Jiangcheng's real estate industry, aren't they? A flash of venom crossed Xiao Shan's eyes. Old man, that's ancient history from years ago. Over the years, under Wu Tianlin's leadership, Tianlong Group has worked tirelessly to improve, with its performance steadily climbing and its reputation and standing both excellent. Meanwhile, Lin Group has been plagued by internal strife and a demoralized workforce, with numerous issues cropping up in every project they undertake. Xiao Shan ranted on and on. Surprisingly, Huang Bingyi showed no intention of interrupting, listening with remarkable patience until the end. Mr. Qiao's assessment of Lin Group seems quite different from what I've heard. Sir, having resided in the provincial capital for so long, your familiarity with enterprises in Jiangcheng is naturally limited. It's understandable that you might be misled, Xiao Shan explained before continuing. The only company in Jiangcheng qualified to partner with the Huang family is Tianlong Group. My meticulous arrangements to bring you here were precisely to demonstrate this point. A meaningful smile touched Huang Bingyi's lips. Mr. Qiao, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Tomorrow evening at 7, you and Wu Tian Lin come to the Tianyu Hotel. Xiao Shan's heart surged with elation. He nodded eagerly. Very well. I shan't disturb the old master any longer. Carefully hanging up the phone, Xiao Shan was overcome with excitement. After being expelled from Dingtian's celebratory banquet, fueled by both new and old grievances, he vowed to bring down the Lin Group. It was also at this time that the Huang family amusement park project was officially approved. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Shan was ecstatic. He had once helped a close friend of Huang Bingyi in the past. While this connection alone wasn't enough to secure the amusement park project, inviting Huang Bingyi to Jiangcheng shouldn't be too difficult. Given the chance to meet Huang Bingyi, anything was possible. Thus, he privately approached Wu Tian Lin. The two hit it off immediately, leading to the current situation. Dad, did old Master Huang agree? Xiao Hai asked from the side. He has. Xiao Shan gave a firm nod. Upon receiving confirmation, Xiao Hai nearly jumped for joy. But quickly, a thought crossed his mind, and he voiced his concern. Dad, do you think Wu Tian Lin can successfully secure the amusement park project? Of course he can. Trust me, after what I just said, old Master Huang has already ruled out Lin Group. Without the Lin Group competing, the amusement park project is naturally a sure thing for the Tianlong Group. Xiaoshan spoke with absolute confidence. Hearing this, Xiaohai was overjoyed. As long as we help Wu Tian Lin secure the amusement park project, we'll receive a generous reward. And as a bonus, we'll deal a serious blow to the Lin Group. Dad, your plan to kill two birds with one stone is truly brilliant. Xiaohai fawned excessively. Xiaoshan, however, showed no modesty. With a smug look on his face, he said, Son, learn a thing or two from your old man. This time, I'll make sure that old codger Lin Rohai gets a taste of his own medicine. Grandfather, you've already promised the amusement park project to Yixian. Why meet with Wu Tian Lin now? Huang Yao looked utterly perplexed. Huang Bingyi shook his head slightly. They say competitors are natural enemies. The Lin Group and the Tianlong Group likely have significant conflicts. You could hear that in Xiao Shan's words earlier. Besides, I've heard Wu Tian Lin has connections in both legitimate and underworld circles. Over the years, the Lin Group must have suffered many hidden losses at his hands. Huang Yao suddenly understood. So you're seeking justice for the Lin Group? Exactly. Huang Bingyi nodded. Yi Xian's position as an employee within Lin Group indicates his family ties to the Lins are no ordinary affair. A friend's enemy is naturally one's own enemy. Notify Yi Xian later to have Lin Beibei come to the Sky Hotel tomorrow as well. When the time comes, I'll humiliate Wu Tian Lin right in front of her. That way, Lin Beibei will have her revenge. With this incident, our relationship with Yi Xian will naturally deepen. A sharp gleam flashed in Huang Bingyi's eyes. He hoped the rift between the two sides would deepen as much as possible. Only then would his public humiliation of Wu Tian Lin carry maximum weight, thereby securing Yi Xian's friendship to the greatest extent. What about Lin Mingqiao? Should we invite him too? Huang Yao inquired. Huang Bingyi shook his head slowly. Lin Mingqiao is out of the question. After all, he is Lin Beibei's second uncle. As the saying goes, family troubles should not be aired in public. Publicly humiliating him would also bring shame upon Lin Beibei. Understood. I'll notify Yi Xian immediately. Huang Yao nodded. In the study of the Lin family's ancestral home, Lin Changping and Lin Beibei sat facing each other. Dad, Huang Bingyi is in Jiangcheng. Is there any way you could find out where he's staying? Lin Beibei massaged her throbbing temples. Lin Changping shook his head inside. Ever since receiving word, I've sent people to investigate, but we've found nothing. Even if we did find out, what could we do? The Huang family is like a cloud in the sky to us. We can only look up and see them from afar. Even if we approached them, they likely wouldn't acknowledge us. Chapter 55, Boundless Splendor. Lin Beibei frowned deeply, falling silent for a moment before speaking. Dad, I heard from Weiwei that Xiao Shan has connections to the Huang family. Why not have grandfather give him a call? Before she could finish, Lin Changping cut her off. After the celebration banquet, Xiao Shan and us became sworn enemies. There's no way he'd help us now. Even if he were willing, your grandfather wouldn't make that call. After all, your second uncle has already claimed he secured the amusement park project. Though your grandfather favors you, he wouldn't blatantly play favorites by snatching a project secured by your second uncle. If Uncle Heir had actually secured this project, I would have accepted it. After all, one can only write the Lin surname once. But I fear Uncle Heir isn't reliable. If this project ultimately lands in Wu Tianlin's hands, it would deal a significant blow to our Lin Group. Lin Beibei sighed. Seeing his daughter's troubled expression, Lin Changping felt a pang of sympathy. No matter how calculating he might be, he doted on this daughter like no other. If all else fails, have Yi Xian mention it to your grandfather. He still listens to him. Lin Beibei's eyebrows shot up in anger as she cut him off immediately. Dad, don't even mention that guy. Just thinking about him makes me furious. Recalling the scene after work, she felt a surge of anger. Ha! Lin Changping's expression darkened instantly. Did that guy bully you? Not exactly. Lin Beibei shook her head, her resentment palpable. It's just that guy. He does nothing all day, and come nightfall, he vanishes. Who knows where he goes to fool around? Watching Lin Beibei chatter on like this, so unlike her usual self, Lin Changping froze. This looked exactly like a wife complaining to her husband. Yao, you haven't really fallen for Yi Xian, have you? Lin Beibei's rant abruptly halted, her pretty face flushing crimson. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? We two aren't even from the same world. Even if every man on earth were wiped out, I'd never fall for that guy. Lin Changping finally exhaled in relief. Good. I knew it. How could you possibly like a country bumpkin? Father and daughter chatted for a while longer before Lin Beibei returned to her bedroom. Seeing Yi Xian already lying in the corner, an indescribable irritation welled up inside her. That jerk actually had the nerve to come back. Lying in bed, the image of Yi Xian sitting in the BMW kept flashing through her mind. Lin Beibei couldn't help but want to demand, "Who is that woman?" But the words died on her lips as she forced herself to hold back. From her position, she felt she had no right to pry into such matters. Taking a deep breath to quell her restless emotions, Lin Beibei said coldly, "You can associate with other women, that's none of my business, and I won't interfere. But I'm warning you, don't let anyone else find out. If they do, I won't let you off easy." Well. Yi Xian felt awkward. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Beibei cut him off. "You don't need to explain. Your affairs are none of my business." With that, Lin Beibei turned her attention away from Yi Xian. Yet, with worries weighing on his mind, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sensing her unease from the corner, Yi Xian spoke up, "Everything will work out in the end. Don't overthink it, things will get better." Lin Beibei remained silent. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The next morning, Lin Beibei's anger still simmering, drove alone to the company. The moment she entered the lobby, she spotted a face she detested: Wu Tian Lin. Wu Tian Lin sat on the sofa, flanked by 6 bodyguards, exuding an air of authority. He spotted Lin Beibei and slowly rose to his feet, striding over. "Mr. Wu, this isn't your Tianlong group. Looks like you had one too many last night and took a wrong turn," Lin Beibei said coldly. Wu Tian Lin shrugged it off with a slight smile. "Ms. Lin, you're joking. I came here specifically to see you." Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. "Honorable guests like Mr. Wu are beyond our Lin group's hospitality. You'd be better off cooling off somewhere else." If she hadn't wanted to avoid making a scene, she would have called security to throw him out. Wu Tian Lin showed no intention of leaving. He licked his lips, his expression leering. You certainly have a fiery temper. But I love women with attitude. I wonder if you're just as fiery in bed. You shameless bastard." Lin Beibei flared with rage. Just as she was about to call security, Wu Tian Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "I came here today to tell you this: you and the Lin group will be mine sooner or later." "You're dreaming. Don't you think you're out of your league?" "Ha! You probably don't know the current situation, do you?" Wu Tian Lin smirked triumphantly. "Huang Bingyi has already sent word. Tonight, I'll meet him at his hotel. The amusement park project is already mine for the taking. With the Huang family's name behind us, Tianlong Group's reputation in Jiangcheng will soar to new heights. Then, I'll team up with other real estate firms in Jiangcheng to crush the Lin Group. Bankruptcy is all that awaits your Lin Group. But rest assured, I'm a man who shows mercy to the fairer sex. If you're willing to strip naked and beg on your knees, I might consider letting you keep your CEO position. At least you won't end up on the streets." "Ha!" Wu Tian Lin burst into maniacal laughter. Lin Beibei's face darkened to the extreme. She yearned to slap that despicable face, yet she forced herself to endure. After his show of force, Wu Tian Lin departed with the air of a victor. Lin Beibei entered her office, her expression as dark as storm clouds. The very thing she dreaded most had come to pass. Despite Lin Group's current dominance, if their competitors truly joined forces with Tianlong Group to suppress them, Lin Group wouldn't stand a chance. No, she had to find a way to stop Wu Tian Lin. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Beibei picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Shan's number, the only solution she could think of at the moment. "Uncle Qiao, it's Beibei." Forcing down the nausea in her heart, Lin Beibei sounded extremely enthusiastic. "Oh, it's you, Beibei. What a coincidence, I was just about to call your grandfather, but you beat me to it." Xiao Shan's voice came through the phone. "Did you need to speak with my grandfather?" Lin Beibei's heart skipped a beat. Was Xiao Shan calling to confront Grandpa about the celebration banquet? If that were the case, it would be troublesome. The next moment, Xiao Shan's words brought her relief. Not only did he have business, but it was important business. "Huang Bingyi arrived in Jiangcheng yesterday, and I know which hotel he's staying at. Your Lin Group should be quite interested in his whereabouts, right?" Chapter 56, Merciless Extermination. Lin Beibei's eyes lit up. Xiao Shan's words implied he was offering help? Otherwise, he wouldn't have called specifically to explain. The thought filled Lin Beibei with overwhelming emotion. "Uncle Qiao, I truly don't know what to say. Our Lin family has caused you no small amount of harm, yet you've set aside past grievances to help us. I simply don't know how to repay you." Having held little hope, the outcome was unexpectedly wonderful, leaving Lin Beibei thrilled beyond measure. She kept thinking about how she could repay Xiao Shan. After all, she couldn't let him go to all this trouble for nothing. However, Xiao Shan's next words ruthlessly extinguished that sliver of hope. "Lin Beibei, how can you be as foolish as your grandfather? The Lin family has humiliated me time and again, yet you expect me to help you? That's nothing short of delusional. I was planning to call that old fool Lin Rohai myself, but since you called, I'll have you deliver a message for me. Last night, I personally called Huang Bingyi. He's agreed to meet with Wu Tian Lin. As for the amusement park project? Forget about it, Lin Group." Lin Beibei froze. In that moment, her emotions plummeted like a roller coaster from heaven to hell. As if seeing her expression, Xiao Shan burst into maniacal laughter. "Your Lin family is finished. I've endured decades waiting for this day. My vengeance is finally complete. Ha!
Hanging up the phone, Lin Beibei slumped weakly in her chair, her face etched with utter despair. At this moment, she couldn't even muster anger. Her last shred of hope had vanished, leaving her utterly lost.
Was she really going to stand by and watch the Lin group collapse? Lin Beibei's brows furrowed deeply. Just then, her phone rang.
Lin Beibei had no heart to answer it. Yet the caller seemed remarkably patient, letting the phone ring on and on.
Lin Beibei didn't even glance at the caller ID before answering.
"Xiaoshan, don't push your luck," she snapped.
"Xiaoshan?"
A weathered voice came from the other end. "Ms. Lin, you must have the wrong number.
This is Huang Bingyi, chairman of Yuan Group." "What?" Lin Beibei shot to her feet, stammering. You said you're Mr. Huang Bingyi?"
"Of course.
Do you have any questions, Ms. Lin?"
No, not at all." Lin Beibei shook her head like a bobblehead.
"Mr. Huang, what brings you here?" "Regarding the amusement park project, I'd like to discuss it with you in person. Would you be available this evening?"
Huang Bingyi said slowly. He had originally planned to have Huang Yao make the call, but after some thought, he decided to call personally. This way, he could show his respect for the Lin group.
"I'm available,"
Lin Beibei answered without hesitation, her tone crisp and decisive. Her whole body was trembling with excitement, her hand gripping the phone slightly quivering.
"When would be convenient for you? I can come over ahead of time. 7 p.m., Tianyu Hotel."
Huang Bingyi smiled faintly. "No need to arrive early.
Just be punctual." After hanging up, Lin Beibei's face was filled with disbelief.
She even doubted whether that call had been a figment of her imagination.
Huang Bingyi had personally invited her for a meeting.
If she couldn't explain it, no one would believe her. She pinched herself hard, the pain nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Only then did she believe the call had truly happened.
The Lin family had a chance.
6 o'clock in the evening, time to head home from work. Yi Xian descended the stairs and strolled back toward the Lin residence. But just as he rounded a corner, a familiar Ferrari blocked his path.
The window rolled down, revealing Lin Beibei's exquisite, pretty face. "Get in the car. Come with me to the Sky Hotel." "Tianyu Hotel?"
Yi Xian froze for a moment. This was clearly a trip to meet Huang Bingyi, but why was she bringing him alone?
"Stop talking and get in the car,"
Lin Beibei urged him. She hadn't originally planned to bring Yi Xian along, but considering Wu Tian Lin would be there that evening, she feared he might pull some underhanded tricks. That would spell trouble. For safety's sake, she decided to bring Yi Xian along. The only redeeming quality of this guy was that he could fight. With lingering doubts, Yi Xian climbed into the car. The two headed toward the Tianyu Hotel. Half an hour later, Yi Xian and Lin Beibei appeared in the lobby of the Tianyu Hotel. Just as they were about to take a seat on the nearby sofa, a familiar figure walked in.
It was none other than Wu Tian Lin. Spotting Yi Xian and Lin Beibei, his expression instantly darkened. "Lin Beibei, you're following me?" "Mr. Wu, don't make baseless accusations. If you know where the Huang family head is staying, why can't I?" Lin Beibei arched an eyebrow. Wu Tian Lin gritted his teeth and sneered coldly. "Well spoken. But what good does knowing do? You don't seriously think someone of Huang Bingyi's stature would just grant you an audience whenever you please, do you? Let me tell you, you'd be wise to give up that notion."
Lin Beibei snorted coldly, about to retort, when the sound of hurried footsteps approached.
Xiaoshan came jogging over. Glancing at Lin Beibei and Yi Xian, Xiaoshan turned to Wu Tian Lin. "Mr. Wu, what are they doing here?" "I was just about to ask you the same thing. Did you leak it?" Wu Tian Lin snapped, his eyes blazing with fury. "I didn't."
Xiaoshan felt a twinge of guilt. He'd been too excited last night and had gone out drinking with a few friends. As for what he'd said, he couldn't quite recall. Wu Tian Lin, ever the shrewd one, saw right through him. This idiot. He wanted to slap Xiaoshan hard across the face, but managed to restrain himself.
"Clean up the mess you made.
I don't want old Master Huang seeing this woman." Feeling Wu Tianlin's fury, Xiaoshan broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to Lin Beibei and snapped, "You woman, you're quite something. You don't seriously think your Lin family still has a chance at the amusement park project, do you? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll have security throw you out." As the words fell, a weathered voice echoed from behind.
"What an arrogant display."
Infuriated by the mockery, Xiaoshan seethed. "Old man, mind your own business." Turning around, Xiaoshan's words abruptly stopped when he recognized the face before him, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror. The others turned their gaze toward him as well. Huang Bingyi, supported by Huang Yao, was slowly making his way over, with Uncle Hong close behind.
"Old master."
Cold sweat broke out on Xiaoshan's back. He forced a smile and hurried forward, about to offer his arm to Huang Bingyi. However, before he could reach Huang Bingyi, Uncle Hong shoved him aside. Sensing trouble brewing, Wu Tian Lin hurried forward. "Mr. Huang, I am Wu Tian Lin, chairman of Tianlong Group. I have long admired your reputation, and meeting you today confirms your fame is well deserved."
As he spoke, Wu Tian Lin extended both hands.
Yet Huang Bingyi seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Lin Beibei.
Chapter 57, The Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Ms. Lin, right? Though I'm based in the provincial capital, I've certainly heard of your reputation.
You're not only beautiful but also sharp and capable, running the Lin group with impeccable order.
Huang Bingyi's attitude was extremely warm, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness.
Lin Beibei herself hadn't expected Huang Bingyi to be so warm. She quickly smiled and said, Chairman Huang, you flatter me.
As a junior, I should be the one learning from you. Watching this scene, Wu Tianlin's face alternated between green and purple.
Being ignored like this was a first for him.
Xiaoqiao was dumbfounded. What was Huang Bingyi playing at? Anyone watching might think Lin Beibei was the one here for the meeting today. Feeling Wu Tianlin's icy glare, Xiaoqiao shuddered.
He quickly turned to Huang Bingyi and suggested, Old Master, Chairman Wu has reserved a room.
Shall we go in and discuss over a meal? Wu Tianlin forced a smile.
Old man, you don't often visit Jiangcheng. With this opportunity, I must at least fulfill my duties as host. They say you don't bite the hand that feeds you, but neither man could have anticipated Huang Bingyi's expression darkening.
Can't I afford the bill? Why should you treat me?
The words were laced with tension, leaving both Wu Tianlin and Xiaoqiao dumbfounded.
What was going on?
Xiaoqiao hurriedly interjected, Sir, you've misunderstood.
Mr. Wu certainly didn't mean that.
He just wanted to strengthen our relationship.
Huang Bingyi curled his lip. Build rapport? Is he even worthy? This remark stung.
Lin Beibei was utterly dumbfounded. Such ruthless bluntness was hard to believe coming from a seasoned veteran of the business world. Wu Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if his ears had deceived him.
Huang Bingyi actually humiliated him like this?
Seeing the contemptuous look on the other man's face, he finally confirmed he hadn't misheard.
In an instant, Wu Tianlin's face darkened.
His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Xiaoqiao watched this unfold, his heart sinking. As the middleman, if this deal fell through, Wu Tianlin's fury would surely be vented on him.
Sir, didn't you agree to meet with Chairman Wu to discuss the amusement park project?
Xiaoqiao felt tears welling up as he looked pleadingly at Huang Bingyi.
That's correct, I did agree. But the discussion is now concluded. You two may leave. Finished? Wu Tianlin and Xiaoqiao exchanged a glance. We haven't even discussed anything yet, how can we be done? Mr. Huang, Tianlong Group is the industry leader in Jiangcheng.
Entrust the amusement park project to me, and you can rest assured I will absolutely not let you down.
I hope you'll give me this opportunity. Gritting his teeth to suppress the humiliation, Wu Tianlin adopted an utterly sincere demeanor.
Old master, if not for my sake, then for Hu Zhongxin's sake, please give Director Wu a chance.
Xiaoqiao pleaded earnestly. Huang Bingyi remained unmoved. You asked old Hu to bring me to Jiangcheng. I agreed and came.
What happens next has nothing to do with old Hu's favor.
As for Tianlong Group, do you think they'll start eating hairy pigs just because they lost Zheng the butcher? I think Lin Group is quite suitable. Turning to Lin Beibei, he beamed, Ms. Lin, I've arranged a banquet. Let's discuss matters over dinner. This treatment was like night and day, stabbing Wu Tianlin and Xiaoqiao right in the heart. Please, after you.
Lin Beibei politely declined once before following Huang Bingyi inside. The gloom in her heart vanished instantly, leaving her feeling inexplicably refreshed and invigorated. As for Yi Xian, he trailed behind with no sense of presence whatsoever. Watching them enter the private room, Wu Tianlin's face twisted into a grimace. You old bastard, Huang. This is too much. He gnashed his teeth, letting out a beast-like growl. If anyone else dared humiliate him like this, he would make them regret ever being born. But when it came to Huang Bingyi, he could only swallow his pride and bite his tongue. Xiaoqiao turned ashen with fear, cautiously pleading, Mr. Wu, please don't be angry. I'll call Hu Zhongxin right now and ask him to intercede. Wu Tianlin's response to Xiaoqiao was a merciless flying kick. I told you to call. Call your ass off. Wu Tianlin continued kicking Xiaoqiao, who lay sprawled on the ground, venting his fury. Poor Xiaoqiao screamed in agony, yet dared not resist in the slightest. You worthless piece of trash. What kind of guarantees did you give me before? I trusted you too much, and now I've been humiliated. Wu Tianlin's rage only intensified. He delivered several vicious kicks to Xiaoqiao's face before finally turning away. After lying on the ground for a long while, Xiaoqiao finally staggered to his feet. His hair was disheveled, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his entire body was covered in footprints, a pitiful sight. Dad, what happened? Xiao Hai rushed over from outside the hotel, his face grim. What happened? Did you give the amusement park project to Wu Tianlin? I was counting on pulling off a big win to buy a sports car and pick up girls. Xiaoqiao was seething inside. He lashed out with a slap. Dad, have you lost your mind? It's me, Xiao Hai. You bastard. I'm talking to you. I'm beaten to a pulp, and you're here blabbering about sports cars? I'll beat you to death. Wu Tianlin was a regular at the Tianyu Hotel, so the security guards naturally dared not touch him.
But the Qiao family father and son didn't enjoy such treatment. They were grabbed by the collars like chicks by an eagle and tossed straight out the door. This incident became one of the hotel's most notorious tales. Inside the private room, laughter and cheer filled the air. Beibei, I'm about the same age as your grandfather. Just call me Grandpa, like Xiaoqiao does, Huang Bingyi said with a smile. Okay, Grandpa Huang. Lin Beibei nodded vigorously, though inwardly puzzled. Everyone says Huang Bingyi is stern and serious, but he seems quite amiable now. That's exactly right. Huang Bingyi chuckled softly, his gaze settling on Yi Xian. You and little Yi sitting together, you two are a golden boy and jade girl, a perfect match made in heaven. The moment he saw Lin Beibei, Huang Bingyi believed he understood Yi Xian's purpose for staying at Lin Group, naturally pairing the two together. At these words, both Lin Beibei and Yi Xian's expressions turned slightly awkward. This old man just stirs up trouble. Yi Xian mentally cursed under his breath, burying his head in his meal as if he hadn't heard a word. Lin Beibei, however, couldn't avoid responding. She gave an awkward smile. Grandpa Huang, Yi Xian and I are just ordinary friends. Fearing Huang Bingyi would press further, she quickly changed the subject. Grandpa Huang, I heard from one of our company's vice presidents that you've agreed to give him the amusement park project? You mean Lin Mingqiao? Huang Bingyi shook his head, his face twisted with disdain. Beibei, even though he's your second uncle, I have to say this man has ulterior motives. I'd never hand the amusement park project over to someone like him. After careful consideration, I feel I can only trust you, Beibei, with this project. Chapter 58, Scheming. Lin Beibei was thrilled, but more than anything, she was stunned. She couldn't believe the amusement park project had landed on her lap like this. It was like a pie falling from the sky, but not like that. For the next few days, Lin Beibei remained in a daze. As the banquet drew to a close, she could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out, Grandpa Huang, with so many outstanding real estate companies in the provincial capital, why did you choose our Lin Group? She wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight without getting a clear answer. You young thing, always overthinking things. Huang Bingyi smiled faintly. True, there are companies in the provincial capital with better credentials than Lin Group. But the amusement park project is in Jiangcheng. After careful consideration, we decided to select a local contractor. After all, we're investing tens of billions in this project, there's no room for error. Companies with underworld connections like Tianlong Group were never on my radar from the start. It was just that I couldn't refuse an old acquaintance's request, so I had to go through the motions. This explanation felt somewhat strained. Before Lin Beibei could ask more questions, Huang Bingyi interjected, Young lady, you shouldn't overthink things. Right now, your priority is figuring out how to execute this project well. Rest assured, Grandpa Huang. I won't let you down. Lin Beibei nodded firmly. After the banquet, Huang Bingyi, supported by Huang Yao, escorted Yi Xian and Lin Beibei to the hotel entrance. This gesture left Lin Beibei somewhat flattered and surprised. Given Huang Bingyi's status, wasn't this a bit too warm? The thought flashed briefly through Lin Beibei's mind. Watching the Ferrari drive away, Huang Yao grumbled beside him, Grandpa, you haven't even clarified Yi Xian and Lin Beibei's relationship, yet you're already pairing them up. What if she has a boyfriend? That would be so inappropriate. Yao, I'll bet you anything Lin Beibei doesn't have a boyfriend, Huang Bingyi chuckled. You're that confident? Did you secretly investigate Lin Beibei behind my back? Huang Yao instantly grew displeased. Ahong hasn't left my side these past 2 days. Even if I wanted to investigate, I wouldn't have had the chance. Seeing Huang Yao's puzzled expression, Huang Bingyi explained, I haven't investigated, but that doesn't mean Xiaoyi hasn't. Otherwise, why would he be content to stay at Lin Group as just an employee? Huang Yao paused, then realized, you mean? Exactly. Huang Bingyi nodded. Xiaoyi seems to be deeply infatuated with Lin Beibei. It makes sense, really. Even heroes can't resist a beauty, especially one as stunning as Beibei. If your grandfather were a few decades younger, I might even compete with Xiaoyi for her. But judging by the current situation, Xiaoyi's progress isn't looking promising. Naturally, Grandpa has to help him break through that final barrier. Otherwise, do you think I'm some village matchmaker who loves arranging marriages? If Yi Xian had been present, he'd likely have blurted out, thanks, but no thanks. This misunderstanding is truly enormous. Now that we know young Ye's intentions, we must treat the Lin Group with special consideration and offer the most favorable terms possible in the contract. Huang Bingyi instructed. Understood. Huang Yao nodded firmly. Lin family mansion. In the living room, the entire family sat on the sofa, with Yi Xian seated next to Lin Beibei. Ever since returning home, Lin Beibei hadn't stopped talking. She gestured wildly as she recounted the events. Her excitement stood in stark contrast to her usual composure, clearly showing how crucial securing the amusement park project was to her. Ming Qiao really is unreliable. When he called yesterday to take credit, I already had my doubts. Why would the Huang family give him such a huge project like the amusement park? Now it seems he was just flattering himself. Lin Rohai shook his head inside. Grandpa, don't be upset. Sure, there were a few hiccups along the way, but the outcome is what matters, right? Lin Beibei wrapped her arm around Lin Rohai's and smiled. It's a shame you weren't there to see it. Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoqiao were utterly humiliated, their faces were as grim as could be. Lin Rohai showed no sign of delight, instead frowning. I was just about to mention this. Huang Bingyi has been in the business world for years, he's no greenhorn fresh out of school. He knows the importance of leaving room for others. Why would he refuse to give Wu Tian Lin any face at all? That's only natural, Lin Beibei interjected. Old Master Huang is an upright man. He looks down on Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoqiao, so of course he wouldn't give them the time of day. How could that be? Someone in his position wouldn't act based on personal preferences. Lin Rohai raised an eyebrow, his actions seem more like he's taking revenge for you. For me? That's impossible. Lin Beibei's eyes widened. Dad, that's impossible. Huang Bingyi's status is far too high, how could he possibly take sides with the Lin group? Lin Chongping shook his head. I know my own speculation seems far-fetched, but Huang Bingyi's excessive favor toward Beibei, it all feels strangely off. Lin Rohai frowned deeply. Lin Beibei and Lin Chongping exchanged glances, their hearts tightening. Grandfather, do you suspect there's a trick involved? Honestly, Dad, you're worrying too much. Our little family business is nothing to the Huang family. They wouldn't go to such lengths to scheme against us. Yi Xian sat nearby, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Everything Huang Bingyi had done was for his benefit. He'd accepted the favor. Perhaps I really am overthinking this. Unable to fathom the underlying reasons, Lin Rohai could only convince himself this way. The beauty nightclub, this was the stronghold of the Qinglin gang. In a bedroom on the top floor, Mad Dog was partying hard. Just as the mood was peaking, a loud bang echoed as the front door was kicked open. You bastard, looking for trouble? Mad Dog jumped in fright. Who dared interrupt his fun? He immediately cursed. But the moment he recognized the intruder's face, he scrambled off the bed in a panic. Brother Tian Lin, what brings you here? Facing Wu Tian Lin's gaze that seemed ready to devour him, Mad Dog shrank back and hurriedly shoved the woman off the bed. Wu Tian Lin sat down, his voice icy. Send men now. Bind Lin Beibei for me. Having suffered such a humiliating insult, he couldn't possibly swallow his anger. Unable to touch Huang Bingyi, he could only vent his fury on Lin Beibei. Mad Dog opened his mouth to agree, but then froze, swallowing the words back down. Brother Tian Lin, isn't that a bit unwise? Ha! Wu Tianlin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he spoke in a sinister tone. Mad Dog, am I not in a position to use you anymore? That icy aura made Mad Dog shiver involuntarily. He hurriedly explained, Brother Tian Lin, that's not what I meant. Chapter 59, Self-Taught. Brother Tian Lin, have you forgotten? That brat Yi Xian is right beside Lin Beibei. Tying up Lin Beibei is easy, but if it triggers Yi Xian's retaliation, we might not be able to handle the consequences. A flicker of fear crossed Mad Dog's eyes. Though there was no direct evidence, every clue pointed to Yi Xian's deep involvement in the deaths of Nan Lang and Scarface. He joined Wu Tian Lin solely for wealth and prestige, he wouldn't risk his neck for anything. Do I need you to remind me of this? A cold glint flashed in Wu Tian Lin's eyes. 6 external force martial artists are already on the flight to Jiangcheng. They'll arrive first thing tomorrow morning. So you needn't worry about that. 6 external force martial artists? Brother Tian Lin, you're pulling out all the stops. Mad Dog's eyes lit up. In the mortal world, external force martial artists represent the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Not a single one could be found in all of Jiangcheng. Wu Tian Lin had summoned 6 at once, a truly extravagant expenditure. But soon, a thought crossed his mind, and he frowned. Brother Tian Lin, 6 external force martial artists are more than enough to handle a mere Yi Xian. But I'm worried that taking down the young one might draw out the old one. Yi Xian is so young yet possesses such profound martial prowess, his background must be extraordinary. If his master comes looking for trouble, it could get messy. Wu Tianlin's expression darkened. Mad Dog had a point. He'd completely overlooked that aspect. So you're saying I should just swallow my pride and endure this? Wu Tianlin's face was filled with reluctance. Enduring it was absolutely out of the question. But he needed to shift his perspective. Mad Dog's eyes darted around as he quickly formulated a plan. I think we can win Yi Xian over to our side. That way, we gain a capable ally, while the Lin family loses a key asset. Then the Lin family would be lambs led to the slaughter. Wu Tian Lin shook his head slightly. I've tried before, but that man is as stubborn as a mule. Winning him over would be as hard as climbing to the moon. Mad Dog smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. Times have changed. With 6 outer force martial artists backing us, if he refuses, he'll have to weigh the consequences. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian Lin nodded. All right, we'll proceed as you suggest. The next day, Lin Beibei drove Yi Xian to the company. Perhaps because she was in such a good mood, this time she didn't have Yi Xian get out early. Instead, she drove him straight to the underground parking garage. Lin Group had an unwritten rule: the parking spot directly facing the elevator entrance was reserved exclusively for the CEO. No one dared to occupy it.
As she slowly steered toward the CEO's spot, a Bentley suddenly shot past at breakneck speed, snatching the parking space before Lin Beibei could reach it.
The act carried an air of brazen provocation.
The door opened, and Lin Mingqiao stepped out. He looked radiant, clearly in high spirits. Lin Beibei parked her car in the adjacent spot and stepped out with Yi Xian.
Uncle Lin, you really had to fight over a parking spot? That's unnecessary, isn't it?
Lin Beibei said coldly. Lin Mingqiao arched his eyebrows, adopting an arrogant and haughty demeanor. Since this is the president's parking spot, I'll just use it 2 days early.
Nothing wrong with that, right?
Lin Beibei sneered coldly. Uncle, have you been drinking?
If you're still hungover, you might want to go home and rest.
My dear niece, you're clueless even as death approaches.
Lin Mingqiao tossed his hair smugly.
You must have heard Huang Bingyi arrived in Jiangcheng last night. I'll contact him shortly to discuss the amusement park project partnership.
Within 2 days, I'll sign the contract between Lin Group and Yuan Group.
Then, the CEO position is mine for the taking.
Ha!
Lin Mingqiao burst into maniacal laughter. Yesterday, he hadn't been able to reach Huang Yao, which had left him feeling uneasy. But when news reached him that night that Wu Tian Lin had beaten up Xiao Shan at the Sky Hotel, he was overjoyed. It was obvious to anyone that Wu Tian Lin had gone to meet Huang Bingyi. His loss of composure could only mean one thing: the amusement park project had fallen through. As a formidable competitor, Tianlong Group had been eliminated. Lin Mingqiao attributed this to his own more generous terms. Convinced the amusement park project was a done deal, he arrived at the office early to show off in front of Lin Beibei, eager to see her flustered reaction.
To his astonishment, Lin Beibei showed no reaction whatsoever.
Worse, the look in her eyes was oddly peculiar. It was as if she were looking at a complete idiot. Lin Mingqiao felt irritated, as if he'd punched a pillow. Lin Beibei, no matter how calm and composed you pretend to be, once the contract is signed, you'll pack your bags and get out.
And you? Lin Mingqiao's gaze shifted to Yi Xian.
You, a country bumpkin, think you deserve to work at Lin Group?
You're dragging the company's standards down.
All of you eyesores get the hell out of here. Yi Xian rolled his eyes.
Your Lin family feuding is none of my business, but dragging me into this? What's that about? President Mingqiao, I must offer my sincere apologies. Your contributions to the company are truly immense.
The company could manage without anyone else, but not without you.
I only realized this issue today.
Yi Xian's expression was genuinely sincere, which greatly pleased Lin Mingqiao.
This country bumpkin finally knows how to kiss my ass now? Where'd he be all this time? Kid, you've got some sense. But don't say things like that again. I've only done what I could manage. President Mingqiao, you're too modest. Without you, how could our employees' intelligence shine?
Even mentally challenged children could find a sense of superiority in comparison to you. You sacrificed yourself to elevate the entire company's happiness index. Yi Xian said with deadpan seriousness.
Lin Mingqiao erupted in fury. Are you calling me brainless? Oh, you noticed?
Yi Xian looked apologetic. My apologies. I thought you were brainless, but it seems you have a bit of brains after all.
Put. Lin Beibei beside them couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Good. Good. Good.
Lin Mingqiao was furious beyond words. Pointing at Yi Xian and Lin Beibei, he declared, "You two just wait.
In 2 days, I'll have you kicked out of here."
After speaking, he stepped into the elevator.
Watching the elevator doors close, Lin Beibei felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She shot Yi Xian a glance. Who knew you had such a sharp tongue? Who taught you that?
As she spoke, the image of Yi Xian sitting in the BMW flashed through her mind. Probably learned that from that woman, she thought. The thought instantly wiped the smile from her face.
Self-taught, I suppose.
Yi Xian replied casually.
Well said, self-taught. Lin Beibei sneered coldly, insulting company executives? 1 month's salary docked. With those dismissive words, Lin Beibei stepped into another elevator. You! Yi Xian couldn't help but curse under his breath. He'd finally seen what it meant to be ruthless and heartless.
This woman had been laughing harder than anyone moments ago, yet now she accused him of insulting the executives.
Was she suffering from a split personality or something? After venting his frustration, Yi Xian returned to the General Affairs Office. Chapter 60, Cooperation. The entire morning passed in idle chatter and idle talk.
Before long, lunchtime arrived. Just as Yi Xian was about to head out for lunch, his phone rang. He answered to hear an unfamiliar voice. "Mr. Wu wishes to see you."
1 o'clock. Beauty nightclub. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. What a big shot.
If he wants to see me, he should come himself.
Young man, I advise you to be sensible. With all those Lin Group projects, you wouldn't want them to go wrong, would you? Are you threatening me? Yi Xian's expression turned cold. Not exactly a threat. Just stating the facts. You'd better weigh your options carefully. With that, the call ended. A chilling aura emanated from Yi Xian. His gaze, like that of a predator eyeing its prey, sent shivers down the spines of the four thugs. Brother Xian, what's going on? Li Jun mustered his courage to ask. Nothing. I'm heading out. Yi Xian shook his head and walked straight out the door. He intended to see what Wu Tian Lin was really up to. 20 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the beauty nightclub. Someone was already waiting there, guiding him to the top floor office. Wu Tian Lin sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Hearing the commotion, he slowly stood up and extended his right hand with a smile. Brother Yi, we meet again. Yi Xian kept his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of shaking hands. Cut the small talk. What do you want? Wu Tian Lin didn't seem annoyed. He smiled faintly. Seeing that Brother Yi is a straightforward fellow, I won't beat around the bush. I asked you here to discuss a business partnership. Not interested. Yi Xian flatly refused, making a move to walk out. Brother Yi, don't be so hasty. Let me finish. Today, Wu Tian Lin was unusually patient. He stopped Yi Xian and continued, I know you're indifferent to fame and fortune, viewing money as worthless. But a true man born into this world must never bow to others. Naturally, one must wield power over the world while awake and recline beside beauties while drunk. With your talents, staying at Lin Group only demeans you. Why not join forces? You handle the martial arts, I handle the strategy. With our brothers' combined strength, all of Jiangcheng will bow at our feet. Wu Tianlin's eyes gleamed with an intense, almost greedy light. He walked to the window and continued, Jiangcheng is merely the starting point for us brothers. Leveraging our dominance in Jiangcheng, we could even advance to the provincial capital and challenge the highest echelons of power. Given time, even the imperial capital itself would be within our grasp. Turning back, Wu Tianlin's voice dripped with seduction, then, you two brothers will be revered by all. Those once venerated elites will grovel before us. A mere sneeze from you would send them trembling 3 times over. The sheer thrill of controlling others' fates, just imagining it sends shivers down your spine. They say power is a man's finest aphrodisiac. Could it be, Brother Yi, that you're not tempted? Don't you yearn to taste it? Yi Xian offered no confirmation, instead asking, when that time comes, the Lin family will likely meet a miserable end, won't they? Naturally. Wu Tian Lin assumed Yi Xian and the Lin family were bound only by business interests, devoid of any emotional ties. Without a second thought, he declared, the Lin family has repeatedly crossed me. They must not be spared. Once we crush the Lin group, not a single member of their 3 generations will escape. You intend to slaughter the entire Lin family? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If you're going to do something, do it thoroughly. Wu Tianlin's voice dripped with murderous intent. The Lins may lack vision, but they possess considerable capability. Leaving them alive only creates future trouble. Better to eliminate them once and for all. Of course, that woman Lin Beibei, we can spare her life. You've stayed at the Lin group all this time because of her, haven't you? Wu Tian Lin shot Yi Xian a lecherous glance. Rest assured, after we wipe out the Lin family, I'll hand her over to you for 3 days. For those 3 days and nights, you can do whatever you want with her. Ha! Yi Xian remained expressionless. Mr. Wu, you're ruthless and brutal. Wu Tian Lin shook his head and sighed. Brother, I'm forced into this. People, if you're too easygoing, they'll take advantage and push you around. Only when you're ruthless and unyielding will others fear and respect you. That makes sense. Yi Xian flashed a meaningful smile. Do you think I'm ruthless and unyielding enough, Mr. Wu? Wu Tianlin paused, then replied instinctively, of course you are, young man. Otherwise, I wouldn't have partnered with you. No, I still think you fall short. Otherwise, why aren't you afraid of me? Why don't you show me reverence? How dare you spout such nonsense in front of me? A cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Wu Tianlin's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Are you refusing to cooperate? You can interpret it that way. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I came here to tell you this. Any misfortune that befalls anyone from the Lin family, this debt will be settled on your head. When the time comes, I'll make you understand what true ruthlessness means. Mr. Wu is a smart man. I hope you won't make a foolish mistake. With that, Yi Xian turned to leave. Wu Tianlin sneered coldly, Kid, I admit you're a skilled fighter. But do you really think I'd summon you here unprepared? With that, Wu Tianlin pressed the bell on his desk. The next second, the office door swung open, and 5 men dressed in traditional Chinese attire entered. Their expressions were solemn, and their movements carried an indescribable aura of authority that made one hesitate to meet their gaze. Yi Xian remained calm. 5 external force martial artists. Chairman Wu, you've gone to quite some trouble, haven't you? Kid, you've got some insight. But they're far from ordinary external force practitioners. They come from the same school, their coordination seamless. When they work together, even a typical internal force practitioner might not stand a chance against them. Therefore, you're as good as dead. Wu Tianlin grins savagely. Attack! The moment the words left his mouth, the 5 men lunged forward, closing in on Yi Xian. Forming a pincer formation, they could support and coordinate with each other, trapping Yi Xian within this confined space, leaving him utterly unable to escape. Their speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Yi Xian. Fists and flying kicks erupted in a barrage of fierce, powerful strikes, filling the air with a series of explosive cracks. Trivial tricks. Yi Xian sneered, his form flickering as he evaded all 5 attacks. Then, he struck out with a palm strike. This strike carried the force of 1,000 pounds. A piercing scream erupted as the leader was sent flying through the air, leaving a trail of crimson blood in his wake before crashing heavily into the wall. The other 4 paled, instinctively trying to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Xian unleashed 4 consecutive palm strikes, sending each of them flying. All 5 external force martial artists now lay unconscious, the entire battle having lasted but a few seconds. Chapter 61, Unwilling to Accept Defeat. General Affairs Office. After Yi Xian left, Li Jun sat at his desk, silent and deep in thought. Bro Jun, what's up? Did some girl get you down after you messed up last night? Dashan leaned in with a mischievous grin. Dashan, don't be so rigid about gender. Maybe it wasn't a girl at all, could have been a guy or a younger brother, Sun Ming chuckled. On any other day, Li Jun would have bantered back and forth with the two. But today, he merely frowned. Cut the nonsense, both of you. If you've got nothing to do, go hang out somewhere else. Dashan and Sun Ming exchanged puzzled glances. Jun, what's really going on? Did you get some girl pregnant? Li Jun nearly choked on his own spit. You. Is that really how you see me? Seeing them nod, Li Jun's face darkened. I'm not in the mood to mess around with you guys. When Xian answered that call earlier, you were too far away, but I heard it loud and clear. The caller was Wu Tian Lin. The words sent shockwaves through Dashan and Sun Ming. Could it be? Brother Xian and Wu Tian Lin are secretly colluding? Sun Ming considered the possibility. But before he could finish, Dashan's palm smacked him across the face. What the hell are you thinking? Brother Xian and Wu Tian Lin are sworn enemies. How could they possibly be working together? Dashan cursed. Sun Ming clutched his head, looking aggrieved. I was just speculating. Then tell me, what could Wu Tian Lin possibly want with Xian? Dashan didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward Li Jun. Among the 4 troublemakers, Li Jun served as the mastermind. Frowning, Li Jun said, Brother Xian and Wu Tian Lin have a blood feud. If he's seeking out Brother Xian, it can't be anything good. He might be luring Brother Xian into a trap to exact revenge. Sun Ming's expression turned alarmed. Then what are we waiting for? Call the cops. Li Jun scoffed. Call the cops? This is just our speculation. We don't have any evidence. With Wu Tianlin's status, do you really think the police would take this case? He shot Sun Ming a look of contempt before standing up. This matter still needs to be reported to the boss. Let's see if she can think of a solution. With that, Li Jun exited the General Affairs Office and headed toward the CEO's office. Wu Tian Lin sucked in a sharp breath, his face turning an unprecedented shade of grim. Those were 5 external force martial artists, individuals who could hold their own anywhere. Yet before Yi Xian, they were dispatched as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. Even witnessing it firsthand, he found it hard to accept. Watching Yi Xian approach at a leisurely pace, Wu Tian Lin panicked, his eyes filled with terror. What are you doing? Before he could finish, Yi Xian had already grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The suffocating sensation only deepened his terror. Let me go. Let go of me, huh? Fine. A faint smirk touched Yi Xian's lips, sending a wave of dread through Wu Tian Lin. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian's massive hand flung him violently. Wu Tian Lin flew through the air like a cannonball, smashing into furniture along the path before crashing into the wall. Put! Wu Tian Lin collapsed to the floor, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Every bone in his body felt shattered, the bone-deep agony making him wish he could pass out. Yi Xian walked over and planted his foot squarely on Wu Tianlin's face. So, it seems you didn't take a single word of my warning to heart. I told you not to mess with the Lin family, but you probably wouldn't listen anyway. Since that's the case, I'll just have to use a little force. The words fell, and Wu Tianlin's face paled. Thinking Yi Xian was about to kill him, he immediately began pleading. Yi Xian, no, brother Yi, grandpa Yi. I was wrong. If you spare my life, I swear I'll never oppose the Lin family again. May I die a horrible death if I speak a single lie. Wu Tian Lin raised his right hand in oath, his expression more sincere than ever before. Yi Xian merely shook his head, save those words for deceiving ghosts. Yi Xian wouldn't believe a single word of the oaths made by someone like Wu Tian Lin, who navigated the shadows. He drew a black silver needle and thrust it directly into Wu Tianlin's crown. The latter felt an excruciating coldness, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Immediately, an icy, bone-chilling aura began to surge through his body. It felt like 1,000 knives were slicing through him, the excruciating pain causing him to scream in agony. Yi Xian withdrew the black needle and tapped several major acupoints on Wu Tianlin's body. Only then did the agony gradually subside. What did you do to me? Wu Tianlin's face was etched with terror. The scene before him had surpassed all his understanding. Merely a touch of malevolent energy. Within half a month, if you obediently transfer the Tianlong group to the Lin family without conditions, I'll help you purge this malevolent energy. Otherwise, in half a month, this malevolent energy will run rampant within you. The agony. I guarantee you'll remember it for the rest of your life. This malevolent energy is infinitely more dangerous than the jade pendant. Once unleashed within you, you won't last more than a few hours. With that, Yi Xian ignored Wu Tianlin's reaction and left the beauty nightclub. After Yi Xian departed, Wu Tianlin rose to his feet, letting out a furious roar like a wounded beast. You bastard, just you wait. I'll make you pay with your life. It had been years since Wu Tianlin had endured such humiliation. That familiar yet unfamiliar sensation ignited an overwhelming urge to lash out. He began smashing everything in sight with frenzied abandon, filling the office with clattering sounds. Several martial artists on the floor were jolted awake by the commotion. They rose, shame etched on their faces. After a long while, Wu Tianlin's rage finally began to subside. He looked at the martial artists, not to reprimand them, but to explain the matter of the malevolent aura. One of them, a bearded warrior, observed the scene and shook his head. Chairman Wu, this person's methods far exceed our imagination. This malevolent aura is far too dangerous, it's beyond our ability to dispel. At these words, Wu Tianlin's expression darkened instantly. Are you saying that man was telling the truth? The bearded man nodded. Precisely. The seal's power can only suppress the malevolent aura for half a month. Once the time is up, given the danger of this aura, within an hour at most, Director Wu will. The bearded man fell silent. Wu Tianlin felt utterly devastated. On one side was life itself, on the other, a lifetime's worth of hard-earned achievements. To relinquish either felt unbearably unfair. Yi, you want Tianlong group? You're dreaming. Since you're pushing me to the brink, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Tianlin made his decision swiftly, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Chapter 62, One Hand Hides the Sky. The call connected, and a languid voice answered. Chairman Wu, I've been waiting for your call. I hope your answer won't disappoint me. A cold gleam flashed in Wu Tianlin's eyes, yet his voice carried a hint of amusement. Young Master Fong, if I'm making this call, it means I've made up my mind. Partnering with the Fong family is an honor for Tianlong Group. How could I possibly refuse? However, the specific details require further discussion. Would young Master Fong be available now? Young Master Fong chuckled, of course. I'll host tonight. Chairman Wu, let's have a proper drink. After hanging up, Wu Tianlin's face darkened. Though he seemed to command the winds and rains in Jiangcheng, he was merely a figure on the surface. Behind the scenes, three powerful clans reigned supreme: the Fong family, the Tian family, and the Wang family. These three clans had stood unshaken for over a century, their foundations deep and their influence terrifying beyond imagination. The shadows of these three families loomed over many major events in Jiangcheng, their tentacles reaching into every corner of the city and spanning numerous industries. Partnering with such colossal entities was tantamount to courting disaster. One wrong move could lead to being swallowed whole. Had he not been backed into a corner, Wu Tianlin would never have agreed. Yi Xian, I may be powerless against you, but I refuse to believe the Fong family can't handle you. Just clean your neck and wait for death. Wu Tianlin's expression was grim. Lin Group, President's Office. After Li Jun left, Lin Beibei felt utterly miserable. She thought deeper than Li Jun did. In her view, Yi Xian was highly likely colluding with Wu Tianlin. Thus, she remained torn, debating whether to take action. After mulling it over for a full half hour, Lin Beibei still hadn't reached any conclusion. Taking a deep breath, she could no longer contain the urge welling up inside her. She dialed Yi Xian's number. Where are you? Lin Beibei's voice was icy cold. At the company. Yi Xian had just returned to the office and was genuinely surprised by Lin Beibei's call. What puzzled him most was the hint of distance in her voice. Come up here. Lin Beibei's knuckles turned white as she gripped the phone, struggling to control her emotions. All right. Yi Xian hung up the phone and soon arrived at the president's office. Seeing Lin Beibei radiating an icy aura, he grew even more puzzled. What was going on? Lin Beibei asked expressionlessly, what were you doing just now? As she spoke, her grip on the pen tightened slightly. Ran an errand. Yi Xian, confused, gave a noncommittal reply. Lin Beibei's expression grew even colder. Really? Just running an errand? Faced with this sudden interrogation, Yi Xian felt a bit dazed. He wasn't sure what exactly Lin Beibei had found out. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Lin Beibei felt an indescribable irritation. She slammed her hand on the table and demanded, Did you just go see Wu Tianlin? Yi Xian froze, blurting out instinctively, How did you know? The confirmation sent Lin Beibei's mood spiraling into utter despair. You bastard, Yi Xian. The Lin family treated you well, and this is how you repay us colluding with Wu Tianlin. Spill it. What did he promise you to make you work so hard for him? Lin Beibei's expression was intensely agitated, as if she wanted to devour Yi Xian alive. The benefits? Naturally, he painted a rosy picture, promising the moon and stars. Then he said. Yi Xian paused, glancing at Lin Beibei. What else did he say? He even said, hand her over to me. Do with her as you please. You shameless bastard. Blood rushed to Lin Beibei's head. She scanned her surroundings, seemingly searching for a suitable weapon. Calm down. Yi Xian hurriedly soothed her. That wasn't my idea, it was Wu Tian Lin's. Naturally, I couldn't agree to him. Not only did I refuse on the spot, I beat him up. Not only that, but I gave him a fortnight to transfer all his shares in Tianlong Group to the Lin family. Unable to find a suitable weapon, Lin Beibei reluctantly gave up. She sneered coldly, do you really think I'd believe that? Everything else could be set aside, but the Tianlong Group was Wu Tian Lin's lifeline. Unless he was killed, there was no way he'd ever transfer it. This guy really talks big. That's the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Yi Xian shrugged and walked straight out of the office. Stop right there. Lin Beibei shouted at Yi Xian's retreating back. Her words fell on deaf ears, leaving her trembling with rage. Bastard, just you wait. Once I get my hands on proof of you colluding with Wu Tian Lin, I won't let you off the hook. Yi Xian pretended not to hear Lin Beibei's threat and headed straight back to the General Affairs office. The moment he entered the office, the four troublemakers swarmed around him. Bro Xian, you okay? Did that bastard Wu Tian Lin give you any trouble? The barrage of questions piqued Yi Xian's curiosity. How did you know I met with Wu Tian Lin? Jun told us. Dashan and the others turned to Li Jun, who chuckled. I overheard your call. So you told Lin Beibei? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I was worried something might happen to you. Li Jun looked perfectly nonchalant. Thanks a lot. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. No need to thank me, Xian. It was nothing. Li Jun chuckled. Yi Xian looked utterly speechless. This guy can't tell a compliment from a backhanded comment. In the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng stood an extravagantly built estate. This was the residence of the wealthy Wang family. The usually tranquil estate now buzzed with activity. Numerous guards patrolled the perimeter, while hidden sentries were stationed throughout the grounds, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Inside the villa, an elderly man sat on the sofa, with Qin Feng at his side. Though advanced in years, the old man carried an indescribable aura of authority in every movement, radiating an aura of inviolable dignity. This man was Wang Yuanshan, the current head of the Wang family. Young Qin, are all preparations complete? Wang Yuanshan asked in a deep voice. Old Wang, everything is in place. The brothers of the Little Knife Society have all been dispersed. Qin Feng paused, hesitating to speak. Wang Yuanshan smiled faintly. I know you have a mind full of questions. Ask freely. What I can tell you, I shall never withhold. Then I'll take the liberty of asking. Qin Feng cut straight to the point. Old Wang, the Wang family in Jiangcheng may not rule with an iron fist, but we certainly hold considerable sway. We maintain a large contingent of bodyguards. Logically, no one would dare come looking for trouble. Who could possibly have you so on edge? Chapter 63, Few Rivals. Xiaoqiao, we're no strangers. We've known each other for 10 years now. I won't keep this from you. Wang Yuanshan sighed. Over the years, assassination attempts against me have never ceased. Only the Wang family's formidable security has prevented them from succeeding. But this time is different. Lately, assassins have been attacking the Wang family every 15th day of the month. Though none have succeeded, these men possess remarkable agility and always manage to escape. The strangest part is that each assassin sent is slightly stronger than the last, as if testing the limits of the Wang family's defenses. Last month, the royal guards nearly faltered. This meant that the assassin dispatched this month would be exceptionally formidable. So formidable that the Wang family's guards might not be able to withstand them. Qin Feng's expression darkened. The Wang family's guards were said to be elite veterans from special operations units, working together with seamless coordination, essentially a fully fledged special operations battalion. An assassin formidable enough to overwhelm even them, just how terrifying must their strength be? Qin Feng felt his mouth go dry, swallowing instinctively. Old Wang, the Knife Society is just a rabble. I'm afraid the strength they can provide is very limited. Wang Yuanshan nodded. I know. Asking you to deal with martial arts masters is indeed putting you in a difficult position. If you're afraid, you can withdraw with your men right now. I won't hold it against you. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. Master Wang, the entire Jiangcheng knows I'm a cowardly fool, that's undeniable. But no matter how despicable I may be, I'm not ungrateful. Had you not saved me back then, I'd have frozen to death beneath that bridge. There'd be no today. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you with everything I have. Wang Yuanshan shook his head slightly. Your loyalty is enough. The entire Wang family has fled to the provincial capital for safety. I am the only one left in this estate. If it comes to it, I will offer my life to those men. There's no need for you to share my fate. When the time comes, act according to the situation. If it's hopeless, flee immediately. A wave of sadness washed over Qin Feng. This was the end of a hero's journey. Just as he was about to persuade him, something suddenly occurred to him. He hurriedly said, "Old Wang, things might not be as dire as you think. I know someone. If he's willing to come, I believe we can overcome this crisis." Wang Yuanshan's eyes lit up. "Oh? Who is this person? How powerful are they?" "His name is Yi Xian. He's also my benefactor. I owe my position entirely to his support." Qin Feng briefly recounted how Yi Xian had defeated Nan Lang. "As for his strength, it's truly the most formidable I've ever witnessed in my life." Wang Yuanshan's heart lifted. Could we invite him to aid us? Should he succeed, the Wang family will surely reward him handsomely. But he's indifferent to fame and fortune, such offers likely won't sway him. I can only try. With that, Qin Feng dialed the number. "Mr. Yi, it's me, Qin Feng." His voice was respectful and deferential. Yi Xian was quite surprised by Qin Feng's call. "What is it?" "Mr. Yi, it's like this." Qin Feng dared not withhold anything, recounting the matter in full. "Mr. Yi, if it were any other matter, I would never dare to trouble you. Old Master Wang has been immensely kind to me. I humbly request your assistance." "All right." After a moment's silence, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Though he held no particular fondness for Qin Feng, the man had assisted him before. A debt repaid, and they would be even. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll send someone to fetch you immediately." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude with visible excitement. After hanging up, Yi Xian made his way downstairs. Before long, a black Mercedes pulled up, carrying him to the Wang family estate. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the Wang family estate, where Qin Feng had been waiting at the entrance for some time. As soon as Yi Xian stepped out of the car, Qin Feng hurried over to greet him. "Mr. Yi." Qin Feng's hesitant demeanor made Yi Xian frown. "Speak your mind. I handled this matter rather poorly." Qin Feng gave a wry smile. "Old Wang's son, Wang Xingzhou, invited Hu Dao from the provincial capital to assist. This man has a rather arrogant temperament. Please bear with him later." "Hu Dao? Is he that formidable?" Yi Xian's expression turned curious. "Extremely formidable." Qin Feng explained, "He's the headmaster of Yidao Martial Arts Academy, a renowned expert in Chu province. Rumor has it that someone from the Dragon Tiger list once appraised his martial arts, predicting he'd reach the Hotian realm within 20 years. With favorable circumstances, even entering the Dragon Tiger list might not be impossible. The martial path is divided into 3 realms: external energy martial artists, internal energy martial artists, and post-human martial artists. Each realm is further subdivided into high, middle, and low grades. Beyond the post-human realm lies the pre-human realm. Martial artists who reach this pinnacle are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Only then do they earn the right to be listed on the Dragon Tiger ranking." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "With such a figure overseeing things, I'll just sit back and enjoy the show." With that, he strode purposefully toward the villa. Qin Feng hurried to lead the way. Upon entering the villa, 4 men were immediately visible in the grand hall. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire sat in the seat of honor, his expression haughty and arrogant, as if he looked down on everyone else. Seated on either side of him were the Wang family father and son, smiling obsequiously as they conversed. Yi Xian's arrival drew everyone's attention. Hu Dao lifted his eyelids slightly, his expression unreadable. "Xingzhou, is this the expert you claim to have invited for backup? At his age, he probably hasn't even grown any hair yet. And he dares to come out here peddling his charlatanism." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wang Xingzhou gave an awkward chuckle and hastily explained, "Master Hu, it's all my fault for not handling things properly. I didn't inform my father beforehand that you were coming, so he invited others to assist. I hope you'll be understanding, Master Hu." Hu Dao sneered arrogantly, "Forgiveness is out of the question. However, since I am here, this fellow has no reason to remain. While I fear not others stealing my techniques, if they learn them poorly and end up disgracing my reputation when they use them. As for that so-called small knife society? A bunch of good-for-nothings. They can all get lost too." Qin Feng's expression instantly darkened. As for Yi Xian, his eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing within. Wang Yuanshan frowned slightly at the sight. Though the Wang family wielded immense power, he had always conducted himself with kindness toward others. Hu Dao's arrogance was truly excessive. In the past, he would have stormed off in a huff, but now, needing to rely on the other party, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Master Hu's martial prowess is indeed formidable. This old man has long heard of it. However, the number of bandits attacking this time remains unknown. Having more help is always safer. Wang Yuanshan said patiently. "What a joke. As if Hu needs any help?" Hu Dao snorted coldly. 5 years ago, I already reached the peak of the inner force realm. Across the entire Chu province, few can match me. No matter how many bandits there are, they'll all be corpses beneath my blade." Chapter 64, Shameless. A frog at the bottom of a well.
Yi Xian shook his head slightly. While it's true that in scholarship there is no absolute first, and in martial arts there is no absolute second. A competitive spirit is commendable, but one must also recognize that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every mountain, another rises.
Without humility and openness, how could one ever attain enlightenment and prove the way through martial prowess?
From this perspective alone, Yi Xian had already concluded that Huidao would never reach the Hotian realm in his lifetime, let alone climb the Dragon Tiger rankings. Huidao remained unaware that Yi Xian had already sentenced his martial career to death. Raising an eyebrow, he sneered, anyone worthy of being whose assistant must at least possess lower-grade internal energy, not these two useless fools. His gaze then settled on Yi Xian. Boy, he said condescendingly, you're not satisfied, are you? I'll give you a chance. If you can block a single strike of mine, I'll admit you're worthy to be my assistant. Do you dare accept? Wang Yuanshan felt a headache coming on. With Huidao present, Yi Xian and Qin Feng were useless. Yet dismissing them outright would violate his principles. Yet provoking Huidao would mean losing a powerful ally and could even cost him his life. Father. Wang Xingzhou approached Wang Yuanshan, about to offer advice. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke up, here it comes. Huidao's expression darkened instantly. Boy, I asked you a question. Do you dare to answer? Before he could finish, several agonized screams echoed from outside. The air in the hall instantly grew tense, and a single thought surged through everyone's minds. The assassins have arrived. Master Hu, please step in and subdue this man. Wang Xingzhou said respectfully. Wang Yuanshan remained silent, casting a glance at Yi Xian with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Xingzhou, do not panic. Huidao declared confidently, I'll wait right here for that thief. Once he steps into the hall, I'll capture him myself. The screams grew louder and more frequent. Judging by the sounds, the assassin was not alone. About 30 seconds later, the hall doors were violently kicked open. Two masked figures clad in black entered. One scanned the room and sneered coldly, Wang Yuanshan, we gave you a month. Is this the trash you found? Frankly, you'd be better off ending it yourself. Save us the trouble of finishing you off. Hearing himself lumped in with the trash, Huidao erupted in fury, you two good-for-nothings. Open your eyes wide, this is old man Huidao. As the words fell, the two black-clad figures burst into loud laughter. Beyond Lu Yi, the rest of Chu province is nothing but a pile of trash. Trash should know its place. How dare you think you're anything special? Hearing their words, Huidao's blood boiled. With a furious shout, he drew the long blade from his back and charged at them like a cannonball. Seeing this, the two black-clad figures each drew a flexible sword from their waists and met his attack head-on. Clang! The clanging of blades echoed like thunder, the bursting energy piercing the surrounding area, leaving it riddled with holes. Within a mere minute, they had exchanged over 100 blows. The Wang family father and son, along with Qin Feng, were filled with dread. The terrifying combat prowess of internal energy practitioners far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Huidao and the black-clad figures' attacks grew increasingly rapid, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Within minutes, Huidao began to falter. Facing the pincer attack of the two black-clad figures, he could barely hold his ground. Who are you people? Clearly only mid-tier internal energy practitioners, how can you possess such overwhelming combat prowess? Huidao's face was etched with terror, but more than that, it showed confusion and rage. These two were clearly weaker than him, how could they possibly overwhelm him so completely? You refuse to admit you're trash? Your blade hasn't even tasted blood yet. A worthless fool like you could never grasp the true essence of combat. As they spoke, the two black-clad figures' assault showed no sign of letting up. Huidao struggled to defend himself, sustaining several fresh wounds as blood gushed from his body, presenting a pitiful sight. Feeling death's shadow loom, a flicker of terror crossed Huidao's eyes. He bellowed, Young Yi! Young Qin! Please, help this old man! Yi Xian remained silent, while Qin Feng sneered coldly, Master Hu, weren't you so full of bravado just moments ago? Why are you now begging us for help? Huidao's face flushed crimson, wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. Wang Xingzhou's expression darkened. His voice grew urgent, Chairman Qin, Mr. Yi, I deeply apologize for the earlier offense. I humbly request your assistance. The Wang family would be eternally grateful. Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian. Yi Xian spoke slowly, since I gave my word to Qin Feng, I will naturally ensure the Wang family's safety. As he spoke, he pointed at Huidao. But this man, he added, is not included. Wang Xingzhou nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice tinged with irritation. Mr. Yi, this is no time for impulsive actions. Before he could finish, Wang Yuanshan cut him off, shut up. You listen to what Mr. Yi says. Who do you think you are to talk back? Wang Xingzhou was utterly speechless. Has father lost his mind? With all three of them working together, there might be a glimmer of hope. But if they waited for Huidao to be defeated, how could just the two of them possibly fight the black-clad man?
With their very lives at stake, he still felt compelled to plead his case. Yet, upon seeing the unquestioning glare in Wang Yuanshan's eyes, the words caught in his throat. "You two bastards." Seeing Yi Xian and Qin Feng show no intention of intervening, Hui Dao panicked. While fending off attacks, he pleaded desperately, "Honorable heroes, I was merely hired by the Wang family to assist. We have no past grievances, no recent enmity. Why fight to the death? If you two are willing to let me off the hook, I'll hand over the commission the Wang family paid me with both hands. Not only that, but I also know where the rest of the Wang family is hiding in the provincial capital. If we don't uproot them completely, they'll cause endless trouble later." Wang Xingzhou flew into a rage at these words, cursing furiously, "Hui Dao, you're a master of your generation. How dare you be so shameless?" Hui Dao merely snorted coldly, stating matter-of-factly, "Wang Xingzhou, I came to aid you solely for the money. If you think I'll drag myself down with your Wang family, you've got another thing coming." His tone shifted abruptly as he turned to the two black-clad figures with a fawning expression. "What do you two think of my proposal?" One of the black-clad figures chuckled darkly, "Shameful enough, I like it. But," he added, "our targets are only Wang Yuanshan and his son. So your proposal is invalid." As he spoke, the black-clad man's flexible sword shot out like a silver snake. Hui Dao couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm was severed at the shoulder. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed. The black-clad figure delivered a flying kick, sending Hui Dao crashing backward. After completing this, the gazes of the two black-clad figures settled upon Yi Xian. Chapter 65, Astonishing Skill. Seeing Hui Dao's defeat, Wang Xingzhou's face fell into despair. Wang Yuanshan, however, bowed deeply to Yi Xian, his expression filled with utmost respect. "Mr. Yi, I entrust this to you." Wang Xingzhou was utterly speechless. He simply couldn't fathom how his father could possibly believe this young man before him was more formidable than Hui Dao. "Rest assured, old Wang." Yi Xian waved his hand, his expression calm. Kid, you sure talk big. I'd love to know where you get your confidence from." The two black-clad figures sneered coldly, clearly dismissing Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't respond. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice, "Even as a low-tier internal energy practitioner, you're still a formidable martial artist. Reaching this level hasn't been easy. If you're willing to back down now, I'll pretend today's events never happened." "Ha! Did I hear that right? This kid wants us to back off? He can dream on, second brother. Teach him a lesson." The words barely left his mouth when one of the black-clad figures surged forward. His movements were ghostly swift as a soft sword shot from his hand, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for Yi Xian's face. The strike was lightning fast, carrying immense force. Yi Xian maintained his hands behind back stance, his expression calm as ever. "Ha! This fool's scared out of his wits." Watching the sword come within mere inches of Yi Xian's face, the other black-clad figure burst into maniacal laughter. Wang Xingzhou, meanwhile, was overcome with utter despair. As for Wang Yuanshan, his brows furrowed deeply. Could it be he'd misjudged the situation? Was this young man before him actually a complete fraud? Just as everyone believed Yi Xian was doomed, his gaze sharpened. He shifted his weight onto his right leg and pressed down lightly. A surge of qi erupted, solidifying into a tangible force that shattered the floor tiles with a deafening roar. Enveloped by the surging energy, countless shards hurtled toward the black-clad figure with the force of a thunderbolt. "Second brother, retreat." The black-clad figure farther away paled, his voice a desperate cry. Another black-clad figure flashed a look of panic, swiftly retracting his soft sword and retreating backward at top speed. Yet, he was still a step too slow. The barrage of shards struck his body, sending him flying backward several meters. The figure was a pitiful sight, riddled with bullet holes as if mowed down by a rifle at point-blank range. Bones shattered in every direction, life completely extinguished. The entire scene fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes fixed on Yi Xian now brimmed with utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Hui Dao on the ground stared wide-eyed, looking as though he'd seen a ghost. Wang Xingzhou's face was equally frozen in shock. Even Wang Yuanshan, who had braced himself mentally, was utterly stunned. He had anticipated Yi Xian's strength, but never imagined it would reach such overwhelming levels. "Second brother." The remaining black-clad figure let out a wail of grief, glaring up at Yi Xian with eyes brimming with hatred. "You bastard, you killed my brother." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. "I gave you a chance. You chose not to take it." Turning to Wang Yuanshan, he asked, "Old Wang, shall we spare one of them?" Wang Yuanshan replied gravely, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Yi. Keeping one alive would be best. It would help this old man track down the mastermind behind this." Hearing his fate decided in their conversation, the black-clad man laughed bitterly in rage. "Boy, I admit you're strong, so strong I couldn't resist at all. But can you outmatch a firearm?" With that, the black-clad figure drew a pistol from his waist with lightning speed and pulled the trigger. At such close range, caught completely off guard, even a martial artist at the peak of internal energy cultivation couldn't react in time. In the next instant, the bullet sliced through the air at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, hurtling toward Yixian. The crowd's expressions paled. It's over. This is the end. That thought clouded every heart in that moment. Yet their expressions froze in place almost instantly. Yixian unleashed a punch, sending a surge of invisible energy that warped the surrounding air. Though it couldn't halt the bullet's trajectory, it significantly reduced its speed and force. Yixian merely sidestepped to the side, effortlessly evading the projectile. The crowd was utterly stunned. The technique Yixian had just displayed was nothing short of miraculous. The black-clad man was stunned. His fighting spirit shattered instantly, and he turned and fled. Yixian wouldn't give him such an opportunity. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, dozens of silver needles shot forth. Whoosh! In the next instant, the needles pierced the vital points all over the black-clad man's body. He let out a muffled groan, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. Silence returned to the room. Everyone exhaled in relief, their gazes toward Yixian now filled with awe. At such a young age, he possessed martial prowess far surpassing Huidao's. This youth was truly boundless. Regaining his composure, Wang Yuanshan's expression grew even more respectful. He stepped forward quickly and said, "Mr. Yi, such a great favor cannot be repaid in words. Should the Wang family ever be of any use to you in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Coming from one of Jiangcheng's most prestigious families, this pledge carried immense weight. Yixian waved it off nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. I only hope today's events remain between us." These black-clad men were clearly no ordinary foes. He didn't want the Lin family dragged into this mess because of him. Wang Yuandong hastily assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Beyond our group here, absolutely no one else will learn of this matter. If they do, hold me personally accountable." Yixian nodded. "It's getting late. I should be going." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Huidao, watching from a distance, scrambled over to Yixian and knelt down with a thud. "Mr. Yi, it was sheer stupidity on my part one failed to recognize a mountain when it stood before me. I beg your magnanimity to forgive me." As he spoke, Huidao repeatedly slapped his own face. Before long, one side of his face swelled up like a balloon. The arrogance Huidao had displayed moments before was now replaced by utter humiliation. Only one thought occupied his mind: he must secure the forgiveness of this young man before him. Otherwise, the retribution he would face might be more than he could bear. Yixian shot Huidao a cold glance, his expression unreadable. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. Tempering one's spirit matters more than strengthening one's body. You've reached the inner force realm, yet you still don't grasp this truth. Your mind is so restless and unstable. How can you enlighten others when you yourself are in darkness? From this day forward, you are forbidden from running a martial arts academy and misleading young disciples. Do you agree? The One Blade Martial Arts Academy was one of the major academies in the provincial capital, boasting over 10,000 disciples. Among them were the sons of powerful officials and wealthy merchants, generating profits beyond monetary measure. Yet with Yixian's single, casual utterance, the One Blade Martial Arts Academy was about to become a thing of the past. Though his heart bled, Huidao dared not refuse. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Once we return to the provincial capital, I will disband my disciples and shut down the Martial Arts Academy." Yixian nodded and departed from the Wang residence. Huidao, too ashamed to linger, slunk away as well. Chapter 66, Reasonable and Justifiable. Inside the villa, only the Wang family father and son remained, along with Qin Feng. The three entered the side hall and took their seats, their hearts still unsettled. After a moment, Wang Yuanshan spoke slowly, "Young Qin, we owe you this time. Thankfully you knew Mr. Yi well, otherwise, Xingzhou and I would have met our end." He paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "Mr. Yi seems unfamiliar to me. He probably isn't from Jiangcheng, is he? Where does he currently reside? I'd like to find an opportunity to pay him a visit and express my gratitude." Qin Feng replied, "I don't know much about Mr. Yi either. I only know he works for the Lin Group and usually stays at the Lin residence." Lin Group? Wang Yuanshan was somewhat surprised. In his mind, the Lin family was only second-rate in Jiangcheng. How could they possibly be connected to someone as accomplished as Yixian? "Dad, if Mr. Yi is acquainted with the Lin family, this makes things straightforward. Among the companies we control, there are numerous projects. Selecting just a few promising ones to offer them would be more than enough to benefit them greatly. That would make Mr. Yi look good and leave him feeling satisfied." Wang Xingzhou pondered. Yixian was the Wang family's savior. This debt of gratitude must be repaid at all costs. Given his apparent indifference to fame and fortune, the Lin family was the only viable avenue. Not advisable. Wang Yuanshan shook his head. "Mr. Yi clearly doesn't want tonight's events known to others. If we rashly give the Lin family project, it will only draw attention. Instead, we should focus our attention on the Lin Group. Should they encounter any difficulties in the future, we can offer our assistance. That would also serve as a way to repay Mr. Yi's kindness." Agreed. Wang Xingzhou nodded in consent.
Also, you personally handled the interrogation of the assassin.
You must uncover who's behind this. I'm eager to see who's so eager to send me to my end. Wang Yuanshan's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened, gleaming like daggers. Tianyu Hotel, private room.
The spacious room held only two figures.
One was Wu Tian Lin.
The other was Fong Hongyu, the third-generation leader of the Fong family.
Young Master Fong, regarding the collaboration between Tianlong Group and the Fong family, will proceed as you previously outlined. However, I have two requests I hope you'll agree to.
A cold gleam flashed in Wu Tianlin's eyes.
Go ahead, Director Wu. Anything within my authority, I won't refuse. Fong Hongyu replied with a cheerful smile. Wu Tianlin gritted his teeth.
The first request, young Master Fong, help me eliminate the Lin family. As for the second, there's a man named Ji Xian at Lin Group who has repeatedly sabotaged my plans.
I've been unable to eliminate him.
I hope young Master Fong will take his life.
Fong Hongyu burst into laughter. I thought it was something major, but it's just these? Fine, leave it to me.
Though the Lin Group had been thriving in recent years, its momentum rivaling that of the Tianlong Group, it was still insignificant in the face of the Fong family. If I recall correctly, they have quite a few projects underway, right? Most of their construction materials come from local suppliers.
If we just meddle with those, we can give them a real headache. Wu Tianlin frowned. Young Master Fong, I've tried that approach before. But those suppliers aren't easy to deal with. Lin Group is their major client. Asking them to give up such a lucrative deal? It's just not realistic. Fong Hongyu scoffed. Mr. Wu, your thinking is flawed. Why bother negotiating with them? Every single one of those suppliers is a major corporation. How many of their accounts could withstand scrutiny?
All I need to do is leverage the Fong family's connections within the tax authorities, and I'll have them firmly in my grasp.
Good. Good. Good.
Wu Tianlin excitedly raised his wine glass, clinking it against Fong Hongyu's before saying, the Lin family's issue is easily resolved, but that youngster's surname Ji is proving difficult to deal with.
That kid who knows how he trained?
He's clearly young, yet his skills are formidable. I spent a fortune hiring several external force martial artists, but none could touch him.
Young Master Fong, you absolutely mustn't underestimate him. By your account, this kid is no ordinary opponent.
Fong Hongyu raised an eyebrow and sneered coldly, too bad he crossed paths with the Fong family.
Over the years, the Fong family has invested immense effort in cultivating our martial strength, and we've achieved considerable results.
We now have numerous external and internal energy practitioners, and we even have Xin Fei, the top disciple of Luan, stationed here. Even if the Chi fellow had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to make any waves.
Wu Tianlin's expression shifted in alarm. Young Master Fong, are you referring to that Luan, the one hailed as Chu province's top martial artist? Indeed. Fong Hongyu chuckled with evident satisfaction. Wu Tianlin was stunned.
Whether Luan was truly the strongest in Chu province was a matter of opinion, but ranking him among the top 3 was unquestionable. His disciple, Xin Fei, had also risen to prominence over the years. Xin Fei possessed innate superhuman strength, his martial arts long since reaching the realm of perfection. Back when he challenged dojos in the provincial capital, he once shattered Huidao's tempered steel treasure blade with a single palm strike, knocking him unconscious on the spot. If Xin Fei takes the lead, I'll rest easy.
I'll eagerly await the good news from young Master Fong. The gloom in Wu Tianlin's heart vanished completely.
In the bedroom of the Lin family's ancestral home, Yi Xian had barely stepped inside when he found Lin Beibei fully dressed and sitting upright on the bed, showing no intention of sleeping. He paused, about to retreat to his corner, but Lin Beibei stopped him.
What's wrong? Yi Xian looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean, what's wrong? You think you can just brush this off? Lin Beibei's face was stern. Spill it. What task did Wu Tianlin assign you? What the hell is this all about?
Yi Xian looked utterly speechless.
Didn't I already explain it clearly? Wu Tianlin tried to bribe me, but I refused.
In his view, without me, he could use illegal means to deal with you and grandfather, making you both vanish from this world. Then the Lin Group would be like fish on a cutting board, at his mercy. Lin Beibei stared intently at Yi Xian. His expression seemed sincere, and her doubts gradually faded. This guy might be unreliable in other ways, but he had indeed helped her survive Wu Tianlin's 2 kidnappings. Perhaps that was precisely why Wu Tianlin now hesitated to use violent means against the Lin family. In that light, Wu Tianlin's attempt to buy him off made perfect sense.
Once she grasped this, Lin Beibei's mood instantly lifted.
It seemed she had indeed wronged this guy.
Should she apologize to him?
No, apologizing was absolutely out of the question.
Otherwise, this guy would surely seize the chance to mock her. But just pretending nothing happened and moving on didn't feel right either.
After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Beibei still kept her face stern.
What are you yelling about? Even if you have nothing to say, can't you just speak calmly? Why get so worked up? If you could just speak properly, would I even misunderstand you? Go to sleep.
Lin Beibei flipped off the light switch as fast as she could, afraid that any delay might let Yi Xian see her unease.
Chapter 67, Leading the Charge.
The next morning, Lin Beibei seemed in high spirits, even humming a tune as she walked.
This left Yi Xian utterly dumbfounded. Last night she was roaring like a lioness, and this morning the sun was shining brightly? That's one hell of a mood swing. Yi Xian, what are you spacing out for this early? If you don't get out the door soon, I'm leaving without you.
Lin Beibei urged while changing her shoes.
What's going on?
Yi Xian instinctively glanced out the window. This was the first time Lin Beibei had ever offered to drive him to work.
But the sun doesn't rise in the west, does it? What's gotten into this woman? Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Watching Lin Beibei step out the door, Yi Xian didn't have time to think twice.
He hurried after her. Arriving at the office, he poured himself a glass of water and began idly flipping through the newspaper. Half an hour later, Li Jun suddenly stood up and blurted out a curse. Damn it.
The sudden outburst startled everyone. Bro Jun, what's gotten into you? Could it be that some girl got pregnant with your kid?
Honestly, if a kid suddenly showed up calling Younga dad, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
The others chimed in with teasing remarks. You!
Li Jun cursed under his breath, his brow furrowing slightly. If it really were my illegitimate child showing up, things would be simple. But the company's in deep trouble.
Jun, that joke isn't funny at all. Exactly. All the company's projects are running smoothly. What major crisis could there possibly be? Seeing their skepticism, Li Jun explained, I once sacrificed my dignity to treat the boss lady's secretary to dinner for brother Jun's sake. Ever since then, she's kept me informed about every major and minor development in the company.
Just now, she messaged me saying the CEOs of all the company's major suppliers came in person to demand termination of our partnership. The moment she said that, the office erupted.
Are these people out of their minds?
Turning down a profitable deal like that.
Terminate it? Fine. Who's afraid of who? We'll just bring in other suppliers.
Several voices chimed in all at once.
Li Jun shook his head, looking disappointed. You guys. I thought I was useless enough, but it turns out you're even more useless than me. Things aren't as simple as you think.
These suppliers are causing trouble collectively. Clearly someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Even if we find suitable new suppliers, do you really think that person will let us get the material smoothly?
Their expressions darkened. Yi Xian remained silent, but his brow furrowed slightly.
Who could be behind this?
In the top-floor conference room, executives of the Lin Group gathered. Each wore a grave expression, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Beibei massaged her temples, her brow furrowed. Everyone knows the situation. Those supplier CEOs are waiting in the reception room for our response.
Let's discuss how we'll navigate this crisis.
Before she could finish, Lin Mingqiao leapt to his feet, bellowing, discuss my ass. This is all you're doing, Lin Beibei, you're scheming and plotting. Lin Beibei's expression darkened as she suppressed her anger.
President Mingqiao, what on earth are you implying? As the group president, what possible benefit would I gain from orchestrating this?
The other executives all frowned slightly. Lin Mingqiao's accusation was utterly ridiculous.
If you're going to settle personal scores, at least use your brain. Lin Mingqiao sneered coldly, how could it not benefit you? Do you really think your little schemes could fool me? You knew that once I secured the amusement park project, my position as president would be in jeopardy.
So you secretly alerted these suppliers, instructing them to come and cause trouble, threatening to terminate the contracts. Once the Huang family learned of Lin Group's situation, they'd never sign with me.
That way, you could secure your presidency.
Lin Beibei, you truly have a vicious mind. At these words, the expressions of some executives shifted instantly.
Lin Mingqiao's words weren't entirely implausible. Lin Beibei's expression darkened further. Lin Mingqiao, you're slandering me. Do you have any proof?
I don't have proof right now, but don't think you can pull this off flawlessly.
I'm going to meet with those suppliers immediately. With that, Lin Mingqiao strode toward the exit. Uncle Air, calm down.
Lin Beibei panicked and hurried after him. Inside the reception room sat a dozen or so people, all major suppliers to the Lin Group. Lin Mingqiao entered, scanned the room, and sneered coldly, well, you've all turned up in fine numbers.
Surely you don't think this little coup will let Lin Beibei get her way?
Lin Beibei had followed him in and nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing his words.
Uncle Lin, please step outside.
Lin Beibei tried to stop Lin Mingqiao, but he brushed her hand away.
Lin Beibei, you're panicking now? Let me tell you, it's too late. Watching the uncle and niece, several suppliers exchanged glances. A middle-aged man in a blue suit raised an eyebrow. Gentlemen, our business doesn't concern your family affairs.
I, Lu, have come to inform your company that our supply contract will be terminated early.
Not only that, but the payments your company owes us that comes to tens of millions, doesn't it? Either way, you're paying up today.
Lu Wen, a steel supplier for Lin Group, had built his business early on with the support of the Fong family.
That's why he took the lead in today's confrontation.
Lin Mingqiao curled his lip at this. Lu Wen, if I recall correctly, the contract clearly states that you'll pay liquidated damages if you terminate it prematurely without cause.
And you lot playing along with Lin Beibei like this, aren't you afraid things might go too far? I'm not one to hold grudges.
If you all go back quietly, I'll pretend today never happened.
Lu Wen flashed a mocking smile. True, that clause is in the contract.
But we dared come today precisely because we don't fear your accusations.
As for your claim we're just acting alongside Mr. Lin, I think President Ming Qiao might be misunderstanding something.
Of course, you're free to believe that, but you'll bear the consequences.
Lin Mingqiao froze. Lu Wen's expression looked dead serious. Enough. We came today to give you notice. By midnight tonight, we expect the payment to be in our account. Otherwise,
tomorrow's morning headlines will read, Lin Group defaults on payment.
With that, Lu Wen stood up and walked toward the exit.
The other executives rose as well. Seeing this, Lin Beibei hurriedly tried to stop them. Gentlemen, please stay. Whatever the issue is, we can discuss it.
There's no need to make things so tense.
The others remained silent, while Lu Wen replied without turning back, this matter is non-negotiable.
Chapter 68, Contract Termination. Lin Beibei's face darkened.
She turned to the last remaining executive and pleaded, Uncle Su, you and my grandfather have been close friends for decades.
You watched me grow up. Must you be so unyielding? Su Mao hesitated, then stepped forward to grasp Lin Beibei's hand.
With a sigh, he said, Beibei, it's true I watched you grow up. But in this world, one's hands are often tied. As he spoke, he discreetly traced the character square into the palm of her hand before turning and leaving.
The vast reception room was now empty except for Lin Beibei and Lin Mingqiao. After a moment, Lin Mingqiao snapped back to reality.
He realized his assumptions might have been off. These people seemed to be playing for keeps.
Lin Beibei, look at the mess you've gotten us into. The moment the accusation left his lips, he met Lin Beibei's icy glare.
Lin Mingqiao shuddered and instinctively shut his mouth. It was the first time he'd ever seen his niece with such a terrifying look in her eyes.
Uncle, I need some time alone. Please return to the conference room.
We can discuss this later, Lin Beibei said expressionlessly.
All right.
Lin Mingqiao, visibly shaken, nodded and walked out. Closing the door behind him, Lin Beibei pondered the deeper meaning behind Su Mao's actions.
What exactly did that character Fong signify?
Suddenly, a possibility struck her.
Could it possibly be the Fong family?
Lin Beibei's face instantly turned ashen. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Only a top-tier family like the Fangs possessed the influence to orchestrate so many suppliers into betraying the Lin family. It was precisely because of the Fong family's involvement that these suppliers felt emboldened. Even with contracts clearly written in black and white, if it came to a lawsuit, who knew what the outcome would be? By then, not only would the liquidated damages likely be unrecoverable, but rumors of Lin Group defaulting on payments would spread like wildfire.
Ultimately, banks would intervene, re-evaluate their creditworthiness, and demand early repayment of loans. This combination of blows was nothing short of a death sentence for Lin Group.
Lin Beibei's face drained of color. She couldn't fathom why the Fong family, such a colossal entity, would target the Lin family. The two sides weren't even on the same level. After deep contemplation, Lin Beibei pulled out her phone and dialed Fong Honyu's number.
Is this young Master Fong? This is Lin Beibei from Lin Group.
Before she could finish, Fong Hongyu cut her off, his voice icy. Ms. Lin, your information seems more reliable than I anticipated. Save your pleas for mercy or surrender. Just clean your necks and wait to be slaughtered. With that, the call ended. Lin Beibei slumped against the wall, her face etched with utter despair. The other party hadn't even given her a chance to speak. This was a death sentence for the Lin family. A wave of helplessness washed over her. General Affairs Office. Yi Xian stepped out of his office, pulled out his phone, and dialed Qin Feng's number. Qin Feng was the best person to uncover the mastermind behind these suppliers' disturbances. Just as he was about to dial, an unknown number called in. Yi Xian paused, then answered. A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Mr. Yi? This is Wang Yuanshan. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wang calling? What might I do for you? Wang Yuanshan replied respectfully, Mr. Yi, I've received intelligence that the Fong family and Tianlong Group have joined forces. They intend to take over the Lin Group. Today's mass protest by Lin Group's suppliers was orchestrated by the Fong family, the first step in their plan. Once Lin Group loses its material supply, it will face a massive crisis. That's when they'll seize the opportunity to acquire it. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian remarked, Your call isn't merely to inform me, is it? I imagine you've already prepared a solution. Mr. Yi, as always, sees through things with remarkable insight. Wang Yuanshan offered a small compliment. Although the Fong family is one of the three major aristocratic families in Jiangcheng, they cannot control everything. Our Wang family happens to have connections within the courts. For those suppliers who breached their contracts, the Lin Group should go ahead and sue them. Rest assured, they will receive fair treatment. As for the new suppliers, the Wang family dabbled in real estate years ago and accumulated some resources in that sector. Among them are many reliable suppliers, all provincial-level companies that won't be swayed by the Fong family.
You've certainly shown thoughtfulness. Yi Xian nodded. We'll proceed as you suggest.
This matter counts as a debt of gratitude.
Should you ever need anything in the future, just ask. Mr. Yi, you flatter me.
I can never repay the debt of saving my life. The least I can do is help you with this small matter, Wang Yuanshan hurriedly replied. After hanging up, Yi Xian glanced toward the top-floor conference room. After such a major incident, Lin Beibei would likely face severe reprimands from Lin Mingqiao.
She must be enduring immense torment right now.
After a moment's thought, Yi Xian stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Lin Beibei returned to the conference room in a daze. No sooner had she sat down than Lin Mingqiao launched into his tirade.
Lin Beibei, as CEO, you've caused all suppliers to terminate contracts en masse. This constitutes gross negligence. In my opinion, you are no longer fit for the CEO position. It would be best to step down sooner rather than later. Realizing this wasn't a staged performance, Lin Mingqiao shifted tactics, seizing the opportunity to bring Lin Beibei down. Lin Beibei had anticipated this.
Her face turned icy as she replied, President Mingqiao, if accusations could solve problems, I wouldn't mind you ranting all day.
If not, then please shut up. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Lin Mingqiao sneered repeatedly, I'll be watching to see how you resolve this issue. Lin Beibei ignored him and stated, since these suppliers demand contract termination, let them have it.
The outstanding payments will be transferred to their accounts immediately after this meeting by the finance department. The procurement department must find new suppliers as quickly as possible.
This was the only solution she could think of at the moment. But deep down, she felt utterly uncertain. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Mingqiao interrupted again.
Wait, what did you just say? Pay them the outstanding amounts?
Lin Beibei frowned and patiently explained, yes, the payment must be made to prevent them from causing trouble, escalating the situation, and ultimately damaging our group's reputation.
Lin Mingqiao sneered coldly, Lin Beibei, you must be out of your mind.
The contract clearly states in black and white that they'll pay substantial damages if they breach it.
Not only are you not suing them, but you actually want to pay them what they owe? What on earth are you thinking? Everyone else looked at Lin Beibei with puzzled expressions, waiting for her explanation. Chapter 69, Ingratitude. It's not as simple as you think. Even if we sued them, we might not win.
Lin Beibei hesitated for a long time before finally saying in a low voice, the reason is simple.
These people are backed by the Fong family. The room erupted in an uproar at her words. The Fong family? They're a colossus in this industry.
If the Fong family really got involved, the Lin group would be finished for sure.
In an instant, everyone's expressions turned grim. Lin Mingqiao's expression darkened the most.
He stood up abruptly and roared, Lin Beibei, look at the mess you've created. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to pick the Fong family.
You're dragging us all down with you. This won't do. You must give us an explanation today.
Out of respect for Lin Beibei's past authority, some executives remained silent, though their faces betrayed a hint of discontent.
Lin Beibei frowned. What kind of explanation do you want?
Lin Mingqiao arched his eyebrows.
Simple. Buy out my shares and everyone else's holdings in the group. That would be a proper explanation.
Many of the executives present were veteran figures who held significant shares. If the Lin group collapsed, their shares would become worthless, something they could never accept.
Thus, most executives spoke up. President Mingqiao was right, Mr. Lin's mistakes shouldn't be borne by everyone. Exactly. We don't want any compensation either. Just buy them out at the current market value.
Lin Beibei nearly fainted from rage. Suppressing her fury, she snapped, Lin Mingqiao.
Others may be forgiven, but you are grandfather's own son, my own second uncle.
Now that the group is in trouble, instead of thinking about how to pull together, you're leading the charge to kick us while we're down.
How can you live with the Lin name on your head?
Lin Mingqiao sneered coldly.
Lin Beibei, you remember I'm your second uncle? When you snatched my CEO position, did you spare a thought for this uncle?
The Lin group has long been controlled by you and your father. I, Lin Mingqiao, am nothing but a hired hand.
If you think I'll sit here and wait to die with you, you've got another thing coming. Cut the nonsense and divest your shares immediately.
The other executives began to clamor as well.
Exactly. Why all the nonsense? Just divest. Watching this unfold, Lin Beibei's face turned ashen.
She dug her fingernails into her flesh without even noticing. Of the 8 executives holding shares, all but one demanded their shares be redeemed.
These bastards. Lin Beibei cursed silently under her breath, then turned to Lin Mingqiao. Second uncle, I know you harbor resentment. If it really can't be helped, I'll step down and hand over the CEO position to you.
Withdrawing shares meant losing money, at most something still within tolerable limits.
But after withdrawing, these executives would inevitably leave Lin Group.
This would inevitably cause significant disruption to the company's operations,
especially during this stormy period. Lin Beibei, oh Lin Beibei, where have you been all this time? Now you want to hand over the CEO position to me? Do you take me for a fool?
Lin Mingqiao snorted coldly. I advise you to cut the tricks and order someone to draft the contract immediately. You will buy these shares whether you like it or not.
I'll expose the true state of Lin Group. When that happens, no one will come out unscathed. You. Lin Beibei never imagined Lin Mingqiao could be so shameless.
She trembled with rage. Just then, the conference room door swung open from the outside. Yi Xian walked in, holding a stack of documents. All eyes turned to him, surprise etched on their faces. Yi Xian placed the documents on the conference table, his gaze turning slightly cold.
So, you lot and Lin Mingqiao want to withdraw your shares, huh? Fine.
I'll grant your wish. Here is the share transfer agreement.
Sign it, and you can take your money and leave. Everyone exchanged glances, instinctively looking toward Lin Beibei. Yi Xian, who let you in? Get out now.
Lin Beibei was so furious she could have killed someone. If not for the crowd present, the teacup before her would have smashed into this bastard's face already. If you can't help, at least don't make things worse. Yi Xian paid no heed to Lin Beibei's scolding. He strode quickly to her side and whispered, "Don't ask anything.
Don't say anything. The group's troubles will be resolved soon. If these people want to leave, let them go." Lin Beibei's pupils contracted.
She instinctively glanced at Yi Xian, her mind in turmoil.
Was this guy telling the truth or lying?
As she stood frozen in thought, Lin Mingqiao and several executives already held the agreement in their hands, their faces radiating unmistakable joy.
To transfer shares at this critical moment was almost unimaginable.
Lin Mingqiao was about to sign when he read the fine print.
His face twisted in fury as he shouted. How could the transfer price be only half the market value? The other executives also voiced their fury. Half the market value? They think they can buy our shares for that? Dream on. Exactly.
This is nothing short of profiteering. Before Lin Beibei could speak, Yi Xian interjected, "You're the ones who demanded the forced acquisition.
Now you complain the offer is too low? Do you expect to reap all the benefits yourselves? If you have objections, you could simply refuse to sign. It's that straightforward."
Lin Mingqiao and the others exchanged glances. Half the market value is still a hefty sum better than letting it rot in our hands.
Kid, you're ruthless.
Lin Mingqiao shot Yi Xian a fierce glare before turning to Lin Beibei.
Lin Beibei, is this agreement your decision? Don't tell me we won't get paid after signing.
The other executives also turned their attention to her. Rest assured, the funds will be transferred to your accounts after the meeting, Lin Beibei stated flatly.
She didn't actually trust Yi Xian's words.
Rather, she knew these people were already beyond saving. Rather than waste time arguing here, it was better to let them go.
Fine, I'll trust you this once. Lin Mingqiao signed promptly.
Seeing this, the other executives followed suit. After confirming everything was in order, Yi Xian tucked the agreement away and placed it beside Lin Beibei.
You lot, you can leave now.
Lin Beibei gave them the boot. She couldn't stand the sight of these ungrateful jerks any longer.
Hold on, I've got more to say.
Lin Mingqiao smiled faintly as he looked around at the group. As you all know, I previously secured the Huang family's amusement park project through personal connections.
After leaving Lin Group, I will establish a new company. With the amusement park project as its foundation, this new venture will swiftly surpass Lin Group's standing in Jiangcheng. You are all the cream of the crop. If any of you wish to switch sides, I, Lin Mingqiao, welcome you with open arms. Chapter 70, Share Acquisition.
A stir rippled through the conference room. Lin Group was a sinking ship, and their job searches were practically inevitable.
Joining Lin Mingqiao's company seemed like a decent alternative. President Mingqiao, I'm in. Count me in too. Me too.
Several executives who had signed the equity transfer agreement spoke up in unison.
Though others remained silent, many were already itching to follow suit. Lin Mingqiao, you shameless scoundrel. Lin Beibei's pretty face flushed crimson with anger. Her second uncle sure knew how to play the game.
Every executive present was an elite in their field.
Poaching them would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. But for the Lin Group, this would be a devastating blow. Lin Beibei, you can't talk like that.
Are these executives your personal servants? Do you have the right to forbid them from changing jobs? People naturally seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. It's perfectly normal.
Is it really worth getting so worked up over?
Lin Mingqiao smiled faintly, radiating the air of a victor. For years, he'd been overshadowed by his niece, unable to hold his head high. Today, he finally felt vindicated. The satisfaction was palpable. People naturally seek higher ground, Yi Xian murmured, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. But some just take the wrong path.
Kid, cut the sarcasm.
Lin Mingqiao sneered with contempt.
The Lin Group is about to collapse.
You country bumpkin will soon be exposed for what you really are. Yi Xian remained unperturbed by the remark. He smiled faintly and said, secretarially, you may come in now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Beibei's secretary walked in, holding a stack of documents.
Ha! Everyone looked puzzled. What kind of charade is this? Yi Xian, stop causing trouble here. You and Secretary Li get out now. Lin Beibei couldn't help but glare at Secretary Li. Yi Xian's eccentricities were one thing after all, that was his nature. But Secretary Li was usually so level-headed. How could he possibly be so reckless as to join in this madness? Did they really think a high-level meeting was a vegetable market? Yi Xian seemed oblivious, snatching the documents from Secretary Li's hands and distributing them one by one. Lin Mingqiao and the other executives who had divested their shares each received a copy. The last copy was placed before Lin Beibei. Ms. Lin, these are scanned copies of contracts sent by major building material suppliers in the provincial capital. They've already signed and stamped them. If we have no objections to the content, we can sign directly, Secretary Li explained from the side. At this, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they hurriedly began flipping through the documents. Seeing the names of those suppliers, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Every single supplier was a major corporation, partnering with nationally renowned real estate enterprises. Compared to them, Lin Group was but a minnow. It was hard to imagine that these suppliers had proactively sent contracts seeking collaboration. But that wasn't the crux. What truly stunned them was the contract's terms. The conditions offered were incredibly enticing, almost as if the suppliers were begging for the partnership. Even nationally renowned real estate firms might not secure such favorable terms. What possible merit could Lin Group have to warrant such concessions from these suppliers? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Too fake. Lin Mingqiao tossed the contracts onto the table and shot Yi Xian a glance. Kid, you must have forged these contracts yourself, right? You probably don't know that Lin Group has approached every supplier listed here, but their terms were extremely harsh. Left with no other choice, Lin Group had to settle for local material suppliers. This situation happened only a few years ago. Now you're telling me these suppliers did a complete 180, offering such enticing terms and guaranteeing normal supply in 3 days? Do you even buy that yourself? Lin Mingqiao let out a cold laugh. The others shook their heads slightly. This kind of deception is just too amateurish. Lin Beibei felt like she could spit blood. This guy never disappoints when it comes to stirring up trouble. Yi Xian, this is a high-level meeting, not a place for you to cause trouble. Put those documents away immediately. Before Lin Beibei could finish, Lin Mingqiao cut her off with a faint smile. Don't put them away. These are all evidence. Forging official seals and signatures, especially involving well-known companies, I'd say that's more than enough to land you a few years behind bars. Lin Mingqiao felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. Lin Beibei panicked and hurriedly pleaded, "Second uncle, Yi Xian was just joking around with everyone. It didn't cause any serious consequences. Please forgive him this once." Turning to Yi Xian, she scolded, "What are you standing there for? Apologize." Yi Xian shrugged indifferently. "Why should I apologize? These contracts are real. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Hearing this, Lin Beibei nearly fainted from anger. "You. Hey, niece, stop worrying about this kid. People like him deserve a few years inside to straighten out." Lin Mingqiao sneered coldly. He'd been humiliated by Yi Xian several times before, and he'd never forgotten those grudges. He just hadn't found the chance to exact revenge. Now that the man was in his grasp, there was no way he'd let him off easy. With that, Lin Mingqiao began dialing a number. Lin Beibei's face turned pale. No matter how infuriating Yi Xian was, he had saved both Lin Rohai and her. She couldn't stand by and let him come to harm. Second uncle. Just as she tried to continue persuading him, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Sun Jun. Ha! Lin Beibei froze for a moment. Sun Jun was the CEO of one of the companies involved in these contracts. His call at this moment, could it be he'd discovered Yi Xian's contract forgery? That shouldn't be possible. Without pausing to think further, Lin Beibei answered the call. "Is this Ms. Lin?" "This is Sun Jun." His voice carried an unexpected warmth that caught Lin Beibei off guard. When they discussed the partnership earlier, Sun Jun had been downright arrogant. Why the sudden change today? "This is Lin Beibei. What can I do for you, Mr. Sun?" "Ms. Lin, you've received the contract our company sent, correct?" The words exploded like thunder in Lin Beibei's ears. "This contract, it's actually real? Hey, Ms. Lin, are you even listening?" Lin Beibei snapped back to reality and nodded urgently. "Mr. Sun, I've received the contract. The Lin Group has no objections to any of the terms." Chapter 71, Loss. "Are you certain you've reviewed the terms? Might they be overly favorable to Lin Group?" Lin Beibei inquired. "Every single clause was personally drafted by me. Do you really think I wouldn't have reviewed it?" Sun Jun paused before continuing. "Regarding your point about excessive favor, it's true that compared to other real estate companies, we have offered Lin Group some preferential policies. First, Mr. Lin proactively sought cooperation with us several years ago. I was foolish back then and failed to partner with your company. I truly regret that. Second, I genuinely believe in the current momentum of Lin Group's development. Such a partner deserves certain preferential policies. A bitter taste lingered on Sun Jun's tongue. In business, one naturally strives to earn every penny possible. Yet with Lin Group, he dared not act that way. Not long ago, Wang Yuanshan personally called him, instructing him to reach out to Lin Beibei regarding a partnership. The Wang family of Jiangcheng wasn't merely a local powerhouse, they wielded considerable influence across the entire province of Qiao. While they might not necessarily succeed in any endeavor, sabotaging one was as easy as moving their lips. After much deliberation, Sun Jun offered the Lin Group substantial concessions, effectively handing them money. Lin Beibei found it hard to believe this reason was simply too unbelievable. Hesitating repeatedly, she finally asked, "Mr. Sun, why did you proactively reach out to the Lin Group to propose this partnership?" This was her greatest puzzlement. Although Lin Group had shown strong momentum in recent days, its influence remained confined to Jiangcheng. Compared to those renowned real estate enterprises, it was worlds apart. Sun Jun chuckled softly. "We monitor all real estate enterprises in Qiao province. The Lin Group is no exception. Over the past few years, your company has shown remarkable growth momentum, and your group's internal capital operations are sound. This makes you an exceptionally high-quality client for our company. Therefore, upon learning that your company's supplier requested to terminate cooperation, I had you contact your company's secretary Li to convey our intention to collaborate." "Sun Jun is too kind," Lin Beibei replied modestly. "Lin Group is still far from that level." Lin Beibei replied modestly. She had initially assumed Sun Jun's overtures were connected to Yi Xian. But now it seemed the latter had merely stumbled upon Secretary Li, who happened to be arriving for a briefing, leading to this current situation. She didn't entirely believe Sun Jun's words, but that wasn't the crucial point. The other party had excellent business reputation. As long as they could supply materials on time, that was sufficient. No sooner had she hung up than her phone rang again. The caller ID showed Wang Ming, another building materials supplier from the provincial capital. Among the contracts on her desk were those from his company. "Mr. Wang, hello?" In this manner, Lin Beibei took 6 calls, covering every company listed in the contracts. Their explanations were remarkably consistent. They were proactively seeking cooperation because they held high hopes for the Lin Group. This left Lin Beibei feeling somewhat dazed. Staring at the contracts on her desk, she felt a sense of unreality. Was she dreaming? The senior executives were equally bewildered. None of them could have imagined the contracts were genuine. Lin Beibei's supporters were all incredibly excited. With the support and concessions from these provincial capital material suppliers, Lin Group's development would proceed more smoothly. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed Tianlong Group. Meanwhile, Lin Mingqiao and the executives who had sold their shares were ashen-faced. They had sold their shares at half the market value. This was a loss so huge it could bankrupt their great-grandmothers. "Lin Beibei, you actually schemed against me? Return that transfer agreement immediately, or this won't end here." Lin Mingqiao stood up, his face twisted with rage. "You concealed so much crucial information, this transfer agreement is null and void." "Exactly. Give us back the agreement." Several executives rushed toward Lin Beibei, lunging for the share transfer agreement on the table. Seeing this, Yi Xian kicked out with his right foot. The men flew several meters away, their mouths emitting pitiful moans, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance and tyranny. "Don't push me to get physical," Yi Xian said coldly. The executives scrambled to their feet, glaring furiously at Yi Xian. "You dare hit someone? You're nothing but Lin Beibei's lapdog, yet you dare act so brazenly in front of us? Don't waste your breath on him. Call the police." Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. "You lot were trying to seize the agreement. Every executive here witnessed it. Are you sure you want to call the police?" At her words, the executives instantly deflated like punctured balloons, backing down. Failing to intimidate, they resorted to pleading. "Ms. Lin, I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please give me another chance. We were all deceived by that scoundrel Lin Mingqiao. The transfer agreement was never our true intention." "That's right. It was all that despicable scoundrel Lin Mingqiao. If not for him, how could we ever betray you?" The executives wore expressions of deep regret. Lin Mingqiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Those old bastards. If I'd known this would happen, why bother in the first place?" Lin Beibei shot them a cold glance before turning her attention to Lin Mingqiao. "Second uncle, to say I schemed against you is to overestimate my cunning. I only just learned about the supplier's request for cooperation. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely with you. I tried my best to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. Now, after all your scheming, you've ended up like this." "You?" Lin Mingqiao seethed with rage and regret. He never imagined things would take such a dramatic turn. Otherwise, he would have died before ever signing that share transfer agreement. Taking a deep breath to suppress his raging fury, he forced a faint smile. "Bibi, I've already secured the Huang family's amusement park project. Let's make a deal."
If you return the share transfer agreement to me, I'll remain with the group and the amusement park project will be signed over to the Lin Group. If you really force me out and establish a new company, it would be a significant loss for the Lin Group. Little did he know, the amusement park project had already been promised to Lin Beibei.
Is that so? Then I can only wish Uncle Air's new company prosperous business.
Lin Beibei didn't even lift her eyelids, her expression impassive.
Alright, we need to continue the meeting. Everyone, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have security escort you all out. Lin Mingqiao instantly flew into a rage. How dare you kick me out? I'm still the company's vice president.
Lin Beibei lifted her head, gazing at Lin Mingqiao with a look reserved for fools. After something like this happened, do you really think you can keep your position as vice president?
Chapter 72, Suppression. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Lin Mingqiao gritted his teeth, snarling, "You're ruthless."
We'll see about that. He shot a glance at the executives who had withdrawn their shares and snapped, "What are you standing around for? You don't seriously think this woman can just return her shares, do you? How naive."
With that, he strode out of the conference room. The other executives exchanged glances and slunk out dejectedly. Cheers erupted inside the conference room. Lin Beibei tried her best to maintain a serious expression, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. A flurry of instructions were swiftly issued.
Legal department, those suppliers who wanted to terminate contracts early?
Gather all evidence and sue them directly.
Finance department, settle all outstanding payments to those suppliers immediately.
This will prevent them from twisting the facts and exploiting the situation.
HR department.
Lin Beibei paused, her gaze sweeping over Wang Li, Yao Tian, and several other executives. These individuals were either Lin Mingqiao's confidants or the trusted lieutenants of the executives who had divested their shares.
Wang Li, Yao Tian, and the others terminate them immediately.
As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Li, Yao Tian, and the others were escorted out of the company. Near the Lin building, inside a private room at a coffee shop, Lin Mingqiao was surrounded by a crowd that included several executives who had divested their shares, along with Wang Li, Yao Tian, and others. "Lin Mingqiao, we all withdrew our shares to support you.
Now that we've ended up like this, you have to take responsibility, right? That's right. We've suffered huge losses this time. You have to compensate us."
The executives who had withdrawn their shares began to clamor.
Wang Li, Yao Tian, and the others remained silent but fixed their gaze on Lin Mingqiao, demanding an explanation. "What are you all yelling about? My losses are way bigger than yours."
Lin Mingqiao was seething inside. His stake alone was larger than all these executives combined. The sheer magnitude of his losses made his heart bleed. Now was not the time for infighting. That Lin Beibei might have lucked out this time, but he wasn't one to be pushed around.
With the Huang family's amusement park project in hand, what do we have to fear? Let's take on the Lin Group head-on.
Lin Mingqiao projected extreme optimism, but the others furrowed their brows.
The Lin Group had been cultivating its position for so many years it wouldn't be easy to take on. Wouldn't a mere amusement park project be insufficient?
The group felt a bit uneasy. Lin Mingqiao snorted coldly, his face brimming with arrogance.
"What do you know? The amusement park project is merely an entry ticket. Once we execute this project well, we'll be able to climb onto the Huang family's mighty tree.
With the Huang family's backing, our rise to prominence is just around the corner."
Their eyes lit up. The Huang family? That's a colossal powerhouse. If we can latch onto them, the Lin Group will be nothing.
Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Mingqiao grew even more smug.
Besides the amusement park project, I have other cards up my sleeve.
Lin Beibei thought she had only a handful of loyal followers, but it turned out she was still too naive. She didn't know that years ago, I had secretly bribed several people, precisely for the day when they could be put to use. These individuals hold positions in critical departments.
With them as our inside men, every move of the Lin Group is under our watchful eye. With inside and outside forces working together, how could Lin Beibei possibly stand a chance?
The Lin Group will be ours sooner or later. This blueprint stirred the hearts of all present, and the room soon filled with a chorus of flattery and sycophantic praise.
Lin Group.
After the meeting, Lin Beibei summoned Secretary Li to her office.
"Those contracts, were they sent by the suppliers, or did Yi Xian hand them to you?" Lin Beibei inquired.
Though the suppliers hadn't mentioned Yi Xian during their phone calls, her intuition told her this matter was inextricably linked to him. Ever since Yi Xian arrived at the Lin family, too many extraordinary events had unfolded. First, the Qiao family's integrated development project.
Then the Chu Province Bank. Next, the Huang family's amusement park project.
And finally, today's suppliers proactively seeking cooperation. Even now, she couldn't fathom why these opportunities had fallen upon Lin Group. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Xian's elusive presence loomed behind it all.
Secretary Li paused before answering. The contracts were all sent over by the suppliers.
Lin Beibei shook her head slightly upon hearing this. It seemed she was overthinking things.
That guy? He doesn't have that kind of clout. Alright, you may leave now. Lin Beibei waved her hand dismissively. Secretary Li hesitated for a moment, nodded, and walked out. Truth be told, she'd had something she wanted to say earlier, but in the end, she hadn't voiced it. At the conference room door, when she encountered Yi Xian, he asked if the document she was holding was the new supplier contract. This meant Yi Xian had already known a supplier was reaching out to Lin Group. However, since Lin Beibei hadn't asked, she felt it best not to say more. Yi Xian remained unaware of the events unfolding in the conference room. Just as he reached the entrance of the General Affairs Department, his phone rang. After stepping aside to answer it, Wang Yuanshan's voice came through. Mr. Yi, everything has been taken care of. Is there anything you feel needs adjusting? Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Wang. You flatter me. You saved the Wang family's life. This was merely a small favor. Wang Yuanshan's tone was deeply humble. He dared not disturb Yi Xian further and added, knowing you're satisfied puts my mind at ease. Should you ever need anything in the future, just give me the word. Very well. Yi Xian nodded, hung up the phone, and entered his office. Inside, the four troublemakers were in high spirits. Streamers hung from the ceiling, and Li Jun waved a champagne bottle, sending a spray of bubbly into the air. Yi Xian, who had just entered, watched the scene in stunned silence. He felt like he'd walked into the wrong party. Bro Xian, where've you been? You didn't hear? Lin Mingqiao got kicked out. That jerk was always picking on us, he got what he deserved. We're celebrating big tonight, no one's leaving sober. Several people gathered around Yi Xian, chattering excitedly. Their excitement was written all over their faces. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. The four troublemakers had suffered plenty of oppression from Lin Mingqiao, which explained their wild excitement. As for him, Yi Xian felt nothing about Lin Mingqiao's departure. He couldn't be bothered to get involved. After exchanging greetings with the others, he left the office. Equally excited were Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoqiao. Outside the Lin Group headquarters, a black Maybach was parked by the roadside. Inside sat Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoqiao, deep in conversation. Chapter 73, Coming Willingly. Mr. Wu, you're truly formidable managing to get the Fong family involved. If I hadn't had a good relationship with one of their suppliers, I wouldn't have known any of this inside information. Xiaoqiao gestured wildly with excitement, spouting flattery as if it cost him nothing. Upon learning of the impending disaster at Lin Group, he had immediately contacted Wu Tian Lin. When he heard Wu was coming to Lin Group, he followed suit. His sole purpose? To witness the Lin family's downfall with his own eyes. Nothing gave him greater satisfaction than that. But just now, someone texted that Lin Group had already sued them. Mr. Wu, be prepared, we absolutely cannot let Lin Group win. We have to crush them completely. A venomous glint flashed in Xiaoqiao's eyes. Just as Wu Tian Lin was about to speak, his phone buzzed with several incoming texts. They were all from suppliers, nearly identical in content, each stating that Lin Group had sued them. Brother Qiao, you asked me earlier why I didn't go up? I was waiting for this very message. Wu Tian Lin flashed his phone and grinned savagely. If the Lin Group had chosen not to sue and instead tried to plead with these suppliers, it would mean they still harbored hope. Going up today would have been a wasted effort. But now, by suing these suppliers, they've shown they're prepared to go down fighting. There's no chance of reconciliation between us. What this reveals is nothing but despair and helplessness. The time to harvest the Lin family is now. With that, Wu Tian Lin stepped out of the car and headed toward the group's headquarters. Xiaoqiao followed closely behind. The two soon arrived at the president's office. Seeing the uninvited guests before her, Lin Beibei frowned. Why are these two here? Gentlemen, what brings you to Lin Group? Lin Beibei asked impassively. If she hadn't wanted to avoid complications, she would have called security to escort them out already. Before Wu Tian Lin could speak, Xiaoqiao interjected from the side, cut the nonsense. Get Lin Rohai over here. Chairman Wu has business to discuss with him. Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. My grandfather hasn't been involved in company affairs for ages. Whatever you need, I can handle it entirely. Wu Tian Lin flashed a smug grin. This is a major matter. I'm afraid you're not qualified to handle it. Is that so? If that's how Mr. Wu feels, he's welcome to turn right and leave. No need to see him out. Lin Beibei couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. What kind of attitude is that? Apologize to Mr. Wu immediately. After all, he'll soon be the owner here, Xiaoqiao scolded. The owner of this place? Xiaoqiao, are you out of your mind? Lin Beibei couldn't help but retort. You. Xiaoqiao was about to speak again when Wu Tian Lin cut him off. The latter gave a calm smile. The collective termination of contracts by Lin Group's suppliers is a monumental matter. Yet, Mr. Lin remains utterly unfazed. This level of composure truly commands my respect. But what good is composure when it solves nothing? Without a steady supply of building materials, the project can't be completed. Then, not only will we not get the project payment, but we'll also have to pay a huge penalty. And the Lin family will go bankrupt.
Having known the Lin family for years, I couldn't bear to see them suffer such a fate. Therefore, I've decided to acquire Lin Group.
Lin Beibei finally understood. The Fong family's intervention must be Wu Tian Lin's doing.
At this realization, a cold glint flashed in Lin Beibei's eyes. That bastard is truly cunning. Suppressing her rage, Lin Beibei said expressionlessly, I'd be curious to know what price Mr. Wu is prepared to offer.
Wu Tian Lin remained silent, slowly extending one finger. 100 million?
Lin Beibei blurted out instinctively.
Wu Tian Lin shook his head. No, 10 million.
Lin Beibei laughed bitterly in anger. Mr. Wu, your joke isn't funny at all.
Lin Group possessed numerous high-quality assets even sold as a package, they were worth a fortune. Yet Wu Tian Lin offered only 10 million. That's outright profiteering. I'm not joking with you. Wu Tian Lin looked down on her. This price is already very fair. If you don't agree, Lin Group will go bankrupt.
Then, forget 10 million, not even 10,000 will be worth a dime. With that, he closed his eyes to rest.
10 million yuan, utterly outrageous. Yet he wasn't worried Lin Beibei would refuse. With the Fong family's involvement, the Lin family would be left scrambling. They wouldn't find a single supplier in Chu province willing to do business with them.
Out-of-province suppliers might ignore the Fong family, but he had ways to paralyze their vehicles on the road.
The Lin family had no other choice.
If Chairman Wu was so confident, then let him wait until the day Lin Group goes bankrupt to make his acquisition. By then, I'll hand over the entire group to him. Lin Beibei paused, her voice icy.
As for now? Absolutely impossible. Wu Tian Lin opened his eyes, his expression darkening.
Lin Beibei, don't blame me for not warning you. In all of Jiangcheng, no one else dares to acquire Lin Group except me. You'd best abandon any notion of playing hard to get.
Take this 10 million while I'm in a good mood. If you really piss me off, you won't get a single penny.
Lin Beibei sneered coldly. Mr. Wu, you certainly have a grand sense of self-importance.
Don't even think about the Lin Group shares. I suggest you leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll have security escort you out.
Wu Tian Lin's expression darkened further. Lin Beibei, you'd better think this through.
Don't act on impulse. Lin Beibei raised an eyebrow. I think you're the one who needs to get a grip. Let me show you something to open your eyes.
With that, she tossed copies of the contract onto the coffee table.
Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoqiao instinctively picked them up.
After reading the contents, both of them sucked in a sharp breath.
The suppliers listed in the contract were all industry leaders. Not only would they look down on Lin Group, but even Tianlong Group wouldn't be worthy of their attention. Yet now, not only were they partnering with Lin Group, but they were offering extremely attractive terms. How could this be? Xiaoshan gasped in shock, instinctively turning to Wu Tian Lin.
The latter, however, sneered coldly. Lin Beibei, you have some nerve forging a contract. If I report this, you won't be out of jail for years. I advise you to hand over your shares quietly.
Wu Tian Lin was overjoyed inside.
He'd been fretting over lacking leverage, and now this woman had practically handed it to him on a silver platter.
Perfect.
He'd just saved himself 10 million. Just then, his phone buzzed. Before she could finish, his phone buzzed repeatedly with incoming texts.
Wu Tian Lin glanced at it instinctively, and his expression froze instantly. Xiaoshan noticed and leaned in to take a look, his entire expression turning dumbstruck. Chapter 74, Concern.
The messages came from former suppliers of the Lin Group. Through their connections, they'd learned the Lin Group had signed supply contracts with several major material suppliers in the provincial capital.
This news was nothing short of a bolt from the blue.
Abandoning such a prime client as Lin Group stemmed partly from fear of the Fong family's influence, but more significantly, they knew that once Lin Group collapsed, the vacated market share would inevitably be carved up by other real estate companies. And these real estate developers were also their clients. By that logic, they stood to lose nothing. But now, the situation was different. Not only would the Lin Group survive, but it would thrive. Meanwhile, they themselves faced massive losses. Unable to voice their grievances to Fong Hongyu, they could only reach out to Wu Tian Lin, urging him to find a solution. The text messages were all along these lines.
What the hell is going on?
Wu Tian Lin and Xiaoshan stood frozen in place, their expressions grim. Lin Beibei, however, was in high spirits, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Mr. Wu, if you want to acquire Lin Group, 10 million is going to be a bit short, I'm afraid. Wu Tian Lin snapped his head up, his face contorted into a terrifying grimace. Losing face like this was something he simply couldn't swallow. You little. Don't think signing a few worthless contracts gives you the right to act so cocky in front of me. Back when I was wielding a knife to cut people down, you were still sucking on your mother's breast. I'll acquire Lin Group today, come hell or high water. If you refuse, I'll strip you naked and toss you out the window. Wu Tian Lin grinned savagely as he pulled out his phone to call for backup. Lin Beibei's face drained of color. She had underestimated Wu Tian Lin's shamelessness. Instinctively, Lin Beibei tried to bolt for the door, but Xiaoshan blocked her path. Xiaoshan, are you sure you want to aid and abet this villain?
Do you even know the consequences? Lin Beibei gritted her teeth.
Xiaoqiao sneered, his face brimming with contempt.
Lin Beibei, spare me the threats. With the Fong family backing me, do you really think I'd be afraid?
It's all that old bastard Lin Rohai's fault.
He humiliated me too much.
Lin Beibei was filled with regret. If only she hadn't agreed to meet them alone, she wouldn't have ended up in this helpless predicament, with no one to turn to for help. Meanwhile, Wu Tian Lin dialed a number, his voice harsh. "Mad dog, bring your men up." Before he could finish, a familiar yet distant voice answered, "Mr. Wu, my apologies.
I may have been a bit too aggressive. This mad dog probably won't be biting anyone anymore."
Wu Tian Lin froze, then felt a chill run up his spine.
Yi Xian?
It's rare that you still recognize my voice, Mr. Wu.
From the sound of it, you intend to harm our CEO Lin? Rest assured, I'm on my way up. We'll have a proper chat.
The call ended abruptly, leaving Wu Tianlin's face twisted in anger.
That bastard! Wu Tianlin roared inwardly.
Yi Xian had repeatedly ruined his plans, and the hatred in his heart was beyond measure.
Lin Beibei, you got lucky this time. We'll see about that.
And tell that you brat to clean his neck and wait to be slaughtered. Wu Tianlin shot Lin Beibei a piercing look before turning to Xiaoqiao.
Let's go.
With that, the two slunk out of the office.
Not long after, the office door opened and Yi Xian walked in.
He glanced around before fixing his gaze on Lin Beibei.
Did they do anything to you? I'm fine.
Lin Beibei was still shaken.
If it weren't for Yi Xian, she couldn't even imagine what today might have led to.
At that thought, her gaze toward Yi Xian deepened with gratitude.
Thanks to you today.
Her words of thanks were cut short by Yi Xian, who casually replied, "It was just a coincidence. I saw Wu Tianlin's car parked at the company entrance and thought I'd have another chat with him about that grand vision he described earlier. Then that mad dog guy showed up, even more arrogant than Wu Tianlin.
How could I stand that? I gave him a good beating." Lin Beibei couldn't tell how much truth lay in those words.
Pretending not to hear, she cautioned, "When Wu Tianlin left, his hatred for you was palpable. He's not the same man now. With the Fong family backing him, the resources he can mobilize far exceed your imagination. You'd better be careful." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling his lips.
Is this your way of caring about me?
Lin Beibei froze for a moment, her pretty face flushing crimson.
What are you thinking? How could I possibly care about someone as infuriating as you? I'm only warning you because you helped me. Otherwise, I couldn't care less about your fate.
That flustered reaction screamed guilt.
That's more like it.
Your earlier attitude was genuinely unsettling. Yi Xian's words nearly made Lin Beibei spit out a mouthful of blood.
What does this guy think he's doing? Does he really see me as that kind of person? Muttering to herself, Lin Beibei couldn't help but warn him again as she saw Yi Xian's dismissive expression. Don't take this lightly. The Fong family is far more formidable than you imagine. Yi Xian inquired, compared to the Wang family, which is more powerful? This question stumped Lin Beibei. After a moment's thought, she replied, in terms of overall strength, the Wang family is undoubtedly more powerful. But the Wang family leans more toward political connections, while the Fong family operates in the gray areas.
Their methods over the years have grown increasingly sinister. In short, you need to be extra careful. Lin Beibei hadn't even noticed how long-winded and chatty she was being. Recalling Wu Tianlin's hate-filled glare as he left, she couldn't help but worry about Yi Xian's safety. Don't worry. When it comes to fighting, I've never been intimidated by anyone except my old man. Off I go. Yi Xian slipped his hands into his pockets and walked out of the office.
Downstairs at Lin Group, Wu Tianlin stared at his unconscious men, fuming with rage. That brat Yi Xian, he's pushed things too far. Wu Tianlin let out an angry roar.
Ever since encountering Yi Xian, he had been constantly humiliated. First, the Small Knife Society was wiped out. Then the complex project slipped through his fingers. The Huang family amusement park project, which he had been certain to secure, also slipped through his fingers. In each of these incidents, Yi Xian's elusive presence loomed large, fueling Wu Tianlin's murderous rage. Mr. Wu, please don't get angry. No matter how capable that kid is, even a hero can't stand up to overwhelming numbers. Pick a dark and stormy night, bring plenty of men, and just take him out. Xiaoqiao mimed, slitting his throat. Yet this gesture stirred up unpleasant memories for Wu Tianlin. He had once thought the same way. As for the outcome, it was nothing short of a disaster. Chapter 75, Easy Target. You, always coming up with Thai ideas. Xiaoqiao might not know how formidable Yi Xian was, but Wu Tianlin certainly did. In a fit of rage, he kicked Xiaoqiao flying across the room. Even then, Wu Tianlin wasn't satisfied. He walked over to Xiaoqiao, grabbed his hair, and began punching him left and right, venting his pent-up rage. It hurts. It hurts. Mr. Wu, please spare me. Xiaoqiao let out a piercing scream, begging for mercy. Yet Wu Tianlin pretended not to hear. Only after a full minute of this venting did his rage finally subside slightly, and he stopped. Xiao Shan's appearance was utterly pitiful. His cheeks were swollen red, his lips split open. He looked like a pig's head, no exaggeration.
Mr. Wu. Shut your mouth. Wu Tian Lin roared, you're nothing but bad luck. Nothing good ever happens when I'm with you.
Xiao Shan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
The acquisition failure wasn't his fault, yet why was he being blamed for everything? He was seething inside. Yet, constrained by Wu Tianlin's power, he could only swallow his rage and humiliation. Truth be told, Wu Tianlin wasn't naturally the type to take his frustrations out on others. But when it came to the Lin group, he'd failed too many times. His mindset had completely shattered. After venting his fury on Xiao Shan, Wu Tianlin headed to the Fong residence, determined to demand an explanation from Fong Hongyu.
In the Fong family's reception room,
Wu Tianlin and Fong Hongyu sat facing each other.
A burly man with a menacing glint in his eyes stood nearby. This man was Xin Fei, the top disciple of Luan.
No sooner had he sat down than Wu Tianlin spoke with palpable agitation. Young Master Fong, when we partnered, we agreed clearly you would help me acquire the Lin group. But look at the result, the acquisition failed, and I've lost face in the process. You owe me an explanation. Watching Wu Tianlin's furious gaze, Fong Hongyu smiled. You're the first to come demanding an explanation from me.
Xin Fei, give him an explanation.
Yes, sir.
Xin Fei retorted with a snarl, then lunged forward in a single stride. His palm, as large as a fan, came crashing down.
Smack!
The sharp crack of the slap echoed as Wu Tianlin flew backward, slamming hard into the wall before crashing to the floor. Blood gushed from his mouth as his entire body felt like it had been shattered.
Is that explanation to your satisfaction? Fong Hongyu grinned sinisterly.
Wu Tianlin clenched his fists, nearly lunging forward in rage, but ultimately forced himself to hold back.
Satisfied, Wu Tianlin forced himself to endure the humiliation and scrambled to his feet. That's more like it. If you're going to be a dog, act like one. You didn't seriously think you were worthy of being my equal, did you? Fong Hongyu snorted coldly. Young Master Fong is correct. Wu Tianlin bowed his head, his expression respectful.
I was a bit too emotional earlier and lost my composure. I hope young Master Fong will forgive me. But the failure to acquire the Lin group,
I simply cannot accept it. Fong Hongyu raised an eyebrow. I've already investigated this matter thoroughly. It was the Wang family who sabotaged it. The Wang family? Wu Tianlin's heart jolted. That can't be right. The Wang family would know immediately if they made even a slight inquiry that you were the one behind this. How could they possibly oppose you over a mere Lin group? There must be a misunderstanding. As for the reason, we'll find out once we ask.
Fong Hongyu turned to Xin Fei beside him. Call Wang Xingzhou secretary. Tell him I want to arrange a dinner meeting with Wang Xingzhou.
Yes, sir. Xin Fei nodded and walked out.
He returned shortly, leaning close to whisper something in Fong Hongyu's ear.
What did you say? Wang Xingzhou doesn't have time? Fong Hongyu frowned and picked up his phone.
I'll call him myself.
I'll see just what he means by that. The call connected quickly. Xingzhou, it's Hongyu here. Fong Hongyu's tone was warm and friendly.
After all, the Fong family had fallen into decline, and their influence still lagged behind the Wang families.
This was precisely why he was so eager to acquire shares in Tianlong Group to bolster the Fong family's influence. However, Wang Xingzhou's voice was extremely cold. Oh, young Master Fong calling? What brings you here? Fong Hongyu's heart sank with a sense of foreboding. He forced a smile and said, Brother Xingzhou, you might not be aware, but I've been orchestrating the Lin Group deal behind the scenes. The Wang family has already invested in the Tianlong Group, and we are determined to secure the Lin Group as well. Real estate is a sunset industry. I imagine neither you nor the Wang family would find it appealing. Why not let our Fong family have it? Consider it a favor to your younger brother. On the other end, Wang Xingzhou replied coldly, everything else is negotiable. But the Lin Group? Absolutely impossible. If you lay a finger on the Lin family, you're declaring war on the Wang family. Fong Hongyu's expression instantly darkened. Brother Xingzhou, it's just the Lin Group. Is this really necessary? Could it be that our Fong family's standing is inferior to that of the insignificant Lin family? Wang Xingzhou offered no explanation, merely stating flatly, I've made myself perfectly clear. The Lin family is under the Wang family's protection. If you know what's good for you, we can coexist peacefully. If you remain stubborn, don't blame me for disregarding our family ties. The Lin family's fate was of little consequence, but Yi Xian was crucial to the Wang family, especially the Wang family of today. Even if it means risking a complete breakdown with the Fong family, it's worth it. Of course, this was also Wang Yuanshan's stance. Unaware of this, Fong Hongyu stared at the disconnected phone, slammed it hard onto the ground, and roared in fury. That bastard Wang Xingzhou. He's willing to go to war with the Fong family over a mere Lin group? Does he really think the Fong family is a soft target? I'll make him pay with his life. Wu Tianlin stood nearby, head bowed, not daring to speak, afraid of bringing bad luck upon himself and getting dragged into the mess. After a long while, when Fong Hongyu's temper had slightly cooled, Wu Tian Lin finally spoke up. Young Master Fong, the Lin family alone isn't worth the Wang family going this far. I believe their true target is the Fong family. The Wang family dabbled in real estate years ago but withdrew when the industry declined. Now that they're re-entering the market, the only plausible reason is to target the Fong family. Fong Hongyu had considered this too. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if Wang Xingzhou shows no mercy, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Lin group is mine. But with the Wang family's protection, overt methods were no longer viable. The only option now was to force the issue. Wu Tianlin's eyes lit up. From what I gather, young Master Fong already has a plan in mind? Chapter 76, Intimidated. Fong Hongyu's voice turned icy. In a city as vast as Jiangcheng, people meet untimely deaths every day. If the Lin family were to suffer some accident, if every last member of their household were to perish, it would hardly be surprising. Then, leaving Lin Mingqiao as the sole survivor, no matter how bold he is, he won't dare refuse to sign the acquisition agreement. Wu Tianlin nodded slightly. Young Master Fong speaks wisely. Lin Mingqiao is a coward. Forcing him to sign the acquisition agreement won't be difficult. However, as long as Yi Xian remains, taking action against the Lin family is unlikely. Fong Hongyu raised an eyebrow. A mere Yi Xian? He'd be a piece of cake. I promised you before, this is the perfect chance to eliminate him. Consider it fulfilling that promise. Ah Fei. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Fei beside him responded, Young Master. Go to Steward Li and request Yi Xian's dossier. Eliminate him. Fong Hongyu ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Shen Fei nodded and walked out. Wu Tianlin watched the scene unfold, his face beaming with delight. Thank you, young Master Fong. Shen Fei is a top disciple of Luan. With him handling it, Yi Xian is as good as dead. With that, the Lin family would lose their martial protection, becoming fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. Lin Group, Reception Hall. A distinguished guest arrived. Lin Beibei sat on the sofa, flanked by Huang Bingyi, Huang Yao, and Uncle Hong. Surprised by the Huang family's sudden visit, Lin Beibei inquired, Head Huang, is this visit regarding our cooperation? Huang Bingyi shook his head slightly. I rarely involve myself in the company's day-to-day affairs now. I came because I heard the Lin Group was facing difficulties. Lin Beibei's heart sank. She quickly reassured him, rest assured, Chairman Huang. The issues at Lin Group have been resolved and will absolutely not impact the amusement park project. To prove her point, Lin Beibei had her staff bring over the new supply contracts for Huang Bingyi to review. Seeing the familiar company names, Huang Bingyi remarked with emotion, I had actually considered helping the Lin Group resolve their troubles. It seems I was overthinking things. Every single supplier here is a well-known enterprise, and they've all offered such favorable terms. The Lin family's influence is truly formidable. Lin Beibei dismissed Huang Bingyi's mention of assistance as mere courtesy. After all, the relationship between the two families hadn't reached that level yet. How could the other party possibly lend a hand in such matters? The head of the Huang family is joking. What influence could the Lin family possibly have? To be honest, these suppliers approached us for cooperation. I still can't believe the terms in the contract are real. Lin Beibei shook her head. I believe they share my perspective. They're all optimistic about the future of Lin Group and naturally wish to partner with us. Huang Bingyi smiled faintly. Lin Beibei remained unaware of the underlying reasons, but he had his suspicions. These suppliers' initiative to partner up likely had something to do with Yi Xian. This didn't surprise him. He could see Yi Xian's extraordinary potential, and so could others. Among them were likely influential families leveraging their connections to help Lin Group weather the storm, a perfectly natural course of action. After all, given the Lin family's relationship with Yi Xian, aiding the Lin Group was tantamount to aiding Yi Xian himself. That was precisely his purpose in coming today. Yet now it seemed this favor was no longer for sale. At this thought, Huang Bingyi felt a slight pang of disappointment, though he gave no outward sign of it. After exchanging pleasantries, he rose to his feet. Now that the matter is resolved, I can rest assured. Regarding the partnership, if you have any concerns, Mr. Lin, feel free to discuss them with Xiaoqiao. You're both young, so communication should be easier. Huang Yao promptly pulled out her phone and exchanged numbers with Lin Beibei. As they escorted Huang Bingyi and the others to the elevator lobby, Uncle Hong, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up, Mr. Lin, please wait. A small matter like escorting us can be handled by Yi Xian. Lin Beibei froze for a moment before instinctively asking, are you and Yi Xian quite familiar? Uncle Hong smiled faintly and explained, let's just say we became acquainted through conflict. I do admire Yi Xian's martial arts skills. I thought I'd take this opportunity to have a longer chat with him. Glancing at Huang Bingyi, who showed no objection, Lin Beibei dialed Yi Xian's number. And so, Yi Xian escorted Huang Bingyi downstairs. They walked and talked until they reached the car. Huang Bingyi said solemnly, young friend, the Fong family wields immense power. Though you averted this crisis, knowing them as I do, they won't let this rest. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. If they resort to overt methods, with this old man and your friends backing you, you'll naturally be safe. But I fear they might employ underhanded tactics. As far as I know, the Fong family has recruited numerous martial artists. Among them, 3 stand out as the most skilled, known as the Fong family's 3 golden warriors, Shenfei, Joey, and Ling Yan. These 3 are formidable opponents. Young friend, you must not underestimate them. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Thank you for the warning, Elder Huang. I'll meet their force with mine. I'm actually eager to see just how strong the Fong family's experts truly are. Hearing this, Uncle Hong beside him couldn't help but warn, young brother Yi, you mustn't act recklessly. If it were only these 3, it might be manageable. But each of them has their own martial arts lineage backing them. Especially Shenfei, his master, Luan, is a renowned master throughout Chu province. His falling leaves palm is executed with such divine mastery that countless masters have been knocked off their pedestals by it. From his debut to this day, he has never tasted defeat. Maintaining an unblemished record for decades speaks volumes about the sheer power of Luan's martial arts. Most would have been intimidated by this, but Yi Xian merely smiled faintly. So you're saying that if I beat Shenfei, Luan will inevitably come to his defense? Of course. Uncle Hong nodded. Though Luan has many disciples, Shenfei is his favorite. Though they are master and disciple in name, their bond is like that of father and son. If Shenfei suffers any injustice, Luan will undoubtedly intervene. That would spell trouble. So if the Fong family sends others to trouble you, young man, feel free to strike back. But if the ones who come are the 3 great golden guards, especially Shenfei, you must not engage them. Find a way to escape. Yi Xian nodded. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Hong. Though he spoke these words, his heart burned with eagerness. Since descending the mountain, he hadn't had a single satisfying fight. The prospect of facing a master like Luan promised immense gratification. Chapter 77, You Won't Be Shortchanged. The CEO's office. Lin Beibei sat in her chair, growing increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it. The Huang family was known for its strict hierarchy. Uncle Hong was merely a bodyguard. How could he possibly request Yi Xian to escort him? Could this be Huang Bingyi's doing? With this thought, Lin Beibei walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. In her view, Yi Xian was chatting and laughing with Huang Bingyi. That shouldn't be possible. Lin Beibei felt a bit bewildered. As far as she knew, Huang Bingyi was usually serious and not someone easy to approach. Yet now, he was so amiable toward Yi Xian, even more warmly than he treated her. This just didn't add up. Could it be because of Huang Yao? The thought barely formed before Lin Beibei dismissed it outright. Come on, Huang Yao's status was far above Yi Xian's. There was no way she'd be interested in him. But then she recalled the Ferrari and BMW driving women Yi Xian knew, and suddenly she wasn't so sure. Women who could afford luxury cars must come from privileged backgrounds. They all seemed to favor Yi Xian, so it wasn't impossible that Huang Yao had feelings for him either. For a moment, both thoughts flashed back and forth in Lin Beibei's mind, leaving her deeply unsettled. That womanizer. Unaware of Lin Beibei's tumultuous inner turmoil, Yi Xian had just seen Huang Bingyi off and was about to head upstairs when a red Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Xiaoqiao's face, radiant with an almost overwhelming charm. She wore a white t-shirt and cropped pants, simple yet perfectly accentuating her alluring curves, a sight that could be described as breathtaking. Why did you change cars again? Yi Xian stopped and asked curiously. Surprisingly, Xiaoqiao didn't joke with Yi Xian. Her expression was serious as she said, "Get in. I need to talk to you." This was the first time Yi Xian had seen Xiaoqiao so serious, aside from when Xiao Dingtian was critically ill last time. After a moment's thought, he got in. This scene was captured by Lin Beibei from upstairs. Her face instantly turned ashen, her teeth clenched tightly. Though the driver's face remained obscured, the pale, slender arms confirmed it was a woman. First a Ferrari, then a BMW, and now a G-Class? How many wealthy women has this guy managed to attract? Was he moonlighting as a gigolo at nightclubs? Frustrated, Lin Beibei pulled out her phone, ready to confront Yi Xian. But the moment the call connected, she hung up. She and this guy had nothing to do with each other. Whatever he wanted to do was his own business. Once this period passed, she'd go to Grandpa and get to the bottom of it. Lin Beibei comforted herself with this thought. Yet her tightly clenched jade-like hands and knuckles turning white betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiao drove the G-Class slowly along the road. What's gotten into you? Yi Xian gazed at Xiaoqiao's flawless, delicate face, his expression filled with curiosity. Xiaoqiao sighed, her expression grave. Do you realize how dangerous you are right now? Yi Xian froze for a moment. You mean the Fong family? Seems you're not as dumb as I thought. Xiaoqiao retorted irritably, this time the Fong family made their move because you helped the Lin group resolve their troubles, right? Do you realize you're setting yourself up for disaster? Fong Hongyu isn't some saint, he's notorious for being ruthless in his methods. Now that you've become a stumbling block, he'll stop at nothing to eliminate you. This woman actually cares about me. Yi Xian felt a warm surge in his heart. He shook his head. You're overreacting. I don't think someone like Shen Fei can do anything to me. I know you're highly skilled. If it were just the Fong family's 3 golden guards, I wouldn't be so worried. But things aren't as simple as you think. Xiaoqiao paused before explaining. Truthfully, years ago, the Fong family was in decline, nearly expelled from the ranks of the 3 great clans. But after Fong Hu took over as the current head, he recruited a large number of martial artists, which helped the Fong family restore its prestige. Fong Hu himself is exceptionally low-key, but according to Qiao family intelligence, he's likely a hidden master. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curved into an amused smile. A hidden master? How high could he be? Exactly how high? No one knows. Xiaoqiao shook her head. He's never left a single survivor after his interventions. But one thing is certain, he commands an army of martial artists, making men like Shen Fei fight for him. His power absolutely surpasses theirs. Staying in Jiangcheng is too dangerous for you now. I've already booked you a flight. Go to another city to lie low for a while. Rest assured, I've dispatched men to recruit martial artists everywhere. Once I've gathered enough masters, you can return. Yi Xian froze. He never imagined Xiaoqiao would go to such lengths for him. The most difficult thing to bear is a beauty's kindness. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a black SUV suddenly veered out from an angle, roaring toward the G-class with a deafening crash. Fortunately, Xiaoqiao reacted with lightning speed. She yanked the steering wheel hard to the opposite side while slamming on the brakes, narrowly avoiding the collision. The black SUV slammed on its brakes and came to a halt. The Fong family? Yi Xian's expression darkened slightly. Through the window, he could vaguely make out a burly man sitting inside the black SUV not far away. Looks like it's Shen Fei. Let's get out of here fast. Xiaoqiao started to rev the engine, but Yi Xian stopped her. Stay in the car and wait for me. Don't get out under any circumstances. Yi Xian's expression was grave as he opened the door and stepped out. Xiaoqiao wasn't about to obey. She immediately followed him out. At that moment, Shen Fei stepped out of the SUV. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he resembled a mobile tower, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shen Fei, you were sent by Fong Hanyu, weren't you? I am Xiaoqiao, the only daughter of Qiao Dingtian. I implore you to step aside. The Qiao family will never treat you unfairly. Xiaoqiao attempted to bribe him. Shen Fei, however, remained unmoved. His expressionless face delivered a cold warning. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll slaughter both you and this brat. Xiaoqiao's face darkened. Just as she was about to plead further, Yi Xian interjected in a deep voice, Miss Qiao, don't waste your breath on this big oaf. His falling leaf palm is only good for splitting leaves. Big oaf? Shen Fei had never heard anyone describe him that way before. His rage flared instantly. Kid, you're asking for death. With that, Shen Fei planted his feet and launched forward like an arrow from a bowstring, charging straight at Yi Xian. Stay out of this. Yi Xian shoved Xiaoqiao aside, his expression as calm as ever as he watched Shen Fei surge toward him. Chapter 78, Unmatched. In the blink of an eye, Shen Fei closed the distance to Yi Xian. He roared, his right palm slashing out violently, aiming straight for Yi Xian's face. A torrent of air surged forth, whipping up a whirlwind that scattered leaves. The sheer force of this strike lived up to the falling leaves' palm's reputation. Xiaoqiao, watching from nearby, paled visibly. Yi Xian, watch out. Yi Xian heard her warning and a faint smile touched his lips. Don't worry. With that, Yi Xian moved, his right foot shooting forward. Boom! In the next instant, fists and feet collided, erupting in a deafening clamor. Under Xiaoqiao's stunned gaze, Shen Fei's entire right arm shattered, the bone snapping cleanly as it dangled limply. Sigh. Even Shen Fei, with his iron will, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of pain. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. How could this be? He couldn't fathom it. His falling leaf palm had clearly reached the realm of perfection, unmatched among the younger generation. Yet, against Yi Xian, he couldn't even block a single strike. You're just too weak. Yi Xian arched an eyebrow, his right fist shooting out with effortless grace. The punch appeared ordinary, yet its speed was blinding. Shen Fei couldn't react in time before it slammed into his face. A piercing scream echoed as Shen Fei was sent flying through the air, leaving a terrifying crimson trail behind him. He crashed to the ground, lifeless. Xiaoqiao, watching from the sidelines, stared in stunned disbelief. Shen Fei was renowned throughout Jiangcheng as a martial arts master, yet before Yi Xian, he proved utterly helpless. But soon, her expression turned grim. You shouldn't have killed Shen Fei. After all, his master is Luan. You've killed him. Luan won't let this go. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. Both you and the Huang family head said Shen Fei was formidable. How was I to know he was such a weakling? Had I known, I would have held back a little more. Xiaoqiao nearly spat out her drink. If Shen Fei were to hear these words from beyond the grave, he'd likely rise from the dead. Originally, it was just the Fong family.
Now, with Luan added to the mix, there's no place left for you in Chu province. Before the Fong family and Luan learn of Shenfei's death, you must leave immediately. Xiaoqiao gazed deeply at Yi Xian, her face filled with reluctance. Having offended Luan, Yi Xian's return to Jiangcheng was now virtually impossible. And Qiao Dingtian has only her as his daughter. With the Qiao family's vast wealth and influence, she has no possibility of leaving. This parting meant they might never meet again. For a moment, boundless sorrow filled Xiaoqiao's heart. Yi Xian shook his head. What's there to fear from mere Fong Jia and Luan? Truth be told, I'm actually eager to fight Luan. Let's see what makes this top martial artist of Chu province so exceptional. Xiaoqiao immediately protested, you're risking your life. Please listen to me, leave for a while. With your talent, it won't be long before Luan is no match for you. Then you can return in triumph. Then I'll personally host a 3-day banquet for you, letting all of Jiangcheng know that Yi Xian has returned. Yi Xian smiled indifferently, no need to wait. Even now, whether Luan or I am stronger remains to be seen. His tone was light, yet it carried a profound confidence. Xiaoqiao furrowed her brow slightly. She wanted to persuade him, but the words died on her lips. Knowing Yi Xian as she did, she understood that once he made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would sway him. For now, she could only devise another plan. After making up her mind, Xiaoqiao glanced at Shenfei's corpse and asked, what should we do with this body? Though the road to the airport was deserted, it would inevitably be discovered sooner or later. Of course, we'll notify the Fong family to collect the body. Yi Xian said, dialing Wu Tian Lin's number. In the side hall of the Fong residence, Wu Tian Lin wore a respectful expression as he lavishly flattered Fong Hongyu. Young Master Fong, with Shenfei handling things, that brat Yi Xian is as good as dead. And the Lin group will be ours for the taking. Once these two matters are settled, my wish will finally be fulfilled. All thanks to young Master Fong. Your immense kindness is deeply engraved in my heart. Fong Hongyu narrowed his eyes and waved dismissively. A mere Yi Xian and the Lin family? That's nothing more than a trifling matter. This Jiangcheng will belong to the Fong family sooner or later. When that day comes, your share of glory and wealth will be assured. Wu Tianlin's face lit up, about to pledge his loyalty, when his phone rang. Seeing Yi Xian's name on the caller ID, his smile broadened into a dazzling grin. Young Master Fong, it seems Shenfei has succeeded. He actually used Yi Xian's phone to call me. Looks like this guy isn't as rigid and boring as I thought. Calculating the time, nearly an hour had passed. With Shenfei's methods, it should be done by now. As he spoke, Wu Tian Lin answered the call. Brother Shenfei. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar voice cut him off. Mr. Wu, I'm afraid I've disappointed you, I'm not dead yet. Yi Xian? Wu Tianlin's expression darkened instantly. Kid, looks like you got lucky dodging Shenfei's assassination attempt. What's this? Have you come to flaunt your luck and provoke me? Yi Xian curled his lips. You're overthinking it, Mr. Wu. I called just to let you know, send someone to collect Shenfei's body. At least he won't be left to rot in the wilderness, dying without a proper burial. Yi, are you insulting my intelligence? Wu Tianlin sneered coldly, with your half-baked skills, you think you could kill Shenfei? Send your men to see for themselves if it's true or not. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. I accept this generous gift from Shenfei. Thank Fong Hongyu for me, and tell him this, reciprocity is the way of courtesy. I'll find a way to repay this favor. With that, he hung up. Wu Tianlin clutched the phone, his face turning ashen. From Yi Xian's tone, it didn't sound like he was joking. What the hell is going on? Fong Hongyu demanded, his face darkening. Wu Tianlin quickly repeated Yi Xian's words. That Yi Xian is full of it. Shenfei's falling leaf poem is virtually unmatched. How dare he even think he's worthy? Fong Hongyu's face twisted with contempt as he pulled out his phone and dialed Shenfei's number. However, after 3 or 4 attempts, the phone remained unanswered. A sense of foreboding washed over Fong Hongyu. He bellowed, someone. Go search the area around the airport. A large contingent of Fong family bodyguards was dispatched. Half an hour later, Shenfei's body was brought back. How could this be? Wu Tianlin's face was etched with utter disbelief. Fong Hongyu felt as though his limbs had turned to ice, as if he were standing in a cold storage room. Shenfei had lost his life because of the Fong family. Once Luan found out, she would likely hold a grudge against the entire Fong family. And that consequence was something the Fong family could never bear. Chapter 79, A World of Two. What on earth should they do? Fong Hongyu's face turned deathly pale, utterly distraught. Just then, the side hall's door burst open as a middle-aged man strode in. His expression was solemn, and every movement carried an innate authority that commanded respect, the unmistakable bearing of someone long accustomed to positions of power. Dad! Fong Hongyu flinched, his face growing even paler. The middle-aged man was none other than Fong Hu, the current head of the Fong family. Head of the Fong family. No sooner had Wu Tianlin spoken than Fong Hu cut him off, his voice sharp and commanding, get out. An overwhelming aura of authority radiated from him.
Even Wu Tian Lin, a kingpin of the underworld, couldn't help but flinch inwardly. He dared not utter another word and quickly exited the side hall. The vast room was now empty except for the Fong family patriarch and his son. "Father, why are you here?" Fong Hongyu hung his head, his expression guilty. "With such a major incident occurring, how could I not come?" Fong Hu sat down, his expression unreadable. Fong Hongyu's heart tightened. He knew all along that Xin Fei's matter couldn't be hidden from Fong Hu. To be precise, everything happening in the Fong family was no secret to him. "Dad, it's all my fault for being too careless." Before Fong Hongyu could finish, Fong Hu cut him off. "I didn't come here to blame you. Xin Fei's death, our Fong family can't escape responsibility for this. We have to give Luan some kind of explanation. What are your plans moving forward?" Fong Hongyu knew his father was testing him. Without hesitation, he replied, "Dad, rest assured. I'll deploy the martial artists under my command immediately." "A mere greenhorn? I refuse to believe he can cause any trouble." Before he could finish, Fong Hu rose and delivered a flying kick that sent Fong Hongyu crashing to the floor. His previously impassive face was now twisted with fury. "Xin Fei's death doesn't anger me, for I know there's still time to make amends. But I never imagined you'd be this stupid. If Yi Xian were so easy to deal with, how could he have killed Xin Fei?" Facing Fong Hu's fury, Fong Hongyu dared not utter a word of defense. Ignoring the pain in his body, he scrambled to his feet and knelt on the ground. "Father, so according to your plan?" Fong Hongyu looked at Fong Hu timidly. "At all costs, mobilize every resource the Fong family possesses. Kill Yi Xian before Luan learns of his death. Since the matter originated with Wu Tian Lin, he couldn't remain uninvolved. Make him transfer 10% of his shares in Tianlong Group to Luan as an apology. If these two demands are met, it should satisfy Luan and get us through this." Fong Hu spoke calmly, having clearly devised the strategy before arriving. "Dad, the Tianlong Group is practically ours already. Its market value is tens of billions. 10% of the shares alone would be worth 700 or 800 million. Isn't that a bit too much?" Fong Hongyu felt a twinge of regret and spoke cautiously. His response was met with a merciless slap from Fong Hu. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. "You fool! Do you have any idea what happens when you cross Luan? Neither you nor I might survive. If we can just get through this crisis, what's the big deal about giving up 10% of the shares? Even handing over the entire Tianlong Group wouldn't matter." Fong Hu looked at him with disappointment, as if he were a piece of iron that refused to be forged into steel. They say like father, like son. He now understood those words all too well. "I understand." Fong Hongyu nodded urgently. Outside the Lin family villa, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked by the roadside. Recalling today's events, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqiao and said, "Thank you for today." "What are you thanking me for? I didn't really help with Xin Fei's situation." Xiaoqiao looked puzzled. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Thank you for caring so much about me and helping me strategize." Thinking of how anxiously Xiaoqiao had urged him to leave Jiangcheng, a wave of warmth washed over him. "All you can do is talk. You don't even offer anything tangible." Xiaoqiao pouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. "What tangible benefit do you want? Just ask. As long as it's within my power, I'll fulfill it." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. This girl before him was no ordinary woman. Her driving skills rivaled the legendary autumn-name mountain racers. He had no idea what astonishing demands she might make. Sure enough, Xiaoqiao never disappointed in this regard. She lightly licked her lips, her eyes glancing around as she said, "What if I asked you to kiss me?" Her voice was incredibly seductive, tantalizingly alluring. Staring at those fiery red lips mere inches away, Yi Xian felt an instant surge of desire. Kiss her. Fortunately, a sliver of his sanity remained, and he forced himself to resist. "I'm leaving first." Yi Xian swiftly pushed open the car door and stepped out. Behind him, a pleasant laugh echoed. The moment he entered the Lin residence, Yi Xian saw the entire Lin family seated on the sofa. "Little Yi is back." Lin Rohai chuckled. Bibi was just recounting today's events. She said if you hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "You've done a tremendous service this time." She's incredibly grateful, you know. Beside them, Lin Beibei rolled her eyes and retorted, "Grandpa, I never said that. Don't make things up. That guy, who knows where he's off fooling around with women. I'm being generous not to give him hell." "Gratitude? Yeah, right. Ha! Grandpa's just saying what's on your mind." Lin Rohai chuckled heartily, clearly in high spirits. Though annoyed by Lin Ningqiao's actions, he was still pleased the company had weathered the storm. "Xiao Yi, come sit down." Lin Rohai patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for Yi Xian to join him. After Yi Xian sat down, he said in a solemn tone, "Grandpa, I want to move out for a while." "Move out?" Lin Rohai paused for a moment before musing. "Having you and Beibei accompany me has indeed been a hardship for you both. Young people wanting some time alone is understandable." Before he could finish, Yi Xian cut him off. "Grandpa, I want to move out on my own. The room fell silent at his words. Everyone's thoughts diverged. Lin Ruhai's brow furrowed deeply, while Lin Chongping's eyes lit up with delight. As for Lin Beibei, she was utterly exasperated. That bastard, we couldn't even kick him out before, and now he's asking to move out on his own? He must be planning to run off with his mistresses. Shameless scoundrel. After a moment of silence, Lin Ruhai spoke in a deep voice. Xiaoyi, what's going on? Did you and Beibei have a falling out? If you've been wronged in any way, just tell Grandpa. I'll see to it justice is done. Lin Beibei nearly choked on her own blood. So this is how Grandpa sees me? Grandpa, I never bullied him. He wants to move out, who knows what's really going on? Lin Beibei fought back her frustration as she defended herself. Chapter 80, Unnatural Death. Xiaoyi, why are you so insistent on moving out? Lin Ruhai looked at Yi Xian. The reason is simple, I killed Shen Fei. Yi Xian stopped hiding it and stated it plainly. The group was jolted, their faces frozen in disbelief. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. As the Fong family's foremost warrior, Shen Fei's reputation in Jiangcheng was exceptionally formidable. Even the Lin family's 3 generations had heard of him. Xiaoyi, are you certain you killed Shen Fei of the Fong family? Lin Ruhai frowned. Before Yi Xian could respond, Lin Beibei piped up from the side, her lips curling in disdain. Grandpa, you're letting him talk nonsense. Shen Fei's strength is unfathomable. How could he possibly be someone like that? Turning to Yi Xian, she added irritably, Mr. Yi, if you want to move out, go ahead. But please spare us such a lame excuse. You're insulting our intelligence. Lin Chongping remained silent, but he too suspected Yi Xian was lying. Facing the skeptical gazes of the 3 generations, Yi Xian began to doubt himself. Is Shen Fei really as formidable as you claim? Why did I feel his strength was nothing special? He couldn't take a beating at all. He was dead after just a couple of hits. Could it be I killed the wrong person? Yi Xian began to doubt himself inwardly. If Shen Fei knew Yi Xian was thinking such things about him, he'd probably come back to life from the shock. Lin Beibei sneered coldly, enough of your nonsense. If you want to leave, no one's stopping you. With that, she stood up and headed back to the bedroom. Just then, Lin Ruhai's phone rang. He answered it immediately. What did you say? Lin Ruhai shot to his feet, his face drained of color. This scene drew everyone's attention, and Lin Beibei halted in her tracks. Moments later, Lin Ruhai hung up, his expression more grave than ever. Dad, what's going on? Grandpa, what happened? Lin Ruhai took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian as he spoke each word deliberately. Shen Fei is dead. The words hung heavy in the air, leaving the living room silent enough to hear a pin drop. Lin Chongping and Lin Beibei both turned to look at Yi Xian, their eyes filled with shock. This guy, he really killed Shen Fei? After a moment of silence, Lin Ruhai sighed deeply. Young Yi, when you choose not to act, it's as if you don't exist. But when you do, it's astonishing. Even Shen Fei wasn't your match. But I don't understand, how did you and he cross paths? Yi Xian explained, the Fong family sent him to kill me. He was no match for me, so I countered and killed him. Hearing this, Lin Ruhai's expression darkened. The Fong family is targeting the Lin family. Though the Lin family has been on the rise these past few years, their foundations remain far weaker. Aside from you, they have no other martial artists to protect them. Kill you, and the Lin family becomes lambs for the slaughter. Then they can force the Lin family to hand over the Lin group. In that sense, you're also being dragged down by the Lin family. So don't worry about implicating them. Even without this incident, the Fong family wouldn't spare us. With the conversation reaching this point, Yi Xian found it difficult to bring up the matter of moving out again. At that moment, Lin Chongping, who had remained silent, spoke up. Father, being targeted by a colossus like the Fong family is no good news for the Lin family. One misstep could plunge us into an abyss of no return. Can we consider a way to reconcile with them? Lin Ruhai shook his head and sighed. Had the Fong family just begun their acquisition plan, reconciliation might still be possible. But this morning's failed takeover means there's no room left for compromise between our 2 families. This is no longer just about profit, it's about the Fong family's reputation. If they can't even take down a minor family like ours, how will all of Jiangcheng view them? Once their face is lost, their substance will be vulnerable too. Other families will pounce like starving wolves, devouring the Fong family whole. Therefore, the Fong family will stop at nothing to seize control of the Lin group. Only then can they prove to everyone that the Fong family remains the Fong family. Lin Chongping and Lin Beibei's expressions darkened considerably. Grandfather, if we understand you correctly, the Fong family will inevitably cause us more trouble. We may be hard-pressed to handle it. Lin Beibei's delicate brows knitted tightly. Lin Ruhai massaged his temples and said gravely, for now, we can only take things one step at a time. Make sure everyone in the company stays vigilant. We absolutely cannot afford any slip-ups that might give them an opening. Understood. Lin Beibei nodded. That night, the Lin family slept poorly, their hearts shrouded in a heavy shadow. Yi Xian also barely slept, not out of fear, but because he was consumed by thoughts of how to help the Lin family weather this storm. The Wang family was currently mired in their own immense troubles, leaving them with limited capacity to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the Huang family's influence was primarily concentrated in the provincial capital, Lin City, making it difficult for them to extend their reach. Yi Xian had considered eliminating Fong Hu to resolve the issue at its root. But considering the Fong family was one of Jiangcheng's most powerful clans, Fong Hu's untimely death would inevitably cause a huge stir. At that point, it would likely bring even greater trouble to the Lin family. After tossing and turning all night, Yi Xian still hadn't come up with a viable solution. The next morning, Yi Xian arrived at the company sporting dark circles under his eyes. His seat hadn't even warmed up when he received a call from Xiaoqiao. "I'm at your company entrance. Come out with me for a bit, we need to handle something." With that, Xiaoqiao hung up immediately, leaving Yi Xian no chance to respond. Shaking his head, Yi Xian reluctantly made his way downstairs and stood beside the driver's seat. Today, Xiaoqiao looked exceptionally beautiful. Her makeup and outfit clearly showed she'd gone to great lengths to dress up. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Yi Xian was wary. Could this woman possibly be dragging him to the registry office? Such a thing might be unlikely with others, but with Xiaoqiao, anything was possible. "Like I'd eat you or something? Get in the car already." Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes, gesturing for Yi Xian to get in. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before obediently sliding into the passenger seat. The car headed toward the city center. "Where the hell are we going?" Yi Xian looked skeptical. He couldn't help but ask for clarification. "To the Tian family," Xiaoqiao answered while driving. "The Tian family?" Yi Xian froze for a moment. Jiangcheng had three major aristocratic families: the Wang family, the Fong family, and the Tian family. The Wang family had been the most aggressive in recent years, while the Fong family, though slightly less dominant, had steadily expanded its influence. Only the Tian family remained stuck in a middle ground so stable it had become almost invisible. Chapter 81, The Barefoot Doctor. "Yes, the Tian family, one of the three great clans." Xiaoqiao explained, "I thought about it all night. The only family in Jiangcheng that can protect you is the Tian family. Though they've maintained an unusually low profile these past years, they remain one of the three major clans of force not to be underestimated. Most crucially, the Tian family is a martial arts lineage with numerous skilled fighters under their banner. Their enduring reputation over the years owes much to this strength. If the Tian family were to step in, they could certainly ensure your safety." Among the three great families, the Wang family is renowned for its cunning, relying on Wang Yuanshan's foresight and ability to navigate any situation. The Fong family, however, is ruthless, acting without scruple and displaying a cruelty beyond the ordinary. As for the Tian family, they are martial. Yi Xian shook his head. "What are you thinking? The Tian family certainly has the strength to oppose the Fong family, but nothing comes for free. Why would they help me? Is it because I'm so handsome? First time I've heard you being so full of yourself." Xiaoqiao laughed until she was shaking like a leaf. "Though, if you're handsome enough, it might actually give you an edge. Because the person you'll be facing next is the Tian family's eldest daughter, Tian Xingrong." I only sell my artistry, not my body." Yi Xian's mind began to churn with doubts. "Wait, they wouldn't actually make me sell my looks, would they? What are you thinking? Even if you wanted to sell yourself, I doubt you'd have the guts." Xiaoqiao raised an eyebrow. Tian Xingrong had 2 arranged marriages, but both times, her fiancé died suddenly on the wedding day. Since then, the people of Jiangcheng have nicknamed her the Black Widow. None of the major aristocratic families dare to marry into her family anymore. With such a formidable husband-killing fate, if you don't mind, you could give it a shot. Yi Xian clicked his tongue. "With such a hard-to-break fate, you can't seriously expect me to resolve it? I don't have that kind of power. I meant for you to see a doctor." Xiaoqiao explained, years ago, Tian Xingrong was secretly poisoned with a bug poison. Though the perpetrator was eventually caught, he lacked the skill to counteract the poison only to inflict it. According to him, without the poison being neutralized, Tian Xingrong wouldn't live past 30. Over the years, the Tian family has sought countless renowned physicians and master healers, along with many powerful martial artists, but all have been helpless. If you can cure her, the Tian family will certainly stand up for you and shield you from both the Fong family and Luan. Yi Xian frowned. Bug poison was unlike ordinary toxins. Each shaman's method of cultivating the bug differed, making the poison unique. Finding an antidote would be no simple task. Frankly, I don't have much confidence in this endeavor. But you never know until you try, right? Maybe you'll cure her after all. Xiaoqiao offered reassurance. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a villa in the city center. As soon as Yi Xian and Xiaoqiao parked and stepped out, a man who looked like a butler approached them. "Mr. Li, this is the renowned Dr. Yi I mentioned. Would the head of the Tian family be available now?" Xiaoqiao addressed the man. Butler Li didn't respond. Instead, he scrutinized Yi Xian with unabashed scrutiny, as if he were picking out vegetables at the market. "So young? Are you certain this is the divine physician you mentioned? Butler Li shot a cold glance at Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, don't think your status as the Qiao family's young miss gives you license to speak recklessly. Our young miss holds a position of great honor, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to treat her. Such words were extremely rude. Had it not been for Xiaoqiao, Yi Xian would have stormed off long ago. Fearing Yi Xian's anger, Xiaoqiao hurriedly interjected, "Stewardly, I pledge the Qiao family's reputation. Yi Xian's medical skill is truly extraordinary. He cured my father's illness. I've already arranged everything with the Tian family head. You need only inform them of our arrival." Seeing Stewardly show no intention of moving, Xiaoqiao pulled out a check and placed it in his hand. Li the steward discreetly tucked it away, his expression softening considerably. "Xiaoqiao, it's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you. It's just that this man is far too young. As steward, it's my duty to vet candidates for the family head." "I understand. You have your reasons," Xiaoqiao said with a smile. Stewardly nodded. "Wait here. I'll go inform the head of the household." After Li left, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoqiao and sighed. "Why must you stoop so low to beg for me?" Xiaoqiao was a woman of immense pride. Begging like this today was likely a first for her. This left him with a deeply complicated feeling. "I'm willing." Xiaoqiao flicked her hair and smiled sweetly. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care whether they lived or died. But for you, even if it means groveling and begging, I'd do it willingly." These words were practically a confession, leaving Yi Xian momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, he did harbor some affection for Xiaoqiao. Yet his fate was sealed. He must leave Jiangcheng and return to his master. There could be no future for them. Yet to reject her outright would be too hurtful. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Today, I owe you. I will repay you 100-fold in the future. I don't need repayment." Xiaoqiao shook her head. "What I want, you can't give me now. What you want to give, I don't need." With her sharp intelligence, she could clearly see Yi Xian's hesitation. But she wasn't in a hurry. What was meant for her would come to her in time. What wasn't meant for her wouldn't be gained by force. Yi Xian was rendered speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Stewardly returned. "Xiaoqiao, the master is in the side hall. You may escort this gentleman there." Xiaoqiao nodded and led Yi Xian to the side hall. She looked at the middle-aged man on the sofa and addressed him respectfully, "Uncle Tian." Tianqing gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before turning his gaze to Yi Xian. "So you're the divine healer Xiaoqiao mentioned?" His condescending demeanor made Yi Xian distinctly uncomfortable. "I wouldn't dare call myself a divine physician. I've merely gained some insights into the medical arts," Yi Xian replied solemnly. "I don't want mere insights, I want cures that work." Tianqing snorted coldly, her expression unreadable. "For anyone else, your age alone disqualifies you from treating my daughter. But since Xiaoqiao vouched for you, I'll give you this chance. But before I let you examine her, I have a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, you may treat my daughter. Otherwise, you can go cool your heels somewhere else." Yi Xian's irritation deepened, but considering Xiaoqiao, he held his tongue. "Go ahead, Mr. Tian." "Very well." Tianqing cut straight to the point. "Who is your medical mentor?" "My master is merely a country bumpkin. His name is unlikely to be known to the Tian family head," Yi Xian replied. He had intended to mention the divine calculator, but upon second thought, someone like Tianqing was unworthy of knowing his master's name. "What?" Tianqing's expression darkened instantly. "So you're saying both you and your master are nothing more than village quacks?" Chapter 82, A Silent Loss. Facing Tianqing's accusatory tone, Yi Xian remained composed. "You could interpret it that way." As the words fell, Tianqing's expression darkened further. "A barefoot doctor dares to treat my daughter? Xiaoqiao, you really have some nerve." Tianqing glared at Xiaoqiao, his voice icy. "Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll walk out of here today." "Uncle Tian, Yi Xian may indeed come from the countryside, but his medical skills far exceed your imagination. My father is living proof. Countless renowned physicians were helpless against his illness, yet Yi Xian cured him with ease. Please trust me on this." Xiaoqiao pleaded earnestly. "Trust you? Based on this nonsense?" Tianqing sneered coldly twice, then bellowed toward the entrance, "Guards! Throw these two out." As soon as the words left her mouth, several martial artists entered from outside, surrounding Yi Xian and Xiaoqiao. "Let's see who dares to touch us." Yi Xian stood up, a terrifying aura emanating from him that pressed down on the martial artists, making it hard for them to breathe. Their legs trembled. If Tianqing hadn't been there, they would have collapsed to the ground long ago. This was the suppression of a higher realm. Tianqing narrowed his eyes. "Who knew you had some tricks up your sleeve?" As he spoke, the energy within his body surged rapidly. The Tian family had risen through martial prowess. To Tianqing, Yi Xian's actions were nothing short of an affront, of provocation that demanded severe punishment.
Yet the very next moment, just as Tianqing prepared to strike, terror gripped his heart. He realized Yi Xian seemed to have fused with the surrounding heavens and earth. His aura flickered in and out of existence, leaving not a single flaw to exploit. Could it be, this kid has broken through to the Hotian realm? The thought flashed through his mind, only to be immediately dismissed by Tiancheng. Post-heaven realm martial artists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns, each an exceptionally gifted prodigy. How could this nameless nobody possibly achieve such a feat? Seeing Tianqing's silence, Yi Xian turned to Xiaoqiao and said, "Let's go." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit, Xiaoqiao following close behind. The martial artists turned their gaze toward Tianqing in unison, but he remained silent, his face dark and sullen. Before ascertaining Yi Xian's true cultivation level, Tianqing dared not make any rash moves. Back in the car, Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoqiao and said in a low voice, "Will you blame me for messing up the opportunity you worked so hard to secure?" Xiaoqiao shook her head immediately. "How could I? It's actually my fault for not understanding the situation clearly." Judging by Tianqing's demeanor, he must have just secured a renowned physician to treat Tianqing wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so warm yesterday only to treat us with such hostility today. It's all my fault for being incompetent and letting you suffer this humiliation. Xiaoqiao watched Yi Xian, fearing he might be upset over what had just happened. This was the first time in her life she'd ever cared so much about someone's feelings. "It wasn't humiliation," Yi Xian said, shaking his head. "Just being disgusted by a petty villain. The head of the prestigious Tian family is nothing special. Truthfully, Tianqing's abilities are quite mediocre. Over the years, the Tian family has maintained its current standing solely through Tian Xingrong's efforts." Xiaoqiao explained, "Though Tian Xingrong is a woman, her strategic acumen rivals and even surpasses any man. Were it not for Tianqing holding her back, the Tian family's influence would be even greater than it is now. It was precisely for this reason that Tianqing cherished this daughter above all else. Both of her husbands were taken in as sons-in-law, but tragically, neither even made it through the Tian family's gates before meeting violent ends." Her tone suddenly softened as she pouted, her voice sweet and coy. "Now that you've made Tian Xingrong sound so formidable, will you think Xiaoqiao is too dim-witted?" Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Xiaoqiao sighed again. They say big breasts mean no brains. What can I do? It seems like that's her only redeeming quality." As she spoke, Xiaoqiao deliberately thrust out her chest. Her t-shirt was already form-fitting, and this posture made her ample curves appear even more prominent. Her slender waist, barely a handful, was now fully exposed, creating a striking contrast. This sister wasn't wallowing in self-pity, she was blatantly flaunting it. Yi Xian swallowed hard. He had to admit, the lethality of an F-class warrior was terrifying. He was already struggling to handle it. "Stop the car. I need to get out." Xiaoqiao pulled over and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm feeling a bit carsick. I'll get out and walk. You go ahead back." Yi Xian waved his hand and opened the door. "If I stay seated much longer, something bad might happen." Xiaoqiao didn't try to stop him. She chuckled, "I don't think you're carsick, I think you're milk-sick." Yi Xian stumbled, nearly falling over. This lady really knows how to drive like a maniac. Slamming the door shut, Yi Xian practically fled the scene. Back at the company, Yi Xian sensed something was off. Along the way, he passed several employees, each wearing a grave expression, as if something monumental had occurred. The moment he entered the office, he asked Li Jun what had happened. "Brother Xian, the Fong family has declared war on us," Li Jun said with a bitter smile. "Declared war?" Yi Xian frowned. "That's right. Li Jun explained, just an hour ago, all our construction sites were attacked. Many workers were injured, some even hospitalized. Not only that, but the equipment at the sites was also smashed and destroyed by these people, making normal operations impossible." Yi Xian's expression darkened. "These were people sent by the Fong family?" "Yes. The Fong family has declared open war on the Lin group. They'll attack us every time we try to resume work. They'll cover all damages and medical expenses in full, but they're determined to prevent us from operating normally." Li Jun sighed heavily. "Then call the police." "I refuse to believe there's no law in this country." Yi Xian snorted coldly. "Brother Xian, the Fong family wouldn't dare do this without a plan. Those thugs who smashed things were arrested, but none of them admitted to being sent by the Fong family. Even though the Fong family made threats, with their power and connections, no one would dare use that as evidence. Which means we're stuck swallowing this bitter pill." Li Jun sighed again before continuing, "The Fong family is incredibly wealthy. That compensation is a drop in the bucket for them. But with the construction site halted, our daily losses are a significant expense. If that were all, it might be bearable. But if we miss the deadline, not only will we lose our project payments, we'll have to compensate the client. Worse still, once word spreads that the Fong family has declared war on US, we'll likely never secure another project from today onward." Chapter 83, Determined to Prevail. The Fong family is truly despicable. Yi Xian cursed silently in his heart.
For the first time, he deeply understood the ruthlessness of the Fong family. For most small and medium-sized families, facing such an offensive is practically impossible to counter. Aside from voluntarily requesting a buyout, there's simply no other viable solution. In my opinion, we should suggest to the boss that she hire more large security companies to protect the safety of all the construction sites. Wang Shan shouted loudly. Li Jun shot him a look of utter contempt. Dashin, I can overlook your, well, let's just say you're not exactly in top form. But how can your brain be this slow too? The Fong family has already made their intentions clear. What security company would be so blind as to take our business? Wang Shan was rendered speechless. The office atmosphere grew heavy with anxiety as everyone worried deeply. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wang Yuanshan. Yi Xian stepped out of the office and found a corner to take the call. Mr. Wang, you must have heard about the situation at Lin Group. Do you have any solutions? Yi Xian asked. On the other end, Wang Yuanshan's voice was solemn. The Fong family ignored my warnings and moved against Lin Group. This time, they're determined to succeed. They've paid hefty bribes to the police department and we're already leveraging our connections to apply pressure. However, given the status of the Fong family father and son, it's unlikely we can have them arrested over this incident. And arresting some minor henchmen won't solve the problem either. For now, we can only respond to their moves as they come. Our first priority is to stabilize morale. Shortly, I will personally visit Lin Group to show support. Simultaneously, I will order all companies under the Wang family to launch a full-scale offensive against the Fong family's assets. Additionally, construction sites require immediate security reinforcement. The knife gang would be the ideal choice, but for some reason, Guo Feng's phone remains unreachable. I suspect he may have encountered trouble. Therefore, I've already dispatched personnel to seek out suitable security firms outside the province to safeguard all Lin Group construction sites. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Wang. Yi Xian nodded. Wang Yuanshan immediately responded, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. This is simply what the Wang family should do. After hanging up, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At such a critical juncture, Guo Feng being unreachable almost certainly meant the Fong family was pulling strings behind the scenes. Given their current resolve, relying solely on the Wang family might not be enough to weather this storm. The root of the problem must be addressed. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, his phone rang again. The caller ID displayed Wu Tian Lin. Just as expected. Answering the call immediately, Yi Xian said coldly, Guo Feng is in your hands, isn't he? Wu Tian Lin's brazen laughter echoed through the line, Yi Xian, you're quite clever. That's right. After deciding to launch a full-scale war against the Lin Group, I advised young Master Fong to send men to capture Guo Feng. That traitorous bastard thought he'd found a powerful ally and dared to turn on me. This time, I'll make him wish he were dead. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. You called me just to spout this nonsense? Wu Tianlin's voice turned icy. Young Master Fong wants to discuss matters concerning the Lin Group with you. Meet us at the South Suburb warehouse. You have exactly half an hour. If you fail to arrive on time, the Lin family will be destroyed. With that, Wu Tianlin hung up. Across from him sat Fong Hongyu. Behind Fong Hongyu stood two middle-aged men. One carried a massive sword on his back, while the other was a mass of bulging muscles, clearly a master of internal martial arts. These two were Zhou Yi and Lin Yan, masters renowned alongside Qin Fei. Surrounding them were Qinglin gang members led by Mad Dog, providing security. As for Guo Feng, he hung nearby, blood-soaked and barely conscious. Mr. Wu, is your plan really going to work? Fong Hongyu asked. Anyone can see this is a trap. That kid Yi Xian isn't stupid, how could he walk into such danger? Last night, he had already relayed Fong Hu's demands to Wu Tianlin. Gritting his teeth, Wu Tianlin agreed to the 10% share. At the same time, he offered a plan. That was to declare all-out war on the Lin Group. This move would strike a blow against the Lin family, restoring the Fong family's lost face. Moreover, it would force Yi Xian out of hiding, presenting an opportunity to eliminate him. It was a 2-for-1 move. After a moment's thought, Fong Hongyu agreed. But if Yi Xian doesn't show up, or worse, flees to another region after we tip him off, things could get messy. That's why Fong Hongyu isn't entirely at ease. Young Master Fong, rest assured. After several encounters, I've come to understand Yi Xian quite well. He fancies himself a martial arts prodigy and doesn't give us the time of day. Given his close ties to the Lin family, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch them perish. Therefore, I'm certain he will come. Fong Hongyu finally nodded in relief. Very well. I'll trust Director Wu this once. If this succeeds, the Lin family shares will be split evenly between you and me, a fitting reward for your strategic counsel. Thank you, young Master Fong. Wu Tianlin's expression brightened. The Lin Group was no small entity. Securing half its shares would not only fully compensate for his financial losses but also yield substantial profits. Overcome with excitement, his twisted desires began to stir once more. He walked over to Guo Feng's side. Guo Feng, you traitorous scum. If not for me, you'd be nothing but a dog trampled underfoot. I gave you dignity and status, yet you turn around and bite the hand that feeds you. Today, I'll show you what happens to those who betray me." As he spoke, Wu Tian Lin clapped his hands. A Qinglin gang member approached carrying a high-pressure water gun, spraying salt water directly onto Guofeng's body. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted. Salt water washing over wounds, the agony was beyond description. "Wu Tian Lin, you old dog!" Guofeng erupted in curses. This left Wu Tian Lin thoroughly frustrated. From what he knew, Guofeng was usually a coward who avoided trouble. How could he have become so principled after siding with Yi Xian? Even now, he showed no sign of begging for mercy. This greatly diminished Wu Tianlin's sense of satisfaction in exacting revenge. "Keep pouring water on him. Keep it up until he begs for mercy." Wu Tianlin growled hatefully. In truth, Guofeng possessed no real backbone. His refusal to beg for mercy thus far was merely a gamble that Yi Xian would come to rescue him. The moment he begged for mercy, Wu Tianlin would lose all interest in tormenting him and would simply order his men to kill him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to hold out until Yi Xian arrived. "Wu Tianlin, you old dog. Kill me if you dare." Guofeng cursed viciously, gritting his teeth against the pain. Chapter 84, Staying Behind. Lin Group, President's Office. 3 generations of the Lin family sat on the sofa. Though Lin Ruhai and Lin Chongping rarely interfered in company affairs, such a major incident left them unable to sit still. They had rushed over immediately. The atmosphere in the office was incredibly tense. Lin Chongping and Lin Beibei both turned to Lin Ruhai. "Dad, what should we do now? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait for death?" Lin Changping asked, his face filled with dread. He hadn't fully grasped the gravity before, even believing the Lin family might have some fighting spirit left. But once the Fong family struck with the decisive force of a mountain crushing down, he finally realized the vast chasm between them. The Fong family was, after all, the Fong family. Lin Beibei remained silent, but her deathly pale face betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Ruhai remained silent. In that moment, he seemed to age 10 years. It was clear just how immense the pressure the Fong family had placed upon him. After a long pause, Lin Ruhai finally managed to speak. "For now, we can only tough it out and see if things take a turn for the better." Lin Chongping immediately grew impatient. "Dad, don't be naive. There won't be any turning point." "Then what do you suggest?" Lin Ruhai lifted his head slightly. Lin Chongping gritted his teeth and said, "In my opinion, we should sell the company to the Wang family or the Tian family as soon as possible. Even selling it to the Huang family would be an option. Selling now might still fetch a decent price, but if we drag this out any longer, we might not even get half the value. That money would be enough to live in luxury for the rest of our lives." As he spoke, Lin Chongping sensed a murderous aura. He instinctively looked up to find Lin Ruhai glaring at him with murderous intent. "Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Chongping was startled. It was the first time he'd ever seen Lin Ruhai look so terrifying. That gaze seemed ready to devour him alive. "Why am I looking at you? You good for nothing. The Lin Group is the work of my entire life. You just go and sell it off. How could I have given birth to such a worthless piece of trash? I'll beat you to death today." Lin Ruhai roared, swinging his cane toward Lin Chongping. "Dad, calm down. I was just suggesting it. I don't actually want to sell the company." Lin Chongping dodged back and forth. "Grandpa, please calm down. Dad's just ranting. Don't take him seriously." Lin Beibei interceded from the side. Chaos erupted in the office. Just then, the office door burst open as a group of executives stormed in. All 3 grandfather, father, and son froze, their hearts tightening as a sense of foreboding washed over them. These executives represented nearly 2/3 of the group's entire senior management. Their joint appearance at this critical juncture could hardly bode well. Lin Ruhai composed himself and asked in a solemn tone, "Gentlemen, what brings you all here together? Is there some urgent matter?" The group hadn't expected Lin Ruhai to be present. They exchanged glances but remained silent. Seeing this, Lin Ruhai spoke up, "If there's nothing pressing, please return. I need to discuss matters with President Lin." His words fell, yet none stirred. Then, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward. He was the group's vice president, Lu Wu. "Chairman, we've come today to resign." "Resign?" Lin Ruhai narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flashing in them. "Yes." Facing Lin Ruhai's piercing gaze, Lu Wu felt a pang of unease, but he steeled himself and continued, "You may not be aware, but the Fong family has made it clear, if we haven't resigned by today, they will permanently blacklist us. From now on, not a single company in Jiangcheng or even the entire Chu province will hire us." Lin Ruhai swept his gaze around the room and spoke slowly, "Is this your personal opinion, or the consensus of everyone present?" Lu Wu dared not meet Lin Ruhai's gaze, keeping his head bowed as he replied, "It's all of us." "Good. Good. Good." Lin Ruhai nodded, his voice dripping with coldness. "Little Lu, if I recall correctly, when you first joined the Lin Group, you were merely a sales consultant with only a high school diploma. It was I who overruled all objections and promoted you step by step to the position of vice president. Lu Wu's face flushed with shame, unable to speak. And as for you, Xiao Wu, back when I was still president, I personally nurtured you, teaching you how to conduct yourself and handle business step by step. When you clashed with Grandpa Li Jun Li Yuankai, I disregarded our long-standing brotherhood to speak on your behalf. And upon stepping down, I made an exceptional promotion, making you the youngest vice president in the entire group. And then there's little Li. Lin Rohai named them one by one. Most of these individuals were veterans from his tenure and the core team he had left behind for Lin Beibei. Our Lin family owes none of you anything. Now, as the group faces its greatest crisis, we need capable people more than ever. I hope you will all remember our past bonds and stand with us through thick and thin to weather this storm together. Lin Rohai bowed deeply to the assembled crowd. I, Lin Rohai, thank you all. As his words fell, the crowd stirred, murmuring quietly among themselves. Most among them had indeed received favors from Lin Rohai, an undeniable fact. Chairman, I'm old Wu. I've been with the Lin family all along. I refuse to believe the Fong family can cover the sky with one hand. Count me in. Count me in. In an instant, most chose to stay. Watching this unfold, Lu Wu grew increasingly anxious. While the Fong family's pressures certainly played a role in today's mass resignations, most of it stemmed from his own meddling. Lu Wu's actions stemmed entirely from Lin Mingqiao. After the Fong family declared all-out war, Lin Mingqiao secretly contacted him, urging him to rally the senior executives to resign. The terms Lin Mingqiao offered were quite attractive: shares in the new company and executive positions. Lu Wu was deeply tempted and agreed on the spot. Seeing more and more people choosing to stay, Lu Wu spoke up loudly. The chairman is right, we've all received favors from the Lin family. But over the years, we've contributed greatly to the Lin family too. We're even now. If staying here serves any purpose, we'll certainly do our duty. But now it's the Fong family making their move. Does the chairman really believe we have any chance of turning the tide? Keeping everyone here is nothing but holding us back, forcing us to bury ourselves with the Lin group. Frankly, chairman, this is downright selfish. Lin Rohai's expression darkened. Success depends on our actions. I refuse to believe there's no chance at all. As for you, Lu Wu, you seem rather suspicious today. What exactly are you scheming by urging everyone to resign? Chapter 85, Standing Firm. Exposed publicly, Lu Wu felt a pang of unease. He barked defiantly, though his voice betrayed his inner tremor. Lin Rohai, don't you dare slander me. You're just angry that I led the team to resign together, so you're smearing me. Everything depends on human effort? Put. I'll stake my reputation on this. If the Lin family survives the Fong family's attack, I, Lu Wu, will take your surname. Before he could finish, a voice echoed from outside. Sir, you're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away. From what I see, you might just end up changing your surname to Lin. This sudden interruption stunned everyone. They instinctively turned toward the voice and saw a middle-aged man appear at the doorway. The newcomer was none other than Wang Yuanshan. Though a high-ranking executive at Lin Group, Lu Wu didn't recognize Wang Yuanshan. Furious, he snapped, "Who do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here?" Others wore curious expressions, speculating about Wang Yuanshan's identity. Lu Wu, shut your mouth. Show Mr. Wang Yuanshan some respect. Though unsure of Wang Yuanshan's purpose, Lin Rohai quickly stepped forward to greet him, followed closely by the Lin family father and daughter. Wang Yuanshan. Those three words exploded like thunderclaps in everyone's ears. What's going on? Why is the Wang family's young master here? Could it be he's here to acquire the Lin group? That seems unlikely. The Wang family withdrew from the real estate industry years ago. Why would they venture back in, especially during such turbulent times? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Lu Wu, however, wore a grim expression. Wang Yuanshan's appearance here at this moment couldn't possibly be good news. Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? Lin Rohai shook hands with Wang Yuanshan. I wouldn't dare claim to offer guidance. Wang Yuanshan's demeanor was exceedingly humble. I've heard about the matters concerning the Fong and Lin families. My visit today is specifically regarding this matter. The Fong family has always acted without scruples, bullying others and turning Jiangcheng's business environment into a cesspool. The Wang family has long been dissatisfied with this. This time, the Fong family has once again resorted to underhanded tactics against the Lin family. As the foremost merchant family in Jiangcheng, the Wang family cannot stand idly by. My father specifically sent me here to assist the Lin family in weathering this storm. The office erupted in commotion at these words. The Wang family was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the Fangs themselves. With their backing, the Lin group's chances of survival soared dramatically. Lin Rohai and his two grandchildren all wore expressions of joy. Lin Changping even pinched his thigh. The sharp pain confirmed this scene was real, not some illusion. Lu Wu's face turned ashen, his misery deeper than if his own mother had died. He had already fallen out with Lin Rohai, leaving him no place within Lin Group. If he couldn't persuade the senior executives to resign en masse, he would be worthless to Lin Mingqiao. And the promises made by the other side? They were unlikely to be fulfilled. No matter what, he had to disrupt this situation. With this thought, Lu Wu spoke up. Mr. Wang, as the foremost of Jiangcheng's three great families, the Wang clan commands vast holdings. The Lin group is insignificant to you. There's truly no need to antagonize the Fong family over it. The moment these words left his mouth, every face in the room turned pale. They glared at Lu Wu with such fury they could barely contain their desire to drag him outside and beat him to death. Stabbing them in the back at this critical moment was tantamount to leaving the Lin group no room to survive. Lin Ruhai trembled with fury. That traitor! Wang Yuanshan shot Lu Wu a cold glance. Who do you think you are, to dare give the Wang family orders? Were it not for old Master Lin's face, scum like you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. Remember your own words just now. If the Lin family survives this crisis, you will change your surname. I detest broken promises most of all. Should you fail to deliver, I shall see to it myself. Having served as a high-ranking executive for over a decade, Lu Wu had never been publicly humiliated like this. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he snapped back in anger. Wang Yuanshan, don't get too cocky. The Wang family may be the foremost among the three great clans, but would you truly risk a life or death battle with the Fong family for the sake of the Lin family? Besides, the Wang family withdrew from the real estate industry years ago. Don't you know how little help you can offer the Lin family? Your meager support is nothing but a drop in the bucket for the Lin family. I'll be damned if I don't see how you plan to help the Lin family weather this storm. Wang Yuanshan's face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to speak, a melodious voice rang out. What the Wang family cannot give, the Huang family can. As the words fell, a figure appeared before the assembled crowd. It was none other than Huang Yao. The Huang family? The Huang family from the provincial capital? Indeed, this was Huang Yao, granddaughter of Huang Bingyi, vice president of Yuan Group. The Huang family owns numerous entertainment ventures. Their loose change alone could feed us all. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The three generations of the Lin family, however, were overjoyed. They never imagined that at this moment, the Huang family would not only stand by them but also publicly declare their support for the Lin family. Lu Wu stood frozen in place. His decision to join Lin Mingchao's new company had largely hinged on the latter's claim of securing the Huang family's amusement park project. Yet now, Huang Yao's presence here signaled that the amusement park project had already been awarded to the Lin family. A tidal wave of regret surged through Lu Wu's mind, nearly engulfing him. At that moment, no one paid Lu Wu any mind. Lin Ruhai strode quickly to Huang Yao's side, his face brimming with emotion. Miss Huang, thank you for your support of the Lin family. Frankly, after what happened, I had lost all hope for our partnership. I never imagined the Huang family would stand by us through thick and thin. Huang Yao smiled and replied, Mr. Lin, our partnership was finalized long ago. How could the Huang family go back on our word? With that, she handed over the leather pouch. Inside are 2 contracts for the Huang family's amusement park project in Jiangcheng. I've already signed and stamped them. Please review them. If you have no objections, sign and stamp them, and our partnership will officially begin. Lin Ruhai took the leather folder, opened it, and quickly scanned through the contracts. Are you certain these contracts have been reviewed? This arrangement grants the Huang family far too many concessions. Lin Ruhai looked utterly incredulous. For a project like the Huang family's amusement park, involving billions in capital, a profit margin of 2 or 3 percentage points would normally be considered quite favorable. Yet the Huang family offered the Lin family a 10-point profit margin. This made Lin Ruhai suspect there must be some mistake. Chapter 86, Clueless. Huang Yao smiled faintly. The Lin family is currently under pressure from the Fong family and facing a crisis. The Huang family offering some concessions is a form of support, and it's only right. This was my grandfather's decision. He said that the road ahead is long, and our 2 families will inevitably collaborate. If old Master Lin feels uncomfortable, he can make it up to us later. The reasoning felt somewhat flimsy, but at this moment, Lin Ruhai had no time for further thought. Handing the contract to Lin Beibei, he expressed his gratitude. Miss Huang, please convey my thanks to the head of the Huang family. Our family will remember this kindness. Rest assured, old Master Lin, I will convey your message. Huang Yao paused briefly before continuing. The Fong family's unjustified suppression of the Lin family this time as partners, the Huang family naturally cannot stand idly by. My grandfather has already instructed someone to contact the Fong family on behalf of the Huang family. Any form of suppression against the Lin family by the Fong family is tantamount to declaring war on the Huang family. We will retaliate on all fronts. As long as the suppression continues, our countermeasures will persist. The office erupted in commotion at these words. The Wang and Huang families were formidable forces, even within the entire province of Chu. With the backing of these 2 powerful clans, the Fong family's threat was insignificant. At the southern warehouse, piercing screams echoed incessantly. Watching Guofeng's pitiful state, Wu Tian Lin felt a twisted, dark pleasure in his heart. Just as he pondered how to further torment his victim, several more screams erupted from outside. Then, with a thunderous boom, the warehouse doors blew apart.
Amidst the swirling dust, Yi Xian strode in calmly.
Wu Tian Lin's eyes flashed with venomous light. Boy, I wasn't wrong. You've got some guts, showing up here alone. You must have killed all those high-ranking members of the Small Knife Society, right?
All my hard work over the years has been ruined by you.
Today, we'll settle this score once and for all.
Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, his voice cold with derision. It takes no courage to confront a bunch of useless fools.
But you, Wu Tian Lin backed by the Fong family, you've grown bold enough to provoke me time and again. I'd like to ask, how does it feel to be the Fong family's lapdog?
You.
Wu Tian Lin was furious enough to burst a blood vessel.
Just as he was about to speak, Fong Hongyu, who had remained silent all along, finally opened his mouth.
Yi Xian, is it? For someone so young, you sure talk big. Do you really think a little skill gives you free rein to run rampant in Jiangcheng? Today I'll make it clear, this Jiangcheng belongs to the Fong family. You're nothing but a lowly insect. Fong Hongyu's face twisted into a menacing grimace.
The memory of being kicked by Fong, who earlier filled him with pent-up rage. All this was thanks to the brat standing before him. Yi Xian responded coldly, Jiangcheng belongs to the people of Jiangcheng.
As for the Fong family, I'm afraid you'll soon cease to exist. Ha! Fong Hongyu burst into maniacal laughter. Kid, did I hear you right? You want to wipe out our entire Fong family? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy? You can't seriously believe that killing Shen Fei will give you any leverage over the Fong family, can you? Let me tell you, the Fong family isn't just Shen Fei. His strength ranks last among the 3 great golden warriors.
We only placed him first out of respect for his master. As he spoke, Fong Hongyu gestured toward the 2 men behind him. These 2 are Zhou Yi and Lin Yan, the other 2 of the 3 golden warriors.
You're no match for either of them. I'd like to know what you possibly have to challenge the Fong family.
Yi Xian curled his lips in disdain.
You'll find out soon enough if I have what it takes.
With that, Yi Xian planted his feet and lunged at Fong Hongyu like a sharp arrow. Seeing this, Zhou Yi and Lin Yan flashed forward, blocking Fong Hongyu's path.
Brother Zhou, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Leave this brat to me. Lin Yan roared, crackling with energy as he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Yi Xian's face.
The punch combined speed and power, accompanied by a series of air-bursting sounds that attested to its formidable force.
Fong Hongyu and Wu Tian Lin both wore cruel grins, already envisioning Yi Xian's head split open. Yet the scene that unfolded next stunned both men.
Facing Lin Yan's assault, Yi Xian showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The 2 fists collided, producing a thunderous roar. Immediately afterward, the sound of snapping bones echoed as Lin Yan was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground dozens of meters away, his mouth twisted in agonized screams. His entire right arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly rendered useless. Watching this scene, Fong Hongyu and the others froze, their eyes wide with disbelief.
Who the hell are you?
Lin Yan struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Xian.
Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're about to die. Yi Xian's figure flickered, closing the distance in an instant. A palm strike erupted, striking Lin Yan squarely in the heart. Put!
Lin Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and breathed his last.
The warehouse fell instantly silent, the sound of everyone's breathing audible. After a brief silence, Fong Hongyu roared with fury, "Kill that brat!"
Lin Yan was a master fighter the Fong family had gone to great lengths to recruit. Now, he had met a gruesome end at Yi Xian's hands. One could only imagine the fury Fong who would unleash upon him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi drew the long sword from his back, preparing to attack. But at that moment, Yi Xian had already lunged forward. Seeing this, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a sneer. Did he think my sword was just for show? How utterly reckless! With that thought, his blade shot forward like lightning. This strike was devoid of any flourish, relying solely on unparalleled speed and a deceptively sharp angle. Yet, to Zhou Yi's utter astonishment, Yi Xian caught the sword tip firmly between just 2 fingers. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's face drained of color. His sword technique was renowned for its speed. Most martial artists couldn't even track its trajectory. Yet Yi Xian had blocked it with effortless ease. It was utterly unbelievable. In that instant, Yi Xian closed the distance, delivering a hand blade strike to Zhou Yi's throat. The latter let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, his breath gone. Both of the Fong family's top experts had fallen to Yi Xian's hands. The entire sequence had taken barely over a minute, not even enough time to smoke a cigarette. This. Fong Hongyu and Wu Tian Lin sucked in a cold breath, their eyes filled with terror. Chapter 87, The Battle Begins. Yi Xian paid no heed to Wu Tian Lin and Fong Hongyu. He set Guofeng down and administered basic first aid. The process went smoothly without any interference. Mad Dog, sensing trouble, had already fled with his gang, leaving Wu Tian Lin fuming with rage. After securing Guofeng, Yi Xian's gaze swept over Wu Tian Lin and Fong Hongyu.
The two men shuddered involuntarily, their faces drained of color. Yi Xian, I urge you to calm down. Everything can be discussed. Wu Tian Lin's tone softened, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Exactly. Everything can be discussed. You're just after the Lin family, aren't you? Simple. I'll call and order it now. Any measures targeting the Lin family are immediately revoked. From this day forward, my Fong family and the Lin family will mind our own business. Desperate to save his life, Fong Hongyu hastily made his promise. Are you two insulting my intelligence? Yi Xian sneered coldly. The moment I let you off, I knew your retaliation would follow hot on my heels. I gave you chances, but you wasted them. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Yi Xian delivered a powerful kick, striking the long sword that had fallen from Zhou Yi. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air with lightning speed, piercing Fong Hongyu's heart. The esteemed young master of the Fong family met his end in such a gruesome manner. Wu Tian Lin was terrified out of his wits. Faced with the overwhelming threat of death, all his courage vanished, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Thud! Wu Tian Lin banged his head repeatedly on the floor, blood instantly streaming down his forehead, presenting a pitiful sight. Mr. Yi, I truly never wished to oppose you. It was all Fong Hongyu who sought to monopolize Jiangcheng's real estate industry, forcing me to help him acquire the Lin Group. I had no choice. I beg you to understand. Wu Tian Lin wept bitterly, his tears and snot making it seem as though he truly had no choice. Yi Xian remained non-committal, raising an eyebrow. Rest assured, I won't kill you. But if I don't see the share transfer agreement for Tianlong Group by the deadline, the toxin within you will erupt and claim your life. But while you may escape death, you won't escape punishment. Yi Xian drew the long sword from Fong Hongyu's body and swung it down at Wu Tianlin's right arm. A cold gleam flashed as a fountain of blood shot upward. Wu Tianlin's right arm was severed clean at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Wu Tianlin collapsed, writhing on the ground. To an uninformed observer, it might have sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Tossing the sword aside, Yi Xian said expressionlessly, "Tell Fong Hu to transfer 100 million yuan to the Lin Group account before midnight tonight as compensation. Otherwise, this won't end here." With that, Yi Xian exited the warehouse, followed by Guo Feng, who limped along behind him. "Mr. Yi, if you hadn't intervened, I'd be dead by now." Guo Feng's face was filled with gratitude. "I may be cowardly and afraid of death, but I never forget a favor. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. Whatever you need, just ask. I'll go through fire and water for you." Hearing this, Yi Xian merely shook his head. "I came here primarily for the Lin family. Saving you was merely incidental. There's no need for such formalities." He paused, then asked, "Are your men already on their way?" "Yes." Guo Feng nodded. "I've already notified them. They should arrive soon. When they do, I'll escort Mr. Yi back." "No need. Since someone's coming for you, I won't bother with you anymore." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and walked away. Fong family residence, study. Fong Hu's expression was as dark as storm clouds. He hadn't left the study all morning, his phone ringing incessantly. These calls came from CEOs of companies backed by the Fong family. Under the full-scale suppression from the Huang and Wang families, these companies faced mounting difficulties. If not resolved promptly, they would suffer significant losses. They could even cripple the Fong family. The Huangs and the Wangs had gone too far. Fong Hu slammed the phone down on the table, his face contorted. "Master Hu, what should we do now?" Hu Ming, the Fong family steward, cautiously suggested from the side, "Should we inform the young master and have him reconcile with the Lin family?" "Reconciliation my ass." Fong Hu couldn't help but curse. "Our Fong family has stood firm for 100 years because we've always been ruthless. If we show weakness, how will the outside world view the Fong family? Our enemies will surely grow restless. Soon enough, someone will test our resolve, probing our vulnerabilities. If someone stirs the pot, these enemies will swarm in, launching full-scale retaliation against the Fong family. By then, even if the Fong family survived, it would be crippled, stripped of its status among the three great clans. Therefore, no matter what, we cannot retreat on this point." Hu Ming, upon hearing this, bowed and scraped, replying, "Master speaks most wisely. For now, we can only respond to each move as it comes. I'm curious, how could a mere Lin family garner such unwavering support from the Huang and Wang families? If we uncover the reason and dismantle it, their backing would vanish. Then the Lin family would be at our mercy." Fong Hu nodded. The Lin family's incompetence alone wouldn't be enough to sway the Huang and Wang families. That means an external force is driving their support for the Lin family. But as far as I know, the Lin family has no other special connections outside their own circle. I truly cannot fathom why the Huang and Wang families would support them. Hu Ming shook his head. "Master, you've overlooked one person." "Who?" "Yi Xian." "Yi Xian? That kid? Could he really wield that much influence?" Fong Hu looked utterly skeptical. Hu Ming explained, "That kid's influence might not be great, but he holds something the Huang and Wang families desperately want.
The Huang and Wang families share a common need. Both Huang Bingyi and Wang Yuanshan are advanced in years. According to intelligence I've compiled, this young Yi Xian possesses remarkable medical skills. They likely want Yi Xian to prolong their lives in critical moments. Only this could explain why the Huang and Wang families would risk everything to wage war against the Fong family. Fong Hu fell silent for several seconds before nodding. You make a point. It could very well be because of that kid. Fortunately, I've already ordered Han Yu to deal with him. Give him a call and see how things are progressing. Yes. Hu Ming nodded, about to make the call, when the door burst open. A man rushed in, panic etched on his face. Master! Master! It's terrible. Chapter 88, Time to Relax. Fong Hu's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What on earth had happened? The intruder gasped for breath, his face drained of color. Young master! Young master is dead. What did you say? Fong Hu shot to his feet, darting forward to grab the man by the collar. What the hell happened? The messenger hurriedly replied, Young master has been harmed. Wu Tian Lin brought back the matter concerning young master. It's currently in the courtyard. A deafening roar echoed in Fong Hu's head, threatening to split it open. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Forcing himself upright, Fong Hu growled hoarsely, Take me there now. The messenger hurriedly led the way. Upon reaching the courtyard and seeing Fong Honyu's lifeless body before him, Fong Hu's legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees, clutching the corpse and weeping uncontrollably. After 5 or 6 minutes of weeping, Fong Hu finally lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and he demanded with murderous intent, Wu Tian Lin, tell me the truth. Who killed my son? At that moment, Fong Hu resembled a predatory beast ready to devour its prey. The hatred in his eyes was like an ocean, deep and unfathomable. Even Wu Tian Lin couldn't help but shiver. He quickly recounted the entire incident. Yi Xian, my Fong family will pursue you to the bitter end. Fong Hu roared with fury. Standing nearby, Wu Tian Lin cautiously interjected, Master Fong, this matter requires careful consideration. Yi Xian's strength is unfathomable. From what I've observed, he may have already touched upon the threshold of the Hotian realm. So what if he's at the post-human realm? Fong Hu gritted his teeth. Our Fong family isn't without masters of that caliber. I'll see just what kind of waves this brat can stir up. Without waiting for Wu Tianlin's response, he ordered Hu Ming, prepare the car. Watching Fong Hu drive away from the Fong residence, Wu Tianlin's face twisted into a grimace. The Fong family hides their strength well. A master at the post-heaven realm level is already qualified for the Dragon Tiger list. With such a powerhouse protecting him, that brat Yi Xian is as good as dead. Wu Tianlin muttered to himself, glancing at his severed arm with a look of seething hatred. The death of that Yi fellow matters little. The Lin family remains. Let them repay the debt for my severed arm. Several minutes later, Fong Hu arrived at an estate on the outskirts of the city. This too was a Fong family property. Outsiders assumed it was merely a residence, but in truth, it served as a secret hideout for the Fong family's elite warriors. Entering the estate, Fong Hu halted before a small courtyard and bowed respectfully. Master Hong, Fong Hu seeks an audience. After a moment, a weathered voice echoed from within, enter. Only then did Fong Hu push open the courtyard gate and step inside. Within the courtyard, an elderly man clad in white robes sat upon a stone bench. His hair and beard were entirely white, his face gaunt and withered, as if a gust of wind could carry him away. Yet his eyes blazed with an intense, piercing light that made one hesitate to meet his gaze. This man was none other than Hong Long, a master ranked on the Dragon Tiger list. Only those who had reached the Hotian realm could enter the Dragon Tiger list, and above it lay the Earth list and the Heaven list. Those qualified to rank on the Dragon Tiger list were already few and far between, while martial artists on the Earth list and Heaven list were even rarer than a phoenix's feather or a Qilin's horn. Hong Long glanced at Fong Hu, his expression unreadable. I have been here for several years now. During this time, the Fong family head has not disturbed me except during the major holidays. You've broken with tradition this time. Have you encountered some difficulty that requires this old man's intervention? Fong Hu nodded, his voice filled with hatred. My son was murdered. That man is exceptionally powerful. Zhou Yi and the others also fell victim to his cruelty. I seek your help, master, to eliminate him and avenge my son. Oh? Someone capable of slaying Zhou Yi and his men? This fellow seems rather interesting. Hong Long raised an eyebrow. Avenge your son? No problem. But you know my terms, 1% of the Fong family's assets. Are you willing? That bastard. Fong Hu cursed inwardly. All these years, he'd lavishly provided for Hong Long, yet never asked for his help precisely because Hong Long's demands were exorbitant. The Fong family's holdings were vast, and even 1% represented a staggering sum. How could he possibly part with it so easily? But now, for the sake of vengeance, Fong Hu couldn't afford to be picky. I understand that perfectly well. On the way here, I had my people draft the share transfer agreements for these holdings. They also include Yi Xian's background information.
I'd appreciate it if Master Hong would take a look. Fong Hu handed a leather pouch to Hong Long. Taking it and opening it, Hong Long glanced through it briefly. A flash of delight crossed his face. Rest assured, that brat's business is mine to handle. I'll bring back his head and present it to you. Thank you, Master Hong. Fong Hu hesitated, but finally couldn't resist warning, Master Hong, this youth's strength is no ordinary matter. He's likely already reached the post-human realm. You absolutely mustn't be careless. Are you certain? Hong Long raised an eyebrow. According to his records, he's barely over 20. Even if he'd been cultivating since birth, he shouldn't have advanced this rapidly. Fong Hu gave a wry smile. I underestimated him too. I thought Zhou Yi and Lin Yan alone would be enough to take him down. Never imagined they wouldn't even last a single exchange. Zhou Yi and Lin Yan have already reached the great perfection of inner strength realm. They're just a hair's breadth away from the post-heaven realm. Only by reaching the post-heaven realm could Yi Xian win so effortlessly. It seems this man's innate talent is truly rare indeed. However, even among those at the post-human realm, there are vast differences in strength. I entered the post-human realm many years ago. Though I haven't broken through further after all these years of cultivation, my command over spiritual energy has reached a level of consummate mastery. Having accepted Fong Hu's gift, Hong Long was in high spirits and didn't mind showing off a bit. His right hand swept lightly across the stone table. HM? Seeing no reaction from the stone table, Fong Hu froze, instinctively glancing at Hong Long. Master Fong, simply touch the stone table lightly, and you shall receive your answer. Hong Long offered a faint smile. Fong Hu stepped forward and touched the stone table lightly. The stone table collapsed with a crash, crumbling into a pile of dust. This. Fong Hu sucked in a sharp breath. What mastery of spiritual energy must one possess to execute such a feat? Most astonishingly, Hong Long hadn't even touched the stone table with his sleeve, he'd destroyed it merely by stirring a faint breeze. Congratulations, Master. You've truly mastered the projection of spiritual energy. Hong Long smiled faintly, his face glowing with satisfaction. Now, you can finally rest assured, right? Rest assured, rest assured. Fong Hu nodded repeatedly. Projecting spiritual energy outward isn't something just anyone can do, it requires one's internal spiritual energy to be exceptionally dense and concentrated. Yi, you'd better clean your neck and wait for death. Fong Hu grinned savagely. Chapter 89, Two Fists Can't Fight Four Hands. Inside the villa, Lin Mingqiao's mood was like a roller coaster. Earlier that morning, he'd received word that the Fong family had declared war on the Lin family. At that moment, he couldn't have been happier. Once the Lin group collapsed, it would inevitably cede a significant portion of its market share, and his new company could seize some of that territory. Most crucially, seeing Lin Beibei suffer misfortune brought him more joy than anything else. Lin Mingqiao hadn't been idle either. He'd secretly contacted Lu Wu, instructing him to lead a mass resignation of senior executives, a backstabbing move against Lin Group. Yet, to his utter surprise, the Wang and Huang families had actually joined forces with the Fong family to fight the Lin family. This left him in a foul mood. Nothing was more painful than seeing his enemies thrive. Though bound by blood, Lin Beibei was clearly classified as an enemy by Lin Mingqiao. In the villa's grand hall, besides Lin Mingqiao, stood the executives who had previously resigned from the Lin group alongside him. Each of them wore a grim expression. Lin Mingqiao, you claimed the Huang family had promised you the amusement park project. But how is it I hear they've already signed a contract with Lin Group? If you hadn't kept insisting you secured the amusement park project, why would we have followed you to start this new company? We've all invested real money here. You owe us an explanation. Their emotions were running high. After leaving Lin Group, they hadn't been idle, they'd invested their funds into Lin Mingqiao's new company. They believed that with the Huang family as their backing, the company's future was assured. But now, look at how things have turned out. You can imagine how these people feel. Quiet down. Lin Mingqiao roared, silencing the crowd. He continued, the amusement park project was personally promised to me by Huang Tianda, the president of Yuan Group. To express my gratitude, I even spent tens of millions on a pair of jade pendants mother and child which Huang Tianda accepted. There's no way he'd go back on his word. As for the agreement signed between the Huang family and Lin Group, it was definitely Huang Yao's daughter, Huang Yao, acting on her own. She has no authority to represent the Huang family or Yuan Group. I'm calling Huang Tianda right now. I'm confident the Huang family's amusement park project will be mine, Lin Mingqiao's. As for her, Lin Beibei, she won't get a single drop. As the saying goes, a man is bound by the gifts he receives. A prominent family like the Huangs wouldn't have accepted such lavish gifts if they had no intention of awarding the amusement park project to him. If this were to become public knowledge, what would be left of the Huang family's reputation? With this thought, Lin Mingqiao's confidence returned. He pulled out his phone and dialed Huang Tianda's number. Mr. Huang? Lin Mingqiao spoke. A cold voice came from the other end. What is it? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Mingqiao. This was a stark contrast to the previous warmth. What was going on? Mr. Huang, I have urgent business to discuss. Huang Yao has privately promised the amusement park project to the Lin group behind your back. That little girl has the audacity to do this. She's playing with the Huang family's reputation. As your business partner, I couldn't stand by and let her do this. As soon as I heard the news, I called you immediately. Lin Mingchao's face was plastered with a smile. Yet his greeting was met with Huang Tian's icy retort, Lin Mingchao, watch your language. If you slander my daughter again, you'll regret it. Mr. Huang, I'm not slandering her. Lin Mingchao was about to defend himself when suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he realized something. Mr. Huang, what do you mean? Signing the contract with Lin Group was your instruction? You had already promised me the amusement park project. You can't take the gift and then turn your back on me, can you? Lin Mingchao grew frantic. Lin Mingchao, you have the nerve to say that? Huang Tianda roared with fury. That worthless mother-and-child jade pendant of yours nearly cost my father his life. I haven't even settled that score with you yet, and you have the nerve to bring up the amusement park project? Lin Mingchao's face drained of color. Mr. Huang, that's impossible. I paid a fortune for that mother-and-child jade pendant. There's no way it could be problematic. So you're saying I've wronged you? Huang Tianda's tone was icy. That's not what I meant. Lin Mingchao tried to explain, but Huang Tianda cut him off. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he hung up. Lin Mingchao's face turned ashen, his entire being numb with shock. The amusement park project was his only hope for a comeback, yet it was gone just like that. The executives looked equally grim. They glared at each other in anger. Lin Mingchao, what do you have to say now? Cut the crap and buy back my shares. Exactly. Get him to withdraw his shares now. Lin Mingchao snapped back to his senses, his face darkening. I didn't force you to sign the agreement back then. Now you want to withdraw? Are you kidding me? With the amusement park project gone, if he lost these shares too, his new company would be finished. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't let them withdraw their shares. He had to find a way to tie these people to his chariot. With their connections, there might still be a sliver of hope. Damn it, playing the hardball card, huh? Refuse to withdraw your shares, and I'll beat you to death today. A few hotheads immediately got into a scuffle with Lin Mingchao. Seeing this, others joined the fray. Two fists couldn't fight four hands, especially against a pampered rich kid like Lin Mingchao. Amidst the mob's beating, his cries of agony echoed in waves. Lin Group Headquarters, President's Office. After seeing off Huang Yao and Wang Xingzhou, the three generations of the Lin family sat down. Their moods were now completely different. Grandfather, why would the Wangs and the Yangs risk declaring war on the Fangs just to support us? Could someone be secretly aiding our Lin family? Lin Beibei asked. Before Lin Rohai could respond, Lin Chongping shook his head. Beibei, you're overthinking this. The number of people in the entire Chu province capable of simultaneously mobilizing both the Wang and Huang families could be counted on one hand. Such figures are far beyond our Lin family's reach. How could they possibly be secretly aiding us? If you ask me, the Fong family has been too flashy these past years. The Huang and Wang families have likely been displeased with them for a long time. This is just the perfect opportunity to rein in their arrogance. Lin Rohai nodded in agreement. Chongping's right. The Fangs have been far too arrogant. It's only natural the Huangs and Wang family would take issue with their behavior. None of the three generations connected this matter to Yi Xian. Enough of that. Lin Rohai waved his hand, smiling broadly. Our Lin family has weathered this storm. It's cause for celebration. Let's invite young Yi home. The two of us need to raise a toast properly. Chapter 90, Generous Reward. With Lin Rohai speaking up, Lin Beibei naturally couldn't object and dialed Yi Xian's number. To her frustration, however, the phone went unanswered after several attempts. Left with no choice, Lin Beibei called Li Jun instead. The response she got was that Yi Xian had skipped work. Young Yi wouldn't skip work without reason. Something must have happened. Beibei, when he returns, check in with him and find out what's going on, Lin Rohai instructed. Grandpa, what could possibly be so important? He's probably out messing around somewhere right now. Lin Beibei felt utterly miserable. Yi Xian had no family or friends in Jiangcheng. Skipping work to go out meant he was probably fooling around with some rich mistress. She couldn't think of any other possibility. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Rohai's scolding only made Lin Beibei angrier, and she mentally cursed Yi Xian countless times. On the way back, Lin Beibei kept a sullen face. Just as they were about to reach home, an elderly man in white robes suddenly darted out from the side and walked straight into the middle of the road. This terrified Lin Beibei, but thankfully her reflexes were lightning fast. She slammed on the brakes, coming to a screeching halt just a few inches away from the old man. Lin Chongping's temper flared. He flung open the door and stormed out, bellowing, "How the hell do you walk? Get out of the way." The white-robed elder was none other than Hong Long. He showed no intention of moving, his expression cold as he demanded, "Where's that kid Yi Xian? Tell him to come down." Ha! Lin Chongping froze for a moment.
He had instinctively assumed the white-robed old man was one of Yi Xian's relatives from the mountains. With a sour tone, he snapped, "If you found your way here, you must have his phone number. Now, get out of the way and stop blocking the road." "So the kid isn't in the car," Hong Long muttered to himself, his gaze settling on Lin Chongping. A sinister smile curled his lips. "You're the first to speak to this old man like that. Well then, I'll use you to force that brat out." With that, he flipped his wrist, sending a silver needle shooting out to pierce Lin Chongping's chest. In an instant, Lin Chongping felt dizzy and disoriented, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. "Dad! Chongping!" Lin Rohai and Lin Beibei hurried down the steps, supporting Lin Chongping as he rose. His condition was dire, his face drained of color instantly, and his breathing grew faint. "What have you done to my father?" Lin Beibei lunged forward, but Lin Rohai held her back. His voice was deep and grave. "Who exactly are you?" "You must be Lin Rohai. Who I am is irrelevant. Your son has been poisoned by my needle. If he wants to live, send that brat Yi Xian to find me at the desolate lake to the north." Hong Long spoke, then drifted away. "Grandfather, why did you just let him go?" Lin Beibei was utterly baffled, her face flushed with indignation. Lin Rohai shook his head. "This man clearly isn't ordinary. He's likely a martial artist. Trying to detain him would have endangered our entire family. Call Young Yi first and tell him to come immediately." Lin Beibei frowned. "Why call him? We need to get Dad to the hospital first." "It won't help." Lin Rohai explained, "That man dared use such methods to force Xiaoyi to come find him. That poison needle is definitely no ordinary thing. Regular doctors would be completely helpless. Instead of wasting time, we should wait for Xiaoyi. He's the top disciple of the divine healer. His medical skills are extraordinary. He might just be able to cure your father." Hearing this, Lin Beibei quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Yi Xian's number. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had returned to the General Affairs office. The moment he stepped inside, he was surrounded by the four thugs. They chattered away, describing how the Huang and Wang families were backing the Lin group. No matter how powerful the Fong family is, could they possibly stand against the combined might of the Huang and Wang families? Our group is saved this time. But why would the Huang and Wang families help us? What else could it be? Probably because they can't stand the Fong family's arrogance. This line of thinking wasn't limited to the four troublemakers. It echoed throughout the entire Lin group and even across Jiangcheng. Yi Xian merely smiled. Just as he was about to sit down, his phone rang. Seeing Lin Beibei's name on the screen, Yi Xian stepped outside and answered immediately. "Yi Xian, hurry back. My father's been poisoned." Hearing Lin Beibei's tearful voice, Yi Xian hung up and sprinted toward the Lin family's ancestral home at top speed. By the car, Lin Rohai and Lin Beibei stood guard beside Lin Chongping. As his complexion grew increasingly dark and blue, Lin Beibei grew frantic with worry. "Where is Yi Xian? Why isn't he here yet? I'll call him to hurry up." Lin Beibei reached for her phone to dial, but Lin Rohai stopped her. "It's only been 5 minutes. Even if Xiaoyi were flying over, he couldn't possibly be that fast. But my dad, he's not going to make it." Watching Lin Chongping's breaths grow fainter, Lin Beibei's eyes welled up with tears. Just as grandfather and grandson spoke, a black Maybach pulled up beside them. The door opened, and an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit stepped out. His gaze fell on Lin Chongping, and he frowned. "He's been poisoned. Doesn't look good at all," the man muttered to himself. Lin Beibei froze. "Are you a doctor?" The man in the Zhongshan suit gave a slight nod. Lin Beibei's eyes lit up. "Master healer, my father has been poisoned. Please, I beg you, examine him. Rest assured, I will reward you generously afterward. A doctor's heart is like a parent's. Since I've seen this, I won't stand by and do nothing." The man in the Zhongshan suit approached Lin Chongping and began examining him. Half a minute later, he stood up, shook his head, and sighed. "The poison within your father has already invaded his heart meridians. Even if Bianke or Hua Tuo were reborn, they would be powerless. You should prepare for the funeral." Lin Beibei felt her blood surge, nearly collapsing to the ground. She shook her head repeatedly, her expression agitated. "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be." Seeing his granddaughter's grief, Lin Rohai placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Beibei, don't be so upset. Once Xiaoyi arrives, he'll surely find a way." Lin Beibei lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandpa, can Yi Xian really cure my father?" "Of course. You've seen his medical skills. While not unmatched in the world, they far surpass those of ordinary people. A mere toxin is nothing to him. He'll handle it with ease." Lin Rohai himself wasn't entirely certain, but to comfort his granddaughter, he had to praise Yi Xian first. His words, however, spread like an AoE attack, accidentally hitting the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit standing nearby. "You speak with quite the confidence, young man. It seems I, Lu Zhong, am but an ordinary man in your estimation." The old man's face darkened considerably. He held unwavering confidence in his medical skills. Others could insult him, but questioning his expertise was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 91, The Silver Needle Master. Lu Zhong?
Lin Ruhai felt the name was profoundly familiar. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Lu Zhong, the renowned master of silver needles, the divine physician Lu? Master of silver needles? That's too much praise. It's just friends joking around. But I do have some understanding of acupuncture techniques." Recalling Lin Ruhai's earlier words, Lu Zhong snorted coldly, "When I said your son is beyond cure, I meant he is utterly beyond hope. There's no need to wait for Xiaoyi or Laoyi, even the heavenly king himself arriving now would be useless. In my opinion, you'd be wise to start preparing for the funeral arrangements." Hearing this, Lin Beibei's face instantly turned ashen. The reputation of Lu Zhong, the silver needle master, was no stranger to her. It was said his acupuncture skills were unmatched in the world. Back when the Lin family sought to rid Lin Ruhai of toxins in his body, they had traveled to the imperial capital to find Lu Zhong. Unfortunately, he was unavailable at the time, leaving them no choice but to turn to the physician Li Ru for treatment. His medical prowess was beyond question. Now, with such a renowned physician effectively sentencing Lin Chongping to death, panic instantly gripped Lin Beibei. Lin Ruhai's expression darkened, yet he managed to say, "Thank you for your warning, divine physician Lu. However, I believe it would be best to wait for little Yi to arrive and examine him." Lu Zhong laughed bitterly in anger. To him, this was nothing short of questioning his medical expertise. Yet, beyond his anger, curiosity dominated his thoughts. He was intensely curious to know who this little Yi was that Lin Ruhai spoke of, someone so trusted that even after learning of his own identity, that trust remained unshaken. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhong didn't leave. Instead, he stood by and waited. Several minutes passed before Yi Xian finally appeared. "Xiaoyi, you're finally here. Quick, save Chongping." Lin Ruhai's face lit up with excitement, as if he'd seen a savior. Lin Beibei's once lifeless eyes now flickered with renewed hope. Though she didn't believe Yi Xian's medical skills surpassed Lu Zhong's, perhaps a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. As for Lu Zhong, a cold smile touched the corner of his mouth. Medical skill was directly tied to age. Even with extraordinary talent, one in their early 20s couldn't possibly be a master physician. Staying here any longer was a waste of his time. Shaking his head, Lu Zhong strode toward the black sedan. "Grandfather, please don't worry. Leave it to me." Yi Xian crouched before Lin Chongping, briefly examined him, then exhaled in relief. "It's not too serious. Though the toxin has invaded his heart meridians, vital energy hasn't been completely severed." With that, he flickered his wrist, and 12 silver needles appeared at his fingertips. Lin Ruhai and Lin Beibei were instantly overcome with emotion. "Beibei, I told you so. With little Yi here, your dad will be fine." Lin Ruhai relaxed, smiling broadly. Though Lin Beibei remained silent, the gaze she cast upon Yi Xian softened considerably. "This guy, he's actually pretty decent." Just then, Lu Zhong opened the car door. Hearing Yi Xian's words, he frowned and couldn't help but interject, "Kid, medical ethics are paramount for practitioners. Have you considered how your reckless boasts might affect the patient's feelings? The tense doctor-patient relationship these past years is precisely because of black sheep like you. If Yi Xian had used other methods to treat Lin Chongping, it might have been different. Perhaps there could have been a sliver of hope. But the technique he employed was acupuncture, and in that field, Lin Chongping was the undisputed authority. If he says it won't work, then it truly won't." Facing this unwarranted accusation, Yi Xian frowned and turned to Lin Ruhai. "Grandfather, who is this man?" "This is the renowned silver needle master, Lu Zhong, the divine physician Lu." Lin Ruhai paused before replying in a solemn tone, "Young Yi, Master Lu meant no harm. He simply doesn't understand your medical skills. Don't take it to heart." A master physician of Lu Zhong's caliber possessed connections far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Lin Ruhai feared Yi Xian might not grasp the gravity of the situation and provoke a conflict with him. Trouble would be inevitable then. "Oh, the silver needle sage sounds pretty impressive." Yi Xian nodded, looking as though he'd heard the name 1,000 times before. Yet his next words nearly drove Lu Zhong to fury. "Never heard of it." Yi Xian looked at Lu Zhong, his expression unreadable. "Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. I hope you'll kindly stay out of it and stop meddling." Lu Zhong was so furious his nose nearly twisted. As a titan of the medical world, he was revered wherever he went. Never before had anyone dared to confront him so directly. "Fine. Fine. Fine." Lu Zhong sneered coldly, "Not old, but you sure talk big. Young man, I'll stake my reputation on this. If you can cure this patient, I, Lu Zhong, will hang up my needles and never practice medicine again." Reaching the pinnacle of medicine, Lu Zhong relied not only on his extraordinary talent but also on his obsession with the medical arts. To abandon his needles and cease practicing medicine was, to him, the most brutal punishment imaginable. Yi Xian paid no heed. He crouched down and began channeling the 12 needles of the mystic gate. Soon, 12 silver needles pierced the major acupoints all over Lin Chongping's body. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened as he channeled a massive surge of spiritual energy into the needles. In the next instant, a brilliant light flared.
The needles vibrated and hummed as 9 streams of white light entered Lin Changping's body, merging into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lin Changping's vitality surged anew, his breathing growing strong and robust. The 12 needles of the mysterious gate. Could it be the 12 needles of the mysterious gate? Lu Zhong exclaimed in shock, his face frozen in astonishment. The 12 needles of the mysterious gate correspond to 12 vital energy gates within the human body. According to ancient lore, the human body possesses 12 vital energy gates, concealed within specific acupoints throughout the body. The exact locations of these 12 points, however, have long been lost to time. When a person's life force ceases, these 12 vital points close. If one could use the art of acupuncture to reopen them, it would be possible to revive the dead and restore life to the lifeless. This is the origin of the 12 needles of the mysterious gate. Witnessing this long-lost acupuncture technique reappear, Lu Zhong was overcome with excitement. He stared intently at Yi Xian's hands, not blinking once, afraid to miss any detail. As the silver needles trembled more violently, a sudden crackling sound erupted from Lin Changping's body. The energy gates reopened, he was revived. Lu Zhong's eyes widened abruptly, his expression intensely complex. As the energy channels cleared, Lin Changping abruptly sat up, spewing a mouthful of black blood. Yi Xian rushed forward, swiftly retrieving the silver needles while gently laying Lin Changping back down. Uncle Lin's toxins have been completely purged from his body. However, the toxin's assault on his heart has caused significant damage, leaving him unconscious for now. But grandfather, you needn't worry. Uncle Lin will recover with sufficient rest. Yi Xian wrote out a prescription and handed it to Lin Beibei. Chapter 92, Forcibly Becoming a Disciple. Xiaoyi, thank you for saving Changping. Lin Ruhai's face was filled with gratitude. Lin Beibei also saw Yi Xian in a new light, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Grandfather, we're family, no need for formalities. The Lin family has treated me well. This is simply my duty. Yi Xian shook his head, glancing sideways at Lu Zhong, whose expression was deeply complicated. Lu Zhong had always been arrogant, convinced no one could surpass him in the art of acupuncture. Yet today, he had been bested in his own field of medical expertise by a young man. This defeat left him deeply frustrated, even causing him to question his own life choices. When Yi Xian's gaze met his, Lu Zhong's face flushed alternately crimson and pale. Lu Zhong opened his mouth several times, but the words "a good sport" felt like 1,000 pounds of weight, impossible to utter. To abandon his needles and forsake medicine was more agonizing than death itself. Yi Xian understood perfectly well. His expression remained calm as he said, I deeply admire Dr. Lu's medical ethics. If the Chinese medical community were to lose a doctor of your caliber, it would be an immense loss. Though Lu Zhong had spoken insolently moments ago, his words had also revealed his medical integrity. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't dwell on it. Young friend Yi, please spare me the flattery. Before you, how could I ever presume to call myself a divine physician? Lu Zhong drew a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. Clasping his hands before him, he bowed deeply. I, Lu Zhong, possess reasonable talent. I humbly request that Mr. Yi, if he does not find me unworthy, take me as his disciple. Yi Xian was stunned. Was this some kind of joke? Lu Zhong was older than his own father, yet he was asking to be taken as a disciple? Lin Ruhai and Lin Beibei stared in utter disbelief. You're far too old for this. How could I possibly be your master? Before Yi Xian could finish, Lu Zhong cut him off. In the path of cultivation, there are seniors and juniors. Each has their own specialization. It's perfectly normal for a master to be younger than their disciple. Your disciple is dull-witted and won't learn much. I thought the 12 needles of the mysterious gate earlier were quite impressive. Just teach me that, master. Lu Zhong gazed at Yi Xian with fervent eyes. The 12 needles of the mysterious gate? That was an ancient, extraordinary technique. Compared to that, a little face was nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. This old man, if he wanted to learn the 12 needles of the mysterious gate, he should have just said so. Why go through this whole master-apprentice charade? The 12 needles of the mysterious gate are beyond your grasp. Give up that notion. Yi Xian shook his head. Besides, I never agreed to take you as a disciple. Don't you dare call me master. Once he shed his pride, Lu Zhong's face thickened like city walls. Ignoring Yi Xian's words entirely, he declared, Master, your disciple is barely over 60. Living another 20 years should pose no problem. I refuse to believe that even dedicating 2 decades to this art, I couldn't master the 12 needles of the mystic gate. So rest assured, Master. I promise not to disgrace you. I said you can't learn it, and you can't. Enough of this nonsense. I have matters to discuss with Grandfather Lin. Yi Xian issued his dismissal. Just as Lu Zhong was about to speak, the driver of the Maybach stepped down and whispered, Master Lu, it's getting late. The family head is growing impatient. Shall we depart? Urge what? Tell him to wait. Lu Zhong waved his hand dismissively, his tone sharp. Turning to Yi Xian, his face instantly contorted into a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his earlier irritability. Master, please attend to your business.
I'll wait nearby. Once you're free, we can talk. With that, Lu Zhong walked off to a distance. Yi Xian looked at Lin Rohai and said in a deep voice, "Grandfather, what exactly is going on with Uncle Lin?" Lin Rohai sighed and explained the situation. That old man clearly isn't simple. He definitely doesn't have good intentions asking you to go to Kangmang Lake. Little Yi, you absolutely must not go. Lin Rohai warned. Lin Beibei also spoke up. Yi Xian, for the time being, just stay put at home. Don't go anywhere. As for me and grandfather, I'll hire several more bodyguards to strengthen security. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Grandpa, Beibei, I appreciate your concern. But, with enemies knocking at my door, how could I possibly hide like a turtle? Even if not for myself, I must not back down for the sake of avenging Uncle Lin. You two return to the ancestral home first. After I deal with that person, I'll head back immediately. With that, Yi Xian's figure flickered as he sprinted toward the vast expanse of Lake Kangmang. Though relying solely on his own feet, Yi Xian's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. Master! Lu Zhong shouted toward the direction Yi Xian had vanished, but received no reply. By the shores of vast lake, Hong Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, glancing to one side as a cruel smile curled his lips. This kid sure is quick to show up. As he spoke to himself, a figure approached from the distance, none other than Yi Xian. Stopping about 10 meters before Hong Long, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with cold determination. You're the one who injured Lin Changping, aren't you? I'll give you 10 seconds. Choose how you want to die. Though Lin Changping had some influence and Yi Xian had never liked him, the man had been injured because of him. Yi Xian owed him revenge. Ha! Hong Long burst into maniacal laughter. Kid, you sure talk big. Aren't you afraid the wind might twist your tongue? Do you really think I'm comparable to the likes of Joey? As the words fell, Hong Long's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming aura radiated from his body, causing the very air to grow taut. At that moment, Hong Long resembled a drawn blade, its icy glare piercing the very air. Enough talk. Let's settle this with our fists. Yi Xian snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Hong Long. Overconfident. Hong Long sneered, showing no intention of moving. He clearly intended to withstand Yi Xian's attack with sheer physical strength. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian closed the distance. His foot shot out, aiming straight for the opponent's chest. Feeling the terrifying power contained within, Hong Long's expression changed drastically. His instincts warned him this kick was no ordinary attack. To meet it head-on with his bare body could cost him his life. With that thought, Hong Long dared not take any chances. He unleashed a punch. Boom! The collision of the two forces produced a deafening roar. In the next instant, Hong Long slid backward, only managing to steady himself dozens of meters away. In contrast, Yi Xian stood rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. How could this be? Hong Long's face was etched with utter disbelief. Though he had struck hastily, diminishing its power somewhat, this outcome was still unimaginable. Yi Xian shook his head inside. How disappointing. You're even weaker than I imagined. With such petty tricks, you dare come looking for trouble? Your courage is commendable. Chapter 93, The Slaying. Kid, don't get cocky. Hong Long's face turned purple with rage, yet he held his ground. Yi Xian's strength completely surpassed his expectations. Yi Xian sneered, so what if I'm arrogant? You're merely projecting your spiritual energy. Do you really think you're that powerful? Exposed so bluntly, Hong Long's expression darkened further. Boy, I admit you're formidable, far stronger than I anticipated. Achieving such cultivation at your age is truly remarkable. This old man values talent. If you're willing to sever one of your arms, I'll handle Fenghu for you. What do you say? Hong Long's tone softened. Ha! Old man, are you insulting my intelligence? Yi Xian sneered coldly. If you could beat me, you wouldn't be wasting your breath here. The reason you're acting like this is because you know you can't beat me, so you're trying to trick me into maiming myself. His scheme exposed, Hong Long flew into a rage. You're ungrateful. Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for showing no mercy. His gaze sharpened as surging currents of air erupted around him. In the next instant, he unleashed a fist strike, hurtling toward Yi Xian. Being able to transform spiritual energy into defense shows you're no slouch. But unfortunately, you've crossed paths with me. Yi Xian sneered twice, countering with a punch of his own. A thunderous boom echoed. The fists collided. The defensive barrier formed by Hong Long's spiritual energy instantly shattered, and a surging force slammed into his fist. Snap! The sound of shattered bones echoed as Hong Long let out a piercing scream, flying backward dozens of meters. His appearance was utterly pitiful. His entire right arm was shattered, his combat effectiveness severely diminished. The excruciating pain seared through Hong Long's nerves. This familiar yet unfamiliar sensation sent a chill through his heart. How could this happen? Hong Long's face was etched with utter disbelief. Reaching the Hotian realm already placed him among the elite of humanity.
Moreover, being able to project his spiritual energy outside his body was a feat achieved by only a handful across the entire nation of Huaxia. Yet here, in the insignificant city of Jiangcheng, he had suffered a crushing defeat. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Young man, I'll remember today's humiliation. We'll see about that. Hong Long began to consider retreat. If the fight continued, he feared he might lose his life here. As for how he would explain this to Fong Hu, that was the last thing on his mind now. Thinking of running? Did I give you permission? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let Hong Long go. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain would only invite endless trouble, a principle he understood well. Boy, do you truly believe that after all these years of fighting, I lack the means to save my own skin? As he spoke, a thick white smoke began billowing from Hong Long's body. The smoke spread with astonishing speed, quickly enveloping the surroundings. Its potent irritant fumes were so intense that even Yi Xian couldn't help but seal off his five senses. Seconds later, the smoke dissipated. Yi Xian scanned the area and saw a figure already vanishing into the distance. Hong Long. How naive. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh, then flickered forward in pursuit. Hong Long sprinted like a madman. In all his years on the job, he'd never been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Damn it, I got too cocky this time. Never expected this kid to be so formidable. Still, his strength is far beyond mine. Next time, I'll bring reinforcements. This kid won't stand a chance. Hong Long plotted his revenge as he fled. To have his right arm shattered by some nobody, though recovery was no issue at his current cultivation level, remained a profound humiliation. Only with Yi Xian's blood could he wash away this shame. As Hong Long raced frantically along the path, a sudden gust of wind struck from behind. His heart sank, and he immediately darted to the side to evade it. Yet he was a split second too slow. A dense swarm of silver needles struck from behind, poised to pierce his flesh. With no other choice, Hong Long halted abruptly. He drew in a deep breath and unleashed two thunderous punches, sending a torrent of fist winds crashing toward the silver needles. Yet Hong Long had underestimated the force carried by the needles. Though most were blasted away, a few still pierced various parts of his body. The excruciating pain made him cry out in agony. Blood streamed from the wounds, quickly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Xian closed the distance from behind. How could this kid be so fast? Hong Long's face paled. He was about to turn and flee when Yi Xian launched himself from the sky, blocking his path. Hong Long panicked instantly. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, he was no match for Yi Xian at this moment. Young friend, let's talk this out. If you're willing to spare me, we can discuss anything. Hong Long's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by boundless dread. Seeing Yi Xian's silence only deepened his panic. Young friend, blame the right person. This was all orchestrated by Fong Hu. I was merely following orders. If you harbor resentment, I can personally see to it that Fong Hu meets his end. What do you say? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. No need. I have my own hands. I'll take Fong Hu's life myself. With that, his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly closing the distance to Hong Long. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fingers were already clamped around his throat. Hong Long hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian exerted his strength, snapping Hong Long's neck. He died instantly. A legendary master met his end at Yi Xian's hands. Releasing his grip, Yi Xian dialed Wang Xingzhou's number. Mr. Yi, what are your orders? Wang Xingzhou inquired with utmost respect. Fong Hu sent a post-heaven realm martial artist, and I've already disposed of him. I'm now preparing to kill Fong Hu. You handle the disposal of this martial artist's body. Can you manage that? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Wang Xingzhou sucked in a sharp breath, frozen in place. Yi Xian's words carried an overwhelming weight of information. A post-heaven realm martial artist, and the mission to kill Fong Hu. Either of these events would be earth-shattering for him. After a moment of silence, Wang Xingzhou regained his composure and replied, "Leave the corpse to me. I guarantee Mr. Yi will have no worries. However, Fong Hu's status is different. Killing him will likely trigger a massive upheaval. Mr. Yi would be wise to consider this carefully." Though he knew Wang Xingzhou meant well, Yi Xian replied coldly, "Fong Hu must not be spared. Otherwise, the Lin family will never know peace." Wang Xingzhou understood further persuasion was futile and swiftly made his decision. "Mr. Yi, proceed with confidence. No matter how immense the trouble you stir up, my Wang family will always stand by you." Having slain a post-heaven realm martial artist, Yi Xian's standing in Wang Xingzhou's eyes rose another notch. Chapter 94, The Slaying. Fong Family Ancestral Hall. Fong Hu knelt on the mat, his face etched with grief. "Ancestors of the Fong family, Fong Hu has failed you. I allowed Hong Yu to be killed and the Fong family to be humiliated. But rest assured, ancestors, I have already dispatched men to claim that man's life. I will wash away the shame upon our Fong family." As he spoke, two icy glints flashed in Fong Hu's eyes. Fong Hong Yu was his only son. Though he had spoiled him excessively, making him somewhat unworthy, he was still his flesh and blood. The vast legacy of the Fong family was meant to be inherited by him.
Yet all of this had been destroyed by Yi Xian. Killing the Yi family won't be enough. I'll make the entire Lin family pay with their lives for Hong Yu. Fong Hu spat out hatefully. Before he could finish, a voice drifted in from outside. You won't get the chance. Fong Hu's face paled. He sprang to his feet and whirled around, only to see Yi Xian striding slowly into the ancestral hall. How did you get in? Fong Hu's expression darkened considerably. The Fong family's security was ironclad. A place like the ancestral hall was virtually impenetrable to outsiders. Yet Yi Xian had walked in with such ease. Could this mean all the surrounding guards had already been dealt with? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. He had already dispatched Hong Long to eliminate Yi Xian. Yet here Yi Xian was, appearing in this very place. Could it be that Hong Long had failed? How could that be possible? A flicker of disbelief crossed Fong Hu's eyes. Yi Xian was cunning beyond measure, instantly seeing through Fong Hu's thoughts. He said coldly, correct. Your men have all been knocked unconscious by me. As for Hong Long, I've sent him to meet his maker. Hearing this, Fong Hu's face turned ashen. You brat, don't talk nonsense. Hong Long is a post-heaven realm martial artist. How could he be someone you could handle? Yi Xian sneered coldly. He merely separated his spiritual energy from his body. Before me, he's utterly insignificant. As for you, I've heard whispers that you're a hidden master. Today, I'd like to see what you're made of. Ever since descending the mountain, he hadn't had a proper fight to scratch that itch. Fong Hu instinctively took a few steps back, his expression grim. With his keen eye, he could tell Yi Xian wasn't lying. This sent shockwaves through his mind. To effortlessly slay a post-heaven realm martial artist, just how terrifying must this Yi Xian be? As for himself, it was true, as Yi Xian had said, that he was a hidden master. But that was a decade ago. A decade ago, his Dingtian had been damaged in battle, leaving him stagnant at the peak of the inner force realm ever since, unable to advance further. If even Hong Long was no match for Yi Xian, he certainly stood no chance. For a moment, Fong Hu was overcome with panic. However, having weathered countless storms, he quickly regained his composure. Young friend, your martial arts truly open one's eyes. How could I, with my meager skills, dare call myself a master in your presence? Fong Hu's expression shifted as he grinned. We become acquainted through conflict. You killed Hong Yu, and I sent men to kill you. We're even now. From now on, you walk your narrow path, and I'll take the broad highway. We'll mind our own business and stay out of each other's way. As for the Lin family, I shall cease all suppression against them immediately. Not only that, but I will grant them several major real estate projects as compensation. What do you say, young friend? It must be said, Fong Hu was indeed a formidable figure. Even in such dire straits, he maintained his composure and made such decisive moves. Water from different wells won't mix? Did the Fong family head really think I'd believe that? Yi Xian sneered coldly. I killed your only son, the heir to the Fong family. Does his life hold so little value? The Fong family head hastily interjected. Fong Hongyu was a good-for-nothing. His death at your hands is actually a blessing for our family. With his abilities, how could I possibly entrust the Fong family to him? As for this only son? I beg to differ. I, Fong Hu, am barely over 50. Years of martial training have kept me in prime condition. Having more children? Not a problem. Then I can select an outstanding one to be the heir. Wouldn't that be far superior to Fong Hongyu? You're lying. Yi Xian glared at Fong Hu, sneering. If you could have children, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? If I'm not mistaken, you've lost your ability to father children, haven't you? At these words, Fong Hu's face turned ashen. Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head. In that battle 10 years ago, he had not only injured his Dingtian but also suffered damage to his lower body, completely losing his ability to father children. That was precisely why, despite Fong Hongyu's utter incompetence, he had never given up on him and had continued to nurture him with care. This is your only son in this lifetime. The vast Fong family estate will now pass to a collateral branch. How could you, Fong Hu, ever accept that? Yi Xian snorted coldly. You despise me beyond measure. This is a blood feud utterly irreconcilable. Therefore, it is either your death or mine. Fong Hu's face darkened further as he gritted his teeth. Yi Xian, I must admit, your scheming is truly formidable. But have you considered the consequences? Given the Fong family's standing in Jiangcheng, killing me would unleash unimaginable trouble. Even if you don't consider yourself, you must think of the Lin family. But if you spare me, none of this trouble will come to pass. I swear to heaven I'll never trouble you again. If that's not enough, I'll transfer half of the Fong family's assets into your name. Surely that shows sufficient sincerity? Half of the Fong family's assets? That's an astronomical sum. Anyone else would have been tempted long ago. But alas, Fong Hu had crossed paths with Yi Xian. Those assets? They'll be your burial offerings. As for you, no matter how silver-tongued you may be, you cannot alter your fate. With that, Yi Xian flicked his right hand. A silver needle shot forth, piercing Fong Hu's throat. The current head of the Fong family, one of Jiangcheng's 3 great aristocratic clans, met his end within the ancestral hall. Yi Xian dialed Wang Xingzhou's number. The matter is settled. Fong, who is dead. Wang Xingzhou remained silent for a long moment before replying with a bitter laugh. Mr. Ye's methods truly surpass imagination. To eliminate Fong who so swiftly. Jiangcheng is bound to be shaken soon. Rest assured, I'll immediately mobilize every connection the Wang family can muster to ensure you and the Lin family remain untouched. Yi Xian replied in a solemn tone, I'm merely informing you. I'll handle this matter myself. With that, Yi Xian hung up. He had already made up his mind, he would return to the mountains to find the divine fortune teller. His master's lifetime of connections far exceeded ordinary imagination. Settling the repercussions triggered by a mere Fong family should pose no significant problem. Chapter 95, The Choice. Fong, whose death sent shockwaves through Jiangcheng. Both the legitimate and underworld spheres were churning with hidden currents. Moreover, Luan had rushed over from the provincial capital. All of this had spiraled completely beyond the Wang family's control. Even as the foremost powerhouse among Jiangcheng's elite families, they were powerless to resolve the situation. However, after the divine calculator intervened, the entire situation dissipated like smoke. The divine calculator's extensive network, cultivated over many years, spanned every corner of the nation. With just a few phone calls, both the legitimate and criminal underworlds of Jiangcheng were silenced. As for Luan, despite being the premier martial artist in Shu province, he still fell to Yi Xian. On the national highway of Jiangcheng, two figures walked side by side, the divine calculator and Yi Xian. Master, you sent me down the mountain to seek my own path. Why must I return with you now? Yi Xian frowned. He knew he would return eventually, but the sudden departure left an emptiness in his heart. Memories of his time with Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao played like slow-motion film reels, flashing through his mind and leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. Young man, the sage sighed, I sent you down the mountain to seek your fortune, not to court trouble. The sage sighed. Your martial prowess has indeed reached the pinnacle. Even I cannot guarantee victory against you. But you must understand, in the mortal world, fists alone are not enough. As the saying goes, too rigid, and it will break. You clearly haven't grasped this principle yet. How could I possibly feel at ease leaving you alone down there? This time, when you return, you will meditate in seclusion and reflect on your actions. Only when you have tempered your fiery nature will you be permitted to descend the mountain again. Seeing Yi Xian show no sign of budging, the divine calculator snapped impatiently, I've met that girl from the Lin family too. She is indeed a beauty of unparalleled grace. But you are my divine calculator's prized disciple. How could you let yourself be so utterly captivated by a woman? What a disgrace! Yi Xian's face flushed crimson instantly. I didn't, he protested. I just think that instead of cultivating in the mountains, tempering myself in the mortal world might be more beneficial. The divine calculator shook his head. Young man, failing the test of beauty is one thing, but how is it that after just a few days apart, your courage has shrunk so much? You dare to act but not own up to it? I raised you from a child. I know what you're up to the moment you lift your butt. Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? Confess honestly, besides Lin Beibei, are there any other women? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained composed. Master, don't say such things. I have no other woman. Even with Lin Beibei, it's only a sham marriage. Before he could finish, a sedan pulled up to the curb. The doors opened, and Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao stepped out. The fortune teller glanced over and sneered coldly, still playing dumb, kid? They've come knocking on your door. Go settle this once and for all. At least you'll have no regrets when you return. Yi Xian nodded and walked over. Staring at the two women before him, he took a deep breath and asked, Why are you here? Before he could finish, Xiaoqiao's palm smacked across his face. Smack! The full force of her blow landed squarely on Yi Xian's face, leaving an instant handprint imprinted there. Xiaoqiao, what the hell is this? Yi Xian looked utterly bewildered. You're actually upset? Do you think you deserve that slap? Lin Beibei snapped angrily, Answer me. Why didn't you tell me your sister Xiaoqiao when you left Jiangcheng? Were you planning to just slip away without a word? Yi Xian was even more bewildered. In his memory, Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao didn't seem to get along. Why were they calling each other sisters now? Why aren't you saying anything? Xiaoqiao demanded. Leaving like this without a word, what do you take me and Beibei for? Yi Xian opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words died on his lips. Beibei, let's go. Pretend this man never existed. Xiaoqiao, disheartened, grabbed Lin Beibei's arm and started to walk away. Yi Xian panicked and blurted out, Stop right there. In that moment, a flood of emotions surged through him. Yi Xian's heart opened instantly as he spoke, After coming down the mountain, I met both of you. I'm truly happy. Though Beibei always glared at me, I knew she was actually warm-hearted beneath that cold exterior, always caring for me. As for Xiaoqiao, I've always understood your feelings. But I didn't know what I could offer you. I feared that one day, I'd have to return to the mountains, and we'd never see each other again. Like today, I'd been ordered back to the mountain. Should I go with them or stay here? I don't even know myself. Then stay. Xiaoqiao declared decisively. That's right, stay. Lin Beibei echoed. Facing the expectant gazes of the two women, Yi Xian hesitated. On one side stood his master, on the other a woman he deeply admired. For a moment, he truly didn't know how to choose. The two women remained silent, waiting for Yi Xian's decision. Just as their patience was nearly exhausted, Yi Xian stepped before the divine calculator and bowed deeply. Master, forgive your disciple for disobedience. I cannot return to the mountains with you. I hope you will pardon me. Good for nothing. The divine calculator snorted coldly and swept his sleeves away. Yet as he strode swiftly along the national highway, a faint smile slipped unconsciously across his lips. He had been testing Yi Xian all along. If his disciple didn't care deeply, he would have taken him away. But if he truly loved both girls, as his master, he saw no need to interfere with their union. Though Yi Xian possessed a fierce temperament, he believed that under the gentle influence of Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, he would inevitably change significantly. My disciple, you've truly grown up. As your master, it's only right to let go. Turning back, he saw Yi Xian and Lin Beibei, Xiaoqiao gazing deeply at each other. His heart was filled with boundless emotion. Xiaoxian, we shall meet again. The divine calculator waved his hand and strode forward. Today's business isn't settled. That's right, Sister Xiaoqiao. We can't just let Yi Xian off the hook. That guy nearly abandoned us. Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao shot Yi Xian hostile glances, making him feel uneasy. He instinctively glanced back at the fortune-teller's retreating figure. Should he have stayed? Where do you think you're looking? What's the matter? Still thinking about running away? The two girls each grabbed one of Yi Xian's ears. Ow, ow, let go. Yi Xian grimaced in pain. Beneath the tree, the two women and one man playfully wrestled. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled light upon them, as if they were bathed in a golden glow. This scene, warm and sweet, felt as if an invisible hand had pressed a shutter button, freezing the moment in time. Chapter 96, The Grand Finale. Yi Xian returned to Jiangcheng with Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, their lives settling into a steady rhythm. Only then did he belatedly realize his master's profound intentions. Had he truly abandoned Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, his master would undoubtedly have taken him away from the mundane world. Then, he would never have had the chance to leave the mountain in this lifetime. Fortunately, he had made the right choice. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Having resolved to build a life with Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, Yi Xian wasted no time in expressing his desire to marry them both. Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao naturally didn't refuse. The two women immediately began discussing where to hold the ceremony, as well as their post-wedding vacation and travel plans. While the two women were discussing, Yi Xian headed to a shopping mall in Jiangcheng to select 2 wedding rings. Sir, how may I assist you? As soon as Yi Xian stepped into the jewelry store, a staff member named Wang Lu, wearing an ID badge, approached him with a warm smile. I'd like to purchase 2 wedding rings. Do you have any recommendations? Yi Xian inquired. 2? Wang Lu froze, thinking she'd misheard. A saleswoman standing nearby, in her 30s with a name tag reading Jiangwan, couldn't help but chuckle. Handsome, Wang Lu is new here. Don't tease her like that. Who buys 2 wedding rings at once? If you're really bored, go watch the monkey show outside. Don't waste the young lady's time here. The other salespeople couldn't stop grinning. This was a high-end jewelry store. Even their cheapest items cost around 100,000 yuan. This guy wanted to buy 2 rings right off the bat, wedding rings, no less. Wasn't he deliberately trying to trick Wang Lu? Yi Xian ignored the other salespeople, glancing at Wang Lu and saying, if you can't recommend anything suitable, perhaps you should call your manager? Wang Lu pursed her lips, showing no sign of prejudice. If you're genuinely interested in purchasing, I'd be happy to recommend several of our most prestigious wedding rings. Seeing Wang Lu's positive attitude, Yi Xian felt a spark of goodwill and nodded. Go ahead and recommend them. Money isn't an issue. Jiang Wen, standing nearby, sneered disdainfully. Money isn't an issue? The real issue is you have no money. Look at what you're wearing. Only a newbie like Wang Lu would serve you. We veteran staff know it's a waste of time dealing with you. Hearing Jiang Wen's blatant sarcasm, Wang Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. Sir, please don't take it to heart. I'll show you our most prestigious wedding rings right away. Yi Xian nodded, dismissing Jiang Wen's comments as nonsense. The two immediately headed to the store's luxury counter, where several expensive wedding rings were displayed. The most expensive one, called the Pink Star Diamond Ring, featured a stunning pink diamond and was priced at 38,880,000 yuan. Additionally, there was a Blue Star Diamond Ring from the same company, also priced at 38,880,000 yuan. These were the 2 most expensive diamond rings in the entire store. Take these 2. Yi Xian said to Wang Lu. Help me wrap them up. Before he could respond, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind him, move aside. If you're not buying, could you at least step back? Blocking Mr. Zhang's view while he's selecting a diamond ring. Don't you have any sense of self-preservation?
Yi Xian turned to see Jiang Wen from earlier leading a man and a woman toward them.
The man wore expensive clothes, his arm around a heavily made-up woman.
Jiang Wen shoved Yi Xian aside, then turned to bow and scrape. Mr. Zhang, please take a look at these 2 diamond rings.
They're guaranteed to meet your standards. It's just that the price is a bit steep, what do you think? Mr. Zhang chuckled heartily and declared magnanimously, if it satisfies me, what's a little price tag?
The heavily made-up woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 rings.
Oh, how beautiful, she exclaimed delightedly. Honey, let's get this one. I've already bought this one. Yi Xian frowned and offered a warning.
The woman shot Yi Xian a sideways glance, displeased.
You bought it? Did you see the price? What kind of country bumpkin dares to spout nonsense here? And you're buying such an expensive diamond ring? Who do you think you're trying to impress? The women you go for must be ugly as pigs, right?
Yi Xian ignored her, pulled out his bank card, handed it to Wang Lu, and gestured, charge it.
Wang Lu clearly hadn't expected Yi Xian to actually produce a card.
She could only grit her teeth and say, sir, please wait a moment. She already decided to find an excuse later, giving Yi Xian a way out gracefully. But when she swiped the card and saw the balance of over 17 million yuan, she was utterly stunned. By the time she handed the card back to Yi Xian, her mind was reeling. Seeing Yi Xian actually had the money to pay, Jiang Wen's face flushed crimson, and she was speechless.
The heavily made-up woman curled her lips in displeasure, retorting defiantly, so what if you have money? My husband has money too. But could you marry a woman as beautiful as me? Husband.
No sooner had the woman spoken than 2 women, beautiful as celestial beings, hurried into the jewelry store from outside. It was none other than Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao. They had planned their wedding and honeymoon together, and upon realizing Yi Xian had left their side, they had tracked him down to this very place. Upon seeing Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, the heavily made-up woman fell silent, her face burning with embarrassment. Compared to Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao, she wasn't even worth mentioning. Even the man beside her glanced at Lin Beibei and the other woman, then turned to look at the heavily made-up woman. He shoved her away and shook his head. I don't think we're a good match after all. Let's just call it quits. After seeing a true goddess, the man couldn't stand the mediocre looks of the woman beside him anymore. After all, even a man like Yi Xian could find such beautiful wives and 2 of them at that. If he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian, why would he need to spend his life with this heavily made-up woman? Husband? The heavily made-up woman panicked instantly, rushing out after him in a desperate attempt to salvage the relationship. What was going on? Lin Beibei and Xiaoqiao were utterly confused, having no clue what had transpired.
Yi Xian tucked away the 2 wedding rings, wrapping an arm around each woman.
Nothing, he chuckled.
Decided where to hold the wedding yet? We've decided. We're going to.
The 2 women followed Yi Xian out of the jewelry store. The store manager hurried in and inquired about the incident that had just occurred. Upon learning the full story, she flew into a rage, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Wen and bellowing, do you have any idea who that Mr. Yi is? How dare you mock him? Get out of here immediately. Jiang Wen froze in shock, trying to explain, but no one paid her any mind. She had no choice but to pack her things and leave. Yi Xian paid no mind to these minor incidents. 2 months later, on an island overseas, a grand wedding ceremony was held.